Huang had remained at the 7th rank great perfection for so many years precisely because her momentum could not completely transform into intent. The projection before him, just from its aura, could tell it was an 8th rank Chi master. If the true body descended, its strength would only be more powerful and terrifying. So it was you who harmed my son? The figure slowly turned, its cold gaze sweeping over everyone present, a powerful aura surging from within, overwhelming and unresistible. Anyone present could vaguely feel the signs of being suppressed by its aura. The mentors looked at the figure, their hearts slightly startled. Tang Jin, of Haotian sect, as the rumors say, lived up to his name. It is said that this person's momentum of strength has transformed into the intent of strength, with his thoughts merging into Qi, the heavens, and himself casually capable of suppressing a radius of 1,000 meters, known as the Master of Curse Suppression. Therefore, his pressure is far stronger than that of an ordinary 8th rank Qi master, often gaining an advantage in battle due to this pressure. Even now, as just a projection, his pressure was as heavy as a mountain, leaving many of the teachers and students present unable to move. Master Tang, the occurrence of this incident is entirely due to your son provoking first, and has nothing to do with this student. At that moment, a refreshing aura swept in from a distance, quickly reducing the oppressive force above Lu Chen and the other students by half. The newcomer was Mu Yuan. He stood in front of Lu Chen, looking at Tang Jin, and cupped his hands. Master Tang, I hope you are well. Mu Yuan. Tang Jin stared at Mu Yuan, snorting coldly. The little brat who followed behind the Grand Mentor back then has grown up now, but you are not the Grand Mentor, so you are not worthy of my respect. This child has crippled my son's Dantian. Today, I will cripple his meridians and destroy his form. As soon as the words fell, Tang Jin directly slapped towards Lu Chen. Tang Jin's palm connected with the heavens and earth, the powerful intent of strength merging into the Qi of the world, the descending palm print instantly locking onto Lu Chen, while the overwhelming suppression made Lu Chen's hands and feet feel as if glued in mid-air, unable to move. Lu Chen frowned, about to unleash boiling blood. How my disciple is treated is not for you to discipline. At that moment, a clear and cold voice came from the side. Zhong Huang waved her jade hand. 3 streaks of white light flickering at her fingertips, intertwining in the air to form a sharp blade, directly piercing towards the palm print in the sky. Tang Jin snorted, you overestimate yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the palm print directly shattered the sharp blade and continued to strike towards Lu Chen. Mu Yuan shook his head, helplessly saying, Master Tang, you are a dignified 8th rank and an elder, yet you strike at juniors. This is truly unbecoming. If you really want to compete with us, it would not be a problem, but I wonder if you can withstand the siege of several 8th rank Qi masters. Among the 6 top academies, apart from Longjing Academy and Tenya Academy, the other 4 academies are not to be feared in front of first-rate hidden sections, but the reason why, after so many years, they can still be called the first in the outside world, and why the hidden sects do not dare to casually invade, lies in the unity among the 6 academies. Lu Chen, as a direct disciple of a generation, can engage in internal strife among the direct disciples of the 6 academies, but if outsiders confront direct disciples in front of the mentors, especially when the strong bully the weak, it is a slap in the face to the academy. Tang Jin's actions are a provocation to the entire 6 academies. Upon hearing this, Tang Jin scoffed disdainfully and said, if your dean were here, I might fear him a little, but since they are not, what do I have to fear from you few 7th tier? If you hurt my son, you must pay with your life. If you try to stop me, I won't mind killing all of you. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying killing intent descended upon the palm print and a powerful aura instantly suppressed everything. Mu Yuan raised his hand to strike a palm, but the palm print only delayed the opponent for a moment. Go! Zhong Huang suddenly flashed to Lu Chen's side, then embraced him, using the technique of airwalking to try to escape the coverage of the palm print. Want to run? Tang Jin's gaze was like a torch, his fingertips flickering with cold light. Battle technique. Haotian sword. A long sword hung upside down above Tang Jin's head, its blade pointing directly at Lu Chen and Zhong Huang. In an instant, the long sword locked onto them, then tore through space and swiftly slashed down. Change the heavens and the earth. Zhong Huang formed seals with both hands, simultaneously casting secret techniques and battle skills. The next second, she and Lu Chen's figures moved above the long sword, while the long sword plunged straight into the ground, instantly tearing a crack several dozen meters long. Tang Jin looked at the 2 figures appearing in the sky, his eyes slightly narrowing, and he said in a deep voice, the combination of secret techniques and battle skills is interesting, but even so, you will die here today. He stepped down, and the chi surged out, causing the palm print in the air to explode, directly forcing Mu Yuan and Zhong Huang back repeatedly. Tang Jin's figure flickered, and the next second he appeared like a ghost behind Zhong Huang, throwing a punch towards Lu Chen. Don't even think about it. Zhong Huang, anxious to protect her disciple, directly embraced Lu Chen, then struck out with a palm to collide with Tang Jin's fist. The powerful impact caused cracks to appear in Zhong Huang's arm bones, pain spreading throughout her body. She gritted her silver teeth and used airwalking, trying to quickly take Lu Chen away from the battlefield. I said, no one is allowed to take this child away from me today. Tang Jin's figure followed closely, his overwhelming pressure intimidating the surroundings. Even though Zhong Huang was using airwalking, she was still suppressed in the space, unable to increase her speed to the maximum. Soon, Tang Jin caught up with her, and his fist struck out again. When the punch landed, the heavens and earth trembled. The power unleashed by this punch was comparable to that of a humanoid beast filled with a wild sense of strength. With one punch, even the space rippled, waves spreading outwards. Sister, be careful. At this moment, Lin Jinhai intervened, throwing out a mirror. The mirror flashed with light, transforming into a barrier behind Zhong Huang. As the fist came crashing down, the mirror kept flashing until the barrier shattered, leaving a crack in the mirror, which fell back into Lin Jinhai's hands. Seeing this, Lin Jinhai was about to take action himself, but Tang Jin directly hurled a punch at him. Get lost! Tang Jin shouted, and his fist struck Lin Jinhai's chest, instantly sending him flying. A dignified late-stage 7th-tier expert could not withstand this phantom's punch. Witnessing this situation, the other eager mentors immediately calmed down, deciding to wait and see, while also keeping busy, constantly sending messages and waiting for the dean to return. Lu Chen was held in Zhong Huang's arms, with warm jade in front and a faint fragrance in the air. Looking at Zhong Huang's pale face, Lu Chen said solemnly, "Teacher, this person's target is me. Let me go, I have a way to shake him off." Lu Chen was not used to being protected like this. For so many years, he had been alone, killing countless people without any attachments. Now, although Zhong Huang's actions made him feel warm, he also felt somewhat uncomfortable. Hearing this, Zhong Huang looked down at Lu Chen, her beautiful eyes shining with soft light. She shook her head gently and said softly, "You are my disciple, so naturally, I must protect you. Don't worry, this Tang Jin is merely a phantom, lacking real power. Neither of us will come to harm." Zhong Huang questioned herself. She indeed hadn't done much for Lu Chen, and even Lu Chen becoming her direct disciple was entirely his own achievement. Now that she finally had the chance to demonstrate her abilities as a teacher, how could she let it go? Lu Chen had given her a direct disciple, and she would certainly protect him. Hold on tight. Just as Zhong Huang reminded him, she once again slipped into the space. She had grasped some of the laws of space. Although her mastery was not as proficient as that of other 8th or 9th tier Qi masters, there were very few in the world who could comprehend the laws of space at the 7th tier great perfection. Even Tang Jin, while able to suppress Zhong Huang continuously, would still find it somewhat difficult to harm Zhong Huang and Lu Chen in a short time. Under Zhong Huang's protection, Lu Chen flew slowly towards the academy's exit. What would normally take a minute took several minutes this time, and in the end, Tang Jin even caught up. "No one can leave today," Tang Jin shouted as he struck down with a fist, a terrifying pressure pouring down, forcing Zhong Huang, who was using her ability to walk in the air, to reveal herself. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Tang Jin wasted no time and threw a punch. Although it was just a phantom, the power behind the punch was terrifying, like a small sun, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance that could destroy everything. Zhong Huang gathered her chi at her chest, forming a barrier, while continuously pouring her chi into it without reservation, just to withstand Tang Jin's descending fist. The fist struck like thunder, and at the moment of impact, the light flickered incessantly, with cracks spreading across the barrier. Die! Tang Jin's gaze turned cold, his aura once again overwhelming. Bang! The barrier shattered, and both Zhong Huang and Lu Chen were exposed before Tang Jin. In the next second, Tang Jin ignored Zhong Huang and charged straight at Lu Chen. "You won't get away." Just as Zhong Huang took a step forward, her feet suddenly rooted to the ground. Unable to move, she could only watch helplessly as Tang Jin advanced towards Lu Chen. At this moment, Mu Yuan had also failed to arrive in time. "Kid, pay for my son's life." Tang Jin came with a sky full of killing intent, throwing a punch that sent shockwaves, nearly knocking Lu Chen off his feet. If that punch landed on Lu Chen, he would undoubtedly die. Seeing this, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and he held nothing back. Secret technique. Boiling blood. Secret technique. Blood pool reappears. Combat skill. Great pagoda poem. Force of power. Every combat skill or technique he could use, Lu Chen unleashed without hesitation, his chi surging forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Lu Chen's aura skyrocketed, quickly reaching the mid-stage of the 6th tier. However, at this moment, his vital blood was visibly depleting. If it weren't for the blood pool reappearing, he would have lost his will at the moment he activated boiling blood. Suppress. Lu Chen slapped towards Tang Jin, the air rippling, dust swirling away. The pagoda runes on his palm lit up, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. When the palm print collided with the fist, a deafening roar echoed throughout the academy, with shockwaves affecting hundreds of meters around, turning countless buildings to ashes. Fortunately, the students were near the celebration at that time, so there were no casualties. Bang! In the first round of confrontation, the palm print quickly developed cracks. Tang Jin merely exerted a slight force, and the palm print shattered, a figure shooting out from it towards Lu Chen. Swimming dragon. Lu Chen's figure split into 5, darting in 5 different directions. Tang Jin sneered, waving his sleeve, and terrifying chi transformed into a torrent, striking towards the 5 figures. Bang bang bang. The figures shattered one after another, until the last one remained, which was Lu Chen himself. He was struck in the back by an invisible force, the terrifying impact nearly shattering his internal organs. Fortunately, at the critical moment he activated the golden body transformation, using his muscles to block a wave of impact. Even so, Lu Chen was still severely injured, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from his lips and looked at Tang Jin with an icy gaze. He said lightly, Tang Jin, Houten sect, right? I remember that. One day, I will make your Houten sect's lineage perish, leaving no one related to you alive. This was the first time Lu Chen had been pushed to such an extent. This person named Tang Jin not only bullied the weak but also encouraged his son to commit violence. In Lu Chen's heart, he had already made it onto his kill list. If there ever came a day in the future, he would have to personally kill him and destroy the Houten sect's lineage. Tang Jin scoffed, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Do you really think you can escape from me today? His gaze was contemptuous, filled with a pitying look as if he were watching ants. Lu Chen did not respond, only slowly stood up, preparing to go all in. Even if his foundation was damaged, he had to escape. Stop pretending. Tang Jin stopped wasting words and threw a punch at Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at Tang Jin's approaching figure, exhaled softly, and slowly opened his brow, preparing to use his foundation as a sacrifice to unleash a heart sword. No way! Just as Lu Chen's brow had opened and the heart sword was about to be born, a cold shout rang out again. A graceful figure quickly appeared in front of Lu Chen, striking out with a palm to confront Tang Jin. Bang! A terrifying wave of air exploded in the air, sweeping across the entire venue. Tang Jin looked at the figure of Zhong Huang in front of Lu Chen and frowned. For some reason, he felt that Zhong Huang's speed seemed to have increased a bit compared to before. Could it be an illusion? Even if he used the intent of power to exert pressure, and even if it was just a phantom, a 7th tier perfectionist should not be able to withstand the pressure. Unless. Tang Jin stared intently at Zhong Huang, sensing the fluctuations in her aura, and suddenly realized that there seemed to be something extra within her. You comprehended the intent? Tang Jin's pupils contracted, his face filled with disbelief. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Chen and the other late-arriving mentors looked at Lu Chen in astonishment. Did junior sister comprehend the intent so quickly? Lin Jinhai looked shocked. Comprehending the intent meant she was about to become an 8th-tier Qi master, stepping into the ranks of masters. Zhong Huang nodded lightly. I was able to comprehend the intent thanks to Sect Master Tang's pressure. Without this level of pressure to assist my comprehension, it would probably take me several more years to understand it. Upon hearing this, Tang Jin's face turned extremely ugly. After being domineering for so many years, today he had actually made a wedding dress for someone else. So what if you comprehended the intent? Without stepping into the 8th tier, you are still no match for me. After Tang Jin finished speaking, he charged at Zhong Huang again. Zhong Huang's beautiful eyes were resolute, her figure turning into mist as she actively approached Tang Jin. Her pupils shone brightly. The intent of speed, activate. Zhong Huang specialized in speed, and her secret technique for flying was primarily used for travel rather than combat. Before comprehending the intent of speed, Zhong Huang's speed was already comparable to that of an early 8th tier. Now that she had comprehended the intent of speed, her speed, under the enhancement of her secret technique, had reached an elusive level. With the intent of speed activated, Zhong Huang's figure vanished into thin air. She silently approached Tang Jin. Tang Jin looked at the disappearing Zhong Huang and found he could not capture her figure at all. Previously, he could rely on subtle fluctuations in space to determine where someone was, but now, as Zhong Huang slipped into the space, not even a trace of her aura was leaked. If you like hiding so much, then keep hiding. Tang Jin stepped forward, using the intent of power, and then punched towards Lu Chen from a distance. Just as his fist was thrown, the space suddenly twisted, and then the fist imprint appeared directly behind Tang Jin, rushing towards him. Tang Jin turned around and threw a punch. Bang! The two forces, both belonging to him, collided, and the explosive aftermath sent Tang Jin staggering back several steps. After stabilizing himself, his expression was exceptionally grim. At this moment, Lin Jinhai and the others, seeing Tang Jin suffer a setback, were all astonished. Junior's sister has only comprehended the intent of speed and hasn't stepped into the 8th tier, yet her strength has increased so much. Is this intent really that terrifying? The difference between momentum and intent is merely a chasm, but the intent of speed is not scary, and flying is not scary either. However, when the two are combined, it becomes unpredictable and hard to defend against. Zhong Huang's strength has increased so much, she should be able to stop Tang Jin now, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Zhong Huang's strength had indeed increased significantly. However, Tang Jin was at the late stage of the 8th rank. Although he was merely a phantom, each level beyond the 8th rank represented a realm of its own, and even a phantom could exert strength comparable to that of the first level of the 8th rank. Moreover, he was the sect master of the Haotian sect, and he hadn't even unleashed the innate creation technique, one of the sect's foundational secrets. Zhong Huang had comprehended the essence of speed, and with her ability to manipulate the air, she could contend with the first level of the 8th rank, but her greatest shortcoming was that she lacked an SSS-level combat technique. After being forced back, Tang Jin steadied himself, and his expression suddenly calmed. He looked coldly at Zhong Huang, forming seals with his hands, and the jade fan beside Tang Ming flew directly in front of him. Innate creation technique. As soon as Tang Jin's palm came to a halt, the jade fan lit up with a myriad of colors, each one stunningly beautiful, like the garments of a celestial maiden, yet radiating a chilling murderous intent. His gaze turned icy, and the light transformed into a streak of killing energy aimed at Zhong Huang, shattering everything in its path. Zhong Huang felt the piercing light and immediately slipped out of the space, then came to Lu Chen's side, grabbing his right hand and raising it. Little Lu, unleash the great floating pagoda palm. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and began to execute the combat technique. Just as he was about to complete the preparation for the great floating pagoda palm, the control was taken over by Zhong Huang. She pressed her palm against the back of Lu Chen's hand, infusing her power into his body, and then struck out towards the incoming streak of light. Boom! The palm print shot out, runes blowing, the ancient palm containing terrifying energy, its speed several times faster than before. The palm print roared, the released aura shattering the floor, turning everything into dust. Although it was executed through Lu Chen, the power was several times stronger than if Lu Chen had unleashed it himself. If left unchecked, this palm could level half of the Firehua Academy, showcasing its terror. The palm print collided with the streak of light, the great floating pagoda palm clashing with the innate creation technique. The confrontation of two different SSS-level combat techniques was a scene that many would only witness once in their lifetime. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras surged from the center of the clash between the streak of light and the palm print, crashing outward like waves. Many buildings were torn apart by the residual force. Seeing this, Lin Jinhai and others immediately intervened to block the spread of the aftermath. After more than 10 minutes of combat technique exchanges, Zhong Huang's energy began to wane. She had never comprehended an SSS-level combat technique, and being able to execute it through Lu Chen was already quite difficult, let alone maintaining it, which consumed energy several times more than Tang Jin's. Tang Jin noticed that Zhong Huang was struggling and accelerated the flow of energy. His figure became increasingly faint, but the brilliance of the streak of light grew ever more vibrant, even transforming from a myriad of colors into a rainbow-like 7-colored light. The 7-colored light swept across the sky, directly crushing the palm print. With the disappearance of the great floating pagoda palm, Zhong Huang was utterly defeated. The 7-colored light rushed down, about to engulf the figures of the two. At this critical moment, a playful voice came from afar. I say, Sect Master Tang, at your age, why are you still here bullying the small, picking on not just one, but two? As the words fell, a rusted iron sword blocked in front of Lu Chen. The 7-colored light shone on the iron sword, causing the blade to tremble incessantly, while the remaining light washed over Lu Chen, carving a trench several meters deep into the ground. The 7-colored light lasted for several seconds, during which the sword continued to tremble, as if it would collapse at any moment. Yet it held firm. As the 7-colored light dissipated, Tang Jin's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze fixed on the man walking slowly from a distance. The iron sword circled in the air and flew into the hands of a man on the left. The man appeared to be in his 30s, handsome, with a bold demeanor. Dressed in sportswear, he sheathed the iron sword at his waist and walked towards Lu Chen with a smile, though his gaze remained on Tang Jin. Sect Master Tang, long time no see, the man said with a smile. Tang Jin's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He was not happy to see an old friend but rather felt some trepidation. A dignified military lord actually has the leisure to come here. This truly surprises me. Upon hearing that the man was a military lord, the expressions of those present changed slightly, looking at him in astonishment. A military lord in his 30s. Indeed, the officials are all a bunch of monsters, Mu Yuan whispered in amazement. The military lord is still human. He needs to get out and stretch his legs during his leisure time. Recently, I heard that one of the 6 top academies produced a top-tier prodigy, so I came to witness it. I didn't expect to see such a scene of the strong bullying the weak. The man calmly looked at Tang Jin and smiled. I can't stand seeing the strong bully the weak, so I suggest that Sect Master Tang take his son home to recuperate as soon as possible, otherwise, it might delay things. Tang Jin's brows furrowed tightly. Does military Lord Lin mean to shelter this kid? Shelter? It's just that I can't stand seeing the strong bully the weak. The man was still smiling, but his eyes had narrowed. If Sect Master Tang is willing to give me face, then please leave quickly. Otherwise, I will sever your clone. Given your ruckus at the Fire Academy, I'm afraid your 3 companions from Haotian Sect won't be able to leave this door today. Tang Jin's expression grew increasingly grim. He scanned Tang Ming and Lu Chen back and forth, then glanced at the man, unleashing all his momentum and throwing a punch. Whether to retreat or not, I hope the military lord will take my punch first. Tang Jin unleashed his final punch with all his might. The power of this punch was comparable to a full-force strike from an 8th tier Chi master. The man shook his head and calmly said, "The outcome is already decided, why struggle?" He raised his finger and lightly pointed at Tang Jin. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking through the air rang out and a sword light appeared out of nowhere, tearing Tang Jin's punch mark in half. The sword light continued, eventually stopping at the center of Tang Jin's brow. "Considering you are also at the 8th tier, I will give you a chance." The man waved his hand and the sword light dissipated. Tang Jin felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, cupping his hands in respect to the man, then returned to Tang Ming's side, carrying him on his back. Before leaving, he fixed a fierce gaze on Lu Chen, his killing intent unabated. Seeing this, Lu Chen remained unafraid and coldly said, "Old man, remember, I will come to take your life." Tang Jin snorted coldly. "Then let's see if you can live until that time." With that, Tang Jin quickly vanished from the spot. With Tang Ming, the other 2 elders, seeing their sect master leave, hurriedly followed. As Tang Jin departed, the tense atmosphere lingering over the Fire Academy quickly dissipated. To think he would dare to threaten someone at the 8th tier when he is only at the late 5th tier, such audacity. At that moment, the man slowly walked in front of Lu Chen and smiled. "It doesn't matter, anyway, even if I don't threaten him, he won't let me go." Lu Chen cupped his fists in gratitude for the man's life-saving intervention. The man waved his hand and smiled, "No need for thanks, I came here for you. If you were killed by Tang Jin, wouldn't my trip be in vain? For me?" Lu Chen looked puzzled. Just now, Tang Jin referred to this man as a military lord, meaning he was an official. What would an official want with him? At that moment, Zhong Huang stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Military lord, what business do you have with little Lu?" The man waved his hand again. "We'll talk about finding someone later. Aren't you holding a banquet? I haven't eaten since I rushed here, so I might as well have a meal with you." Upon hearing this, Zhong Huang immediately led the man to the celebration, arranging a separate table for him. After Tang Jin left, the celebration continued. However, both Lu Chen and Zhong Huang were exhausted, so they skipped the tedious formalities. Once the celebration ended, the man had eaten and drunk his fill. The others gradually left the manor, leaving only the man behind. Zhong Huang brought Lu Chen to the man's side and cupped his hands. "Senior, can we now discuss what you wanted with little Lu?" "Yes." The man stood up and smiled. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Yi, the military lord of the 7th Army, here to invite Lu Chen to train in the military." A few months ago, Lin Yi learned from his subordinates that a student from the Fire Academy had killed a mid-stage 5th tier beast with a 4th tier cultivation. At first, he only paid slight attention to it and didn't think much of it. However, later on, news of the defeat of Lu Nan in the duel competition of the Dragon Crystal Academy quickly spread through the military. Initially, Lu Nan was the officially prepared genius, and once he broke through to the 6th tier, he would come to the military for training. Who would have thought he would be defeated and have his cultivation crippled? Upon investigation, it was discovered that it was Lu Chen who had done it, the same kid who had killed a mid-stage 5th tier beast on the way back from the secret realm village. Of course, all of this was not enough to prompt a military leader to come personally to extend an invitation. Lin Yi came here because the Grand Mentor of the Dragon Crystal Academy personally wrote a letter requesting the official to recruit Lu Chen into the military for training. Although he didn't know why the Grand Mentor specifically wrote the letter, as one of the most prestigious figures in the Dragon Kingdom, even the officials had to give him some respect. So, after learning about this matter, Lin Yi decided to make a personal visit to see just how extraordinary Lu Chen truly was. Now, he knew he had made the right decision. With a late-stage 5th tier cultivation, he was able to barely withstand half a move from an 8th tier master's avatar and even dared to threaten the 8th tier master. Whether in talent or temperament, he perfectly matched Lin Yi's standards for a genius. Inviting Lu Chen to the military? Zhong Huang didn't expect Lin Yi to come for someone. Her disciple, still warm in her hands, was all ready to be sent to the military for training. Zhong Huang had never been to the military, but from what she knew, the military had many more geniuses than the outside world, and they could be compared to the prodigies of hidden sections. Being able to enter the military for training would greatly help in enhancing one's strength. However, the military also had many dangers, such as suppressing beast tides, fighting against external enemies, and even going abroad to carry out missions. Any of these tasks were not something a 5th tier master could easily accomplish. Lin Yi noticed the worries in Zhong Huang's heart and shook his head. No matter how talented one is, if they don't go out to sea, The world, they will always be a flower in a greenhouse. Lu Chen may be safe staying at the Fire Academy, but his future achievements will definitely not be as high as those in the military. However, I'm just here to invite Lu Chen. Whether he goes or not depends entirely on his own thoughts. If he is unwilling, I won't force him. Lin Yi's gaze fell on Lu Chen. Although the latter hadn't spoken yet, he was certain that this kid would definitely agree to go to the military. After all, geniuses all have their pride. Wherever they can spread their wings and soar, they will go. Just like a fledgling eagle that dares to conquer the vast sky regardless of life and death. The military only accepts young masters above the 6th tier, so you have enough time to consider before Lu Chen becomes a 6th tier master. Lin Yi took out a token from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chen. If you want to come, bring this token to the 7th Army, I'll be waiting for you. Lin Yi waved his hand and slowly walked outside. Lu Chen's current cultivation was only at the 5th tier, 7th level. It would take at least another 6 months to break through to the 6th tier. 6 months was enough time for him to think it over. After Lin Yi left, Zhong Huang saw Lu Chen accept the token and understood his choice. She gently nodded her head and said softly, "It's good for you to go to the military for training. Your talent will only be wasted if you stay at the Fire Academy. Moreover, now that you are being targeted by the Haotian sect, only by going to the military will the people from the Haotian sect dare not act against you. I have comprehended the essence of speed and will soon enter seclusion. Do you have any questions for me regarding your understanding of space?" Lu Chen shook his head. "No, I just want to wish you an early breakthrough to the 8th tier and enter the realm of masters. You too, keep it up." Zhong Huan walked towards Lu Chen, hugged him, and patted his shoulder. "Work hard. I'll strive to break through before you go to the military, and then I'll send you off." Lu Chen smiled without speaking and patted Zhong Huan's back. The two embraced for a while before parting. Lu Chen watched Zhong Huan enter her villa to enter seclusion, then called for Lin Xiaoxiao to restore the manor. "You restore the manor, and I'll teach you how to break through to the 4th tier. Really? Don't worry, senior brother, I will definitely restore the manor." Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled as she nodded her little head repeatedly. Lu Chen nodded lightly, and after entrusting the manor to Lin Xiaoxiao, he headed to the Fire Hua Tower. This time, Lu Chen came to the Fire Hua Tower as a direct disciple, so as soon as he entered the building, respectful gazes shot towards him from all directions. He ignored everyone and walked straight to the 6th floor. The stairs between the 6th and 5th floors still had restrictions, but to Lu Chen, these restrictions were as good as non-existent. He easily entered the 6th floor, planning to enter a closed-door cultivation state. On the 6th floor of the Fire Hua Tower, Lu Chen intended to remain in seclusion until he broke through to the 6th stage. From Luo Yuntian, the master of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, to Tangjin of the Haotian sect, the enemies he encountered ranged from the early stages of the 7th stage to the late stages of the 8th stage, each one stronger than the last. Even with the protection of the Fire Hua Academy, there were always places where the Academy's protection could not reach. To live freely and without restraint, he had to elevate his own cultivation level. Moreover, besides these obvious dangers, there was also Lu Nan and the hidden sect behind him. If his own strength was insufficient, no matter how many people offered protection, it would still be of no use, he would still be suppressed. Lu Chen disliked being suppressed and hunted down everywhere. He preferred the thrill of annihilating those who provoked him with a single punch. Calming his mind, Lu Chen opened the system panel. Realm, 5th stage. 7th level skills: Golden Body Transformation, Unity of Heaven and Man, Blade of Metal, Charm, Space Rending, Divine Speed, Dark Spawn Summoning, Racial Talent, Devouring, Weapon Mastery, Combat Techniques, Demon Suppression and Prison Law, Perfect, Dragon Suppression, Roar, Perfect, Heavenly Travel and Void Transformation, Perfect, Wandering Dragon, Shattering Stars, Perfect, Great Pagoda, Palm, Perfect, Secret Techniques, Breath Concealment Technique, Bloodthirsty Killing Intent, Boiling Blood, Blood Pool Reappearance, Sky Control, Divine Powers, Heartsword, Understanding of the Way, Force Momentum, Sword Momentum, Comprehensive Evaluation. The player has gained the initial ability to explore the world. Violent points, 604200, can be used to draw treasure chests 600,000. Violent points seem like a lot, but for Lu Chen at this moment, whether this amount could help him break through to the 6th stage was still a question. He initially thought that the violent points required for the subsequent realm breakthroughs would not differ much from the previous ones, but who knew that after reaching the 5th stage, the required energy for each level up seemed to double. Previously, it was around 100,000 energy for each realm, but now it was likely close to 200,000, or even exceeding that. With the help of the Fire Hua Tower, perhaps 600,000 violent points would barely be enough. First, I need to enhance my physical body, then break through. It might be simpler that way. Lu Chen closed his eyes, opened his pores, and absorbed the rich fire energy in the area. Everyone has a limit to how much fire energy they can absorb, but Lu Chen had the golden body transformation, so his limit for fire energy was much higher than others, and his absorption speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, the fire energy on the 6th floor had thinned out. Not enough, Lu Chen murmured, opening his eyes to look at the ground beneath him. Since the 6th floor was insufficient, he might as well borrow from all 5 lower floors. With this thought, Lu Chen began to take action. Racial talent, devouring. As the talent was activated, a powerful suction force surged from Lu Chen's dantian, and a vortex vaguely appeared in his abdomen, crazily devouring the fire energy from the entire Fire Hua Tower. At the same time, on the 1st to 5th floors, the students who were cultivating suddenly woke from their meditative states, looking around in confusion. Wait, where the hell did my fire energy go? It just went into my body. How could it disappear all of a sudden? Damn, mine is gone too. Who stole my fire energy? Quick, go find the instructor. The fire energy on the entire 5th floor was disappearing at a visible speed, all being drawn towards the 6th floor. The core disciples of the 5th floor walked out from the secret chamber, their sharp gazes sweeping over everyone. In their eyes, the disappearance of the fire energy must be related to this group of people, as only they had the ability to seize the fire energy from this place. Who did this? Step forward honestly, and I might let you off. Otherwise, if I find out, none of you will escape. Zhao Wuji emerged from the secret chamber, cracking his knuckles, eager to take action. The others retorted, don't play the victim here, you're the strongest among us. Our fire energy has disappeared, so it must be your doing. Bullshit, I have no idea how to manipulate fire energy. I don't care, brothers, let's beat him up. Because Zhao Wuji had a previous incident to remember, as soon as he appeared, everyone present immediately suspected him. It was unclear who shouted first, but everyone charged at Zhao Wuji. What the hell, coming at me again? Zhao Wuji was taken aback for a moment, then turned and ran. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't handle so many core disciples and inner court disciples alone. Brothers, he wants to run, don't let him. Get away. Someone threw out a combat technique, blocking Zhao Wuji's path down the stairs. Zhao Wuji turned back, his face filled with anger. Don't bully me. Before he could finish, a slipper flew straight at his face. Enraged, Zhao Wuji unleashed his energy. Without holding back, looking for death, he lunged forward, actively attacking these people. The 5th floor of the Fireflower Tower quickly descended into chaos. The students on the other 4 floors, witnessing this scene, lost their desire to confront and stood still, watching the fight unfold. After a while, Zhao Wuji was overwhelmed by the combat techniques of the crowd, caught and subjected to a flurry of punches and kicks. At that moment, a stern voice rang out from the entrance. Stop! The instant the voice sounded, the energy swept over everyone's heads, forcing them into silence. Everyone turned to look at the staircase. A mentor stood there, his expression serious as he gazed at the crowd. The Fireflower Tower is a place for your cultivation, not for fighting. After saying this, he surveyed the area and noticed that all the fire energy was surging towards the 6th floor. Seeing this, he directly ascended to the 6th floor, where he found Lu Chen meditating in front of the firestone. The missing fire energy was now all flowing into his body, and it was quickly being absorbed. The mentor frowned at the sight. What kind of monster is this? The fire energy on the 6th floor isn't enough. He needs the entire Fireflower Tower? The fire energy on the 6th floor should theoretically be sufficient for the core disciples to cultivate, and generally, a core disciple could refine their physical body to perfection within 6 months in the Fireflower Tower. After that, any further enhancement would require other methods. Because of this, among the core disciples of the Fireflower Academy, 9 out of 10 would no longer return to the Fireflower Tower. Lu Chen had just become a core disciple, so it was understandable that he had a higher demand for the fire energy, but this was excessive. He had drained the first 5 floors to sustain himself alone. Simply a monster, his body is like a bottomless pit. The mentor shook his head. After figuring out the reason for the fire energy, the mentor exited the 6th floor. As soon as he returned to the 5th floor, all the students immediately surrounded him, seemingly eager to know what had happened. The mentor waved his hand and said calmly, the fire energy from the Fireflower Tower is temporarily insufficient. For the next few days, the Fireflower Tower will cease supply. What? Cease supply? The core disciples were collectively stunned. It was the first time they had seen the Fireflower Tower stop supplying energy since entering the academy. They looked towards the 6th floor, realizing something, and asked in confusion, Mentor, is it because someone on the 6th floor absorbed all our fire energy? To protect him, you chose to temporarily shut down the Fireflower Tower? The mentor did not shy away and nodded. Seeing the crowd's expressions grow increasingly dissatisfied, he spoke calmly. If you are unconvinced, go to the 6th floor and confront him. His name is Lu Chen, the latest core disciple. Lu Chen, a core disciple. Upon hearing his identity, the restless few immediately quieted down, especially Zhao Wuji and the other core disciples. What a joke! If it were any other core disciple, they might dare to confront him. But this was Lu Chen, that guy. As soon as there's a disagreement, will directly take action. Among the core disciples present, many of them had been beaten by Lu Chen before, and now, upon seeing him, they scurry away like mice, fleeing from a cat, as sneaky as can be. Asking them to confront Lu Chen is no different from sending them to their doom. Forget it, since he's the latest direct disciple, let's give him this face. Several core disciples forced themselves to say this, then scurried off in defeat. They didn't want to offend Lu Chen. Nowadays, in the Fire Hua Academy, the most talented among the direct disciples is Lu Chen, and he is bound to become the strongest generation of the Fire Hua Academy in the future. As long as one isn't a fool, they wouldn't think of provoking him for no reason. When the mentor saw that the few defiant core disciples had left, he waved his hand to the others. Disperse, everyone disperse. Soon, the crowd scattered, and the Fire Hua Tower was closed for a while. To reopen it, they would probably have to wait until Lu Chen comes out of seclusion. Although many people had grievances about this, most felt it was quite reasonable. The Fire Hua Academy never prohibits students from competing for resources. The Fire Hua Tower is also a resource, so the strong take what they can. Lu Chen's ability to empty the entire Fire Hua Tower of its fire energy for his own use is a skill in itself. Everything is in accordance with the Academy's rules. It neither favors nor shelters anyone. Moreover, to prevent students from being discontent, the mentor also posted a notice in the Fire Hua Tower. Anyone who disagrees with the closure can go find Lu Chen to discuss it. Over time, those with objections, upon seeing or hearing this news, all chose to keep quiet. Time flew by, and it was hard to tell how long had passed. On the 6th floor of the Fire Hua Tower, Lu Chen woke up from his cultivation. Radiating a scorching heat, his skin flushed as if magma flowed beneath his flesh. Ha! Lu Chen exhaled heavily, the heat radiating from his body. Soon, the redness on his skin faded, returning to its usual fairness, but the overwhelming blood energy seemed impossible to conceal, surging within and outside his body. Lu Chen clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking loudly. 100,000 pounds! His physical body had been greatly enhanced through the continuous pounding of fire energy, and even his punch strength had reached 100,000 pounds. Right now, a casual punch from Lu Chen was equivalent to the full power strike of an ordinary 5th-tier peak expert. Such powerful physical strength, not to mention in the same realm, is rarely matched even among the 6th tier. Lu Chen had already reached 100,000 pounds of punch strength several days ago, but he hadn't awakened, choosing to continue his closed-door cultivation. The main reason was that he wanted to see if he could break through the 100,000 barrier. But clearly, while the fire energy in the Fire Hua Tower was fierce, relying solely on it to break through the 100,000 barrier was still somewhat difficult. For several consecutive days, Lu Chen couldn't increase his punch strength even a little, clearly hitting a bottleneck. The fire energy of the Fire Hua Tower is ultimately insufficient to allow the physical body to break through its shackles. I can only go down the volcano or find other places more suitable for tempering the body to break through the limits. Lu Chen didn't continue to cling to his physical body. While a strong body is good, it is still secondary. The main reliance must be on one's own strength. Now that the physical body tempering was complete, it was time to focus on cultivation. Lu Chen opened the violent points panel and began to draw from the prize pool. 600,000 violent points, going all in. Ding! Consuming 600,000 violent points, 60 consecutive draws begin. The lottery pool spun wildly, one pitch-black night beast after another flashing before his eyes. After a while, the drawing ended. Ding! Night beast asterisk 60. 60 night beasts, clearly not a winning draw. Lu Chen was already used to it and clicked to devour. Ding! Devouring activated. 60 night beasts were swallowed in the blink of an eye, turning into nourishment for his innate dark beast. As the realm of his innate dark beast continuously improved, Lu Chen's own realm also changed. Boom! The energy surged like a pillar of light shooting into the sky. Lu Chen's momentum rapidly soared. 5th tier, 8th level. 5th tier, 9th level. 5th tier, peak completion. The realm leaped 3 times in succession, settling at the 5th stage of great perfection, and then continued to advance a little further before finally coming to a complete stop. Lu Chen sensed that his realm had stagnated and frowned. It wasn't that the realm stopping was a problem, but after it halted, Lu Chen felt as if he could clearly break through yet was stuck at the final hurdle. Lu Chen tried for quite a while, even attempting to use fire chi to break the shackles, but in the end, his realm remained firmly stuck at the 5th stage of great perfection. Could it be that the 6th stage requires some kind of comprehension? Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Top-tier secret techniques require comprehension, and perhaps breaking through to the 6th stage also necessitates it. But what exactly this comprehension was, Lu Chen truly did not know. Before entering seclusion, Master Zhong Huang had not mentioned that breaking through to the 6th stage required comprehension. Forget it, I'll go out and ask the other mentors. Although Lu Chen was unsure how long he had been in seclusion, his intuition told him it must have been quite some time. He stood up and stretched his muscles, then walked downstairs. As he passed the 5th floor, he found that the usually bustling 5th floor was completely empty. Continuing down, he still saw no one. This bizarre scene made Lu Chen furrow his brow. Could something have happened? The Fire Hua Tower was generally a favorite spot for students. The current silence made Lu Chen unable to help but wonder if something urgent had occurred, causing all the students to leave the Fire Hua Tower. With this thought, Lu Chen hurried downstairs. After passing the 5th floor, he saw no signs of life on any of the floors. Just when Lu Chen thought something had happened at the Fire Hua Academy, as he stepped out of the Fire Hua Tower, a faint voice drifted to his ears. Finally willing to come out, Lu Chen turned his head and found a mentor looking at him. It seemed this Fire Hua Tower was under his supervision. Lu Chen cupped his hands in greeting and asked, "Mentor, where are all the people in the Fire Hua Tower?" "They were all driven away because of you," the mentor explained what had happened recently. Upon learning that the entire Fire Hua Tower had to be shut down due to his absorption of fire chi, Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. The mentors at this academy were quite nice. "Since you've come out, the Fire Hua Tower should be reopened now." The mentor waved his hand at Lu Chen, signaling him to leave soon. Lu Chen said no more, cupped his hands again, and left the place. On the way back, Lu Chen took out his waist token, thought for a moment, and decided to ask Lin Jinhai. With Master Zhong Huang in seclusion to break through to the 8th stage, he could only seek Lin Jinhai for questions about the realm. Lu Chen first greeted Lin Jinhai, then got straight to the point, inquiring about matters concerning the realm. Lin Jinhai took a long time to respond. "Such matters are not suitable for discussion over the waist token. Come find me." Following the address, Lu Chen found Lin Jinhai's residence. At the entrance of the manor, 2 students stood there, and upon seeing Lu Chen, they immediately bowed in greeting. "Senior brother Lu, we have been waiting here for a long time. On the orders of our teacher." Lu Chen glanced at them and noticed that both had cultivation levels around the 3rd stage, 8th or 9th level, likely inner disciples under Lin Jinhai. Having inner disciples wait at the entrance for him showed that this uncle valued him quite a bit. Lu Chen nodded to the 2. "Please lead the way. Senior brother is too kind. It is our honor to guide you," the 2 said respectfully as they led Lu Chen into the manor, stopping in front of a larger villa. "Senior brother Lu, the teacher is waiting for you inside. We will take our leave now." The 2 clasped their fists and then departed. Lu Chen walked towards the villa, and just as he was about to speak at the door, it opened automatically and Lin Jinhai's voice came from inside. "Come in." Lu Chen entered the villa, and as soon as he stepped into the living room, he saw Lin Jinhai standing there to welcome him. Lin Jinhai had a broad smile on his face and waved at Lu Chen. "Little Lu, my junior sister entrusted me to take good care of you before her seclusion. Just treat me as your mentor and feel free to ask anything you want." Lin Jinhai personally poured a cup of tea for Lu Chen, a treatment that was rare even among direct disciples. Lu Chen sat on the sofa at Lin Jinhai's invitation. After receiving a cup of tea, he got straight to the point and told him about being stuck at the peak of the 5th stage. Lin Jinhai looked surprised. "When you mentioned this in your token, I thought you were preparing to break through to the 6th stage in advance. I didn't expect you to have already reached the peak of the 5th stage. A prodigy, indeed." Lu Chen had only been in school for less than a semester and had already advanced from the 3rd stage to the peak of the 5th stage, almost stepping into the 6th stage. Such talent seemed to overshadow even the genius Lu Nan from the Dragon Crystal Academy. He could even compete with some of the outstanding disciples from hidden sections. Lin Jinhai composed himself and spoke up. "Breaking through from the 5th to the 6th stage doesn't have many restrictions. Often, it's just a matter of reaching the required strength, and the breakthrough happens naturally. Your situation of being able to break through but stuck at the peak of the 5th stage is something I've only seen once before." Lu Chen frowned, wondering if he was a special case. "Master Lin, does that mean every breakthrough between stages only requires reaching the strength?" "Of course not. While breaking through from the 5th to the 6th stage doesn't require much, breaking from the 6th to the 7th stage requires comprehending at least 2 types of heavenly laws, and from the 7th to the 8th stage, one must transform their momentum into intent. As for the final 9th stage, it's said that one must comprehend a certain law." Lin Jinhai shook his head. "The concept of laws is too abstract, and I have yet to see a Qi master at the 9th stage, so I can't elaborate on it for you. But I digress. Let's talk about your situation. If I remember correctly, there are records about this in the books. Wait for me here." Lin Jinhai stood up and walked upstairs, returning after a while with a book in hand. He flipped through the pages while reading, nodding slightly. Indeed, there are records. It is said that the outstanding disciples of hidden sects also encounter this situation when breaking through from the 5th to the 6th stage, where they clearly can break through but cannot. However, this situation is not a bad thing for them. It can significantly enhance their strength and potential. Hidden sects regard this situation as a build-up before a breakthrough, but generally, only those with special physiques experience this. Unfortunately, this book does not record how to break through. If you truly wish to break through soon, you might want to ask the hidden sections. Each existence in the hidden sects has been around for over 1,000 years, and they have experienced at least 1/6 of all significant events in history. For matters not detailed in the 6 major academies, the hidden sects would have ancient texts. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly and stood up to bow respectfully to Lin Jinhai. Thank you, Master Lin. I will visit the hidden sects right away. Lin Jinhai also stood up. Do you need me to accompany you? Thank you for your concern, Master Lin, but I can manage alone. After bidding farewell to Lin Jinhai, Lu Chen left his estate and returned to his residence. At the entrance of the villa, Lu Chen saw a box nearly as tall as a person, quietly lying at the door, accompanied by a note. Congratulations on becoming a direct disciple of the Fire Hua Academy. Good luck in the future. It was signed by the teacher. Lu Chen picked up the box and gently pushed the lid, revealing a long spear as black as ink, its tip gleaming coldly. Even lying there quietly, it sent a chill down one's spine. The teacher asked me what weapon I was good at using before. It turns out he was preparing a gift for me. Lu Chen grasped the spear's shaft and pulled it out of the box, lightly swinging it in his hand. The cold star shimmered for a moment and a distant tree was directly pierced through. What a great spear! Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. This spear felt heavy in hand, but once wielded with qi, it was incredibly light, powerful, and exquisitely crafted, clearly made at great expense by Zhong Huang. With this spear, Lu Chen felt more confident about what he was about to do. After playing with the spear for a while, Lu Chen stored it in his token, vowing to repay Zhong Huang's kindness. Before leaving, Lu Chen called Lin Xiaoxiao and shared all his feelings after breaking through to the 4th stage with her. I'll leave the soul puppet to you. Whether you can break through depends entirely on your talent. Lu Chen closed the villa's door and casually handed the soul puppet to Lin Xiaoxiao for her to take care of. During the time he would be away, Zhong Huang would occasionally come to feed the soul puppet, and after Zhong Huang entered seclusion, Lin Xiaoxiao would come to nurture it. Now that he was leaving Huahua Academy and not knowing how long he would be gone, it was impossible to take the soul puppet with him. It was better to leave it at Huahua Academy to continue growing. Okay, senior brother. Lin Xiaoxiao took the soul puppet into her arms, her petite figure straightening as she earnestly saluted Lu Chen, wishing senior brother great fortune in martial arts. See you later. Lu Chen responded with a grunt, and in the next moment he vanished from the spot. After leaving the academy, Lu Chen planned to head directly to the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, but first he needed to find the sect's address. These sects were called hidden sects because they resided deep in the mountains, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to find their locations. Zhong Huang had been to the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, so she would definitely know where it was, but since she was currently in seclusion, Lu Chen wouldn't disturb her for such a matter. After pondering for a moment, he walked in a certain direction. Let's ask at the nearby auction house. If there was any place with the most information, it was undoubtedly the auction house. Every base city had one, and besides auctioning treasures, they also auctioned news from various places. This was Lu Chen's first time dealing with an auction house, but with his status as a direct disciple of Huahua Academy, he wasn't worried about the auction house not giving him face. If the auction house didn't show him respect, they could forget about continuing to operate in Huahua Academy's territory. Following the navigation, Lu Chen quickly found the auction house in Zhenghai Base City. Yunlan Auction House. 2 muscular men in black stood at the entrance, both exuding the aura of third-tier Qi masters. Having third-tier Qi masters as doormen was quite impressive for an auction house. Just as Lu Chen was about to enter through the main door, a delicate voice suddenly came from the side. Where did this country dog come from? Don't block young Master Wang's way. Lu Chen didn't expect to encounter someone so soon after stepping out, especially someone ready to deliver insults. He glanced at the 2 women and 1 man beside him. The 2 women were dressed provocatively, crowding around the man, constantly rubbing against him in sensitive areas, while the man showed no restraint, grinning widely. Seeing his female companion speak, the man waved his hand and laughed. Why bother getting angry with this kind of country bumpkin? We'll just walk past and he'll feel ashamed and move aside on his own. With that, he wrapped his arms around the 2 women and walked straight towards Lu Chen, while the 2 women looked at him with disdain and contempt. Such a strong urban vibe. Lu Chen sighed, realizing through personal experience just how classic this feeling was. The man slowly approached Lu Chen, and when he saw Lu Chen unwilling to step aside, his smile faded, his brows furrowing in displeasure as he said, "Did you not hear what I just said? Move aside." "Exactly, my young Master Wang didn't even mind you blocking the road. You should have the sense to step aside instead of just standing there watching us." "Young Master Wang, don't waste your breath on this country dog, just smell how bad he stinks. I feel like throwing up just being near him for a second." "Stink? Country dog?" Lu Chen instinctively looked down and realized he was still wearing the same training outfit from before, and after spending a long time in Huahua Tower and heading straight to Yunlan auction house without showering, he was already emanating a foul odor. No wonder these people treated him like a country dog. Wang Yuanming, seeing that both of his female companions had spoken, lost interest in continuing to argue with Lu Chen, disdainfully pulling his companions aside to bypass him. What bad luck, running into a country dog that can't even understand human language and smells terrible, right? After stepping out, Wang Yuanming cursed as he walked, even spitting in Lu Chen's direction. However, before the spit could leave his mouth, a gust of wind blew it right back in. The feeling of having his spit go back into his mouth was both uncomfortable and disgusting. Wang Yuanming stuck out his tongue, clawing at it like a dog, and retched repeatedly. After gagging, he still felt nauseous, so he took out a bottle of water and rinsed his mouth vigorously until the feeling completely disappeared. He suddenly turned around, glaring fiercely at Lu Chen. "Kid, are you looking for death?" While others might not have seen what happened, he had. That gust of wind just now was evolved from Lu Chen's chi machine. The disgusting nature of that spit made Wang Yuanming want to retch again, but before that, he planned to let Lu Chen experience the consequences of offending him. "Kid, do you know who I am?" Before Wang Yuanming could finish, a hand as white as jade stealthily reached out, grabbing his neck and violently tossing him against the wall, embedding him firmly. The two female companions beside him were still in a daze, and when they saw a figure reeking of foul odor slowly approaching, they screamed in terror. "Shut up!" Lu Chen barked coldly, and the two women instantly fell silent. "Who just called me a dirt dog?" Lu Chen's gaze scrutinized the two women. Forgive his face blindness. With their high-tech appearances, at first glance he thought they were twins. Is high-tech a trend in this other world too? Seeing Lu Chen ask this, the two women guessed he was about to take revenge, and after a moment's thought, they pointed at each other. It was her who insulted you. Bitch, it was clearly you who insulted him. You're the bitch, only you could say something like that. I wouldn't call this brother a dirt dog, look how cool he is. Signature. What did you say? Just as the two women were about to escalate from arguing to hair-pulling, the good-hearted Lu Chen decided to intervene. He waved his hand and said lightly, "Forget it, let's just beat them together." As soon as he finished speaking, before the two women could beg for mercy, Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped them. With two loud slaps, the two figures collapsed to the ground like dead dogs. Moreover, their faces twisted, looking monstrous. Indeed, attack. Face. Lu Chen wiped his hands on their skirts. This world even has strange beasts, who knows if the technology on their faces is toxic. For food safety, he had to wipe his hands clean first. After dealing with these three scoundrels, Lu Chen was about to go inside when he suddenly heard a roar from behind. "Don't you dare leave." The man struggled to pull himself out from the wall. Despite being severely injured, he still insisted on approaching Lu Chen, lifting his shirt to reveal a fiery red token. He took the waist token off and raised it to his chest, coldly stating, "I am an inner disciple of the Fire Hua Academy. If you dare to harm me, do you believe I can make you die without a burial place in no time?" As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers were in an uproar. "He's actually from the Fire Hua Academy, this is going to be interesting. I've heard that getting into the Fire Hua Academy is incredibly difficult. My uncle's cousin's nephew was in the top 3 of that school in high school. He applied to this academy, but before he even entered, he was kicked out and eliminated. That was just the simplest selection for ordinary disciples. He didn't even pass. I can't imagine the talent of an inner disciple. This young man has provoked an inner disciple of the Fire Hua Academy. He's in big trouble now. Alas, this young man has decent strength, but it's a pity he didn't join a good sect. If he were also from the Fire Hua Academy, maybe he wouldn't be afraid of him." The people present were discussing animatedly. Anyone living in the Zhanghai-based city knew about the Fire Hua Academy. As one of the 6 top academies, students who could enter the Fire Hua Academy were seen as geniuses by outsiders, and inner disciples were the geniuses among geniuses. They felt that Lu Chen was incredibly unlucky to have provoked an inner disciple of the Fire Hua Academy. At this moment, Wang Yuanming listened to the discussions around him, and his heart was already bursting with joy. Although he had lost, he had the academy backing him up. The kid in front of me doesn't even have a decent piece of clothing, and he looks like a filthy dog that just crawled out from some mountain ditch. Although my strength is currently inferior to his, given time, I will surely surpass him. After all, even among The fourth-year disciples of the inner court. There are only a few hundred at the Fire Hua Academy. Kid, if you bow down and admit your mistake now, and compensate me with 100,000, I might just let you off the hook and spare your miserable life. You talk too much. As Lu Chen finished speaking, his figure flickered in place. The next second, he closed in on Wang Yuanming and lightly threw a punch. It seemed soft and powerless, yet it was filled with lethal intent. Although Wang Yuanming's combat instincts were not strong, his speaking speed was exceptionally quick. Just before Lu Chen's fist came crashing down, he exclaimed, "I am a disciple of the inner court of Fire Hua Academy. If you dare to hurt me, be careful. Fire Hua Academy will make you pay with your life." Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, and directly smashed his fist into Wang Yuanming's chest. With a loud bang, Wang Yuanming's figure was once again embedded into the wall, blood continuously spewing from his mouth, his face pale, resembling a dying man. The onlookers were shocked by this scene. This person really dared to lay hands on a disciple of Fire Hua Academy. A brave warrior. It's just a pity he's about to fall soon. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Someone is trying to kill a student of Fire Hua Academy. Quick, someone come." As soon as these words were spoken, a powerful aura surged from not far away. A figure, as fast as lightning, arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Lu Chen and Wang Yuanming, his expression darkened, and he spoke in a deep voice, "Is it you who wants to kill a student of Fire Hua Academy?" Seeing the newcomer, Wang Yuanming's dim eyes reignited with hope. "A fourth-tier Qi master. This is a core disciple of Fire Hua Academy. That kid is doomed. Senior brother, it's him, it's..." Before Wang Yuanming could finish his sentence, the newcomer's icy voice cut him off. "Is it you who wants to kill my student from Fire Hua Academy?" The newcomer walked straight towards Wang Yuanming and then pulled out a knife, placing it against Wang Yuanming's neck. Wang Yuanming was stunned. The people around him were also bewildered. "No, you've got the wrong person with that knife, right? Shouldn't it be aimed at that kid in the training outfit?" Wang Yuanming froze for a few seconds and cautiously said, Senior brother, did you mistake the person? He is the one who wants to kill me." Yes. The bystanders nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the newcomer snorted coldly, pointing at Lu Chen, and sneered, I might not know, but him, I definitely know." As a core disciple, anyone who wasn't absent from Fire Hua Academy for long would recognize Lu Chen without a doubt. He is the 10th direct disciple of Fire Hua Academy. He defeated the first person from Longjing Academy in hundreds of years, Lu Nan. He survived a full-force strike from an 8th-tier Qi master. Each of these accolades was incredibly dazzling, not to mention 3 of them. Wang Yuanming thought the senior brother in front of him had a connection with Lu Chen and trembled as he asked, "Is he your friend?" No, Wang Yuanming sighed in relief, but the next words from the newcomer chilled his heart. "I'm not worthy to be his friend, and when I see him, I have to call him senior brother." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanming felt as if his brain was exploding with firecrackers, leaving his mind blank. Senior brother? You, a core disciple, call him senior brother? Seriously? If that's the case, then this guy who's beating me up is also a core disciple? As a 4th-year ordinary inner court disciple, he had to call even younger inner court disciples senior brother, let alone a core disciple, someone he had to look up to. Wang Yuanming's voice trembled as he pointed at Lu Chen, cautiously saying, He is a core disciple? He was before? Does that mean he has already graduated? My god. A graduated core disciple, I'm really going crazy. I actually got into a fight with him." Wang Yuanming felt an overwhelming sense of relief in his heart, thankful that he wasn't fighting Lu Chen in the wild, where there would be no legal constraints and the other party could probably slap his brains out. What was wrong with him? Clearly a core disciple, yet he stubbornly refused to reveal his identity, instead opting to take a beating first and then waiting for others to expose him. It was like he was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Wang Yuanming lay against the wall, his heart as dead as ashes, too lazy to move. The best way to handle this now was to play dead and muddle through. But the premise was that Lu Chen wouldn't nitpick with him. Otherwise, he would probably get beaten again. When the newcomer saw that Wang Yuanming had fallen silent, he turned to Lu Chen and cupped his fists in greeting. "Senior brother Lu, this person has violated the academy's rules and has committed an offense against his superior. I will take him back for severe punishment. What do you think, senior brother?" The newcomer didn't dare to look up at Lu Chen while cupping his fists. After all, Lu Chen was not just a direct disciple but also an outstanding one among them. Such a figure was rarely seen, and now that he was handling this kind of matter, it naturally had to be dealt with properly. If Lu Chen was dissatisfied, he could punish Wang Yuanming right then and there. Lu Chen waved his hand, just handle it according to the rules. The points for violent acts had already been harvested, and how Wang Yuanming would be dealt with next was none of his concern. He just wanted to quickly enter the auction house, find the sect address of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave, and then go look for them. The sooner he broke through to the 6th level, the sooner he could have the ability to protect himself. Understood. The newcomer cupped his hands again and then pried Wang Yuanming off the wall. Just as he was about to take him back to the Huohua Academy for processing, a shout suddenly came from not far away. How dare you injure my son Wang Tianba in broad daylight, seeking death. Coming was a fat middle-aged man, running while releasing his chi, charging straight towards Lu Chen. Wang Yuanming saw his father coming and, feeling moved, suddenly remembered the important matter, shouting, "Dad, don't come over." The sound of the wind was too loud for Wang Tianba to hear. He leaped into the air, raised his fist, and slammed it down towards Lu Chen. At that moment, the mid-stage 4th level chi was unleashed without reservation, causing the faces of those around to change slightly. They all felt that Lu Chen was in grave danger now. But before everyone could process their thoughts, a dull crashing sound echoed. A figure flew out, the round body falling from the sky like a cannonball, smashing the floor into pieces, and many bystanders were also caught in the shockwave. Dad! Wang Yuanming looked at his father being sent flying by Lu Chen's punch, heartbroken, and hurried over to help his father out of the pit. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Wang Tianba waved his hand, forcing a smile. Seeing this, Wang Yuanming shook his head frantically. His voice tinged with tears as he shouted, "Dad, that senior is a core disciple of Huohua Academy. You hit him, and now we both have to face the wall for reflection at Huohua Academy." What? Wang Tianba, already nearly crushed by Lu Chen's punch, almost fainted from the shock of his son's heavy news. "You ungrateful son, why didn't you say it earlier?" "I did, you just didn't hear." Just as the father and son were blaming each other, a cold and ruthless law enforcement core disciple approached, directly capturing the two and taking them back to Huohua Academy for detention. Wang Yuanming's offense was a lesser one for acting against his superior, while Wang Tianba, as an outsider, had illegally attacked an academy student without cause. Plus, he was already a chi master from the Jianghai base city, which added to his crime, meaning he would at least be detained for 3 months. Watching Wang Yuanming and Wang Tianba being taken away by the core disciples of Huohua Academy, the onlookers were once again dumbfounded. How had things progressed so strangely? Weren't they supposed to capture Lu Chen? How did they end up taking the students of Huohua Academy instead? Could it be that the young man from earlier had a background even greater than Huohua Academy, with even more influence? Oh my god, the students of Huohua Academy have all been captured. The forces behind this person are probably even more terrifying than Huohua Academy itself. It's over, the sky over Jianghai base city is about to darken. Inside the auction house, while Wang Yuanming and Wang Tianba were embracing each other and performing a duet, he had already entered from outside. Thanks to Wang Yuanming's provocation, Lu Chen was able to showcase his strength, so despite the foul stench on him, the guards at the entrance still let him in. Lu Chen wandered around the auction house, deliberately using chi to mask his odor, while his gaze roamed over each counter. Just as he was about to look for the person in charge of the auction house, a delicate figure approached him and respectfully bowed. "Senior, my young lady requests your presence." Lu Chen looked at the woman before him. Her appearance and demeanor were not bad. He initially thought she was the person in charge of the auction house, but it turned out she was just a servant by her side. It seemed that the head of the Yunlan auction house had quite a mysterious identity. Lu Chen nodded slightly to the newcomer. "Lead the way. Please follow me, senior." The woman respectfully led the way in front of him, taking Lu Chen to the 3rd floor of the auction house, then guiding him into a room. The room was antique and fragrant with sandalwood. Bright overall, but there was not a single person in sight. "My young lady asks the senior to bathe and change here. I will wait outside. If you need anything, just call for me." The woman cupped her hands in a bow and then exited the room. Seeing this, Lu Chen released the chi that was masking his odor and then walked towards the bathroom. He didn't find the request unreasonable. Moreover, he had originally planned to find a place to bathe, and since she had arranged it in advance, there was no reason to refuse. Lu Chen took off his clothes and hung them behind the screen, then entered the bathroom for a thorough wash. Halfway through, the sound of a guqin suddenly filled the room. Breathing in the scent of sandalwood and listening to the melodious music, Lu Chen unconsciously experienced a taste of the carefree life of ancient people. After washing away the foul smell, Lu Chen stepped out of the bathroom and saw a figure suddenly appear behind the screen, still playing the guqin, her slender fingers dancing over the strings. "I have to say, isn't your way of inviting people a bit strange? You weren't here before the bath, and now you suddenly appear after, and it's while I'm not dressed. Isn't this the same as trespassing and peeping?" Lu Chen was currently in a state of undress. It wasn't that he didn't want to wear clothes, but the token for storing his clothes was hanging outside, and who would have thought that this perfectly fine woman would insist on coming into the room to play the guqin? She must be lacking some kind of plant. As soon as he finished speaking, a light, bell-like laugh came from behind the screen. "Senior Lu, your talent is exceptional. I thought you would be different from ordinary people, but it seems you are still like everyone else, caring about your own flesh and blood. I cannot care. After Lu Chen said this, he walked straight towards the screen. The figure behind the screen paused. The sound of the guqin became intermittent, clearly flustered. But she seemed to be trying to maintain her composure, softly saying, "If you take another step forward, Senior Lu, you will see everything." No problem. Lu Chen didn't care about his own little territory, since he had no inferiority complex in that regard. What did it matter if a man and a woman were seen together? He walked directly towards the screen, and the woman behind it could no longer hold back, standing up and retreating. "Senior Lu, please don't come any closer." Hearing the fear in her tone, Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. "Aren't you quite brave?" He remained unfazed, stepping through the screen to see a woman dressed in palace attire, her small hands tightly covering her eyes. Upon hearing Lu Chen's approaching footsteps, her delicate face turned crimson, even the base of her snow-white neck flushed red. "Senior Lu, don't speak, I need to get dressed." Lu Chen held the token in his hand, and with a thought, a brand new outfit appeared in his grasp. He quickly put on his clothes, and after a while he sat down in front of the guqin, looking at the woman who had tightly covered her eyes. He didn't speak, and neither did she. Soon the room fell into a deep silence. At that moment, the woman quietly spread her fingertips, revealing a gap, and secretly glanced at Lu Chen, their eyes meeting just right. Her pretty face turned red again. Lu Chen looked at her flushed face and let out a disdainful chuckle. With such little courage, she dared to tease him. How naive. Seeing that she had opened her eyes, Lu Chen placed his palm on the guqin and said lightly, "Did you come to find me for something?" Upon seeing Lu Chen's indifferent expression, the woman immediately realized that she had become passive. She tried to regain the initiative, but the words stuck in her throat, and she could only obediently respond to Lu Chen's question. "My name is Lu Ishue, a direct disciple of the Xianyu Academy, and I am also the head of the Yunlan Auction House." Xianyu Academy, one of the 6 major academies, is said to be filled with talented and beautiful female chi masters. Even the mentors and the dean are all women. Lu Chen nodded slightly. "Get to the point." Seeing Lu Chen like this, Lu Ishue bit her lip, her tone slightly defiant. "Lu Shixiang, I'm also a direct disciple. Give me some face." "So what if you're a direct disciple? Can you beat me?" Lu Chen said flatly. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, help me with something." Lu Ishue stared at Lu Chen, realizing he couldn't even be bothered to look at her. Understanding that this situation was unfavorable for what she was about to say, she sighed helplessly and said softly, "I wonder if Shixiang has anything he needs me to do for you?" "The 9 Suns Immortal Cave. Does your auction house have its sect address?" "The hidden sect?" Lu Ishue snapped her fingers, and a servant waiting outside immediately pushed the door open and bowed to Lu Ishue and Lu Chen. "Miss, Senior." Lu Ishue nodded slightly and said calmly, "Lu Shixiang wants the sect address of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave. Please contact other auction houses to see if they have it." "Yes." The servant nodded respectfully, exited the room, and gently closed the door. After the servant left, Lu Ishue's previously lively face relaxed again. "Lu Shixiang, we should be able to find out the sect address of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave within half a day. While we wait, why don't I show you around the auction house?" "Thank you, but I'm not interested." Lu Chen raised his hand to refuse Lu Ishue's kindness. He had little interest in the auction house. Most of the auctions were for weapons, combat skills, and secret techniques. Lu Chen had no shortage of weapons, and with the Great Buddha Palm, he had plenty of combat skills. As for secret techniques, the 2 top-tier secret techniques were enough for him to use for a long time. Seeing Lu Chen so cold, Lu Ishue felt a little grumpy. If you don't want to go, then don't go." "What a heartless man, I'll go by myself." Although she was full of complaints, she still smiled and gave a slight bow to Lu Chen. "Since Lu Shixiang doesn't like crowds, I won't insist. However, I still have an auction to host later, so you can rest here for a while." After saying this, Lu Ishue left the room without looking back, heading towards the auction hall. As the head of the Yunlan auction house, Lu Ishue normally wouldn't need to host the auction herself. The reason she was making an appearance this time was due to a treasure worth over 10 million, even up to 100 million. It was said that this item could enhance a chi master's comprehension of the Tao, making it easier for them to grasp a second understanding of the Tao. Because this item was so extraordinary, to ensure everything went smoothly, Lu Ishue decided to host the auction herself. With Lu Ishue's arrival, the auction officially began. Powerful figures from various factions saw the iron piece wrapped in red cloth and immediately began bidding high prices, the atmosphere heating up. At the auction site, Lu Ishue watched in astonishment as the iron piece was quickly bid up to over 90 million. Although the iron piece could help a chi master comprehend a second understanding of the Tao, the probability was extremely low, akin to buying a lottery ticket. Yet these factions were still willing to spend a fortune for it. Looking at the increasingly lively venue, Lu Ishue released her aura, her voice echoing throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the Yunlan auction house prohibits private fights during the auction, so I hope you can give this little girl some face. Louis Xue's gentle voice was like an invisible hand, soothing everyone's restlessness. They looked at Louis Xue on stage. Such a heavenly beauty personally hosting the auction truly should not lose her composure. As Miss Lu said, this auction is all about words, not actions. I bid 100 million. 100 million is nothing to brag about. I bid 120 million. A bunch of paupers. I bid 150 million. Soon, the venue was filled with the sounds of bidding again. Their offers climbed higher and higher, leaving one to wonder if they genuinely wanted the iron piece or simply wished to flaunt their wealth in front of Louis Xue. Watching the prices rise, Louis Xue's expression wavered between excitement and worry. While rising prices were undoubtedly beneficial for the auction house if the value of the iron piece reached a certain height, maintaining order in the venue would likely become impossible. Just as Louis Xue was concerned about this, a loud voice rang out. I bid 500 million. Silence. The venue suddenly fell dead silent. Everyone stared intently at the person in the corner who had made the bid, their eyes filled with a murderous glare. Seeing everyone looking at him, the man slowly stood up and said nonchalantly, auctions are won by the highest bidder. If you want the iron piece, bid higher. Of course, my bid will only be higher than yours. This statement was laced with provocation, and a thick smell of gunpowder filled the hall. Louis Xue saw this scene and forced a smile. This guest. She was about to calm the emotions of the others when suddenly someone shouted in rage. Kid, you have money, huh? Let's see if that money can save your life. An old man suddenly stood up, his powerful aura surging like a torrent, charging towards the man. Midstage 6th level. The man clearly did not expect that the old man would dare to harm someone at the auction, and in a moment of unpreparedness he was slammed against the wall by the aura. He slowly slid down the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face looking extremely pale. Old Wang. The man shouted sharply, and above the auction, a figure broke through the ceiling and arrived at the scene. The powerful aura radiating from him far surpassed that of the old man, even capable of directly suppressing him. The newcomer coldly glared at the old man and said, harming my family's young master. Your life ends here today. With that, he charged at the old man. The old man's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked around and shouted, everyone, this force is randomly bidding and disrupting the market. They are clearly targeting us. If we back down today, no one will get the iron piece. As soon as he finished speaking, several forces that felt capable of competing for the iron piece rushed to assist. Old Lu, don't be afraid. An outsider wants to bully us. They are clearly seeking death. Let's unite and take them down. The figures of 6th level chi masters darted above the venue, and the terrifying waves of battle caused chaos to erupt in the hall. Louis Xue stood on stage, her expression somewhat dazed. I knew it, I knew it. Such a good item, the Yunlan auction house simply cannot suppress it. I don't know what those in charge were thinking. Instead of sending this iron piece to the auction house in Jinghai Base City, they brought it to Jianhai Base City. Now look, a group of 6th levels are fighting. Damaging the items is secondary. I'm just afraid they'll fight to the point of directly snatching the iron piece. Although it can be recovered, if the iron piece is damaged, the loss will all be on my performance. At that moment, several 5th level perfected guardians approached Louis Xue, pointing at the figures fighting above, and asked, Manager, should we stop them? Forget it, we can't stop them. Just protect the auction items for now. Louis Xue was already preparing to request support from headquarters. Just as she took out her badge and was about to call for rescue, a voice, neither cold nor warm, rang out from the other end of the combat area. Oh, a bunch of useless people are really putting in some effort. The words were perfectly audible to everyone, making them turn their heads sharply. Leaning against the railing was a person, Lu Chen. He had been resting at the back but came over to take a look after hearing the commotion. Seeing a group of 6th-tier fighters in a brawl, he couldn't help but feel eager. These were all walking points of violence. Why not take advantage of them? Kid, what did you just say about us? An old man turned around, his gaze fierce as he fixed his eyes on Lu Chen, the powerful aura of a 6th-tier initial stage radiating from him, almost suppressing the entire scene. The other 6th-tier experts also focused their eyes on Lu Chen, an invisible pressure pouring down on him alone. Witnessing this, the other spectators couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. To make several 6th-tier experts stop fighting with just his own strength was truly commendable. Unfortunately, his life might be a bit short. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen moved his lips and repeated what he had just said. I said, you bunch of useless people are really putting in some effort. Boom! Before his words could finish, a series of violent explosions erupted in the auction venue. A powerful aura emanated from the 6 of them, all 6th-tier chi masters. These individuals, no matter where they were placed, were significant figures. For Lu Chen to offend 6 at once, others saw him as quite courageous. Even Louis Xue felt a bit anxious for Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen had promised Lu Nan was merely at the peak of the 5th tier, comparable to a 6th-tier Chi Master. But now, Lu Chen was facing 6 6th-tier Chi Masters, and some were even at the mid-6th tier. This was far more challenging than battling Lu Nan. Lu Yishua's beautiful eyes fell on Lu Chen, praying for him in her heart, feeling a bit touched. Although Lu Chen appeared cold, he actually cared for her. He knew that such matters would negatively impact the auction house, so he risked himself to help her out. He truly was a worthy candidate for a husband. Moreover, Lu Chen's candidness with her father behind the screen earlier had left her quite satisfied with him. At this moment, Lu Chen stood at the railing facing the 6 6th-tier Chi Masters who were glaring at him, with only one thought in his mind: defeat them and gain points of violence. Seeing no one stepping forward, Lu Chen curled his finger, his tone casual. "You lowly scum, come and spar with me." Lu Chen's arrogance infuriated the 6. However, he was just one person, and winning a 6-on-1 fight wouldn't be honorable, so they all planned to let someone else take the chance. "You dare to talk big at such a young age? The last person who said something like that to me is already 6 feet under. Kid, speaking so boldly, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Or did your pants fall down because you didn't tie your belt properly, you ignorant little brat?" Before the old man's mocking voice could finish, a figure suddenly crossed half the venue and instantly appeared in front of him. The old man's eyes widened in terror. He raised his arms to shield his chest, but as soon as his arms made contact with Lu Chen's fist, pain spread throughout his body in an instant. With a crack, the bones in his arm shattered, and he was sent flying by Lu Chen's punch. Bang! The wall of the venue was smashed, and the old man's figure flew out of sight. Seeing this scene, there was half a second of dead silence in the venue. But soon someone shouted, "This kid is not right, let's all go together." As soon as the words fell, no one cared about the ethics of bullying the weak anymore, and they all charged at Lu Chen. A dense aura of chi swirled in the venue, like a vast ocean, with waves rolling continuously, crashing towards Lu Chen one after another. 5 6th-tier fighters joining forces could even contend with a 6th-tier late stage, let alone a peak 5th-tier. In their eyes, Lu Chen had won against a 6th-tier opponent through sheer luck and a surprise attack, as long as he wasn't able to catch them off guard. He was nothing to fear. 5 figures stood in 5 different corners, their chi swirling in their hands as they unleashed their combat techniques towards Lu Chen. 5 streams of spiritual light flickered in the air, rapidly surging towards him. Seeing this, Lu Chen's expression remained calm as his figure split into 5. Swimming dragon. Lu Chen's form swiftly shifted, and 5 figures appeared behind the 5 opponents. His arms dropped, and the azure light flickered at his fingertips, a sharp aura surging around him. Blade of gung metal. Lu Chen pointed with his 5 fingers, and the azure light instantly shattered the 5's offensive, charging towards them. The 5 felt the terrifying sharpness within the azure light and retreated in a flash, quickly backing up to the edge of the venue. To the others, it seemed as if Lu Chen was fighting 5 opponents at once and had even pushed them back. This strength was simply godlike. The 5 were forced to the edge, with nowhere left to retreat, and as they watched the azure light still piercing towards them, their expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly unleashed their secret techniques. Their respective secret techniques combined with combat skills quickly erupted into a new wave of offense. Their attack collided with the azure light, and the powerful shockwaves turned into layers of air currents that rolled through the venue, causing many to be shaken to the point they could barely sit still, rushing to the entrance for safety. "Manager, be careful." The guard beside Lu Yushua quickly shielded her in the center while showcasing his masculine charm. But Lu Yushua's gaze was firmly drawn to Lu Chen, unable to shift even a bit. Strong. So strong. Lu Yushua had initially thought Lu Chen could only fight to a standstill with a 6th-tier Chi Master, but she never expected that he could suppress them even while outnumbered 5-1. Moreover, it seemed he was handling everything with ease. She really wanted to know who this powerful man was talking to. Could he talk to her too? As the azure light faded and the combat techniques dissipated, Lu Chen looked at the 5 who had exhausted all their efforts just to block the azure light and shook his head disdainfully. "Kid, what do you mean?" The 5 looked at Lu Chen, their faces twisted with anger. Although Lu Chen hadn't said a word, it felt as if he had said a lot without speaking. Regardless, facing 5 against 1, especially in a situation where they were at a disadvantage, not being able to concede was more painful than being killed. The final blow must make him kneel and admit his mistakes. The 5 exchanged glances, then unleashed their chi without reservation. They planned to execute their strongest strike. But Lu Chen clearly had no time to continue playing with them. The 5 figures spread out around the 5 opponents, releasing chi from their bodies, forming a cage that squeezed the 5's bodies. Shatter stars. With a thought, Lu Chen's spatial confinement from the combat technique began to crack, a terrifying sense of fragmentation spreading throughout their bodies. The intense pain combined with a feeling of suffocation left them in despair. They couldn't call for help, nor could they struggle. It was as if they were trapped in a meat grinder, their flesh being torn apart everywhere. The 5 figures hung in midair like cured meat, and with the intense pressure of Shatterstars, they all spat out blood. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, to fight 5 while being at a cross-dire disadvantage and still injure them, this young man is a monster. What kind of perverse power can cultivate such a monstrous young generation? Thank goodness we didn't rush in earlier." Shatterstars continued for a while until the 5's auras weakened, and only then did Lu Chen release their confinement. Without the feeling of confinement, the 5 felt the surrounding air was exceptionally fresh. They looked at Lu Chen not far away, quickly cupping their hands in respect, then left with their own forces in a dejected manner. The man who had previously bid 500 million was also preparing to leave, but just as he was about to step out the door, Lu Yixue called out to him, "This young master, please hold on. Earlier, you bid 500 million and the 5 were competing with you, so the iron piece has been awarded to you." A few minutes ago, the man would have been very pleased to hear this, but now, after Lu Chen displayed his thunderous methods, he had no interest in the iron piece at all. The main reason was that he believed Lu Chen was also here to compete for the iron piece. Whoever took the iron piece would be opposing Lu Chen. Given that Lu Chen had single-handedly challenged 5 6th-tier Chi masters and won, how could he dare to take the iron piece? Seeing that money had already been spent, the man gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. He cupped his fists towards Lu Chen. "Senior, this iron piece is a generous gift from me to you. I hope you will accept it." A gift from himself? Lu Chen looked at Lu Yixue, who then took out the iron piece from under the red cloth. The iron piece was rusty and lacked any luster. But since those people had just fought over it, it couldn't be that simple. Since it was a gift, how could one refuse? Lu Chen nodded lightly and took the iron piece from Lu Yixue's hands. Seeing Lu Chen accept the iron piece, the man let out a long sigh of relief. The iron piece was taken, but that meant he couldn't be beaten anymore. "Young master, let's go." The 6th-tier mid-stage man, who had been heavily injured by Lu Chen, quickly pulled the young master away from the venue as soon as he saw Lu Chen no longer looking this way. The 6 forces left. They dared not say anything to Lu Chen, nor did they dare to make threats, all sneaking away quietly, afraid of being left behind to have tea with Lu Chen. Today's highlight was only the iron piece. Once it was auctioned off, the others had no reason to stay, and they all got up to leave the auction house. Lu Chen examined the iron piece for a moment, finding nothing unusual, and temporarily stored it in his waist token. Just as Lu Chen was about to return to rest, a warm voice called out to him, "Thank you, Senior Lu, for stepping in to resolve the situation. Yixue, as a token of gratitude, is willing to do anything for you." Lu Chen turned around to see Lu Yixue's beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at him, eagerly anticipating, and he knew she must have misunderstood. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lu Chen spoke to dispel her concerns. "Don't get me wrong, I'm addicted to battle. Helping you is just incidental. Alright, since you've said that, I helped resolve the situation for the auction house, so as the person in charge, you should indeed give me some compensation." Lu Yixue swore she had never wanted to bite someone so badly in her life. "No. Am I not beautiful? Do I have to be your Sigma man? It's fine if you don't accompany me, but you still want me to compensate you. Go away, no way." Lu Yixue maintained her smile and softly said, "What kind of compensation does Senior Lu want?" "The address of the sect in the 9 Suns Immortal Cave." Lu Chen didn't like owing favors. Helping her prevent a major conflict at the auction house was just a way to repay this favor. Lu Yixue felt underestimated, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes, and softly replied, "Then I'll listen to Senior Lu." Lu Chen hummed in acknowledgement and vanished in an instant. This guy. Lu Yixue watched as Lu Chen left without looking back, feeling utterly helpless. She had never seen such an indifferent man towards women, and the key was that she still needed something from him. Coming back to her senses, Lu Yixue glanced at the shattered buildings around her and quietly instructed the guards nearby, "Send a few people to repair this place." "Yes." After arranging things, Lu Yixue didn't seek out Lu Chen again but sent someone to investigate the forces behind those troublemakers. The Yunlan auction house was just one of the main family's forces, and the main family's auction houses were spread across various base cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone daring to cause trouble at the Yunlan auction house had to be prepared for retaliation. Lu Yixue had originally come to the auction house for some training during her holiday, but she hadn't expected to encounter such an incident. If it weren't for Lu Chen's timely intervention, her training would have ended in failure. This debt she would settle with those forces one by one. Time flew by, and at dusk, the auction houses from other base cities sent the address of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave to the Yunlan auction house. After receiving the information, Lu Yixue knocked on Lu Chen's door. Just as her fingers tapped on the door, it opened automatically. Lu Chen was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opening his eyes to glance at Lu Yixue. The latter immediately took out the information and handed it to Lu Chen. "Senior brother Lu, here is what you wanted." As she spoke, a surge of energy fell into Lu Yixue's hand, and then the information in her hand flew into Lu Chen's grasp. Lu Chen unfolded the document, revealing a map detailing the location of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave Sect. Seeing this, Lu Chen tucked the map into his waist token and stood up, cupping his hands towards Lu Yixue. Thank you. After saying that, he prepared to leave. At that moment, Lu Yixue called out to him softly, Senior brother Lu, I've helped you with something. Could I ask you to help me in return? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused. He slowly turned around and replied calmly, I've already repaid your favor. We owe each other nothing now. Lu Chen had long suspected that Lu Yixue wouldn't help him for free. Fortunately, someone had caused a disturbance, allowing him to repay that favor. Even if he left directly now, Lu Yixue wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Yixue's expression remained calm, as if she had anticipated his response. She waved her jade hand, and a surge of energy surrounded the room, sealing all the doors and windows to prevent Lu Chen from escaping suddenly. Seeing this, a smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth and a green light flickered at his fingertips, a fierce aura surging forth. Are you trying to imprison me here, or do you wish to spar with me? Lu Chen relished the idea of others seeking trouble, especially someone like Lu Yixue, who had considerable strength. In Lu Chen's dictionary, there was no term for cherishing beauty, there was only the concept of violent points. Lu Yixue glanced at the green light at Lu Chen's fingertips, her beautiful eyes flickering, and she quickly bowed to him. Senior brother Lu, my intention in stopping you is not malicious, I genuinely have a request. I hope you will allow me to finish speaking. Observing Lu Yixue's demeanor, Lu Chen waved his hand and the green light dissipated. He sat down in a chair and said lightly, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Whether I help or not is up to fate. Lu Yixue nodded slightly, retracting her energy, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Chen as she softly said, Senior brother Lu, you want the address of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave Sect. You must be looking to use their cultivation methods to break through your realm, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. The fact that he was stuck at the 6th level had only been known to Lin Jinhai until now. As a direct disciple of the Immortal Feather Academy, Lu Yixue couldn't possibly know about such matters unless she had seen similar situations often enough to discern what others lacked at a glance. Realizing this, Lu Chen asked, Are you from a hidden sect? Sort of, Lu Yixue replied with a wry smile, continuing, Although the Nine Suns Immortal Cave is a hidden sect, it is only a third-rate sect among hidden lineages. Their cultivation methods are merely subpar. If Senior brother Lu wants to utilize the cultivation methods of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, it would be better to seek out a first-rate sect or even a top hidden sect. Their cultivation methods can not only help you break through to the 6th level faster but also enhance your potential. With your current talent, Senior brother Lu, combined with the cultivation methods of a first-rate hidden sect, you might even advance to the 9th level Grandmaster realm in the future, which is far more impressive than that of an 8th level perfection. If Senior brother Lu is willing to help me, I would be willing to offer you the cultivation methods of a first-rate sect as a token of gratitude. What do you think, Senior brother Lu? Lu Yixue came to the Yunlan auction house to take on the role of manager, partly to complete her training task and partly to get closer to Lu Chen. After she emerged from the Immortal Feather Academy, she had heard about a prodigy at the Fire Hua Academy, so she rushed to the Yunlan auction house, only to find out that Lu Chen had been missing from the Fire Hua Academy for several months. It wasn't until today, when Lu Chen caused a commotion at the auction house, that she noticed the person outside was the Lu Chen she had been searching for. Her reason for seeking Lu Chen was simple: she wanted to leverage his strength to suppress some people in her family. Moreover, she believed that the conditions she offered were quite generous, and Lu Chen at this moment would definitely not refuse. The reason she was certain that Lu Chen needed this type of cultivation method was that she sensed his realm, which had remained at the peak of the 5th stage, but was stronger than most at that level. She had seen this situation in her family. Many in the younger generation encountered this when breaking through to the 6th stage, and they needed special cultivation methods to break through this barrier and smoothly enter the ranks of 6th stage Chi Masters. Lu Chen's identity was quite transparent. He had fought his way from a small-town high school into the Fire Hua Academy. Although he was of the bloodline of the Lu family from Jinghai, the Jinghai Lu family had not raised him. Strictly speaking, Lu Chen was a solitary figure, relying solely on his own strength to become a direct disciple of Fire Hua Academy, recognized as the #1 among the younger generation by the 6 top academies. For someone like him, using a special cultivation method to guide and tempt him was undoubtedly the most effective and simplest approach. Lu Yixue was convinced that Lu Chen would eagerly agree. At this moment, after hearing everything, Lu Chen gently lifted his gaze and then stood up. Meeting Lu Yixue's expectant eyes, he, not interested, not interested. These 3 words exploded in Lu Yixue's chest like a heavy bomb, the scorching flames making her feel suffocated and furious. Not interested? You're stuck at the 6th stage, and you're still not interested? Don't you know that if you don't rely on special cultivation methods to break through to the 6th stage, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life? Lu Yixue was going crazy inside, unable to understand Lu Chen's intentions, but her smile remained unchanged. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of confusion as she curiously asked, "Does senior brother Lu want to rely on other methods to break through to the 6th stage? But as far as I know, aside from the special cultivation methods of hidden sects, there seems to be no way to break through on your own. Or is senior brother Lu planning to go to the Nine Suns Immortal Cave to ask for a cultivation method? I've always heard that the special cultivation methods of the major hidden sects are equivalent to the sect's foundation and are never passed on. Even if senior brother goes to ask, the Nine Suns Immortal Cave probably won't give it to you." Although Lu Yixue no longer lived in her family, she was well aware of the ways of the hidden sections. Don't even think about getting a cultivation method. You, who are not from a hidden sect and are not even a 7th stage Qi master, would be ignored if you went to pay respects. Even if Lu Chen was a direct disciple of Firehua Academy, the Nine Suns Immortal Cave might not give him face. Hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head. "Who told you I was going to ask for the cultivation method from the Nine Suns Immortal Cave? Then what does senior brother Lu intend? To destroy the sect and seize the methods." The 6 words Lu Chen spoke lightly contained endless killing intent. He had always acted domineeringly. The Nine Suns Immortal Cave had repeatedly tried to kill him, and now that he had enough strength, it was time for revenge. To annihilate the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, kill Luo Yuntian, and conveniently obtain the cultivation methods. Once he found a place to break through to the 6th stage, he could go to the military to continue enhancing his strength and conveniently gain points for his violent actions. If one were to say where it was best to obtain points for violent actions, it would definitely be in the border regions, where countless exotic beasts and external enemies existed, and points for violent actions were abundant. Upon hearing that Lu Chen wanted to destroy the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, Lu Yixue's pretty face was astonished, doubting whether she had misheard. A peak 5th stage master wanting to destroy the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, which was guarded by a 7th stage early Qi master. This can't be a joke, right? Lu Chen could defeat a mid-6th stage master with his peak 5th stage cultivation, indeed possessing the strength and talent to match his peers. Defeating Lu Nan with such strength wasn't difficult. However, while Lu Nan was strong, he was still an undeveloped genius. But the sect master of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, Luo Yuntian, was already a 7th stage Qi master. After the 7th stage, each level represented a new world, and Lu Chen was only at the peak of the 5th stage. Facing Luo Yuntian from nearly 2 major realms away was simply boundless arrogance. Although Lu Yixue had doubts about Lu Chen's strength, she did not point it out, instead offering a gentle reminder. Brother Lu's strength is indeed extraordinary, but the Nine Suns Immortal Cave is not an ordinary force. The sect has a strong foundation, and it is said that its master is a 7th tier Qi master. Since Brother Lu wants to extinguish their lineage, it would be better to first find a cultivation method to break through to the 6th tier before making plans. That way, the odds of success will be greater. If Brother Lu is willing to help me, I can also offer a top-tier special cultivation method first. Once Brother Lu breaks through to the 6th tier, we can discuss further assistance. Lu Chen shook his head. He wasn't a fool. Once he accepted the cultivation method offered by Lu Yixue, he would have no choice but to help later. Even if he didn't want to. Having access to a top-tier hidden sex cultivation method meant that the forces behind Lu Yixue were definitely not as simple as just the Xianyu Academy. If he benefited and didn't help, it would only lead to a heap of trouble. He already had the Haotian sect pressing down on him. Adding another top-tier hidden sect would only increase the pressure. I appreciate your kindness, but as I said before, whether or not to help depends on fate. Unfortunately, fate doesn't seem to want me to help, so I must take my leave. Lu Chen stood up, his gaze turning towards the window. Brother Lu, you. Lu Yixue was about to persuade Lu Chen to stay, but before she could finish, Lu Chen's figure had already vanished from the spot. Seeing Lu Chen leave so decisively, Lu Yixue could no longer contain her anger and began to stomp her feet in frustration. Stupid man! Stupid man! Clearly, there's a ready-made cultivation method available, yet he insists on taking the risk to raid the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. Is he trying to throw his life away? Complaints aside, Lu Yixue felt a twinge of regret. Had she known Lu Chen was so unyielding, she should have kept the doors and windows sealed earlier so he wouldn't have left so easily. The key was that she had been too confident, thinking this would convince Lu Chen. In the end, he just didn't play by the rules. Fine, if you won't help, you won't help. When you go to the Nine Suns Immortal Cave and come back with a setback, let's see if you still have that temper. Lu Yixue huffed. Hearing someone call for her from outside, she quickly regained her composure, her face returning to its usual calm, her eyes like still waters, every frown and smile exuding the grace of an ancient beauty. After leaving the Yunlan auction house, Lu Chen also departed from the Zhanghai Bay City, taking a flight to the territory of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. As a hidden sect, their base was not within the base city but deep in the mountains, accompanied by exotic beasts. The plane flew over several base cities before finally landing in the Pinglan base city. Pinglan City is located in the south of Long Country, quite close to the base city where Lu Chen attended high school. This area is home to the 10,000 Great Mountains, which is why there are many hidden sects, with the Nine Suns Immortal Cave being one of them. After disembarking from the plane, Lu Chen walked out of Pinglan City and headed into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Although it was his first time in the 10,000 Great Mountains, the map detailed the route from Pinglan Base City to the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, so Lu Chen followed the path without the risk of getting lost. Once he entered the 10,000 Great Mountains, Lu Chen quickly encountered exotic beasts. This mountain range was truly a paradise for exotic beasts. He could run into a third-tier exotic beast every 100 meters. Lu Chen walked and fought his way through. Just as he was nearing the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, he suddenly saw a flicker of light in the distance, followed by a barrier appearing in front of him. Lu Chen tapped on it and found that the barrier was so solid that even a 7th-tier Chi master would struggle to break through. Could this be the protective formation of the sect? Curiously, Lu Chen punched it and discovered it was indeed similar to a protective formation. This barrier not only blocked exotic beasts but also prevented outsiders from entering. With the protective formation of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave in place, Lu Chen couldn't even get in if he wanted to. How about capturing a disciple of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave who was going out and see if I can get him to take me in? With this thought, Lu Chen found a place to hide and then released his shadowy minions to keep an eye on every exit of the protective formation. Anyone coming out of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave would be captured. Thus, Lu Chen waited for a long time, but no disciple of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave came out, just as he was getting tired of waiting and was about to directly confront the protective formation of the sect. Several footsteps suddenly approached from a distance, accompanied by a few voices of conversation. From their chatter, Lu Chen learned that these people were also heading to the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, seemingly to celebrate someone's birthday. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. What good luck! Just when he was feeling weary, someone came to offer him a pillow. Outside the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, two old men followed a young man in a brocade robe as they walked towards the cave. Young master, why do you think the Nine Suns Immortal Cave has invited nearby sects to the banquet this time? Fool, why ask the young master about such things? It must be for that Lu Chun from the Fire Hua Academy. I heard he not only killed the young sect master of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave but also wiped out 3 elders. This time, Luo Yuntian suffered a setback at his hands, so he definitely won't let it go easily. Listening to their conversation, the young man shook his head and smiled. We're just going there for the banquet. Other matters have nothing to do with us. Even if the Nine Suns Immortal Cave offers a high bounty for that Lu Chen, we don't need to get involved. After all, my father advised me before we came. Upon hearing this, the two old men quickly clasped their fists and nodded. The Nine Suns Immortal Cave had previously placed a bounty on Lu Chen. At that time, the price was quite generous, but their sect master felt that Lu Chen's mentor, Zhong Huan, was not to be trifled with, so he ignored the bounty and even instructed the disciples not to participate in the hunt. Now that news of Luo Yuntian's setback at Lu Chen's hands had spread, the sect master believed they should avoid provoking Lu Chen even more, so they had been specifically instructed not to interfere with anything other than the birthday celebration. Everyone knew that the sect master was afraid of retaliation from Zhong Huan, so they decided to follow his orders. As the three walked, they were about to enter the inner gate of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. At that moment, an inexplicable aura came from behind them. Who? The two old men quickly turned around, only to see 5 figures, as dark as ink, swiftly approaching them. Bold. We are esteemed guests invited by the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. Do you dare to attack? The two old men tried to use the Nine Suns Immortal Cave's authority to intimidate the newcomers, but to their surprise, the 5 figures continued at full speed, a terrifying aura of sharpness emanating from them. The sword's intent? The two old men saw that it was the most difficult comprehension of the heavenly Tao, and there were 5 individuals simultaneously possessing the sword's intent. Their expressions changed, and they quickly took action. They clenched their fists, and their emaciated bodies beneath their robes erupted with surging blood energy, chi swirling around them like a flood, finally converging in their fists. As one fist was thrust forward, the terrifying chi surged forth like a ferocious beast. The 5 figures, upon seeing the fist coming, immediately spread out. The terrifying aura of sharpness shot out from their bodies, slicing directly towards the fist. In an instant, the chi was torn apart by the aura of sharpness, dissipating like a flood that had been diverted. The dark emissaries pressed their advantage, and the aura of sharpness poured out from their bodies once more, its extreme sharpness seeming capable of cutting through heaven and earth, causing the surrounding trees to fall one after another under its onslaught. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the faces of the two old men grew increasingly grim. They quickly cupped their fists towards the 5 dark emissaries and said, solemnly, gentlemen, we have never seen you before and surely have no enmity. Why do you strike so ruthlessly? Can we not let this matter rest for the sake of the Yaoguang sect? We will not seek revenge. As soon as these words were spoken, the dark emissaries continued their assault. The aura of sharpness descended, and although there was no sword light, its power surpassed that of sword light. Before it even approached, they felt a strong tearing sensation on their skin. These people come from unknown origins, and even mentioning the name of the Yaoguang sect does not deter them. You take the young master and leave, I will hold them off. The elder looked at the other elder and spoke in a deep voice. All right, take care. The other man grabbed the already frightened young man, and with a stomp of his foot prepared to slip away from above. Just as he was about to leave, a palm print descended from the sky. The palm print was even more ferocious than the combined attack of the 5 people in front of him. In an instant, the old man and the young boy were struck down from the air, crashing to the ground and creating a large pit. Just when they thought this palm print would take their lives, it suddenly vanished into thin air. The only one still standing, the old man, looked pale, his brows tightly knitted. The Yaoguang sect had always been neutral, and to suddenly suffer such an unwarranted disaster was simply a calamity from the heavens. At that moment, the Dark Herald, seeing the old man in a daze, immediately struck down with a blade of sharpness while swiftly closing in on the old man. The old man raised his hand to block the onslaught of sharpness, but the next second, the Dark Herald was upon him, and a fist slammed into the old man's body, instantly sending him flying. Realizing he was no match, the old man's heart sank like dead ash. What a sin! Truly a sin! When had the Yaoguang sect provoked such an enemy? Just as the old man was preparing for death, a disguised voice echoed through the forest. Are you going to the 9 Suns Immortal Cave to celebrate a birthday? Hearing someone finally speak, the old man quickly nodded. This friend, we are only going to congratulate the sect master of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave, Luo Yuntian, on his birthday and have no intention of befriending the 9 Suns Immortal Cave. There was a moment of silence around them before the voice spoke again. Then how did you enter the protective formation of the sect? With an invitation from the 9 Suns Immortal Cave. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man looked at the young boy, who hurriedly presented the invitation letter from his arms with both hands. The Dark Herald took the invitation letter from the boy's hands and quickly vanished. Remember, you have not seen me. There is a matter in the sect, so you will not be attending the birthday celebration. That voice echoed one last time before falling silent. After narrowly escaping death, the 3 of them quickly shouted to the surroundings. Yes, what our friend said is correct. Something has happened at the Yaoguang sect. We must return. Seeing no one respond, the young boy helped the 2 old men up and cautiously glanced around. Elder Lin, could this person be Lu Chen, the one being hunted by the 9 Suns Immortal Cave? As soon as these words were spoken, the old man felt a chill run down his spine and quickly covered the young boy's mouth. Young master, be quiet. Even though they had guessed that this person might be the direct disciple named Lu Chun from the Fire Hua Academy, he might not have left yet. Revealing his identity now could lead to them being silenced. We should hurry back to the Yaoguang sect. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. At this point, going any further towards the 9 Suns Immortal Cave would be a dead end. Lu Chen definitely hadn't left, he was still nearby watching them. If they made any move towards the 9 Suns Immortal Cave, Lu Chen would see them as messengers and kill them on the spot. Having barely saved their lives, they didn't want to lose them again so easily. The young boy supported the 2 old men, and the 3 of them left the place together, hurrying back to the Yaoguang sect. In the shadows, Lu Chen watched as the 3 of them wisely left, his gaze slowly retracting. These 3 were clever, not taking a single step towards the 9 Suns Immortal Cave. Otherwise, they would have already been corpses. However, without an invitation, these 3 could not enter the 9 Suns Immortal Cave. Lu Chen held the invitation letter handed to him by the Dark Herald, glanced at the protective formation in front of him, and extended his hand along with the invitation. Whoosh! Lu Chen's palm easily passed through the barrier, and a gap allowing 5 or 6 people to enter appeared before him. Seeing this, Lu Chen took a bold step forward, completely entering the territory of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave. He looked up at the sect above, a faint smile playing on his lips. Old dog, today I'll send you to meet your ancestors. 9 Suns Immortal Cave. A sect that had existed for hundreds of years in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Although the sect master Luo Yuntian was only at the early stage of the 7th rank, he was one of the 3 7th rank powerhouses in the vast 10,000 Great Mountains. Today was Luo Yuntian's 60th birthday, and all disciples and elders of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave were prohibited from going out, having started preparations early in the morning. The entire sect was festooned with lights and decorations, a scene of great festivity. For the birthday of the sect master of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave, all hidden sects in the 10,000 great mountains that received invitations immediately sent people to celebrate. By noon, the entrance of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave had already become lively, with people from various sects coming to celebrate the birthday. Among them was Lu Chen, who had snatched an invitation from the Yaoguang sect. He had disguised himself and blended into the crowd, gazing at the grand and bustling sects above as he slowly walked forward. At that moment, a disciple responsible for checking invitations at the entrance of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave stopped Lu Chen and cupped his fists in greeting. "This senior brother, your invitation, please." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen handed over the invitation. The disciple took a glance at it, then accepted it, cupping his fists again, but this time his attitude was much more respectful. "So it is senior brother Zhang from the Yaoguang sect, my apologies. As the young master, where are your attendants? Aren't they coming in with you?" Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. In the vast 10,000 great mountains, who doesn't know the name of the Yaoguang sect? As the young master of the Yaoguang sect, who would dare to lay a hand on me? As the young master, Lu Chen's words were not arrogant. The Yaoguang sect also had a chi master at the early stage of the 7th rank, making it one of the 3 major sects. Alongside the Nine Suns Immortal Cave and the 10,000 great mountains, who would dare to provoke the young master of the Yaoguang sect in the 10,000 great mountains? It would be akin to seeking death. The disciple in front of him nodded earnestly, his respect even greater. "Your aura is impressive, please," Lu Chen responded, with a faint and walked up the mountain with his hands behind his back. After taking a few steps, Lu Chen felt someone watching him. He turned back to glance and found it was a young girl, her eyes clear and her face youthful, seemingly not yet of age. "What is this little girl looking at me for?" Lu Chen touched his face, feeling somewhat uneasy. Could it be that this little girl recognized the young master of the Yaoguang sect? Thinking this, Lu Chen quickened his pace up the mountain to avoid having his identity exposed by the girl, which would ruin his plans. Lu Chen soon disappeared from the vicinity of the entrance, and the girl who had been watching him finally withdrew her gaze. She looked at the old woman beside her and asked curiously, "Old granny, was that my fiancé just now?" The old woman smiled and nodded. "Yes, before you were born, the sect master made an agreement with the old sect master of the Yaoguang sect. If it's a boy, they would become sworn brothers; if it's a girl, they would be engaged as husband and wife. You are 15 now, and in 3 more years, you will go to the Yaoguang sect." "No, I just met the young master of the Yaoguang sect for the first time today, and I don't even know what kind of person he is. I don't want to marry him." The old woman merely chuckled at her words and did not respond. This matter had been settled by the sect master and the old sect master of the Yaoguang sect over a decade ago. Although the two sects had not interacted for a long time, the engagement was a matter of parental arrangement and matchmaking. Moreover, the Yaoguang sect was now one of the 3 major sects in the 10,000 great mountains. As long as the Yaoguang sect did not break the engagement, their sect had to fulfill it. Otherwise, if they provoked the Yaoguang sect, their sect would not have a good time. "Alright, miss, it's time for us to go in." The old woman took the girl's hand and handed the invitation to the checking disciple before walking up the mountain. Lu Chen was wandering around the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. As he returned to this hidden sect for the first time, he found that this so-called hidden sect was indeed different from the sects in the outside world. The density of chi here was several times that of the sects outside, comparable to the concentration of chi at the Dragon Crystal Academy, but not as pure. A gathering array that can only be created by the Grand Mentor of Tenya Academy, and yet even a sect at the early stage of the 7th rank can have it. This hidden sect has a strong foundation, and this is not just empty talk. Lu Chen stood at the mountain top, surveying his surroundings. He discovered that the protective array surrounding the Nine Suns Immortal Cave within a 10-kilometer radius drew its power entirely from the sect hall, meaning that as long as the sect hall was destroyed, the protective array would cease to function. After clarifying this situation, Lu Chen was just about to head down to attend the banquet when suddenly a voice called out to him, "Young Master Zhang of the Yaoguang sect, please wait." Lu Chen turned around and saw a young man dressed in the disciples' attire of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave blocking his path. The other party was only about 23 or 24 years old, yet had already reached the 5th rank in cultivation. He looked at Lu Chen, smiled slightly, and cupped his hands, saying, "Young Master Zhang, I am Lin Bai, the senior brother of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. May I invite young Master Zhang to step aside for a brief conversation?" Lu Chen glanced at him indifferently. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, he would have slapped this guy dead the moment he introduced himself. "If you have something to say, just say it," Lu Chen replied curtly, but Lin Bai didn't seem to mind. He continued to smile and said softly, "The sect has entrusted me to ask if your esteemed father would be willing to participate in the encirclement of Lu Chen." Lu Chen's eyes flickered. Participate in the encirclement against himself? What, do you still think you can see tomorrow's sun? Seeing Lin Bai staring at him, Lu Chen coldly said, "You have a grudge against Lu Chen and the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, but my Yaoguang sect does not. If you want to provoke him, don't think of dragging us along, otherwise don't blame my Yaoguang sect for being unkind." With that, Lu Chen waved his hand, showing no mercy to Lin Bai. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, the smile on Lin Bai's face froze, and his expression grew increasingly dark. However, due to Lu Chen's status as the young master of the Yaoguang sect, which stood alongside the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, he dared not vent his anger. "Just wait during the sparring competition. Later, I will make you regret it." Although Lin Bai didn't dare to do anything to Lu Chen privately during the sparring competition, fists and feet don't have eyes. If Lu Chen bumps into the Yaoguang sect, what could he do about it? Lu Chen descended from the mountaintop, and the banquet was about to commence. A female disciple from the Nine Suns Immortal Cave personally led Lu Chen to the banquet. The banquet was held in the main hall, where everyone sat around a large flat area. The attendees were all prominent figures from the 10,000 Great Mountains, most of whom were at the 5th or 6th level of cultivation. As soon as Lu Chen took his seat, he noticed a girl sitting opposite him who kept staring at him. Just when he thought he was about to be exposed, the old woman beside the girl smiled and nodded at him. This scene immediately dispelled Lu Chen's concerns. It seems this sect wants to befriend the Yaoguang sect, Lu Chen speculated in his heart and no longer paid attention to the two. When everyone had taken their seats, the seats at the very top remained empty. At that moment, the disciples of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave suddenly shouted in unison, "Welcome, Sect Master! Welcome, Sect Master!" All the disciples and elders of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave knelt down, while the other sect members attending the banquet also raised their fists in salute. Looking at the figure slowly descending from the sky, Lu Chen raised his head, and upon seeing that figure, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Finally, he has arrived. A figure floated down from the sky, although it did not actively release its aura. An invisible presence still leaked out, suppressing everyone present. Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed, "Congratulations, Sect Master Luo. It has only been a few days, and your cultivation has advanced so much, you must be just a step away from the mid-7th level, right?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuntian, who had just taken his seat, waved his hand. "You flatter me. Although my cultivation has improved quite a bit, I am still some distance from the mid-7th level. Regardless, congratulations to Sect Master Luo for reaching a new level of strength." "Congratulations, Sect Master Luo." Luo Yuntian smiled and nodded, signaling everyone to take their seats. Once everyone was seated, he slowly began to speak. "Do you all know why my cultivation has advanced so quickly?" The crowd shook their heads in unison. Luo Yuntian displayed a heartbroken expression, his tone extremely sorrowful, even his voice sounding weak. "My son, Luo Xiang, went to the Shao family to celebrate a birthday a few months ago, only to be cruelly killed by a young boy. In my quest for justice, I was suppressed indiscriminately by a mentor from the Huahua Academy. To avenge my son's death, I have poured my heart and soul into this, which is why I have achieved this breakthrough." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent, with only a few from other sects offering their condolences to Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian sighed silently. Although Luo Xiang was the son of Luo Yuntian, being a concubine's child, with the legitimate heir absent from the sect, he compensated for his debts to the legitimate son through Luo Xiang. Little did they know that Luo Xiang was brutally murdered just as he stepped out to celebrate a birthday. This news hit Luo Yuntian like a bomb, leaving his mind blank. Someone from the current sect sent people to assassinate him. However, the assassins were so ineffective that they couldn't even kill a 4th-tier Chi master, and instead, they allowed him to grow stronger. From the initial anger of seeking revenge for his son to the current fear of Lu Chen's growth and the dread of the sect's destruction, he had completely positioned himself against Lu Chen. As long as Lu Chen was alive, he couldn't find peace. Seeing that everyone remained silent, Luo Yuntian said solemnly, "The reason I invited you all here today is twofold. One, to celebrate my 60th birthday together. And the other, is about this Lu Chen. This boy is ruthless. If we don't kill him soon, once he grows stronger, our hidden sect will have to bow down before him. I would like to invite all Chi masters above the 6th tier present to join me in surrounding and killing Lu Chen. If we can kill him, I, from the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, will offer treasures as a reward, and the sect's treasury will be open to everyone. As long as you agree to join me in the hunt for Lu Chen, you can choose any treasure from inside." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The Nine Suns Immortal Cave, as one of the 3 sects of the 100,000 Great Mountains, had profound foundations, especially the sect's treasury, which had accumulated treasures over 1,000 years. Now, to open the treasury just for the sake of inviting others to join forces against Lu Chen was unprecedented. If it weren't for Lu Chen, they would never have seen such a generous Nine Suns Immortal Cave in their lifetime. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, several people quickly stood up. "I am willing to serve Sect Master Luo. Count me in for this hunt." The treasury is of no concern. It is Sect Master Luo's loyalty that I admire, and I am willing to help. One by one, Chi Masters of the 6th tier stood up. For them, any treasure from the Nine Suns Immortal Caves treasury would be enough to benefit them for a lifetime. Although Lu Chen had great talent, he was only at the 5th tier. And at most, he could reach the 6th tier. With so many 6th tier masters plus a 7th tier Chi master joining in, they couldn't believe he could turn the tide. While some were willing to help for the treasures, many sects were still reluctant to stir up trouble. Besides looking down on the treasures of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, they were also hesitant to provoke Lu Chen. Lu Chen was a direct disciple of the Fire Hua Academy, with a mentor who was Zhong Huang, a true 7th tier perfection, half a step away from being a master. Even if they killed Lu Chen, what would it matter? Once Zhong Huang learned that his direct disciple had been killed, he would surely come back to the 100,000 Great Mountains for revenge. At that time, many sects could be bloodily washed away. Those willing to help the Nine Suns Immortal Cave were either on good terms with it or were lone wolves unafraid of retaliation. The rest who remained seated were all sect members who understood the pros and cons. Lu Chen quietly sipped his tea, his gaze sweeping over the few who stood up, silently noting them down. He never expected that a simple outing would bring such unexpected joy. Since they were so eager to accompany Luo Yuntian, they might as well accompany him to death later. Seeing that some were still unwilling to stand, Luo Yuntian said nothing. His main purpose in inviting help was to rely on these 6th tier Chi masters to form a battle line. The real fighting strength still lay with himself. Unless another 7th tier was willing to help, this was about it. Kid, I want to see how you will escape this time. A murderous intent flashed in Luo Yuntian's eyes as he gritted his teeth. To kill Lu Chen, he not only invited these 6th tier masters but also a 7th tier Chi master, who was also the sect master of one of the 3 sections. He had learned that Lu Chen might head to the border, so the best opportunity for an ambush would be on his way there. With 2 7th tiers joining forces, he couldn't believe Lu Chen could survive. Luo Yuntian pulled back his thoughts, gestured for those standing to sit down, and then smiled slightly. Alright, enough of the side talk. Since today is my birthday banquet, it would be too boring to just drink. I wonder if the young talents present would like to exchange a few moves with each other? I won't let you all work in vain either. Whoever can take first place will gain the cultivation method of my Nine Suns Immortal Cave, or learn the battle technique of my sect, the Nine Xian Overbearing Fire. As soon as these words were spoken, the young talents present erupted in excitement. The Nine Xian Overbearing Fire. That is an authentic SS-level battle technique. The Nine Suns Immortal Cave has been passed down for 1,000 years, relying on this SS-level battle technique. It is said that this technique is extremely fierce in attack, and once the flames touch something, they are hard to extinguish. Although there are many hidden sects in the 100,000 Great Mountains, only 3 sects possess SS-level battle techniques. Besides the Yaoguang sect, the young master of the Futian Cave, one of the 3 sects, was also eager to act. The Futian Cave already has an SS-level battle technique, and if he were to learn the Nine Xian Overbearing Fire, he would surely be the leader among the younger generation of the 3 sects. Thinking of this, the young master's excitement grew, gradually turning into a sinister grin. Luo Yuntian noticed the rising anger and smiled, nodding his head. He flicked his fingers, and a light illuminated the ground in front of him, forming a barrier. Let me show you a demonstration from my Nine Suns Immortal Cave first. Luo Yuntian looked at Lin Bai beside him. Lin Bai nodded vigorously, clasped his hands in salute, and stepped onto the ground. He scanned the young people present, his gaze finally landing on Lu Chen. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he cupped his fists towards Lu Chen. I would like to request a battle with young Master Zhang of the Yaoguang sect, if I may? Lu Chen paused in his tea drinking, lifted his indifferent gaze to glance at Lin Bai, and slowly replied, You are not worthy. Not worthy. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Lu Chen in shock, not expecting him to say such a thing. Although Lin Bai was not Luo Yuntian's offspring, he had risen to the position of the eldest senior brother of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave through his own strength, and his power was among the best in the 3 sections. Yet, Lu Chen directly stated that he was unworthy. The impact and insult of those words were extremely strong. On the high platform, Luo Yuntian looked at Lu Chen, his eyes narrowing. For some reason, he felt that this person seemed somewhat familiar. Although the sect leaders of the 3 sects occasionally interacted, the young masters generally stayed within their own sects, only coming out for major events. Therefore, Luo Yuntian did not recognize the young master of the Yaoguang sect. He had sent Lin Bai to find the young master of the Yaoguang sect just to inquire about the sect leader's attitude. The attitude was already clear. The Yaoguang sect had no intention of cooperating with him, but he did not expect the sect's young master to be so disrespectful towards the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. Did the Yaoguang sect have some grievances against the Nine Suns Immortal Cave? Luo Yuntian quietly observed without speaking. This was a matter for the young people, they should resolve it themselves. On the platform, Lin Bai, upon hearing Lu Chen's straightforward rejection and even insult, not only did not get angry, but he even laughed. If young Master Zhang is unwilling, then so be it. There's no need to use such excuses to avoid battle. The people around suddenly realized. At first, they thought Lu Chen was genuinely strong, which was why he said Lin Bai was unworthy. It turned out he was just afraid of losing and casually found an excuse. Just as everyone was forming this thought, Lu Chen's voice rang out again. What I mean is, you alone are not worthy of making me take action. Let everyone who wants to come up do so together. Lu Chen initially wanted to directly confront Luo Yuntian, but after learning there would be a sparring match, he decided to spar first before taking action. As long as he could harvest points for violence without trouble, Lu Chen would do it. As Lu Chen's words fell, the younger generation from various sects all frowned. Lu Chen insulting Lin Bai was one thing, but how did he insult them as well? They were all young people, naturally hot-tempered, and with Lu Chen's words, more and more stood up, clearly intending to challenge Lu Chen. Even the young master of the Futian cave stood up, grinning coldly at Lu Chen. Kid, have you been cooped up for too long, getting used to being the young master of your Yaoguang sect? I don't mind waking you up a bit later. Hearing this, Lu Chen didn't even glance at him. You're looking for death. Upon hearing Lu Chen call him a waste, the young master of the Futian cave could no longer hold back. He had never seen someone so arrogant. He was just about to step onto the stage to fight Lu Chen to the death when he was stopped by Lin Bai. Lin Bai clasped his fists towards the young master of the Fuyuan cave, then looked at Lu Chen and sneered, "Young Master Wu, don't be in a hurry. Let me first test the strength of this young Master Zhang." Upon hearing this, Wu Yong glanced at Lu Chen, thinking that such a waste might not even require his intervention, and waved his hand. "Be ruthless. If you kill him, my Fuyuan cave will compensate you." "Then thank you, young Master Wu." The cold smile on Lin Bai's face grew more pronounced. He stomped his foot, and the floor beneath him cracked, revealing his powerful mid-stage 5th level cultivation, a surging aura sweeping across the venue. He's actually already at mid-stage 5th level. The Nine Suns Immortal Cave really knows how to train disciples. Mid-stage 5th level. There are only 3 in the entire younger generation of the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the young master of the Yaoguang sect is in for a tough time. Who told this kid not to speak? Even as a young master of one of the 3 sects, he wouldn't dare to directly provoke 2 major sections. Everyone felt that Lu Chen would be in for a rough time. The girl, upon seeing that Lin Bai was actually at mid-stage 5th level, looked at Lu Chen with some concern. Due to her family's connections, although she didn't want to marry the young master of the Yaoguang sect, she also didn't want him to be killed. She nervously clutched the old woman's clothing and whispered, "Old granny, he won't be in trouble, will he?" The old woman remained silent. At mid-stage 5th level, only 3 in the younger generation of the 10,000 Great Mountains had reached this realm before the age of 25. One was Wu Yong from Fuyuan Cave, and the other 2 were from the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, one being Lin Bai and the other the legitimate son of Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian's legitimate son had been exceptionally brought to the border, and his current strength was unknown. However, it was said that he reached mid-stage 5th level before the age of 22, much stronger than Lin Bai and Wu Yong. The old woman noticed the girl still clutching her and gently patted her head, saying softly, "Miss, just observe the situation." The girl bit her lip and fell silent. On the stage, Lin Bai revealed his mid-stage 5th level cultivation. He beckoned to Lu Chen with a finger, his tone laced with provocation. "Young Master Zhang, if you are unwilling to fight me, you may refuse." It seemed to give Lu Chen a choice. In reality, there were only 2 options. If Lu Chen refused, it would mean he was inferior to Lin Bai. Lu Chen slowly stood up and glanced at Lin Bai. "Just you?" Lin Bai confidently laughed. "One is enough." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen said nothing further. "Young Master Zhang, are you not going to make a move? Could it be that you are afraid?" Before Lin Bai could finish his sentence, a figure rushed in front of him at an incredible speed. Before Lin Bai could react, the person in front raised a leg and executed a bow kick. Lin Bai quickly crossed his arms in an attempt to block. Bang! A loud crash echoed, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, and on the stage, only one figure remained standing, while the other was sent flying, crashing heavily against the distant stone wall. "What?" As they recognized who was standing on the stage, everyone's gaze was filled with shock, even their breathing stilled. It was Lu Chen. The one who had been sent flying was none other than Boom! Luo Yuntian, seeing Lin Bai embedded in the wall, his cultivation completely destroyed, stood up from his chair, a terrifying aura pouring out from him, his face darkened. He stared fiercely at Lu Chen. If he weren't the young master of the Yaoguang sect, he would have already killed him. The others looked at Lu Chen in shock. They truly hadn't expected that Lu Chen would dare to strike Lin Bai so severely. Even more surprising was that Lin Bai ranked among the top 3 in the younger generation had been directly kicked away and rendered useless by Lu Chen. Was Lu Chen actually that much stronger than Lin Bai? At this moment, the girl who was still worried about Lu Chen looked at his figure standing on the stage, momentarily speechless, and tugged at the old woman beside her. Old granny, is he really that powerful? The old woman, coming back to her senses from the shock, shook her head. She didn't know, but Lu Chen's ability to defeat Lin Bai indicated that his talent was enough to rank among the top 3 in the younger generation of the 10,000 Great Mountains. On the stage, Lu Chen felt the chi pressure continuously descending from above. He raised his head, looking provocatively at Luo Yuntian, and shouted, "Is the sect master Luo releasing chi pressure so extravagantly because he can't bear to see his disciple lose?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else gasped. Speaking to Luo Yuntian like this, even if he was the young master of the Yaoguang sect, was far too disrespectful. Luo Yuntian's face darkened, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen, poised to strike. Lu Chen remained calm, his great Buddha palm already charged and ready. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lu Chen and Luo Yuntian locked eyes. Despite the latter being at the 7th level 3rd stage, Lu Chen showed no fear. Those watching this scene felt as if they were seeing a ghost. A 5th level not fearing the pressure of a 7th level powerhouse, was this still human? No wonder the young master of the Yaoguang sect rarely ventured out. It turned out he had been in seclusion all along, truly capable of enduring loneliness. Seeing that his momentum couldn't suppress Lu Chen, and realizing that everyone was now looking over, understanding that continuing would only embarrass himself, Luo Yuntian sat back down, retracting his chi pressure. He looked at Lu Chen, a forced smile on his face, and said lightly, "Lin Bai was defeated by you due to his own lack of skill. I naturally have nothing to say. Someone, take Lin Bai to recover." The latter statement was laced with intense killing intent. Lu Chen could sense it but remained unfazed, because today his killing intent was even stronger than Luo Yuntian's, though it had yet to erupt. "Then I thank the sect master Luo." Lu Chen cupped his hands, standing on the stage with an air of nonchalance. After Lin Bai was pried off the wall and taken away by others, before Lu Chen could speak, Wu Yong from the Fudu cave stepped forward. "Lin Bai was defeated by you due to his lack of strength, but that doesn't mean your strength is that great. Today, I'm here to seek some advice." Wu Yong released his chi pressure, also at the mid-5th level, but already at the 6th stage of the 5th level. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Lu Chen. Wu Yong sneered, "What, are you afraid?" Lu Chen ignored him and instead looked at the other young people, saying lightly, "I've said it before, if you want to fight me, come at me together, not one after another like a bunch of useless people. Otherwise, with your insufficient cultivation, you won't even have the chance to get close to me." As soon as these words were spoken, the young people who had initially felt intimidated by Lu Chen's strength were instantly filled with rage. Lu Chen was indeed strong, but no matter how strong he was, he shouldn't say such things. This was nothing short of blatant provocation. "Come at me together. I don't believe he can withstand our attacks. I hate bullying the weak, but this guy is asking for it. He must be beaten to death. Waste him. If something happens, the Fudu cave will take the blame for us." One after another, young people stepped up. There were those at the 4th level and those at the 5th level, but altogether, even a late 5th level would have to tremble 3 times. The girl watched as Lu Chen was surrounded by the crowd, feeling an involuntary sense of nervousness for him. The old woman saw this scene and felt pleased. The young lady repeatedly claimed she didn't want to marry the young master of the Yaoguang sect, yet in the end, she couldn't help but worry for him. Indeed, young girls are often contradictory. On the stage, Lu Chen looked at the crowd, layered 3 deep, and nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it, otherwise, it would be such a hassle to kick one after another. You speak arrogantly, just watch me kill you." Wu Yong hated being called useless more than anything. Lu Chen not only insulted him but did so multiple times, completely touching Wu Yong's sore spot. He charged at Lu Chen, directly unleashing the Fudu Cave's SS-level battle technique, Sky Eagle Whirlwind. Terrifying wind blades surrounded him, and with a wave of Wu Yong's arm, they all shot towards Lu Chen. The others also unleashed their unique battle techniques, crazily attacking Lu Chen. This isn't sparring, this is about his life. He has offended everyone. It won't matter even if he is the young master of the Yaoguang sect. This is going to be disastrous. Most people watched the sparring match with the attitude of enjoying a show. Lu Chen had not only provoked the Jaya Xixian cave and the Fudu cave but had also challenged all the sects. In this situation, if Lu Chen were to be killed, no one would step in to save him. As the powerful airflow from the battle technique swept through the air, Lu Chen was completely enveloped by it. Everyone believed he was doomed. Just then, a calm voice rang out from the crowd. "If this is all the strength you have, then it should indeed come to an end." As the words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. The ground shattered, and a Terrifying aura of blood surged like a wave above everyone's heads, leaving those nearby gasping for breath. The ground was riddled with cracks, resembling a perfect piece of art, as the horrific blood energy burst forth from the ground, sending everyone standing on it flying. One figure after another floated weightlessly in the air, with only one person standing unharmed in the center. Before anyone could get a clear look, his figure transformed into a series of afterimages, appearing beside the soaring crowd. A punch, a kick, a swing of the fist, a flick of the leg, one shadow after another shot out from the ground, crashing against the outer stone wall. The sound of impacts echoed continuously. Lu Chen paid special attention to the younger generation of sects willing to help Luo Yuntian, completely crippling their cultivation, embedding them half-dead into the stone wall. In no time, the stone wall near the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, carved like a piece of art, was pockmarked, with one figure after another crashing into it. A few 6th-tier Chi masters who were watching the spectacle suddenly regained their senses, looking at their disciples whose cultivation had been completely destroyed, their anger boiling as they charged towards the ground. "You brats, dare you?" Their killing intent surged, and they raised their hands to unleash battle techniques to suppress. At that moment, the barrier surrounding the ground inexplicably vanished. Seeing that the 6th-tier Chi masters had made their move, the old woman's expression changed dramatically, and she hurriedly covered the girl's eyes, not wanting her to witness the bloody scene that was about to unfold. Just in time, Lu Chen flicked his hand, throwing all the remaining people out of the ground. Noticing that those who had attacked were in collusion with the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, he unleashed his chi without reservation, the terrifying aura spreading throughout the heavens and earth, slowly merging into the sky. 5th-tier Great Perfection? The few of them were taken aback upon sensing Lu Chen's cultivation. When did the Shaking Light sect cultivate such a monstrous figure? So what if it's 5th-tier Great Perfection? Kill him. They decided to go all out, planning to eliminate Lu Chen right here. Seeing this, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly, and he pressed down with his palm. Battle technique. Great Buddha palm. The clouds tore apart, the protective formation of the sect trembled, and a massive palm print descended from the sky, nearly 100 feet wide. Before it landed, the terrifying pressure had already pinned these 6th-tier Chi masters to the ground. The might of the palm print shook the heavens and split the earth. Some perceptive elders immediately concluded that this was definitely not an SS-level battle technique. Great Buddha palm? On the high platform, Luo Yuntian suddenly stood up, staring intently at the palm print appearing in the sky. Then looking at Lu Chen, his gaze sharp as a sword. The SSS-level battle technique of the Dragon Crystal Academy. Luo Yuntian had fought against Lu Chen before and had seen this palm print. The momentum was exactly the same. At that moment, the Great Buddha palm had already descended, covering 100 feet, but all its power was compressed above the ground. Lu Chen pressed down with one hand, the immense pressure pouring directly onto these 6th-tier Chi masters. Die. As Lu Chen's word fell, these individuals instantly exploded, turning into a blood mist that would forever remain on the ground. The entire scene fell into silence. Everyone looked in disbelief at the bloodstains on the ground, then at Lu Chen, unable to believe that he had killed so many 6th-tier masters with his 5th-tier Great Perfection. A monster. An absolute monster. Just as everyone was terrified of Lu Chen's strength, on the high platform, Luo Yuntian slowly stood up, the terrifying aura of the 7th tier pressing down like a mountain, heading towards Lu Chen. His killing intent was thick, the murderous aura evident, his gaze cold as ice, fixated on Lu Chen. "You are." Before Luo Yuntian could finish, Lu Chen tore off his disguise, revealing his true self, and raised his hand to pull out something from his waist badge, throwing it to Luo Yuntian. "Old dog, here's a big gift for you." Thud, Luo Yuntian gripped the object thrown by Lu Chen tightly in his hand, and a resounding bell rang out. Looking at the bell in his hand, Luo Yuntian's face darkened to the point of almost dripping water. His gaze, as he crushed the bell with his bare hands, was filled with a sinister light. "Lu Chen, you're seeking death." A terrifying, killing intent radiated from him, like seawater surging down. "Lu Chen." When these two words were spoken from Luo Yuntian's mouth, everyone present froze. "Lu Chen? Isn't he the young master of the Yaoguang sect?" "Young master? Clearly, he's just pretending." Which young master from the three sects can instantaneously kill a 6th-tier Chi master? Lu Chen, could it be the one from Huahua Academy who killed Luo Yuntian's son? It's him. He actually came to the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, truly fearless. Upon hearing that the young master of the Yaoguang sect was actually Lu Chen from Huahua Academy, everyone present seemed to awaken from a dream. No wonder he could dominate the younger generation. It turned out to be Lu Chen, which made sense. Being able to slay a 6th-tier opponent was understandable because he was Lu Chen. The 6 top academies were stronger than the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. Even the 10,000 Great Mountains seemed like a remote place in their eyes. It was indeed normal for a direct disciple who could fight his way out of Huahua Academy to possess such strength. But to come to the Nine Suns Immortal Cave and confront a 7th-tier Chi Master directly, Lu Chen was clearly overestimating himself. Youthful arrogance, the crowd sighed, retreating one after another, leaving the battlefield to Lu Chen and Luo Yuntian. "Miss, we should retreat as well." The old woman pulled the girl's hand just as she was about to take her away, but found her gaze fixed on Lu Chen, muttering to herself, "So he is Lu Chen." The girl was clearly infatuated. Unable to call her back, the old woman simply picked her up and moved away from the battlefield. On the ground, Lu Chen stood still, his chi surging around him, and a green light flickered at his fingertips. "Old fool, today I'll send you to your end." Lu Chen raised a finger, and the green light wrapped around the gung metal blade, charging towards Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian waved his sleeve, and the chi directly shattered the gung metal blade. His gaze was as cold as a venomous snake, his voice filled with killing intent. "Lu Chen, I won't seek you out, yet you come to deliver yourself to death. Since that's the case, die here today." He looked at the remaining few 6th-tier Chi Masters and said in a deep voice, "You all, guard the formation for me. Once I kill this thief, the sect's treasury will be open for you to choose from." As soon as these words were spoken, the few 6th-tier Chi Masters who had been frightened away by Lu Chen's thunderous methods couldn't help but return. Faced with such a great temptation, they couldn't bear to leave. Seeing these people come back, Luo Yuntian let out a long sigh of relief and turned to the elders of the sect. "Activate the protective formation to its strongest. We must not let this child escape the sect." "Yes." The elders immediately ran towards the sect's main hall. In no time, a beam of light shot out from the main hall, illuminating the entire Nine Suns Immortal Cave, while the protective formation around the sect also lit up. "Kid, I want to see who can save you today." Luo Yuntian stepped into the air, all his chi surging towards his palm. Battle Technique 9. Xian Overbearing Fire. As the chi gathered, 9 flames of different colors burned in his hands. Once the flames appeared, the air around Luo Yuntian began to distort and the floor beneath him cracked from the heat. With a wave of his hand, the flame shot straight towards Lu Chen, spreading in the air like a fire snake with its gaping maw ready to bite. The other 6th-tier Chi Masters also unleashed their battle techniques, restricting Lu Chen's escape range. Seeing this, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly, and as he grasped the gung metal blade, he merged it with the momentum of the sword, transforming it into a massive green light that pierced towards the 9-colored fire snake. The raging flames clung to the green light but were torn apart in an instant. Just as the green light was about to strike Luo Yuntian, it suddenly ignited, turning into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The previously shattered flames reassembled at this moment, and the fire snake charged towards Lu Chen once more. Lu Chen remained unfazed, employing a secret technique, sky control. His figure transformed into a mist, directly vanishing from the spot. Rift breaking. Godspeed. In the next moment, Lu Chen's figure appeared behind Luo Yuntian. "Dare to come close? Seeking death." Luo Yuntian's eyes turned cold as he raised his fist and struck backward. A terrifying wave of energy blasted outward, the intense killing intent accompanying his fist, all landing on Lu Chen. But just as the fist was about to reach Lu Chen, his figure dispersed like foam. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly warned the others, "Be careful, he can create clones." Before he could finish his sentence, 4 more figures appeared behind the 6th-tier Chi Masters. Before they could react, green light pierced through their chests, and several of them died on the spot. Star Shatter. After eliminating the ambushers, Lu Chen turned his gaze toward Luo Yuntian. Before his words could finish, signs of fragmentation appeared in the space around Luo Yuntian, the intense pressure making him feel as if he were trapped in place, his body forced to shatter along with the space. He struggled desperately but found Lu Chen's power so overwhelming that he couldn't counter it. He couldn't believe how much Lu Chen's strength had grown in such a short time. If he continued to grow, he would be no match for him. 9 Xian Dominating Fire. Luo Yuntian exerted all his strength, igniting 9-colored flames around him. As soon as these flames touched Lu Chen's chi, they turned to nothingness. The confinement of Star Shatter was broken, and Lu Chen recalled the other 3 figures, raising his hand to strike. Battle Technique. Great Pagoda Palm. The palm print was enormous, vaguely resembling a barrier that could cover the Nine Suns Immortal Cave sect. The ancient runes in his palm flickered, and the powerful pressure transformed into a wave of energy that nearly knocked Luo Yuntian off his feet. He looked at the palm strike Lu Chen unleashed in astonishment, his expression changing slightly. Not long ago, he had witnessed Lu Chen's Great Pagoda Palm, which was nowhere near as powerful as it was now. The current Great Pagoda Palm seemed to have gradually taken on the form of an SSS-level battle technique, capable of destroying heaven and earth with a single strike. Fire's Path. Luo Yuntian bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the 9-colored flames. The flames instantly transformed, becoming a figure identical to him, except this figure was engulfed in flames, as if it had crawled out of the hellfire. The 9-colored flames morphed into a humanoid shape, the flames forming a long spear. With a stomp, Of its foot, it charged directly toward the descending Great Pagoda Palm, wielding the spear and thrusting it forward. Boom! The two powerful chi forces collided, delaying the descent of the Great Pagoda Palm. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yuntian leaped 100 meters, appearing in front of Lu Chen. Clenching his fist, he struck out, a rainbow light shooting forth. The powerful blood energy surged toward Lu Chen, attempting to engulf him. Lu Chen calmly raised his arm, his joints buzzing. Golden body transformation. His muscles bulged, and his tall figure erupted with unimaginable might. Bang! Lu Chen punched out, the air exploding with a roar. Their fists collided, shaking the already shattered ground into dust, the powerful impact causing the earth beneath them to continuously sink, and in the blink of an eye, both fell into a deep pit. The earth tore apart, the veins of the ground leaking. Two powerful chi forces emanated from the pit, the ground undulating, sometimes cracking, sometimes shattering, clearly indicating that the two were fighting underground. They fought for nearly 100 meters before finally emerging from the pit. Bang! Both struck out with a punch simultaneously, their fists crashing. Like thunder, the battle waves forcing them to continuously retreat. Just as Lu Chen steadied himself, he suddenly slammed his palm down. The fiery figure that had been blocking the Great Pagoda Palm disintegrated, unable to withstand the palm print. Imbued with wild energy, its body cracking and energy leaking out. The sky, the heavens rolled, and the earth shook. The runes at the center of the palm print flickered, a dense killing intent pouring down like a tidal wave. Come back, Luo! Yuntian shouted, and the fiery figure transformed back into a flame ribbon, returning to his hand. Surrounded by 9 colored flames, he punched toward the palm print in the sky. The firelight transformed into a pillar of flame from his fist, rapidly crashing towards the palm print. With a loud bang, the flames collided with the palm print, and the energy generated by both sides wildly clashed, creating a powerful shockwave that swept outwards. Is Lu Chen even human? The onlookers, who thought they were safe hiding hundreds of meters away, were shocked to find that this terrifying shockwave did not spare them. Many were thrown into disarray, their organs torn apart, feeling dizzy and nearly vomiting blood, fainting on the spot. The old woman pulled the girl, and the two retreated another few hundred meters. Others followed suit, some even retreating 100 meters more than the old woman, fearing they would be caught in the aftermath of Lu Chen and the others' battle. At this moment, the 9-colored fire was gradually extinguished under the suppression of the palm print, its color dimming. Luo Yuntian furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at Lu Chen. Seeing the other party looking at the Great Buddha palm, Luo Yuntian quickly struck out with a palm. The 9-colored flames surged towards Lu Chen, and once they touched him, there would be no chance of escape, only complete incineration. As the flames drew closer to Lu Chen, a smile gradually appeared on Luo Yuntian's face. Just as the flames were about to engulf Lu Chen's body, his figure suddenly transformed into a shadow and vanished from the spot. The flames lingered in place, as if searching for Lu Chen. What? Seeing the flames miss, Luo Yuntian felt a sense of foreboding. Just as he was about to turn around, a powerful surge of blood energy descended upon him from behind. Falling for the same trick again, you really are exceptionally foolish. As Lu Chen's voice fell, his fist struck Luo Yuntian's back. A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed, and Luo Yuntian's pupils trembled, his expression changing drastically. The punch from behind felt like a heavy truck suddenly crashing into him. Although it was just a punch, every bone in his body was affected, even developing cracks. Bang! All the energy was released, and Luo Yuntian was directly sent flying by a single punch, crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Suppress! Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen raised his hand to suppress. The 9-colored fire collapsed instantly without Luo Yuntian's support, and the massive palm print swiftly descended, directly slamming onto Luo Yuntian. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere, as Luo Yuntian's aura was instantly engulfed by the energy. The onlookers' pupils constricted sharply at this scene. With this palm strike, even if Luo Yuntian did not die, he would undoubtedly be severely injured. The SSS-level combat skill was known for its city-destroying power, and its might was certainly not just a name. A 7th-tier practitioner using an SSS-level combat skill could easily obliterate a city. Although Lu Chen had not yet reached the 7th tier, his strength was no different from that of a 7th-tier practitioner. The coverage of his SSS-level combat skill might not be as extensive as a true 7th tiers, but its power was not far off. The Great Buddha palm completely descended, causing the area where Luo Yuntian stood to sink several dozen centimeters. Even the entire 9 Suns Immortal Cave and the major residences were shattered under this powerful energy, with barely 1 in 10 buildings remaining intact. Only the main hall was protected by the protective formation's light pillar, allowing it to escape disaster. Sect Master. Inside the sect's main hall, several elders saw Luo Yuntian's figure being engulfed by the Great Buddha palm, their eyes bulging with rage and grief. Everyone, join me in surrounding and killing this brat to avenge the sect master. The fierce gazes of these elders fell upon Lu Chen, and then a surge of energy erupted from their bodies. They formed seals with their hands in the air, the energy intertwining with the light pillars behind them. At this moment, the formation above the 9 Sun's immortal cave suddenly flipped over, and the pressure surged down like a mountain crashing without warning. The pressure of the protective formation combined the strength of the entire sect. Under this pressure, Lu Chen's bones sounded like firecrackers exploding. If he hadn't tempered his body at the Firehua Tower, his flesh would likely have been crushed by this pressure. But now, aside from the sound of his bones cracking, he felt no other discomfort. Liking to court death one by one, come at me. Lu Chen merely glanced at them, and a green light shot from his hand, swiftly heading towards these elders. A powerful breath of sharpness sliced through the air. The elders' faces changed dramatically as they shouted, "Not good! Retreat! Quickly!" Before the words had left his mouth, the green light pierced directly through his throat. The old man's pupils trembled, and then he fell straight to the ground. The remaining elders behind him were horrified, scattering in all directions to escape. Seeing this, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly, as he said calmly, "Don't worry, not a single one will get away." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gun-gold blade tore through the sky, approaching them with a faint sound of wind cutting. By the time these people heard the sound of the wind, the gun-gold blade was already within reach, instantly piercing through their chests. Ding! Killed a 6th tier 8th level, violent points plus 180,000. Ding! Killed a 6th tier 3rd level, violent points plus 130,000. Ding! Killed a 6th tier 2nd level. With each system notification, another person fell into a pool of blood. Lu Chen watched everything with a calm expression, as if killing was the most mundane thing for him. In the blink of an eye, all the elders of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave had been eliminated. Looking at the bodies sprawled on the ground, the disciples of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground and shivering uncontrollably. These elders, who usually stood high in the sect and were looked up to by them, had now all been killed by a boy of similar age. This scene was nothing short of horrifying. Besides them, the hidden sect members watching from outside were also filled with trepidation, relieved that they hadn't agreed to join Luo Yuntian in besieging Lu Chen, otherwise they would surely be lying there as well. This kid has a heavy killing intent. He intends to slaughter the entire 9 Suns Immortal Cave, the crowd murmured, then immediately fell silent, fearing that Lu Chen would hear them. At that moment, from the descending area, a chilling aura more sinister than that of a malevolent spirit surged forth. Following that, a furious roar erupted. "Lu Chen, today, even if it costs me my foundation, I will kill you." As the words fell, a figure flew up from the pit. It was Luo Yuntian. But his clothes were tattered, his face covered in dirt, and he was stained with blood, no longer the polished figure he once was. The 9-colored flames around him were still burning. Though the flames had dimmed, their power was even stronger than before, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space. 9 Fire Spear! Luo Yuntian shouted, and the flames around him transformed into a long spear. He gripped the spear tightly, his palms and arms turning black in an instant. While his aura was being frantically devoured by the spear, he directly used his essence blood to nourish this mass of 9-colored fire. As the spear took shape, a surging aura swept out. Beneath Luo Yuntian's feet, everything turned to scorched earth. Looking at the few bodies lying near the hall, Luo Yuntian's chest heaved violently, gritting his teeth. "Lu Chen, you deserve to die." Today, among the high-ranking members of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave, he was the only one left unscathed. Even if he killed Lu Chen today, the 9 Suns Immortal Cave would suffer heavy losses. Such losses were hard for Luo Yuntian to accept. Only by killing Lu Chen and crushing his bones could he relieve the hatred in his heart. The essence blood and chi in his body were all used to nourish the 9-colored fire, and the power of the spear in his hand multiplied, vaguely reaching the peak of the 7th tier. Seeing this, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. Secret technique. Boiling blood. Lu Chen's skin began to ooze blood, droplets forming at his pores, quickly merging into the chi around him. Lu Chen's aura surged at this moment, breaking through the 6th tier barrier in the blink of an eye, reaching the 7th tier. Countless essence blood burned within him, and Lu Chen's burden increased infinitely, causing his face to quickly turn pale. Secret technique. Blood pool reappearance. A blood-red mist surrounded Lu Chen, and this mist drilled into his body, directly transforming into essence blood, filling the void created by the burning essence blood. Continuously burning, continuously producing. Lu Chen's momentum reached the mid to late stage of the 7th tier in an instant. Looking at the spear in the air, which was a full-force strike at the peak of the 7th tier, his brow opened wide, and a crystal-clear flying sword flickered from his forehead. "Lu Chen, die for me!" Luo Yuntian was soon drained by the spear, becoming a desiccated corpse. He exerted all his strength and hurled the 9-colored spear in his hand. The dark-hued 9-colored flames were extremely eerie, yet the aura they released was terrifyingly powerful. The 9-colored fire spear descended from the sky, transforming into a black dragon. In midair, opening its massive blood-red mouth and charging down with a thick killing intent, Lu Chen formed a sword finger and pointed to the sky. Divine ability. Heart sword. Slash. The sword emerged, and the shadow followed. A white beam of light shot up into the sky, its holy aura seemingly capable of purifying everything. A completely white, crystal-clear flying sword shot straight towards the black dragon. The flying sword, emboldened by the wind, instantly slashed out dozens of feet of sword light, blocking out the sun as if it could drown the black dragon. These two are insane. Watching the black dragon and sword light in the sky, even without any fluctuations, one could tell what these two were up to just by the spectacle. The crowd felt as if they were facing a great enemy and quickly retreated. This time, they retreated over 1,000 meters, only daring to stop once they reached outside the mountain gate. They looked up at the sect of the Nine Suns immortal cave and saw the black dragon and sword light collide in the sky. The waves generated by the battle spilled out slightly, and large buildings were ground to dust, leaving a 1,000-meter radius flattened. The entire mountain shook violently, the forest howled, leaves rustled, and the clouds within several thousand meters were shaken apart, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Crazy, all crazy. Some people stared at this terrifying scene, muttering to themselves. This level of destruction was far beyond what an ordinary 7th tier could unleash. Clearly, some secret technique had been used to forcibly elevate their power, but this meant their foundation would be permanently damaged. Regardless of who won, the future would be at a standstill. Thus, in their eyes, both Lu Chen and Luo Yuntian had gone mad, resorting to any means necessary to determine the victor. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the sect of the Nine Suns immortal cave. Heavens! The space has been torn apart. How can their battle power be so strong? Are you blind? That's the sword marks left by the sword light. Oh, right, if they wanted to tear apart space, even an 8th tier chi master wouldn't be able to do it. Stop talking, I feel like it's not safe to stand here anymore, let's hurry and leave. The crowd, still shaken by the sword marks left in the sky, quickly distanced themselves from the Nine Suns immortal cave. At this moment, inside the sect, the sword light and black dragon clashed, and all surrounding buildings were not spared from disaster. Luo Yuntian watched helplessly as the sect he had managed for many years was shattered at this moment, gritting his teeth, his heart bleeding. At this moment, even if he killed Lu Chen and turned him to ashes, it would not quell the hatred in his heart. The fire spear burned fiercely, the black dragon, circling above, opened its blood-red mouth, and a terrifying pressure continuously poured down on Lu Chen. The sword light was brilliant, the holy light erupted with endless killing intent, and the sword energy roamed the world, its sharpness growing ever more intense. Roar! The black dragon let out a roar and then charged fiercely towards the sword light. The heart sword buzzed and also slashed out a sword, leaving behind a pitch-black sword mark wherever it passed, as if the very space had been torn apart. Boom! They collided. The chi energy surged like a storm, pulling everything around them into the fray. Lu Chen's robes fluttered. He stood straight in place, his gaze calm, with a faint cold gleam flickering, a sharp aura continuously emanating from him. The momentum of the sword. The force merged with the sword, amplifying its power. After several minutes of confrontation, with a soft sound, the black dragon was sliced in half by the heart sword. Its massive body fell from the sky, crashing to the ground, turning the surrounding hundreds of meters into scorched earth. The black dragon roared, the fire spear trembled, and under the pressure of the heart sword, it gradually transformed into flames, dissipating between heaven and earth. No! Watching the fire spear disperse, Luo Yuntian realized the situation was dire and let out a reluctant roar. He quickly ran towards the outside of the Nine Suns immortal cave, retracting the protective formation inward. Luo Yuntian planned to use the protective formation to block Lu Chen, seeking a glimmer of hope for himself. Get lost! Seeing the protective formation approaching, Lu Chen pointed out, and the heart sword directly tore through the formation. The protective formation shattered like glass, dissipating like starlight. The sword light sliced through the air, directly engulfing Luo Yuntian's figure. Under the endless sword energy, he didn't even have time to let out a scream before being reduced to a pulp, completely perishing. Outside the Nine Suns immortal cave, everyone looked at the flesh raining down from the sky, silent as cicadas in winter, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Some were stammering, as if trying to say something. Died? The master of the Nine Suns immortal cave actually died? Everyone looked incredulously at the tall figure within the Nine Suns immortal cave. Luo Yuntian and Lu Chen had fought, and in the end, it was Lu Chen who survived. This chi master, who hadn't even stepped into the 6th rank, had just slaughtered Luo Yuntian alive. The final strike between Luo Yuntian and Lu Chen had the power of a peak 7th rank. Although it was only a single battle, this fight had completely shocked the entire 10,000 Great Mountains. It was estimated that from now on, Lu Chen would become a calamity that everyone in the 10,000 Great Mountains would avoid, a god of death. Everyone was so stunned by Lu Chen's immense power that they dared not speak, their minds still unable to stabilize. Only one person looked at Lu Chen with shining eyes filled with admiration and longing. He's so handsome. I want to follow him. With Luo Yuntian's death, the Nine Suns' immortal cave was left leaderless. The surviving disciples looked at Lu Chen in fear, and although he was already weak, no one dared to step forward. When Lu Chen's gaze fell upon them, these disciples immediately knelt down with a thud. Senior, we. As soon as they spoke, a blood hole appeared in their foreheads. In the next second, these disciples fell to the ground one after another, leaving only a low-ranked, third-tier Chi master. He looked at his fallen brothers, his face pale, trembling as he knelt on the ground, wanting to speak, but the intense fear rendered him unable to utter a word. Lu Chen glanced at him and said calmly, "Where is the special cultivation method of the Nine Suns' immortal cave?" Under Lu Chen's immense pressure, this disciple finally overcame his fear and pointed in the distance, his voice trembling. The sect's treasury. Before he could finish, a green light pierced through his forehead. He followed in the footsteps of his brothers and perished. Lu Chen slowly turned and walked towards the direction indicated by the disciple, soon finding a place resembling a warehouse with only a large door and no windows. Moreover, this sect's treasury had surprisingly withstood the earlier battle, though it had gained a few cracks. Lu Chen looked at the precariously hanging restrictions on the treasury, threw out a blade of metal, and the restrictions shattered instantly. The green light turned the door to dust, and Lu Chen stepped inside. On either side of the building were protruding shelves filled with various treasures. Combat techniques, secret arts, elixirs, all were abundant. Lu Chen directly ignored these useless items and walked straight to the innermost part, quickly spotting two ancient books that had been specially sealed. Although the covers had faded due to age, they were well preserved. Lu Chen took one down. SS-level combat technique, 9 Xian overbearing. Fire? If I remember correctly, this was the technique Luo Yuntian just used. Lu Chen looked at this SS-level combat technique, recalling the scene of his battle with Luo Yuntian. Earlier, it seemed that Luo Yuntian had sacrificed blood, greatly enhancing the power of the 9 Xian overbearing fire, even reaching a level capable of shaking the heart sword of divine powers. Although it was just an SS-level combat technique, it was clearly stronger than the Lu family's SS-level technique, Star-Shattering Dragon, especially after the blood sacrifice, which doubled its power. What Lu Chen lacked the least was blood. I can learn this combat technique. Lu Chen stored the technique in his waist token and then picked up the other book. This last book was naturally the special cultivation method of the Nine Suns' immortal cave. Lu Chen flipped through the pages, reading one by one, and soon understood what this so-called special cultivation method was. Breathing technique. Utilizing a special breathing pattern to stretch the meridians within the body, while also absorbing the free spiritual energy from the world. As for what this spiritual energy specifically was, the book did not say, but one thing is certain: if you want to absorb spiritual energy, you must learn the breathing technique, otherwise there is no way to absorb it. When spiritual energy enters the body, it improves the meridians, allowing one to break through from the 5th level to the 6th level. Nowadays, most Chi masters do not need this breathing technique to improve their meridians because, through long-term evolution, human meridians have adapted to the situation where the lack of spiritual energy prevents advancement. Therefore, even if the meridians have not reached the required state for breaking through to the 6th level, it will be overlooked, allowing for a direct breakthrough without the need for spiritual energy. Although this breakthrough is simple, once faced with a Chi master of the same realm who has practiced the breathing technique, they will be crushed in terms of strength. Moreover, in terms of talent, they will also be inferior to those Chi masters who have practiced the breathing technique. The hidden sects have been able to pass down their teachings for 1,000 years and can suppress external sects precisely because of the breathing techniques inherited from their ancestors. In other words, my physique might be more akin to that of ancient people? After reading the introduction to the breathing technique, Lu Chen suddenly felt as if he had not fully evolved. The breathing technique has its pros and cons, but for the vast majority of people, needing spiritual energy to break through to the 6th level is definitely a major drawback. After all, the breathing technique only exists in hidden sects, and to solidify their position, these sects rarely teach the breathing technique to those who enter the world. Lu Chen obtained the breathing technique without relying on any external forces, relying solely on his absolute strength, the miraculous ability to defeat a 7th level Chi master with his 5th level power. However, there are really not many Chi masters like him who can leap over 2 major realms. After understanding the ins and outs of this special cultivation method, Lu Chen had no intention of staying in the Nine Suns' immortal cave to wait for a breakthrough. He had slaughtered an entire sect in the Nine Suns' immortal cave, and the Haotian sect would definitely receive the news. Initially, he had only killed a branch son of Luo Yuntian, and that guy was so furious that he was willing to tear up agreements just to have someone from Tianyajian take action against him. The Haotian sect, a top-tier hidden sect, is many times stronger than a third-rate force like the Nine Sons' immortal cave. Having crippled his legitimate son, he would undoubtedly spare no effort to send people from the Haotian sect to hunt him down. Currently, Lu Chen could easily suppress any 7th-level master. Therefore, the urgent task was to leave the Nine Sons' immortal cave and ensure he was not discovered by the Haotian sect. I need to avoid the limelight for now, wait until I improve my strength in the military and then go settle accounts with the Haotian sect. With a thought, Lu Chen activated his speed and swiftly ran down the mountain. Down the mountain. Everyone looked at the bare mountain peak, still finding it hard to believe. The Nine Sons' immortal cave, which had existed for nearly 1,000 years, had now been destroyed by a single person. With the sect master dead and all the elders and disciples killed, not a single living soul was left, leading to the extinction of their lineage. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a tall tale. This was one of the top 3 sects among the many hidden sects in the 10,000 Great Mountains. A 7th-level threefold Chi master was stationed there, yet they were annihilated by a child who had practiced for less than 30 years. Just as they lamented Luo Yuntian's misfortune, a figure suddenly appeared on the steps of the mountain gate. Look, Lu Chen is coming out. Upon hearing that Lu Chen had emerged from the Nine Sons' immortal cave, everyone immediately held their breath and cautiously looked on. Lu Chen glanced indifferently at the people below. With just one look, these people dared not meet his gaze, all frightened away by the sharpness in Lu Chen's eyes. Just as they were thinking of sneaking another look, they found that Lu Chen's figure had already vanished. What incredible speed! Some exclaimed in astonishment, while others quickly left the mountain gate of the Nine Sons' immortal cave. Miss, we should leave too. The old woman was about to take the girl back to the sect, but as she turned around, she found the girl had already disappeared. Recalling the admiration the girl had shown towards Lu Chen earlier, the old woman's expression changed. Not good. The miss must have gone after that young man named Lu Chen. She quickly turned back, wanting to chase after the girl, but just as she was about to step forward, she realized she had no idea where to start. Lu Chen's disappearance was so inexplicable, almost like a spatial teleportation, as a 6th level Chi master. She had no clue where his last aura had gone. I must report this to the sect master. The old woman hurriedly made her way back to her sect. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Nine Sons' immortal cave, most people had already dispersed, with only a few mingling among the ruins, hoping to find some treasures to pick up. Just as they ascended the mountain, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. The sect master of the Futu cave? Upon seeing the middle-aged man in a black robe in the sky, several 6th-tier Chi masters were stunned and quickly bowed. The middle-aged man's expression was unpredictable as he looked down at them, his tone carrying an authoritative inquiry. Where is Lu Chen? Reporting to Sect Master Wu, we don't know. We only know that Lu Chen left the Nine Sons' immortal cave. Useless. Wu Shan wanted to kill this group of people, but considering they all belonged to different sects, if he killed them all, they would surely ally and go to the Futu cave for an explanation. Therefore, after cursing them as useless, he began to trace and track Lu Chen's faint aura. Lu Chen's figure swiftly darted through the dense forest. He had not left the 10,000 Great Mountains but was running deeper into them. Although he had just destroyed the Nine Sons' immortal cave, the Haotian sect might have known he was in Pinglan City long ago and could be waiting for him outside. With so much Chi consumed, if he encountered a 7th-tier Chi master from the Haotian sect outside, it would be a dead end. Moreover, besides the Nine Sons' immortal cave, there were other hidden sects in the 10,000 Great Mountains, including one of the 3 sects, the Futu cave. Wu Yong from the Futu cave had been crippled by him, and subsequently, he was directly killed by the aftermath of the battle. His father, as the sect master of the Futu cave, was also a 7th-tier Chi master and would definitely not let this go easily. He might be looking for him right now. For safety's sake, Lu Chen planned to break through to the 6th tier deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Before leaving, not knowing where deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains was, Lu Chen found a cave over 100 kilometers away from the Nine Sons' immortal cave, killed the exotic beasts inside, and decided to cultivate there. He sat cross-legged, the breathing technique floating in front of him under the support of Qi, while Lu Chen watched and began to practice according to the breathing method. His breathing was sometimes long and slow, sometimes short and quick, with Qi swirling around him. Unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable force entered Lu Chen's body. The shackles of his realm, which felt like chains, began to loosen at this moment. Lu Chen's gaze shifted slightly, and then he spread his arms, bringing his hands together above his dantian, absorbing all the Qi into his body to break through to the 6th tier. His breakthrough to the 6th tier was a natural progression. Now, with the assistance of the breathing technique, he didn't need any extra violent points to advance. Lu Chen closed his eyes, quietly seeking a breakthrough. Time flew by. He didn't know how long had passed, but when Lu Chen opened his eyes again, the chi around him surged and ebbed, like an ancient, ferocious beast awakening at that moment, an astonishing aura sweeping outwards. Exotic beasts within a radius of several hundred meters sensed this aura, and quickly avoided the cave where Lu Chen was, scurrying away in fright. Finally broke through. Lu Chen slowly stood up, his gaze turning towards the cave entrance. After breaking through to the 6th tier, his perception had increased several times, allowing him to see objects clearly even 100 meters away. In addition, he felt as if something extra had been added to his body. Upon careful inspection, he realized it was the strand of spiritual energy absorbed earlier through the breathing technique, now fused with his chi, remaining in his body. After checking and confirming that this thing posed no danger, he felt somewhat relieved. I'm at the 6th tier now, it's time to keep my appointment. Lu Chen gazed into the distance, just about to leave the cave when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Who? Lu Chen shouted, and in the next second, a green light shot out from him, piercing towards the cave entrance. Ouch! The moment the green light flew out, a delicate voice rang from outside the door. Lu Chen flashed and instantly appeared beside the green light. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lu Chen frowned. Why are you here? This girl is the one who had been staring at me in the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. At first, I thought she was going to expose my identity and was ready to take drastic measures, but later, I realized she seemed not to recognize me and was just curious about me, so I let her go. I never expected that this little girl would actually follow me all the way here. It's over 100 kilometers from the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, and I had been using my concealment technique the whole way. How did she find me here? The girl sat on the ground, rubbing her bottom with her palm, her little mouth pouting as she looked at me with a pitiful expression. She had followed my aura to this place, but then lost track of me. Just as she was about to head back, a sudden aura emanated from the cave, so she followed it here. She initially wanted to see if it was me, but as soon as she reached the cave entrance, a green light shot out, startling her so much that she fell to the ground. The ground was covered in pebbles, and it hurt her bottom. Seeing that the person in front of her was indeed me, and that I was staring at her, the girl immediately became nervous and hurriedly stood up, her little hands fidgeting all over her clothes. She bit her lip. Her pink lips slightly pursed, and just as she was about to speak, I suddenly said, "Aren't you the little girl from the Nine Suns Immortal Cave? What are you doing here? And how did you find me? Think carefully before you speak. If you can't explain clearly today, you won't be leaving," I said, narrowing my eyes dangerously. What I was most curious about was how this little girl had found me. Could it be that my concealment technique had failed? But the concealment technique has always been effective. It can perfectly hide my aura even from those at the 7th rank. This girl, unless she isn't 8th rank master hiding her strength, shouldn't have been able to discover me. Hearing this, the girl nervously pinched her fingers and said softly, "I just followed your aura here." "You just followed me here?" I said, my face filled with disbelief. Just as I was about to say more, the girl suddenly mustered her courage, her eyes sparkling as she said softly, "Senior, my name is Lin Xia. Please take me as your disciple. I have great talent, and I can endure any hardship. I can wash your clothes and cook for you." Upon hearing this, I was momentarily stunned, almost unable to react. "Wait, you followed me 100 kilometers just to become my disciple? I'm still just a student, not even 20 years old. How could I take on a disciple? Moreover, this girl doesn't even seem to be of age yet. If I really took her as my disciple and brought her along, wouldn't that be akin to trafficking? A minor? Of course, the most important thing is that I simply don't have the time to teach anyone. I'm being hunted, and although the Fire Hua Academy is doing everything to protect me, I can't stay there forever. Moreover, Zhong Huang is currently in seclusion, and I have no support while I'm out. If I take on a burden, it would only drag me down. So, when I heard Lin Xia asking me to take her as my disciple, I refused without a second thought. I don't take disciples. I believe you have no ill intentions, you should go back. I waved my hand and was about to leave. Lin Xia tightly grasped the corner of my clothes, biting her silver teeth, her tone filled with determination. "No, senior, you're so powerful, even stronger than my father. If I become your disciple, I can definitely become strong like you. Don't think about shaking me off, I'm quite capable. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, as long as I sense your aura, I can definitely find you." I raised an eyebrow, turning back with a hint of danger on my face, and coldly said, "You dare to threaten me? I haven't spared even the entire sect of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Lin Xia nodded, then shook her head. "Senior, you killed the people from the Nine Suns Immortal Cave because they had enmity with you. Even if you killed them all, it was just decisive action. I'm different. I truly admire you and want to become your disciple. You shouldn't kill me. Lin Xie pouted, looking stubborn, yet confident, which made her appear particularly adorable. Seeing this, the killing intent that Lu Chen had gathered quickly dissipated. Since the girl had said so, he really couldn't bring himself to strike her down. Mainly, a round of flattery had made him feel a bit secretly pleased. Moreover, he was indeed curious about her ability to sense energy, wondering how she could track him. This was not something just anyone could do, especially at her age. Looking at her, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then extended his hand and said lightly, "Release your energy, let me see your talent." Lin Xie's almond eyes sparkled, her little head nodding continuously, and soon she released her energy. The rich energy spread out, and Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. His heart startled as he looked up in astonishment at the girl. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen such a talented energy master. The girl seemed to be only 16, or perhaps even younger, yet her energy fluctuations clearly reached the third level of the fourth stage. At 16, Lu Chen had only reached the first stage at that age. Even Lu Nan, who was called a rare genius at Longjing Academy, had only reached the third stage at 16. This little girl had actually reached the third level of the fourth stage at 16. A prodigy. Lu Chen had always been called a prodigy by others, and now, the only one who could be called a prodigy by her was this girl. Senior, am I very impressive? Lin Xie seemed to know her talent was strong. Looking at Lu Chen's expression, she snorted a few times, hands on her hips, her white swan-like neck stretching, head held high, looking quite pleased. Lu Chen nodded, not sparing his praise. Reaching the third level of the fourth stage at 15 or 16, you could easily qualify to become a core disciple of Huohua Academy, or even a direct disciple. So, I think you don't need to take me as your master. You should go directly to Huohua Academy. After all, Huohua Academy was one of the 6 top academies in the Dragon Kingdom, and any director-level mentor there had at least mid-7th stage cultivation, far surpassing Lin Xie's sect. For someone as talented as her, if she didn't have a suitable force to protect her, it would be easy for her to be plotted against and fall. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the proud expression on Lin Xie's face immediately vanished. She quickly shook her head, looking aggrieved. "Senior, I can't be arrogant. Please let me take you as my master." Hearing this, Lu Chen became even more curious. His cultivation was only at the 6th stage. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could only compete with a 7th stage energy master, but he was no match for the director-level mentors at the academy. Why was this little girl so insistent on taking him as her master? The foundation of Huohua Academy is far beyond what you can imagine. Each director-level mentor has at least mid-7th stage cultivation. All 3 top sects of the 10,000 Great Mountains combined are not even a match for a top academy. It would be better for you to take them as your masters. If you don't want to enter Huohua Academy, you could also go to Longjing Academy. With your talent, the Grand Master might even take you in as a direct disciple and teach you SSS-level combat skills. By the way, the technique that destroyed most of the Jiazixian cave was one of the SSS-level combat skills created by the Grand Master. Lu Chen thought these words would dissuade the girl, but after saying all this, Lin Xie was still shaking her head, seriously saying, "I only recognize you as my master. I only want to take you as my master. The fact that you can kill a 7th stage master with your 5th stage cultivation shows that your potential is even greater than those academy mentors. My intuition tells me that I must take you as my master. I believe my intuition, it has never been wrong." Lu Chen had tried to persuade her with so many words, yet Lin Xie still insisted on taking him as her master. Logically, Lu Chen could have simply ignored Lin Xie and left. Even if she chased after him later, he could have killed her. But looking at this harmless child, who didn't seem to have much cunning, Lu Chen truly couldn't bring himself to kill her. He liked killing, but he wasn't a beast, nor was he scum. Lu Chen waved his hand and sighed, "Forget it." Hearing this almost compromising tone, Lin Xie thought Lu Chen had agreed and was about to get up to take him as her master. But just as she bent down to kneel, she suddenly saw his feet disappear before her eyes. Looking up, Lu Chen had vanished from the spot. "Senior?" Lin Xie looked around but did not see Lu Chen's figure. Even his aura told her that he had gone far away. Seeing this, Lin Xie was not discouraged, and her small pink fist clenched tightly in front of her chest. "Senior, I will definitely find you and make you willingly accept me as your disciple." What is this? Coming up and wanting to take advantage of me as a master, is he stupid? Not. Exorcising the other party is already considered merciful. However, he is not a person who kills indiscriminately. He had no way to deal with that little girl. He couldn't hit her, couldn't scold her, so he simply left. By the time he reached the border, that little girl would probably be lost. Lu Chen used his speed and the technique of splitting the air, quickly running towards the outside of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the dense forest, And among the terrifying beasts, Lu Chen moved as if walking on flat ground, even faster than flying. Soon, Lu Chen emerged from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Just as he was about to enter Pinglan City and take a flight to leave, he saw a portrait hanging on the wall of the city gate. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to him. Looking again, it was clearly himself. A wanted notice posted by the Futian Cave? Lu Chen looked at the signature on the wanted notice, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had thought he had forgotten something before leaving. This wanted notice from the Futian Cave had indeed informed him. The Nine Suns Immortal Cave had been destroyed, and its accomplice, the Futian Cave, should also be destroyed, otherwise, it would be too unfair to the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. Young man, are you going in? At that moment, an elderly woman in line behind Lu Chen asked curiously. Auntie, you go ahead, I have something to do. Lu Chen gave his spot to the elderly woman and then headed straight towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. Since he had already broken through to the 6th level, it wouldn't be difficult to spare some time to deal with the Futian Cave. Lu Chen's figure quickly disappeared into the dense forest. A day later, another heavy piece of news swept through the entire Pinglan base city. The Futian Cave had been exterminated. All the members of the Futian Cave, including elders, disciples, and the sect leader, had died overnight. According to the traces at the scene, it was the work of a single person, and this person's method was very similar to that of Lu Chen, who had destroyed the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. This news quickly spread among various hidden sects and forces, and no one expected that after Lu Chen had destroyed the Nine Suns Immortal Cave, he had not left but remained in the 10,000 Great Mountains, annihilating the Futian Cave at the most unexpected moment. In just half a day's time, the top 3 sects of the 10,000 Great Mountains had become the previous sect, with the Yaoguang sect becoming the strongest sect in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Upon hearing this news, the sect leader of the Yaoguang sect felt dizzy, thinking that this happiness had come too suddenly. There was no need to expand territory or have sect disciples fight. They had inexplicably become the strongest force in the 10,000 Great Mountains. After learning that the person who helped him achieve everything was Lu Chen, the sect leader of the Yaoguang sect immediately issued an announcement in the 10,000 Great Mountains. From now on, Lu Chen will be our esteemed guest in the Yaoguang sect, and all forces in the 10,000 Great Mountains will coexist peacefully with him. Once this announcement was made, other forces in the 10,000 Great Mountains felt somewhat displeased. This sect leader of the Yaoguang sect is really an old fox climbing up the branches like this. Exactly, to think that this Lu Chen alone could destroy 2 top 3 sects. How could the Yaoguang sect be worthy of standing on equal footing with him? So shameless. Their words were filled with disdain for the Yaoguang sect and admiration for Lu Chen's strength. On the day Lu Chen destroyed the Futian Cave, the people from the Haotian sect returned to Pinglan City, checking all airports and transportation facilities but found no trace of him. They thought he had hidden back in the 10,000 Great Mountains, so they sent people into the mountains to search for him. The people from the Haotian sect searched everywhere in the 10,000 Great Mountains for Lu Chen. As for Lu Chen himself, he had already boarded a plane and left Pinglan City on the morning after destroying the Futian Cave. The Futian Cave was exterminated at night, when most people were resting, so even if the news wanted to spread quickly, it was too late. When others learned that the Futian Cave had been destroyed, Lu Chen had already boarded a plane to the border. Over 1 million points of violence. Aside from those old geezers who provided a lot, the others aren't doing so well, Lu Chen said, looking at the over 1 million points of violence on the system panel, not in a hurry to draw a lottery. He planned to wait until he reached the border and entered the military before using them. That way, perhaps someone would see that he was only at the first level of the 6th rank and would take action against him. The plane landed in the last city of the border, Lingyang Base City. Leaving Lingyang Base City and heading north was the true border, where there were beasts everywhere and soldiers guarding the area. After disembarking, Lu Chen decided to inquire about the location of Lin Yi's 7th Army. There just happens to be a station army here, let's ask them, he thought. Specialization is key, and in this situation, it was best to ask those who were also military personnel. Lu Chen headed to the military garrison area in Lingyang Base City and chatted with some soldiers outside, hoping they would call the person in charge. Who are you? Please show your identification. A soldier glanced at Lu Chen and raised a hand to stop him. Seeing this, Lu Chen said nothing and simply released his aura. A 6th rank Chi master. Upon sensing the aura released by Lu Chen, the soldier immediately saluted him. Sorry, I'll notify the military command right away. The soldier left one person to continue guarding the gate and turned to run inside to inform the stationed military command. Upon hearing that a 6th rank Chi master had arrived and was looking for him, the military commander wasted no time and immediately followed the soldier to the entrance. Before reaching the entrance, the military commander Upon seeing the person standing there, widened his eyes in shock and rubbed them vigorously, looking as if he had seen a ghost.
Commander Ning, didn't
you sleep well? The soldier asked with concern, his eyes filled with care. The commander ignored him and continued to stare intently at the figure at the entrance, muttering to himself.
Could it be a ghost?
This guy was only at the 4th rank last time I saw him. How could he have broken through to
the 6th rank so quickly?
Are they brothers? As the military commander pondered to himself, he also arrived at the entrance.
Lu Chen was waiting for
the person in charge, planning to ask about the whereabouts of the 7th Army. Hearing someone approach, he looked up to say something, but upon seeing the newcomer, the words caught in his throat.
It's you? It really is you?
Ning Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, looking as if he had seen a
ghost. The nearby soldier, seeing both of them saying such things, curiously asked, Commander Ning, do you know him? Of course I know him. Back when I was at Xiling.
Get lost, don't pry into this. Ning Hao initially wanted to explain but somehow changed his tone and waved his hand at the soldier. You all continue to stand guard, I'll go in and chat with this brother. After saying that, he looked at Lu Chen, his expression still somewhat uncertain,
and pointed inside. Shall we go in and talk? Lu Chen nodded. He hadn't expected to run into an acquaintance in Lingyang Base City. He and Ning Hao
weren't exactly close, they had only fought side by side outside Xiling Base City. However, one thing puzzled Lu Chen. Ning Hao had originally served
as the military commander at the fortress in Xiling Base City, so how had he suddenly come to the rear to be in charge of Lingyang Base City? On the
way, Lu Chen asked Ning Hao about this. Hearing this, Ning Hao looked as if he wanted to cry but had no tears, shaking his head.
I didn't even notice
such a huge beast appearing near Xiling Base City, which caused a beast tide. The higher-ups thought I wasn't qualified to guard the military fortress,
so they reassigned me to the rear to handle logistics.
Although Ning Hao was unwilling to accept this outcome, he had no complaints.
If it hadn't
been for Lu Chen, such negligence could have cost countless ordinary lives in the blink of an eye.
Xiling Base City was a military fortress, but there
were also people living there. If the beasts had rushed into Xiling City, the losses would have been devastating.
Thanks to Lu Chen, many lives were
saved. So, upon seeing Lu Chen again, Ning Hao insisted on treating him to drinks to express his gratitude.
Lu Chen politely declined Ning Hao's kindness. I didn't come here to drink, I mainly wanted to ask about something. Do you know where the 7th Army is? The Iron Blood 7th Army? Ning Hao paused for a moment, sizing up Lu Chen, and exclaimed, You're not planning to go to the 7th Army's training camp, are you? Just as Lu Chen was about to answer yes, Ning Hao jumped in first. That makes sense, you already have a 6th tier cultivation, and you're so young. The training camp will definitely accept you. Ning Hao looked up, his eyes filled with envy as he gazed at Lu Chen. I can't believe that in such a short time, you've gone from 4th tier to 6th tier. You're simply a freak.
Ning Hao hadn't expected Lu Chen to achieve so much.
If he remembered correctly, Lu Chen hadn't
even graduated from the Firehua Academy yet. Achieving 6th tier cultivation before graduation made him a prospective powerhouse for the Dragon Kingdom's future. Once he entered the training camp, Lu Chen would completely become a strategic reserve talent for the Dragon Kingdom, a gem in the hands of the officials. Then he looked at himself, having gone from the front lines to managing logistics. The gap was indeed quite significant.
The 7th
Army is deep in the North Wilderness. After passing through Xiling City, you still have to go quite a distance further.
So if you want to go to the 7th Army, you must first head to the Xiling Base City.
However, the helicopter to Xiling Base City already came this morning, so you can only wait until
tomorrow to go to Xiling City. As a logistics city, Lingyang Base City had no helicopters. Xiling Base City was a heavily fortified city, and there
were exotic beasts nearby, so planes couldn't land there. No matter how eager Lu Chen was to go to the 7th Army, he wouldn't be able to leave today. Although he could walk there, it would take until tomorrow, so it was better to rest well in Lingyang Base City tonight and take the helicopter to
Xiling City tomorrow. After hearing Ning Hao's explanation, Lu Chen nodded. It seemed he would have to temporarily stay in Lingyang Base City today. Come on, I'll take you out for a drink.
To properly thank Lu Chen, Ning Hao arranged for someone to buy wine and then hosted a banquet for him. Since they were all chi masters, it was impossible for them to get drunk on alcohol. Moreover, as this was a logistics city, unless the front lines completely collapsed, they wouldn't be threatened, so drinking didn't count as disobeying military orders. Logistics cities generally had plenty of food, so the banquet was quite lavish. Most of the officers stationed in Lingyang Base City had been transferred from Xiling City along with Ning Hao, so when they saw Lu Chen, especially after learning he had already broken through to the 6th tier, they were extremely enthusiastic. Late at night, after a hearty meal and drinks, everyone returned to their homes and Lu Chen was assigned a dormitory by himself. There was no conversation that night. Lu Chen woke up early the next morning. Although he had drunk a lot the night before, the alcohol couldn't dull his senses and he woke up clear-headed.
Ning Hao also got up early and came to see Lu Chen off. Shilin City is quite different now than before, you need to be extra careful. Ning Hao waved to Lu Chen on
the helicopter and shouted, the exotic beasts are more rampant and ferocious than before. The helicopter can't go deep into the border, so it's best to find an off-road vehicle to drive in once you get there. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and then boarded the logistics helicopter heading to Shilin City. The journey from Lingyang to Shilin City was relatively calm, with neither exotic birds nor herds of beasts in sight.
When the helicopter landed
smoothly, Lu Chen hurriedly found the military officer in charge. Replacing Ning Hao was a military officer over 50, with a face like a chiseled knife,
and eyes like a hawk full of vigor. His name was Zhang Rinchen.
Although he was an elder, he showed no signs of aging. Instead, he gave off a feeling
of steadiness and strength.
Especially with his cultivation, which was a whole major realm higher than Ning Hao's. He was at the 5th level of the 6th tier. After learning Lu Chen's purpose, this military officer informed him that the road to the 7th Army was blocked by a beast tide, and this situation had persisted for half a month.
You must be looking to join the youth training camp in the 7th Army, right?
There are a few others like you over there. They are also heading to the youth training camp of the 7th Army. Zhang Rinchen pointed to a nearby building and smiled. You can
team up with them.
With your strength, you might just survive the beast tide and make it into the 7th Army.
Hearing that there were others going to
the training camp like him, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He sensed the aura and found that there were indeed 3 Chi masters inside the building, all at the 6th level, and they were all young, brimming with vitality.
Lu Chen didn't expect there to be quite a few people heading to the training camp. However, he didn't like teaming up with others, so after Zhang Rinchen's suggestion, he politely declined. Just give me an off-road vehicle. Lu Chen
planned to cross the beast tide directly. Although he was only at the 6th level, ordinary beast tides posed no threat to him. With the blade of metal and the momentum of the sword, unless it was a 6th level beast, they wouldn't even be able to get close.
Seeing Lu Chen's determination to cross the
border alone, Zhang Renchen looked a bit surprised. But he respected Lu Chen's choice and directly handed him a military off-road vehicle, giving him the keys. The border is very dangerous right now, and I won't send anyone with you, so you'll have to drive yourself.
Lu Chen nodded. Driving was child's play for him. How long do you plan to take? Zhang Rinchen asked. Tomorrow. It was already noon by the time Lu Chen got from Lingyang City to Shilin
City, and now crossing the beast tide, he estimated he would still be in the midst of it by nightfall.
Fighting the beast tide at night without any light would greatly increase the difficulty of the battle.
Lu Chen was confident but not arrogant and certainly not foolish. He wouldn't set off at
this time.
He bid farewell to Zhang Rinchen, drove the off-road vehicle outside, and casually found a hotel to eat and spend the night.
After staying
in Shilin City for a day, the next morning, Lu Chen prepared to leave in the off-road vehicle. At the city gate, he happened to run into Zhang Rinchen
on patrol.
Upon seeing Lu Chen, he raised his hand to stop the vehicle and greeted him. Those who are going to the youth training camp with you left 3 hours ago. If you really can't cross the beast tide alone, you can join them.
Lu Chen knew that Zhang Rinchen was offering a kind reminder, so he
thanked him and drove the off-road vehicle into the desert. The military off-road vehicles were specially modified, making them easy to drive in the
desert.
Lu Chen drove for an hour without encountering a single beast, but soon he came across the first one. After swiftly slaying it with the blade
of metal, a second one appeared. Then a third and a fourth.
The beasts were increasing in number.
Lu Chen drove into the beast tide, and facing
the surrounding beasts bearing their fangs, he unleashed the blade of metal. The sharp aura rippled, and one beast after another fell, their blood quickly
staining the sand.
Lu Chen's goal was to reach the 7th Army. These 3rd and 4th level beasts couldn't stop him at all.
He didn't linger with them, quickly resolving the encounters and driving off into the distance. In the heart of the desert,
the 3 who had set off 3 hours earlier
than Lu Chen had already driven their off-road vehicle to this point.
Initially, the 3rd and 4th level beasts they encountered boosted their confidence, making them think they could soon cross the beast tide and reach the 7th Army. However, as time passed, the beasts they faced grew stronger, and their numbers clearly increased. They quickly found themselves in a fierce battle, and their off-road vehicle was soon wrecked under the claws of the beasts. The 3 completely lost their means of transportation, staring at the vast sea of beasts, feeling despair for the first time.
The vehicle is gone, and we're deep in the beast tide. What do we do now?
If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come to this godforsaken place.
What 7th Army? There's not even anyone here to pick us up. Everyone, stop complaining. As long as we work together, we can definitely get out.
Each of the 3 had their own thoughts. Some were disheartened, some complained, and some encouraged. In this situation, their chances of breaking threw together were almost zero. The number of strange beasts was increasing, quickly surrounding them in layers.
Damn it, I'm not going, complained
a man as he kicked a wrecked off-road vehicle, then picked up a piece of the vehicle as a weapon and charged at the beasts. He struck with force, his energy surging like the ocean, and the shard in his hand became sharp, easily tearing apart one of the beasts. Just then, another beast lunged at him. This beast had been lurking beside the one he had just killed, and as soon as the man dispatched it, it sprang forward. The man's attacks were wild and unrestrained, completely chaotic. At that moment, seeing the beast attack, he didn't even have time to use his combat skills. His face turned pale. Just as he was about to meet his death, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of him, wielding a long sword and slicing the attacking beast in half. After dealing with the beast, the woman with flowing black hair softly said, "Don't be afraid, the three of us are all at the 6th level. If we unite, there might still be a chance of survival." This was directed at the man who was the most agitated among them. If he could be calmed down, the other girl would follow suit. The man was about to nod, but upon seeing the beasts rushing nearby, his expression turned cold and he kicked the woman directly. He had been right behind her, and this kick came without warning, leaving her unable to react, and she was sent straight into the horde of beasts. The woman's face changed dramatically as she turned to glare at the man. "You." Before she could finish, the stench of blood filled the air, and shadows loomed heavily around them. As soon as the woman appeared, all the beasts were drawn to her, rushing towards her. She had no time to speak and could only raise her sword to fight against the beasts. Meanwhile, the man took the opportunity to quickly slip out of the encirclement and ran back in the direction he had come from. The woman, targeted by the beasts, fought fiercely, buying enough time for the man to escape. He ran wildly and suddenly spotted a fast-moving shadow in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an off-road vehicle. Seeing it heading straight towards him, the man immediately acted, intending to stop it. "Stop right there." His energy surged, his robes fluttering as he unleashed his combat skills, his figure moving like lightning towards the vehicle. Lu Chen had been focused on hunting the surrounding beasts, but sensing the human's energy, he looked up and saw someone charging towards him. He immediately aimed his green light at the person. "One more step and you die." Lu Chen's voice was cold, as if covered in a layer of frost. It was not loud, but it pierced through the chaos and reached the man's ears. Seeing the green light in front of the off-road vehicle, the man's expression changed, and he quickly retracted his killing intent, cupping his hands towards Lu Chen. "I am Shui Lin from the Blood Demon Sect. Could you give me a ride?" Upon hearing the man's introduction, Lu Chen stopped the vehicle beside him and scrutinized him, realizing this was one of the three people Zhang Renchen had mentioned who were also heading to the 7th Military's training camp. These people had set out 3 hours earlier than him, yet he had caught up so quickly and he only saw one of the 3. Had the others all perished? Looking at the larger horde of beasts ahead, Lu Chen decided to clarify the situation before proceeding. "Are you also going to the training camp?" Hearing this, Shui Lin's eyes flickered with surprise. "You're also heading to the training camp? Can you give me a ride for a bit?" Lu Chen did not answer him but pointed ahead, continuing to ask, "Weren't there 3 of you? Where are the other 2? The other 2? Shui Lin hesitated, not daring to say it was because he wanted to survive that he had sold them out, and he sighed helplessly. The other 2 were surrounded by the beasts and were torn to pieces. "I managed to escape by luck, but the vehicle is wrecked and won't start. If you could give me a ride, I would be willing to pay any price." At such a time, life was the most important. Treasures and such were all external possessions. Once dead, those treasures would only benefit others. So Shui Lin's words came from the heart, simply hoping Lu Chen would take him along. Lu Chen looked at the blood forest, realizing that only this guy had survived among the 3. Saying such things raised questions, especially since this person had just shown a fierce demeanor upon seeing him. If he hadn't revealed the green glow, he probably wouldn't have restrained himself. Based on this alone, Lu Chen decided not to give him a ride. Just as he made up his mind to take a detour, he suddenly noticed that all the strange beasts around had surrounded him, and a wave of battle fluctuations suddenly came from ahead. As soon as the battle fluctuations reached him, Lu Chen's gaze instantly locked onto the blood forest. This aura clearly indicated that a human chi master was fighting against strange beasts. The guy had just claimed that the other 2 were dead, which was obviously a lie. Now, Lu Chen was even more certain that this person was problematic. The green glow gathered at his fingertips, ready to strike at any moment. A terrifying aura swept in from the distance. The roar of the strange beast carried a strong bloodlust, spreading along with the sound waves. The blood forest was shaken by this bloodlust, feeling dizzy and nearly fainting. The surrounding strange beasts became frenzied upon hearing the beast's roar, all rushing towards this area, seemingly intending to surround and kill Lu Chen. The battle fluctuations ahead grew closer, and 2 graceful figures gradually emerged. Both of them were injured. to varying degrees but still managed to fight against the strange beasts. Under the pressure of the beast tide, the two quickly approached Lu Chen, and, in no time, the distance between them was less than 100 meters. At this distance, anyone could see clearly. The girl with the green hair looked at the blood forest, her pretty face clouded with frost, her beautiful eyes turning cold, exuding a strong killing intent. Cowardly person, I will kill you. The girl with the green hair wielded her sword, cleaving through the strange beasts in front of her and charged straight at the blood forest. Seeing this, the blood forest's expression changed, and he clenched his fists, launching an attack. The sword energy and fist imprint collided in the air, and a terrifying aura exploded. The girl with the green hair and another girl arrived in front of the blood forest. She glanced at the blood forest, then at Lu Chen, her brows slightly furrowed. Why was this person standing with the blood forest? Could he be his companion? Nangong Ling's brows tightened. Even more. 2 against 1, she was confident she could kill the blood forest, but if it became 2 against 2, the odds were too slim, and even if they won, escaping the beast tide would not be guaranteed. But if she didn't kill the blood forest, it would be hard to quell her resentment. The blood forest noticed that Nangong Ling had not attacked with her sword but instead kept glancing at Lu Chen, repeatedly saying, Miss Nangong, there were reasons for what happened earlier. I did not intend to escape, I was seeking external help. He pointed at Lu Chen, explaining, this is the external help I called upon, and he is also heading to the training camp. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ling's pretty face turned ugly. Could it be that this person was indeed a companion of the blood forest? Anyone who can associate with you must not be a good person. Despite saying this, Nangong Ling still sheathed her sword. No matter how much enmity she had with the blood forest, she had to survive here first to seek revenge. Meanwhile, Lu Chen listened to their conversation and detected the tension in the air. However, he ignored it and quietly observed the scene of swirling yellow sand in the distance. In just a short while, the strange beasts had already surrounded the area. The earlier beast roar was clearly issued by the organizer of the beast tide, aiming to use these strange beasts to trap them together and then catch them all at once. From the bloodlust earlier, that beast king's strength is probably at the early stage of the 7th rank. Lu Chen's eyes flickered slightly. The early stage of the 7th rank was difficult for other 6 ranks to handle, but Lu Chen was confident he could slay it. However, killing it was one thing, there were too many strange beasts nearby, and if they kept harassing him, it would be hard for Lu Chen to kill that beast without injury. Lu Chen's gaze fell on Nangong Ling and the other 2. All 3 of them had 6th rank cultivation and were heading to the training camp. Although they couldn't threaten a 7th rank beast, they were more than enough to deal with ordinary strange beasts. Lu Chen glanced at them and calmly said, there is a 7th rank strange beast here. If you don't want to die, clear out all the nearby ordinary strange beasts. I'll handle the strongest one. Can you handle a 7th tier beast? Nangong Ling looked at him with disbelief. Not just her, but the other 2 also shared the same sentiment. Even though they were geniuses, the power gap between the 6th and 7th tiers was unfathomable, and dealing with a beast was several times more challenging than facing a 7th tier chi master of the same level. It seemed a bit arrogant for Lu Chen to think he could take on a 7th tier beast alone. Although Nangong Ling didn't believe it, she decided to follow Lu Chen's lead. As for revenge, they would settle that with the blood forest after they made it out alive. We'll do as you say, we'll only handle the ordinary beasts, and you can take care of the 7th tier one, Nangong Ling said, pulling the other girl's hand as they moved away from the blood forest to create a perimeter for Lu Chen. After the 2 girls followed the instructions, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the blood forest. His eyes were calm, yet they concealed an undeniable sharpness. The blood forest had intended to slack off, but upon seeing those eyes, it reluctantly moved to the other side. Lu Chen stood atop the off-road vehicle, gazing into the distance, and in the next moment his figure transformed into an afterimage as he swiftly charged forward. Secret technique. Boiling blood. Blade of metal. The azure light danced in his palm, then shot out like a rain of arrows. Oh, the surrounding beasts charged madly towards Lu Chen, trying to stop his advance. The azure light detached from Lu Chen's hand, swiftly targeting these beasts. A series of splattering sounds echoed as the beasts fell one by one, each with a blood hole the size of a finger in their foreheads. The azure light wreaked havoc endlessly. Wherever it passed, beasts fell, unstoppable and invincible. Incredible speed. Shattering the void. Lu Chen activated his skills, his figure becoming elusive in the air, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, arriving at the area where the beast tide's blood energy was most intense. A massive, blood-red rhinoceros was surrounded by a group of beasts, its scales resembling heavy steel armor, and the azure light left no mark when it struck. With a stomp of its foot, the blood-red rhinoceros released a surge of chi, directly sending all the azure light flying away. It coldly fixed its gaze on Lu Chen and said, "Human, daring to approach me, you seek your own death."
As soon as it finished speaking, the blood-red rhinoceros opened its mouth wide, unleashing a beam of bloodlight. The speed of the bloodlight was astonishing. Any beast in its path was instantly obliterated into mush. This beam of bloodlight possessed power enough to rival a full-force strike from a 7th-tier Chi Master. Seeing this, Lu Chen once again used Shattering the Void, and in the next second, he appeared in mid-air. Human, do you think you can escape like this? Just as the blood-red rhinoceros finished speaking, Lu Chen felt a prickling sensation on his back and turned to see the bloodlight curving around to continue. It's assault. Can't escape? Lu Chen murmured, the azure light swirling in his palm as Chi rapidly gathered there. Battle technique. Heavenly flight into the void. Lu Chen struck towards the bloodlight with his palm, the terrifying Chi erupting from his hand, crashing into the bloodlight like a tidal wave. The light trembled and the Chi surged. The tide and bloodlight clashed in mid-air, the shockwave exploding outward, causing the ground to tremble violently. Many of the beasts below were crushed into meat patties, with only a few of the more defensively strong beasts managing to survive, albeit heavily injured. In the blink of an eye, within a radius of several hundred meters, only Lu Chen and the blood-red rhinoceros remained, staring at each other from afar. Human. The blood-red rhinoceros glared at Lu Chen, its fury directed entirely at him as it surveyed the fallen minions around it. Today, I will kill you. With that, the blood-red rhinoceros charged at Lu Chen, its 4 legs resembling Roman columns. With each step it took, the ground trembled as if a dragon had emerged, shaking the earth. It continuously released Chi outward, which merged with the ground, quickly whipping up a hurricane that swept up the sand and gravel, forming a sandstorm that rushed towards Lu Chen. This sandstorm moved at an incredible speed, causing the desert within a radius of several hundred meters to sink by a meter. If a human were caught in this storm, they would undoubtedly be crushed to bones and flesh. The terrifying sandstorm rose from the ground, connecting to the sky, towering 100 meters high, like a pillar of heaven rapidly charging towards Lu Chen. Human, die. The blood-colored rhinoceros stood at the center of the sandstorm, resembling a massive armored vehicle from above. It let out a roar, and the sandstorm surged toward Lu Chen at an unbelievable speed. Seeing this, Lu Chen lightly brushed his fingers over his waist badge, then clenched his hand in the air. The spear was in his grasp. The spear tip sparkled like a cold star, and with a casual sweep the clouds rolled, and the winds howled. The spear in Lu Chen's hand was slender, but the tip was thick, the shaft shimmering with a cold gray light, while the tip glimmered like a myriad of cold stars, exuding in extreme sharpness. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the spear as soon as he infused it with his Chi. A vast dragon's roar echoed from the spear, shaking the heart. What a good spear! Lu Chen's gaze shifted. This weapon, crafted for him by mentor Zheng Huang, possessed enough power to crush any 7th-tier beast. Lu Chen swung the spear, its tip slicing through the air, still resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar. I shall name you the Azure Dragon Halberd. Although the weapon was a spear, its heavy head and light body made it resemble a halberd more. So Lu Chen directly named it the Azure Dragon Halberd. Gripping the Azure Dragon Halberd tightly, Lu Chen poured his Chi into it without reservation. Looking at the approaching sandstorm, now just a stone's throw away, the Azure Dragon Halberd in his hand was already roaring like a dragon, its tip glowing with golden light, the cold stars shining like celestial bodies. Go! Lu Chen threw the Azure Dragon Halberd with all his might. Secret technique. Boiling blood. Secret technique. Sky control. Force amplification. With 2 secret techniques enhancing him, the force surged, and the moment the Azure Dragon Halberd left his hand, a loud dragon's roar erupted, as if a true dragon had descended, piercing through the sky and swiftly stabbing into the sandstorm. The sandstorm could obliterate everything, even easily crushing rocks into dust, but as soon as the Azure Dragon Halberd approached, the barrier formed by the rapidly swirling gravel shattered instantly. The Azure Dragon Halberd pierced through the barrier effortlessly, traversing the entire sandstorm, and struck directly at the center of the eye of the storm, the blood-colored rhinoceros. Boom! The earth trembled and the sky roared. The surface of the blood-colored rhinoceros was like armor, capable of resisting the sharpness of the gunmetal blade, but under the fierce strike of the Azure Dragon Halberd, it shattered in an instant, countless streams of blood gushing from its body. With a powerful blow, the 4 limbs supporting the blood-colored rhinoceros were completely crushed, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud, every piece of its skin cracking, soon transforming into a true blood cow. Empty. The offensive of the Azure Dragon Halberd had not yet fully dissipated, and the ground exploded, the surrounding sandstorm halting at that moment, the lifted gravel falling down, quickly forming a mound. The earth continued to shatter until it spread to Lu Chen's feet. Lu Chen slowly descended, grasping the heavy weapon back into his hand. He walked slowly toward the blood-colored rhinoceros, which, despite its crushed limbs and torn skin, still attempted to strike at him, opening its large mouth to shoot out a beam of bloodlight. Gung metal blade. Lu Chen unleashed
A green light that swiftly entered the mouth of the blood-colored rhinoceros, and soon, blood erupted from its throat, a large amount of blood spewing from its mouth as if it were dry heaving.
Human. The blood-colored rhinoceros stared fiercely at Lu Chen, its eyes filled with unwillingness and murderous intent.
Even on the brink of death, it still harbored a strong desire to kill Lu Chen.
Lu Chen's gaze remained calm as he approached the blood-colored rhinoceros, raising the azure dragon halberd and striking down fiercely. Splurt! A column of blood sprayed, and a massive rhinoceros head fell to the ground. Ding! Successfully killed a 7th tier 2nd level beast. Violent points plus 220,000. Lu Chen took the beast core from the blood-colored rhinoceros, then used the gung metal blade to directly chop the corpse into minced meat, preventing other beasts from advancing by devouring its body. After eliminating the culprit behind the beast tide, Lu Chen's figure flickered as he moved toward the battlefield behind him. Meanwhile, Nangong
Ling and the others were still struggling to deal with the surrounding beasts. Nangong Ling was already injured, and now with the increasing number of beasts, her chi was gradually depleting, soon being suppressed by the beasts. Another girl tried her best to help her, but the number of beasts around her was considerable, making it impossible for her to lend a hand. As for the blood forest, since Lu Chen left, he had been hiding in the off-road vehicle, quietly waiting for the right moment to escape, only dealing with the nearby beasts when necessary. Asking him to lend a hand was a fantasy.
Nangong
Ling's energy was completely exhausted, and just when she was about to lose all hope, a meteor fell from the sky.
No, it wasn't a meteor. Nangong Ling
widened her beautiful eyes, trying to see what it really was. But the meteor was too fast. Just as she was about to take a closer look, it crashed to
the ground, and a violent explosion echoed.
The ground surged like waves, an endless cloud of yellow sand engulfing everything, blocking out the sun,
resembling a scene from the apocalypse.
As the yellow sand rolled, a powerful energy surged forth, an irresistible force filled with murderous intent.
In
an instant, the beasts surrounding the off-road vehicle were swept away by the energy, their organs damaged, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds were
injured or killed.
Just as Nangong Ling was still wondering who had made the move, she looked up to see a young man in green standing in the air, holding a massive round object. "Your king is dead." The young man let go, and the round object fell to the ground.
Upon seeing that round object, everyone present, including the beasts, froze, gasping in shock. "Oh, whoa!" The beasts let out low roars, warning their king.
Their sounds were filled with whimpers. Fixated on the rhino's head that rolled a few times on the ground, their eyes revealing fear and sorrow.
Nangong Ling stared at the rhino's head, equally astonished.
Her brows furrowed slightly, unable to believe the figure in the sky.
There was a blood pattern on its head, a genuine 7th tier beast. It was actually killed by him alone?
Nangong Ling found it hard to believe, her mind reeling from the impact of the scene. With the king dead, the beast tide panicked, scattering in all directions, eager to avoid following in the bloody rhino's footsteps. The beasts that had surrounded the area just moments ago fled in an instant.
Lu Chen landed, with no time to pursue the fleeing beasts.
He walked straight towards the off-road vehicle, and as he passed by Nangong Ling, she reached out, her lips parting as if she wanted to say something.
Lu Chen ignored her and continued towards the vehicle. At that moment, Xuelin in the off-road vehicle saw the beast tide disperse and noticed Lu Chen approaching with a fierce demeanor, immediately starting the engine to drive away in the direction he had come from. This specially modified off-road vehicle was much faster than a regular one, and after the battle he had just experienced, it was unlikely he could catch up. Xuelin drove off alone, planning to leave everyone else behind. Seeing the car start, Lu Chen felt no surprise.
Earlier, when he was in the sky, he had seen Xuelin sitting in the vehicle, not following his orders.
Now that the beast tide had dispersed, this guy was the first to run. What was the point of keeping someone like that? Lu Chen moved, disappearing from his spot.
Xuelin, driving the off-road vehicle, was already fantasizing about life after leaving this cursed place. But as he looked up, he saw a figure standing
directly in front of him. Lu Chen,
the Chi Master who had single-handedly slain a 7th-tier beast. Although Xuelin didn't know Lu Chen's exact strength, the fact that he could kill a 7th-tier beast meant he could easily kill him too.
Dare to block my way? Do you really think your body is tougher than a beast's?
Xuelin didn't dare to stop, fearing retribution from Lu Chen, so he slammed the accelerator to the floor.
This modified off-road
vehicle was as tough as a 4th-tier beast, especially at high speeds. It could match the strength of a 5th-tier beast's body.
A Chi Master's physical body was at least 2 or 3 major realms lower than that of a beast. Lu Chen standing in front of the off-road vehicle was essentially seeking his own death. Die.
With the accelerator pressed to the floor, Xuelin's expression twisted into a snarl as he roared at Lu Chen, as if he could already see him being smashed to pieces. In front of the off-road vehicle, Lu Chen looked at the speeding car with a calm expression. He stood with his arms crossed, watching as the off-road vehicle drew closer, the energy within him rapidly pouring out.
Battle technique. Dragon shattering stars. What Lu Chen wanted was not the compression of dragon shattering stars but its confinement. So even though he unleashed the battle technique, he was still alone, yet the invisible force of confinement was already closing in on the off-road vehicle. The vehicle was getting closer and closer to Lu Chen, and Xuelin's expression gradually morphed into madness. His eyes bulged, his features twisted, and he roared with all his might, "Die!" The off-road vehicle sped through the desert, quickly reaching Lu Chen's side. Just as it was about to knock Lu Chen away, the force of confinement descended, and the vehicle suddenly stopped, without any inertia or impact, only the hood and bumper slightly deforming under the pressure of the confinement force. What? Seeing the off-road vehicle inexplicably stop right in front of Lu Chen, Xuelin's face changed dramatically. He kept pressing the gas pedal, but the vehicle remained motionless, even the four-wheels stopped rolling. Xuelin checked the fuel gauge and found it was indeed full. The engine roared when he pressed the gas, yet the vehicle simply could not move forward. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this happen? Xuelin stared intently at Lu Chen as if he had discovered the problem. He couldn't believe that Lu Chen had such means to force a vehicle to stop from a high-speed state without damaging it was beyond his comprehension. Was this guy even human? Seeing the vehicle unable to start, Lu Chen was also watching him from the front. Xuelin gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. He released the energy within him, his fist enveloped in dense energy, aimed at the steering wheel, while looking at Lu Chen, threatening, "If you dare to take another step forward, I will destroy this vehicle, and then no one will be able to leave this damned place. You better think it through. This desert is terrifyingly vast. If you walk, who knows how long it will take to leave, and with so many exotic beasts around, without the off-road vehicle, you won't be able to get out at all." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen looked at him indifferently, showing no reaction, his tone slightly colder. "You mean, you want me to watch you drive the off-road vehicle away?" Xuelin indeed needed the off-road vehicle and couldn't possibly return it to Lu Chen. Although he knew he was in the wrong, his anger swelled, and he held his head high, saying, "As long as I get out, I will call for support, and someone will come to pick you up." "Fool!" Lu Chen interrupted him with a scolding before he could finish. How could he still dare to threaten him at a time like this? He was being too lenient. Lu Chen walked towards Xuelin. Seeing this, Xuelin reacted like a startled cat, shouting sharply, "If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being rude." Lu Chen ignored him and continued forward. In response, Xuelin threw a punch at the steering wheel, intending to destroy the off-road vehicle. If he couldn't have it, then no one else would. Just as Xuelin's fist was about to hit the steering wheel, Lu Chen's lips moved slightly, as if he uttered two words: "Sky control." With the secret technique activated, Lu Chen's figure transformed into mist and directly appeared in the vehicle. He caught Xuelin's punch, and the full force of the blow landed on his hand without causing a ripple. When did you?" Looking at Lu Chen suddenly appearing in the vehicle, Xuelin's voice trembled. Before he could finish speaking, Xuelin's expression shifted from panic to terror as a blood-red light flickered from his other hand, rushing towards Lu Chen's neck. Battle technique. Blood light technique. Just as the blood-red light was about to touch Lu Chen's neck, a snort came from Lu Chen's nose and a terrifying energy erupted from his body, directly shattering the blood-red light into starlight. Crack! With a slight exertion of force from his palm, Xuelin's fist was completely crushed. A piercing scream erupted. Xuelin withdrew his hand, only to find that his hand had turned into a puddle of mangled flesh, wobbling like jelly, unable to take shape. Such a horrifying scene left Xuelin's face pale with fear. He was just about to escape from the off-road vehicle when Lu Chen directly raised his fist and struck his abdomen. Bang! A dull sound echoed, marking the shattering of another person's dantian. Agonizing pain surged, and Xuelin nearly convulsed, curling up his body, his neck twisted, and he fainted instantly. Lu Chen did not kill him outright but tossed him into the back seat and drove the car back. This kid can't die so easily. As Lu Chen drove the off-road vehicle back, he encountered Nangong Ling and another girl who were rushing over. Seeing the off-road vehicle returning, Nangong Ling looked puzzled, but when she saw that the person in the car was Lu Chen, it made sense to her. It must be Lu Chen who snatched the car back from Xuelin. As the off-road vehicle drew closer, Nangong Ling waved her hand anxiously. Upon seeing Nangong Ling, Lu Chen stopped the car and signaled for them to get in. These two girls had contributed before, so it was no trouble to give them a ride. "Thank you." The vehicle came to a halt, and the two quickly got in, but as soon as they did, they saw Xuelin in the back seat, eyes tightly shut and a pained expression on his face. Seeing Xuelin's weak aura, Nangong Ling roughly guessed what had happened. This guy tried to escape alone but ended up being caught back by Lu Chen, and his cultivation had been ruined. "So, what are you planning to do by leaving him in the car?" Nangong Ling asked uncertainly. Surely, they weren't taking Xuelin to the training camp, right? Would a stranger be so kind? Hearing this, Lu Chen didn't turn back and replied nonchalantly, I plan to find some exotic beasts to keep him company. Ha! Upon hearing that Lu Chen intended to feed Xuelin to exotic beasts, Nangong Ling's mouth fell open in surprise. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Xuelin was indeed irredeemably wicked, but after all, he was from the Blood Demon sect. The best course of action for Lu Chen would be to leave him behind to fend for himself rather than feeding him to exotic beasts. If the Blood Demon sect found out that Xuelin was killed by someone, they would definitely seek revenge on that person. Nangong Ling stared at Lu Chen, hesitated for a moment, and then decided to tell him the truth. It's fine. Nangong Ling didn't expect Lu Chen to respond this way. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, his tone filled with indifference. It's just a Blood Demon sect. If another similar sect comes along, I won't hesitate to toss them aside. The Blood Demon sect, although a top-tier hidden sect, was nothing to Lu Chen. He had already provoked a Houtnan sect, adding a Blood Demon sect to the mix was no big deal. After all, he would be staying in the 7th Army for quite some time, and once he left, it wouldn't be him hiding from others, but others hiding from him. Seeing Lu Chen's confidence, Nangong Ling thought he must be from some top hidden sect, so she didn't press the matter further. When she got into the car, Nangong Ling carefully checked Lu Chen and found that he indeed had the cultivation of a 6th-tier Chi Master, without hiding his level. Being able to kill a 7th-tier exotic beast with 6th-tier cultivation indicated that Lu Chen's foundation was exceptionally strong. The only forces that could possess such a strong foundation, as far as Nangong Ling knew, were those top hidden sections. Lu Chen released the Dark Envoy and sent it to find the nearest beast tide, and as soon as it was located, Lu Chen drove over immediately. After slapping the unconscious Xuelin awake, Lu Chen directly tossed him into the beast tide. As soon as Xuelin opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by exotic beasts. Seeing a group of 3rd and 4th-tier beasts, he looked disdainful and was about to take action to deal with them when he realized he couldn't use his chi. My cultivation. The pain from his dantian made him understand that everything that had just happened was not a dream. He had been crippled. With his cultivation completely destroyed and trapped in a dire situation, Xuelin's eyes bulged with rage as he cursed at Lu Chen. His curses had no effect and instead attracted the attention of even more exotic beasts. Soon, a tide of beasts surrounded him. How can there be so many? Xuelin looked at the densely packed exotic beasts, fear spreading in his heart, his expression shifting from terror to numbness, then to despair. Let me go, I am from the Blood Demon sect. You can't kill me. Ah! Xuelin's furious curses echoed from within the beast tide, filled with resentment, until a piercing scream cut through the air, silencing his curses. Although the curses had stopped, the screams of agony did not cease, and accompanied by the crunching sounds of chewing, the screams grew even louder. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from the beast tide. Countless strange beasts were slaughtered, but even more strange beasts filled the gaps left behind. The powerful aura surged wave after wave, yet the number of strange beasts far exceeded expectations. If they could not escape, they could only face all the strange beasts surrounding them. Who the hell dares to harm the disciples of my Blood Demon sect? If I find out who it is, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. An angry roar came from the beast tide, but the voice was full of energy. Clearly not from Xuelin. What Xuelin could produce was only the screams of agony from being devoured by the strange beasts. Lu Chen had placed a layer of chi mechanism on Xuelin's body. For the strange beasts to eat him, they had to do it bit by bit. Now, half of Xuelin's body had been eaten, yet he remained conscious. This sense of despair was indescribable for anyone who had not experienced it. The elder who had left a clone looked at Xuelin. In this state, his eyes already red. He could indeed protect Xuelin from dying for a short time, but Xuelin's cultivation had already been ruined, and it was impossible to leave this area before his chi mechanism was exhausted. No matter what was done, Xuelin was undoubtedly doomed. Thinking of his disciple enduring the pain of being devoured by strange beasts after his clone dissipated, the elder said solemnly, Linner, Master will set you free. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at Xuelin, and a beam of light shot through, instantly creating a blood hole in Xuelin's brow. Having personally killed his own disciple, the elder's heart ached more than anyone else's. He released all the power of his clone, and the terrifying blood mist corroded hundreds of strange beasts into a puddle of mud. As his chi mechanism was exhausted, the clone gradually thinned. He looked around, and the roar of anger echoed. Those who kill my Blood Demon sect disciples, from today onwards, my Blood Demon sect will hunt you to the ends of the earth. With those words, the clone dissipated. Without the obstruction of the clone, the remaining strange beasts directly devoured Xuelin's corpse. After finishing the body, these strange beasts reluctantly left the area.
Not far away, Lu Chen saw Shui Lin being killed by the elder and shook his head, muttering, "Boring."
The two women, Nangong Ling and her companion, shivered at this remark.
They looked at Lu Chen with trepidation, feeling that this person before them was too terrifying. Clearly, Shui Lin could have been killed directly, yet he was fed to the strange beasts, and most crucially, Shui Lin had to watch himself being eaten piece by piece. If it weren't for Shui Lin's master helping him find release, Shui Lin would likely harbor more resentment
in death than anyone else.
After all, witnessing one's own body being eaten was far more despairing than being killed outright.
Just thinking about
experiencing that scene sent chills down their spines, giving them goosebumps.
Let's go.
Seeing the strange beasts disperse, Lu Chen turned to glance at
Nangong Ling and her companion, then lay back in the rear seat. Nangong Ling looked puzzled. Lu Chen rested his hands behind his head, lying in the back seat, and casually said, "You can drive, right?
Since you can drive, you take care of the road behind us. If there are any strange beasts you can't
handle, just call me."
With that, Lu Chen closed his eyes. Seeing this, Nangong Ling felt helpless, but considering that Lu Chen was willing to take her along, it was not a bad idea to drive for him.
Nangong Ling took the driver's seat, driving the off-road vehicle through the desert, heading straight for the 7th Army. The 7th Army, located at the northernmost point of the northern wilderness bordering a neighboring country, it is overseen
by 3 military leaders with a total of 36 lords and 36 fortresses. Each fortress is guarded by a lord, while the 3 main fortresses in the center are defended by the 3 military leaders. Whether going out or entering the 7th Army, there are strict checkpoints and layers of scrutiny. The entire 7th Army is impregnable, and no outsider can enter at will.
After driving for half a day, just as she was about to fall asleep,
Nangong Ling finally arrived at the 7th Army. The fortress ahead was entirely black, sitting in the desert like a slumbering ancient beast. Although it had not awakened, the oppressive presence of the steel giant city made one hesitate. Just looking at it brought a sense of breathlessness.
"We're here." Nangong Ling glanced at the fortress ahead and turned back to gently wake Lu Chen.
Hearing her voice, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes.
Looking at the fortress not far away, he stretched lazily and said casually, "Let's just drive in." Nangong Ling shook her head lightly. "The 7th
Army does not allow any soldiers to drive in except for the lords.
We can only get out of the car here and walk in."
She pointed to the barrier that enveloped the fortress above. This barrier was the restriction of the area. If one attempted to drive in without permission, the restriction would instantly kill both the vehicle and its occupants. The 7th Army represented one of the core forces of the Dragon Kingdom's official power, and nothing unexpected could happen here, so the strictness was several times that of other factions. Hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at the barrier, then grabbed the edge of the car door, exerted a bit of force, and jumped out of the vehicle. He said nothing more and walked straight toward the fortress.
Nangong Ling and the other girl quickly followed. After passing through the barrier, Lu Chen arrived at the fortress's gate. The soldiers at the entrance looked at the 3 of them and blocked their way. Identity. To enter the fortress, one must verify their identity. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, Lu Chen tossed the token Lin had given him last time to him. After seeing the token, the soldier sized up Lu Chen and pointed to something resembling a decorative stone nearby. "If you want to enter the training camp, you must first prove that you have reached the 6th level of Chi Master." Lu Chen nodded lightly, then threw a punch at the decorative stone from a distance. Bang! A crack appeared in the stone, which quickly closed again. Seeing this, the soldier nodded at Lu Chen. "You indeed have 6th level cultivation. Please enter. Someone will take you to the training camp shortly." Lu Chen responded with a sound and walked straight into the fortress. Next, after Lu Chen left, the soldier looked at Nangong Ling and the other girl. Like Lu Chen, they took out their tokens to verify their identities and then tested themselves on the decorative stone. As long as they left a mark on the stone, it would prove they had 6th level Chi Master cultivation. Nangong Ling and the other girl only left a small crack the length of a fingernail on the stone, which was nothing compared to Lu Chen's. The quality of this year's training camp is quite good. These 3 have above average strength, the soldier remarked to his companion as he watched the 3 depart into the fortress. The new generation pushes the old, but this year, it's said that a young master from a top hidden sect has also come, only 18 years old and already at the 7th level. TSK, they are all fierce people, we can't compare. Inside the city, Lu Chen was about to inquire about the location of the training camp when he was suddenly called by Nangong Ling from behind. "You were sleeping in the car earlier, and I didn't have a chance to thank you." Nangong Ling gracefully moved in front of Lu Chen, smiling slightly. "Thank you for saving my life during the beast tide in the North Wilderness. My name is Nangong Ling. May I know your name? I will repay you after we leave the training camp." "No need," Lu Chen replied curtly, then directly walked past Nangong Ling, continuing to look for a place to gather information.
Seeing Lu Chen walk away like that, Nangong Ling stood there in a daze, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. After a moment, her cherry lips curled up slightly, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Her skin was snow white, her figure exquisite, her waist like a willow, her eyes like a river of stars. Just a light smile drew the attention of the surrounding soldiers, some even bumping into each other.
If you don't want to tell me, then don't. We'll meet again anyway, Nangong Ling said with a hint of a smile. She was not angry at Lu Chen's disregard. In fact, she felt grateful to him. After all, if it weren't for Lu Chen, she would have been killed by the blood forest long ago, and there would be no further conversation. Sister Linger, where are we going now? The girl following Nangong Ling looked timid, seemingly uneasy in the unfamiliar
surroundings, clinging closely to Nangong Ling's side. Setting aside her mouse-like timidness, she was quite striking, petite and delicate, like a precious jade. Nangong Ling took the girl's hand and led her straight to a nearby hotel. Although this was a fortress, the 7th Army had a total of 36 fortresses, and not every one of them was very strict, especially since this one did not border any neighboring countries, usually only needing to fend off sudden beast tides. To keep the soldiers here from getting bored, the commander of the 7th Army allowed nearby forces to set up businesses. But all identities had to be registered, and entry and exit were strictly controlled, generally allowing only one entry and exit per day, exceeding that would result in the cancellation of their qualifications to enter the 7th Army. Along the way, they had been fighting continuously, sweating profusely, and were already quite smelly. Before taking care of business, Nangong Ling planned to take a hot shower, have a hearty meal, and clean herself up before inquiring about the training camp. Lu Chen walked through the fortress, looking at the surroundings that were quite similar to the base city, feeling a bit dazed. Wasn't it said that the 7th Army was very strict? How come there were so many shops? Besides soldiers on the road, there were also some chi masters living here, but soldiers still made up the majority. Most of these chi masters belonged to the forces of the secret realm village, running their own businesses here. The entire street had a complete industrial chain, whether it was restaurants, hotels, snacks, pharmacies, or trading houses, all were dazzling. Lu Chen stopped in front of a restaurant. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was surely packed with people. It was the perfect place to gather information. Although the soldiers at the city gate said someone would come to take them to the training camp soon, Lu Chen felt that those guys at the training camp wouldn't come to pick him up. From Lingyang City to Xiling City, and then from Xiling City to Beiwang, it took a day and night of travel to finally arrive at the outermost fortress of the 7th Army. Logically, when he arrived in Lingyang City, the people from the training camp should have known they were coming, but even upon reaching the 7th Army, the training camp personnel had yet to arrive. Clearly, figuring out how to get to the training camp might also be a necessary step before formally entering it. If he couldn't find the training camp on his own, he would surely be labeled as unqualified and directly kicked out of the training camp. With this in mind, Lu Chen entered the restaurant, intending to gather some information from there. Inside the restaurant, there were diners everywhere, including soldiers and nearby chi masters running shops. Lu Chen found a table close to the soldiers and sat down, first ordering food, then pointing to a nearby table full of soldiers, shouting, "Waiter, I'll treat this table." As soon as he said this, everyone around turned to look at Lu Chen, and the soldiers who were eating also glanced over. Lu Chen was very young and unfamiliar, and when this group of soldiers realized he was treating, they immediately stood up and came to his table. "Little brother, you're here to join the training camp, right?" A middle-aged man sat beside Lu Chen, smiling at him. The man before him looked simple, but in reality, his cultivation had already reached the 6th level. Lu Chen nodded. Seeing this, the middle-aged man leaned closer to Lu Chen, pointed to his companions at the nearby table, and said with a smile, "Since little brother is so generous to treat us to a meal, I won't hold back. There have been several people like you before, coming to the restaurant to inquire about where the training camp is. But you know how it is with the training camp, it gathers the top talents of the Dragon Kingdom, and to protect you, they won't disclose anything to us ordinary people. So, little brother, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you what you want to know." Lu Chen shook his head. "It's fine, just consider it making friends with you." Lu Chen was not surprised by the middle-aged man's words. He had even guessed it on the way here. The training camp is not a place for play like a summer camp. It gathers the elites from various hidden sects, the military, the government, and the 6 top academies, representing the future high echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. If an enemy nation were to discover the location of the training camp and exert all their efforts to destroy it, then none of the top elites present would escape. The destruction of the training camp would be a catastrophic disaster for the Dragon Kingdom. Once the future strong are depleted, the enemy nation would seize the opportunity to invade. The deeper the training camp is hidden, the better it is for the elites and for the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Lu Chen being so polite, the middle-aged man patted his shoulder and laughed a few times. "What a character, little brother. Although Lu Chen was clearly very young, he exuded a significant aura of the martial world, evidently someone who had experienced great events. Such a person matched his impression of the elites from the training camp, unlike the previous few who turned and left as soon as they heard he didn't know where the training camp was. Little brother, although I don't know where the training camp is, I have some connections at the 36th fortress.
Give me some time, and I'll inquire for you.
Lu Chen had originally planned to look elsewhere, but upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, he clasped his fists in gratitude.
Thank you.
He hadn't expected this to bring him unexpected joy. Indeed, whether in film or reality, places where people
eat are the best spots to gather information.
The middle-aged man waved his hand and smiled. No need to be polite, little brother.
Eating alone can be quite boring, why not join us?
Lu Chen nodded and called the waiter to bring his dishes to the adjacent table.
With the middle-aged man's arm around
his shoulder, Lu Chen quickly sat at the nearby table and began to drink heartily with several soldiers. While eating, Lu Chen learned about their
identities.
Each fortress of the 7th Army has 16 small teams, and the middle-aged man is the captain of the team at the 36th fortress, while the others are his team members. Each fortress has 16 teams not only to maintain security but also for exploration missions.
Wang Yi's team
had just returned from a mission and had a 3-day break, so even drinking wouldn't violate military regulations.
Wang Yi planned to take advantage
of these 3 days of rest to inquire about the training camp for Lu Chen. After learning this news, Lu Chen thanked Wang Yi again.
After the group had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Chen settled the bill and left the tavern with them.
As they were parting, Wang Yi stopped Lu Chen.
Little brother, where are you staying now? If I find out anything, it'll be easier to find you. Lu Chen had only been in the city for less than 3 hours and hadn't even chosen a place to stay. He looked around and pointed to a small inn. If you want to find me, come here.
All right.
Wang Yi silently noted the location of the inn, waved goodbye to Lu Chen, and left with his team. After they left, Lu Chen entered the inn, intending to stay there. Upon entering, he didn't see anyone, so he shouted, "How much is it to stay here for a day?" 2 million a day, no bargaining.
A lazy voice came from behind the door.
Hearing the price of 2 million a day, Lu Chen frowned.
He had never stayed in such an expensive inn.
Even the top hotels in the Dragon Kingdom seemed to charge about that much for a day, right? Wasn't this place a scam?
Just as Lu Chen hesitated about whether to smash the place, he heard the person behind the door continue, "My place is not just for lodging. There's a formation here called the Thunderfire Twin Dragons Formation. Once you stay here and activate the formation, thunder and fire will appear for body tempering, allowing a Chi Master's physique to improve rapidly. Staying with me for one night is equivalent to half a month of hard training outside." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen relaxed his clenched fist. The Thunderfire Twin Dragons Formation? If he remembered correctly, the entire Dragon Kingdom was best at formations only at Tianya Academy. Even the formations of
Huahua Academy and Longjing Academy were arranged by Tianya Academy. Could it be that this person was also from Tianya Academy? This formation is from Tianya Academy? How does its body tempering effect compare to that of Huahua Academy? Lu Chen looked towards the half-closed door, and as soon as he
asked, the door was suddenly pushed open, revealing an elderly man in his 70s who slowly walked out.
"You are from Huahua Academy?" The old man
scrutinized Lu Chen, his gaze slightly intense, and nodded. "You have fire energy on you. It seems you really are from Huahua Academy.
I didn't expect
Huahua Academy to produce such a formidable little fellow this year."
Lu Chen examined the man, although the old man did not deliberately release his
aura. The rich energy within him indicated that his cultivation was certainly at the peak of the 7th level. Seeing that Lu Chen was still looking at him, the old man stepped out from behind the door, stomped his foot, and a formation appeared, with countless bolts of thunder and fire surging from
the ground.
The old man said calmly, "This formation indeed comes from Tianya Academy. I am also from Tianya Academy.
Moreover, the formation in your Huahua Tower was also crafted by me."
Hearing this, Lu Chen was genuinely surprised that he had not yet encountered a mentor from Tianya Academy here.
Judging by the old man's cultivation, he was at least a director-level mentor. "Considering you are a student of Huahua Academy, I'll give you a discount, 180,000 a day. How about that?" The old man, fearing Lu Chen might find it too expensive, continued, "The body tempering
effect of this Thunderfire Double Dragon Formation is several times that of your Huahua Tower. 180,000 a day is not too much."
Upon
hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and took out his card from his waist badge.
"All right, I'll stay for 3 days, charging it." After completing the transaction, Lu Chen officially checked into the small inn.
Perhaps due to the high daily rate, the inn had 6 floors, with only 1 room on each floor. But 3 of the floors were empty.
Aside from Lu Chen, there was one other person who had checked in, located on the 2nd floor. The higher you go,
the denser the thunder and fire. The 2nd floor is already occupied, so you can stay on the 3rd floor. The old man personally led Lu Chen to the door and handed him the button to activate the formation.
Lu Chen took the button and glanced downstairs. What is his cultivation level? The old man
seemed to see through Lu Chen's thoughts at a glance and shook his head. This is not one of the 6 top academies. We do not encourage private fights. First come, first served, so don't think about snatching it. The 36 fortresses were all very strict, and private fights were not allowed. Anyone who dared to fight here, regardless of who they were, would be immediately thrown out. It should be noted that the person in charge here was a lord with 8th level cultivation, and there were very few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could reach that level. Hearing this, Lu Chen dismissed the idea of seizing the 2nd floor. However, even though he couldn't take the 2nd floor with the densest thunder and fire, as long as he absorbed all the nearby thunder and fire like he did in Huahua Tower, the old man probably wouldn't say much.
Alright, you can stay here for these 3 days, as long as you don't damage the room. You can use it however you like. Also, I don't provide food. If you want to eat, you need to go downstairs to the restaurant across the street at the right time. After tossing the room key to Lu Chen, the old man turned and left. As soon as the old man left, Lu Chen closed the door, intending to personally experience the power of the Thunder Fire Double Dragon formation. While going upstairs, he heard the old man say that this Thunder Fire Double Dragon formation was originally an attack formation, but after his modifications, it could be used for body tempering. Although it would still be quite uncomfortable, if one's will was not strong enough, it would be easy to endure. Lu Chen took off his shirt, sat cross-legged in the center of the room, and then pressed the button to activate the formation on this floor. The formation gradually manifested, and thunder and fire burst forth from the walls and floor, quickly filling the entire room like seawater. As the thunder and fire merged, the room resembled a scene from a thunder and fire purgatory, with the crackling of thunder and fire echoing, a faint dragon's roar resonating, captivating the heart. Lu Chen watched the surrounding thunder and fire, noticing that they were changing form, and before long, they transformed into 2 dragons of different colors, staring intently at Lu Chen, exhaling thunder and fire from their mouths and nostrils. The fusion of thunder and fire was terrifying, comparable to an SS level battle skill. Fortunately, this formation has been changed into a body tempering formation. Otherwise, once the thunderfire descends, even I might not be able to withstand it. Lu Chen had encountered formations before. On his way back from the 0081 secret realm village, he had met a killer from Tianya who pulled him into a world isolated from the outside. Although it was said to be a secret technique, Lu Chen felt that there must be a formation assisting it, aside from the secret arts. That was the first time Lu Chen faced an enemy using a formation. He had seen 2 types of enhancement formations. One was the formation for extracting fire energy from the Firehua Tower of the Firehua Academy, and the other was a formation similar to a spirit gathering formation from the Dragon Crystal Academy. Both of these formations originated from Tenya Academy, the handiwork of this elder. However, Lu Chen had never seen a formation with offensive power in his life. This was the first time. Despite being modified, the powerful force remained undiminished. Even just hovering above his head made Lu Chen's internal organs feel scorching, as if his blood were boiling. Aside from Tenya Academy, other hidden sects must also have experts in formations. My understanding of formations is too limited. If I encounter a Chi master using a killing formation against me, it would be very difficult to escape. Although Lu Chen felt he was already strong, he was not arrogant. The power of a killing formation was greater than that of an ordinary SS-level combat skill, and a slightly more powerful killing formation could completely rival an SSS-level combat skill. Moreover, a killing formation has one advantage: as long as the formation eye is not found to break the formation, it will continue to exist until it kills its target. Lu Chen did not understand formations, so naturally he could not find the formation eye. He felt that he should study this area of knowledge more. Fortunately, there was a senior from Tianya Academy here, and Lu Chen planned to seek his advice when he had the time. As for now, he should focus on body tempering first. Let's see how powerful it is. Lu Chen absorbed the thunder fire into his body. At first, it was as easy as absorbing fire energy. But the moment the thunder fire entered his body, Lu Chen's face turned red, and his body swelled up in various places, then rapidly shrank, as if something inside him was exploding. In fact, Lu Chen truly felt something was bursting within him. As soon as the thunder fire entered his body, he first felt a burning sensation in his heart, as if all his internal organs were ignited. The intense burning made his throat and heart feel scalding hot, and he could even exhale white mist. This was just the power of fire. Next came the thunder. Thunder entered his meridians, causing them to rapidly swell and then shrink again. This sudden expansion and contraction made Lu Chen feel both numb and in excruciating pain, as if someone were tearing his muscles apart with bare hands and pulling at the muscle fibers one by one. After being
Tormented by the thunderfire for a short while, Lu Chen was drenched in sweat. This method of body tempering was even more terrifying than fire energy. Although absorbing fire energy was also uncomfortable, Lu Chen could control that discomfort, and after a brief period of unease he would feel a satisfying pleasure in his body. But now, Lu Chen only felt pain, with no joyful feedback from his body. The thunderfire was rampaging within him, and Lu Chen felt as if his internal organs were about to be destroyed, wishing for death. This was just the modified body tempering formation. If it were the true thunderfire twin dragon formation, he would probably have been killed by now. I can't take it anymore. If this continues, my organs will have problems. Lu Chen immediately activated the golden body transformation and the secret technique blood boiling. The golden body transformation could increase Lu Chen's body density and strengthen his bones, while blood boiling could optimize the effects of the golden body transformation. With the combination of skills and secret techniques, Lu Chen indeed felt less discomfort, but his body still crackled from time to time, and when he opened his mouth, strands of thunder and white mist escaped. This effect lasted for half an hour. Finally, as the thunderfire in his body was consumed, the torment disappeared. Lu Chen let out a heavy breath, and seeing the thunderfire twin dragons around him eyeing him covetously, he immediately shut down the formation. I thought I could absorb all the thunderfire here, but just a few strands of it have left me in agony, Lu Chen said. He had been cultivating in the Fire Hua Tower for hours at a time, but now he didn't dare to start a second round. His internal organs were already damaged, and recovery would take some time. Forcing his body to endure more would likely lead to internal injuries. Although the process of body tempering was grueling, Lu Chen could feel that his physical body had strengthened significantly. His punching power had at least reached 11,000 pounds, an increase of a full 1,000 pounds. The thunderfire body tempering was tough to endure, but its effects were dozens of times stronger than those at the Fire Hua Tower. Lu Chen had only practiced for less than an hour, and his strength had already surged by 1,000 pounds. It's a pity that the power of the thunderfire body tempering is too strong. Otherwise, if I could use it for 24 hours, my physical strength would likely increase dramatically. Lu Chen clenched his fist, the residual electricity crackling within him. As the last trace of lightning completely vanished, Lu Chen slowly stood up and walked out of the room. He put on his shirt and went downstairs. The old man was still lounging in the recliner behind the door, looking relaxed. Hearing the footsteps, he couldn't even be bothered to open his eyes and said casually, "So, how was it?" The power of the thunderfire twin dragon formation for body tempering is much stronger than what you experienced at the Fire Hua Tower, right? Did you feel uncomfortable from the thunderfire as soon as you entered and come to ask me how to solve it? The old man waved the fan in his hand. It won't help to look for me. This thunderfire body tempering has to rely on your physical body to endure it. Once you manage to hold on for 5 minutes, you'll be able to enjoy the benefits of the thunderfire body tempering. Also, once I take you in, I don't do refunds. The old man thought Lu Chen was there to ask for a refund or something. The thunderfire twin dragon formation was an advanced body tempering technique, and not every chi master could quickly enhance their physical body using it. Some chi masters might have high cultivation levels, but if their physical bodies had hardly been tempered, they could end up with their internal organs shattered or their foundations damaged when faced with the thunderfire twin dragon formation. This was also why this small inn had so few visitors. Most chi masters didn't care about physical strength because once they were approached by a strange beast, no matter how strong their physical body was, even if it was as hard as steel, they could be easily torn apart by a beast of the same cultivation level. As for those with lower cultivation levels, they wouldn't even need to get close, they would be directly killed by the chi masters. Therefore, physical strength was a trivial matter for the vast majority of chi masters, tasteless and unappetizing. The old man didn't mention this to Lu Chen because he came from the Fire Hua Academy and had experienced basic body tempering. Even if he encountered the thunderfire twin dragon formation, he wouldn't suffer negative effects like foundation damage. However, if it was about a refund, even students from the Tenya Academy wouldn't have any leverage here. Seeing the old man with his eyes closed, looking unwilling to be disturbed, Lu Chen shook his head and said softly, "Senior, you're joking. Although the thunderfire twin dragon formation is powerful, I can easily endure half an hour of its pounding." Half an hour? The old man suddenly opened his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Chen, shaking his head. "Kid, don't joke with me. This is your first time encountering thunderfire body tempering, right? How could you possibly last half an hour?" Lu Chen remained silent, clenched his fist, and the traces of residual lightning and flames appeared on his skin, and amidst the surging blood energy, there seemed to be an added ferocity from the thunderfire. Seeing this scene, the old man widened his eyes, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief. It really was a mark left by the thunderfire body tempering. The fact that such a mark was left indicated that Lu Chen had at least endured for half an hour in the thunderfire. Twin dragon formation, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to leave such a deep mark.
What kind of monster is this kid, to endure half an hour?
On his first experience with Thunderfire body tempering, his physical strength must be far superior to that of other Chi masters at the same level.
The old
man stood up, walked in front of Lu Chen to observe him closely, and asked, "You must have been tempering your body at the Fire Hua Tower all along,
right? I remember that while the Fire Hua Tower's body tempering is strong, it doesn't seem to be at your level, does it?"
The top floor of the Fire Hua Tower was thick with fire energy, but it could only enhance the physical body to about 50,000 pounds at most.
Lu Chen was able to endure
half an hour in the Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation on his first try, with a physical strength of at least 80,000 pounds.
Could it be that this kid didn't just train his body in the Fire Hua Tower?
Kid, what's your current physical strength in 10,000 pounds? The old man stared at
Lu Chen, intending to get to the bottom of it.
Hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. "Since you're so eager to know my physical strength,
how about you answer me a question first? You're not willing to say, huh?" The old man didn't expect Lu Chen to counter-question him. He initially
thought to ignore it, but his curiosity about Lu Chen's physical strength got the better of him. He turned back after taking a step and nodded.
"Go on, what do you want to ask? Do you know about formations, senior?" "Nonsense, I'm a formation master, how could I not know about formations?" The old man
sensed the lead and looked at Lu Chen, shaking his fan.
"You're not thinking of learning formations from me, are you?" "No, I just want to know the
power of various formations and how to find and break the formation I."
Upon hearing this, the old man nodded lightly, deep in thought. "Considering
you're also a student from one of the 6 top academies, I can teach you these, but I won't do it for free. One lesson costs 1,000,000, if you're willing. Come, if not, then forget it."
Lu Chen immediately handed over the card. A formation class taught by a director-level mentor from the Tianya Academy. Only costs 1,000,000 per session, that's not expensive. Lu Chen wasn't short on money at the moment. The beast cores in his waist token were worth several hundred million, even over $1 billion.
Even he, a 6th-tier Chi master, wasn't short on cash, and this old man, being a 7th-tier perfected
Chi master, certainly wasn't lacking either.
Running a shop here felt more like a passion. After the old man swiped 3 million from the card, he tossed
it back to Lu Chen.
"You'll stay here for 3 days. During these 3 days, I'll only teach 1 class each day, and it should be enough to cover
everything. Alright, now it's time to tell me your physical strength."
Lu Chen nodded and revealed both his original physical strength and the increase he achieved in half an hour.
The physical strength from the Fire Hua Tower reached 100,000 pounds? An increase of 10,000 pounds in half an hour?
The old man nearly exclaimed.
A monster.
The maximum physical enhancement strength of the Fire Hua Tower was only 50,000
pounds.
Yet this kid managed to reach 100,000 pounds through the Fire Hua Tower.
Then, in the Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation, he
increased by 10,000 pounds in just half an hour. Even though the Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation had significant enhancement effects, it wasn't
at a speed like Lu Chen's.
At this rate, Lu Chen would reach the maximum physical enhancement strength of the Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation
in just a few months. 1,000,000 pounds. If he also incorporated the intent of strength, the old man couldn't even imagine how terrifying this kid's physical body could become. He was practically a humanoid beast.
The old man composed himself, sizing up Lu Chen, eager to know if this guy was actually
a beast in human form.
Whether it was the speed of physical enhancement or the fact that he exceeded the maximum physical enhancement strength of the Fire Hua Tower by double, it indicated that this kid was definitely not an ordinary person.
No wonder he could come to the 7th Army to participate
in the youth training camp at such a young age. He truly was a talent worth nurturing. The Fire Hua Academy was indeed quite lucky.
The old man, though
melancholic, felt quite pleased witnessing the rise of a genius. This world was in dire need of talents, especially top-notch prodigies like Lu Chen. The old man placed the fan on the table and gestured to Lu Chen.
"Alright, come in with me, I'll give you your first lesson." Lu Chen followed the old man into the inner hall.
After closing the door, the old man began the first lesson.
What is a formation? Formations can be divided into several types.
A formation combines arrays and spells, hence the name formation.
An array is simply a drawn line that allows spells to circulate endlessly
within it, achieving the effect of the formation's operation, similar to a rough framework, but it requires special formation stones to assist in its normal operation. And spells are further divided into talismans, combat techniques, and secret arts, and even weapons can be considered spells.
Only by
combining formations and spells can a true formation be established. To form a formation, one only needs to inject a small amount of chi energy to make it
operate, unleashing power far beyond one's own cultivation level. Formations are categorized into amplification formations, battle formations, killing
formations, and defensive formations. The amplification formation refers to the fire chi extraction formation of the fire hua tower and the thunder
fire twin dragons formation in this area, which can enhance a chi master in certain aspects. Battle formations are mostly used by soldiers. They require
a leader whose strength is far superior to others, and then any number of chi masters can be paired together. The more chi masters there are, the
stronger the battle formation becomes.
For example, a 6th level master at the peak cannot defeat a 7th level beast on his own, even with 100
5th level chi masters added.
However, if he leads a battle formation with the 6th level master as the leader and the other 105th level chi
masters maintaining the formation, once the battle formation is established, its power can easily annihilate a 7th level beast. If more people are
involved in the formation, the explosive power of the battle formation will also increase accordingly.
Then there are killing formations. The Thunder
Fire Twin Dragons formation is a killing formation, but after modification, it has become an amplification formation. If the Thunder Fire Twin Dragons formation had not been modified, the two Thunder Fire Twin Dragons within would be the main offensive means of the killing formation.
With just one person controlling the formation, they could ensure that any Chi Master trapped within the killing formation would have no chance of escape. Even Chi Masters of the same realm and cultivation level would perish without the ability to resist if caught in a killing formation. Finally, there is the defensive formation.
Before the old man could explain, Lu Chen thought of the protective formation of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave.
Upon inquiry, the old man confirmed
that this was indeed a defensive formation. After explaining the formations and their types along with corresponding examples, the old man waved his hand, telling Lu Chen that the lesson was over. Although not much was covered, Lu Chen benefited greatly and still cupped his fists in gratitude. Before leaving, just as Lu Chen was about to go upstairs, the old man called out to him,
"Are you interested in learning formations?" Lu Chen paused, turning to look at the old man.
He did not expect that this elder would want to teach him formations.
Could it be because he was also a student of one of the 6 top academies, so he thought to impart some knowledge of formations?
Although Lu Chen found formations fascinating, he knew nothing about them. So even though the old man asked, Lu Chen merely cupped his hands. "Senior, I have never studied anything related to formations since I was
young, and now it seems too late to start. It would be better to focus on the paths I am good at." Lu Chen politely declined the old man's goodwill.
Hearing this, the old man nodded, regretfully saying, "It's a pity you joined Fire Hua Academy.
If you had joined Tianya Academy, you might have learned some formations from me."
"It's fine, Fire Hua Academy is also good, at least you've made great achievements in body refinement." The old man waved his hand. Seeing this, Lu Chen went upstairs. The sky was already dark, and after a day and night of travel, Lu Chen chose to rest.
There was nothing to say that night. The next day, Lu Chen started the Thunder Fire Twin Dragons formation for body refinement early in the morning. After half an hour of
torment, his physical strength increased to 120,000 pounds of punch power, an increase of 10,000 pounds in half an hour. At this rate, even if he only practiced for half an hour each day, he could elevate his physical strength to an astonishing level in 6 months.
However, Lu Chen was not satisfied with his current speed.
After the thunder fire within him dissipated, he did not deactivate the formation but continued to absorb the surrounding thunder
fire chi.
As the thunder fire chi re-entered his body, Lu Chen felt an unbearable pain and itch all over, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his flesh. The itch and pain were so intense that he wished he could take a knife and cut open the itchy spots to remove the non-existent ants inside. Lu Chen resisted this impulse and continued with his body refinement.
Half an hour later,
as the thunder fire chi was digested, Lu Chen's physical strength reached 130,000 pounds as he wished. In just 2 days, his physical strength had increased by 30,000 pounds. This speed is much better than the grueling training at the Fire Flower Tower. However, when Lu Chen came to his senses, he felt a strong metallic taste of blood in his mouth. He opened his mouth and spat out a pool of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs onto the ground. In the next moment, Lu Chen felt dizzy and nearly collapsed. "It seems that training my body for an hour a day is still a bit too much," he thought. He could feel that his internal organs had already cracked, with some even having pieces fall out. Fortunately, his recovery speed was astonishing. After drinking a few bottles of medicine, the discomfort quickly faded. However, after this experience, Lu Chen was truly hesitant to continue recklessly. After all, once the internal organs were shattered, it was life-threatening. Unless a deity came, there was no hope of survival. After resting for a while, Lu Chen cleaned the room, took a shower, and then
went downstairs to find the old man for class.
The old man's second lesson was called the array eye. He taught Lu Chen how to locate the eye of an array. Generally, the array eye exists in the least noticeable part of the formation, but a more skilled array master might hide the array eye in the
most conspicuous place.
However, no matter how it is hidden, as long as one finds the place with the strongest array aura and strikes with all their might, there is a high probability of breaking the array and escaping. But there are exceptions. If another array is layered within the first, and the array I is hidden within an unnoticed array, then an ordinary person would never be able to break the array I. Lu Chen asked about a solution. No solution, the old man replied succinctly, encapsulating the most mysterious and powerful aspect of arrays. He reassured Lu Chen not to worry. Layered arrays are not only difficult to merge but also consume mental energy. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only the Grand Master of Tenya Academy has mastered layered arrays. And since Lu Chen is a student of one of the 6 top academies, the Grand Master would naturally not take action against him. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt a bit more at ease. Although he had never met the Grand Master of Tenya Academy, judging from the Grand Master of Longjing Academy, this one should not be a narrow-minded person either. The old man finished explaining the array I and how to break it in less than half an hour but showed no intention of continuing with other topics, waving his hand to let Lu Chen leave. Lu Chen nodded, cupped his hands in respect to the old man, and then walked out of the small inn to the tavern across the street for a meal. After eating his fill, he brought a portion back for the old man, who was sleeping again, so he placed the food directly on the counter. After doing this, Lu Chen went upstairs and returned to his room. He sat quietly in his room. His internal injuries had not yet healed, and Lu Chen did not dare to easily activate the array for body training, so he decided to switch to other forms of cultivation. SS level combat skill, 9 Profound Overbearing Fire. This was the SS level combat skill Lu Chen obtained from the treasure vault of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave Sect. The scene of the battle with Luo Yuntian, where the 9-colored fire transformed into a humanoid form and a fire gun, was still vivid in his mind. The 9 Profound Overbearing Fire was different from ordinary combat skills. It could change its attack methods at will and did not require any secret techniques for assistance, relying solely on blood essence to reach the level close to SSS level. Combat skills. SSS level combat skills are powerful, but their drawbacks are also evident. With the Great Floating Pagoda Palm reaching perfection, Lu Chen could only use it 2 to 3 times in battle at most, because if he used it too many times, his chi energy would be completely depleted. 4. Something like a competition, that would be sufficient, but if he encountered a medium or large beast tide, it would be very difficult to escape without using the Great Floating Pagoda Palm. However, if he did use it, it would lead to a subsequent issue of insufficient chi energy. Therefore, having a combat skill with a wide range and high explosive power, similar to an SSS level combat skill, is very necessary. Something like the Dragon Slaying Star, when paired with air control, also approaches the power of an SSS level combat skill. Although its explosive power is high, its range is not as extensive as the Great Floating Pagoda Palm, making it less effective against beast tides. The 9 Profound Overbearing Fire, while not as explosive as the Dragon Slaying Star, has a large range, akin to a prairie fire. As long as it continues to burn, it can incinerate a large area of alien beasts. This combat skill is particularly useful when facing a beast tide. Liu Chen had been very busy along the way, so he hadn't had the chance to learn the 9 Xian Overbearing Fire yet. Taking advantage of the current free time, he decided to study the 9 Xian Overbearing Fire. Lu Chen opened the system panel, his gaze landing on the combat skills section, and directly selected Enlightenment. Ding! Consumed 8,000 violent points, SS level combat. Skill, 9 Xian Overbearing Fire, Beginner, Ding! Consumed 16,000 violent points, SS level combat skill, 9 Xian Overbearing Fire, Minor Achievement, Ding! Consumed 32,000 violent points, SS level combat skill, 9 Xian Overbearing Fire, Major Achievement, Ding! Consumed 640000 violent points. SS level combat skill, 9 Xian Overbearing Fire, Perfection. In one go, he consumed 120,000 violent points and the 9 Xian Overbearing Fire successfully advanced to perfection. Lu Chen entered a meditative state, and in his mind, a small figure was demonstrating how to release the 9 Xian Overbearing Fire. Each time the figure executed the 9 Xian Overbearing Fire, Lu Chen's understanding of it deepened and his comprehension and skill rapidly improved. From beginner to minor achievement, then from minor achievement to perfection. When the figure finished demonstrating, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, the chi gathered in his palm, and a ball of 9 colored flames began to dance in his hand. With another thought, the 9-colored fire transformed into a ribbon of flame that fell to the ground, taking the shape of a fire-red figure, identical to Lu Chen. With another mental command, the figure transformed back into flames and flew back into Lu Chen's hand, then morphed into a fire sword, a fire gun, a fire knife. Whatever Lu Chen imagined, the 9 Xian Overbearing Fire would become. The temperature of the flames was extremely high. Just by revealing it, the floor was charred black. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly retracted the 9-colored fire. The temperature of this flame, I'm afraid even some fire resistant
Exotic beasts could be burned alive. Lu Chen looked at the charred floor. If he hadn't controlled it in time, the floor would likely have been burned through.
This small inn had a thunder fire twin dragon formation, but the material of the inn didn't seem to be absolutely fireproof. Or perhaps, the temperature of the 9 Xian overbearing fire was too high for the inn's fireproof material to withstand. Tomorrow is the third day. I wonder if those people can find out where the training camp is. Lu Chen had been waiting for news for the past 3 days, so he hadn't gone anywhere. Since he was already at the 7th Army's location, there was no rush these past few days. Moreover, the other party was local. Their connections were far broader than his own, so relying on them was much better than wandering around like a headless fly. If there's no news tomorrow, I'll have to go look for it myself. Lu Chen closed his eyes and entered a meditative state again. A day quickly passed. On the third day, on the last day agreed upon with the middle-aged man, Lu Chen felt that it was highly unlikely he would show up since he hadn't come to the inn by noon. Just as Lu Chen was planning to finish his last lesson with the old man early and then check out other fortresses, he suddenly heard the old man's voice in his mind. "Young man, someone is here to see you, claiming to be the one who promised you before." Hearing this, Lu Chen opened the door and immediately walked downstairs. In the lobby downstairs, the middle-aged man he had met at the tavern was sitting on the sofa. When he saw Lu Chen coming, the middle-aged man quickly got up and walked over, pointing at the old man beside him, saying helplessly, "Little brother, it's not that I don't want to go up to find you, but this old man won't let me, so I can only ask you to come down." The old man snorted coldly, "You brat aren't even staying here, why should I let you go up? I'm not responsible for my tenants." After saying that, he picked up a fan and returned to his lounge chair, seemingly uninterested in their conversation. After the old man left, Lu Chen and the middle-aged man sat on the sofa in the lobby. Before Lu Chen could speak, the middle-aged man got straight to the point. "Little brother, as promised, I have some leads on the training camp." The middle-aged man told Lu Chen that a large number of young prodigies had appeared at the 30th fortress, and those prodigies had been bustling around the fortress for several days, seemingly executing some kind of task. Although the 7th Army has many talents, they are definitely not that numerous, so the middle-aged man felt that the location of the training camp was most likely near the 30th fortress. "But little brother, I'm just inquiring whether it's really at the 30th fortress is still up for debate." The middle-aged man dared not speak too confidently. The training camp is such a hidden place. If it were as easy to guess as he thought, it would undermine the significance of the words training camp. The training camp, specially established by the government to cultivate the top talents of the Dragon Kingdom, is where the top 10 official armies, the 6 elite academies, and various hidden sects send their prodigies if they want to hold a significant position in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Because of this, the government values the training camp more than anyone else, and it is impossible for them to casually disclose its location. All anyone can do is infer from scant clues. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Chen nodded. Regardless, the other party had done his best to inquire about the training camp's address. Even if his guess was not 100% accurate, the appearance of so many prodigies at once indicated that even if the training camp was not near the 30th fortress, it was very likely that new prodigies would emerge there. At that time, following them would naturally lead to the training camp. After sharing what he knew, the middle-aged man parted ways with Lu Chen. Lu Chen wanted to treat him to a meal but was politely declined. The other party had tasks to attend to and needed to go out to execute them now. "Next time I come back, I'll treat you to a meal, little brother." The middle-aged man clasped his fists towards Lu Chen and then left the inn. After he left, Lu Chen did not rush to the 30th fortress. He still had one last class to attend. Lu Chen found the old man on the lounge chair by the door. As soon as he approached, the old man spoke. "The third class I set for you is a practical lesson. Go to the top room. Once you enter, the formation will activate. If you can find the formation's eye and break the formation, it means you've mastered it. What if I can't break it? If you can't break it, it means you haven't mastered it. In the future, when you encounter a formation master, just run as far as you can. I'll give you 2 hours. If you can't break it in that time, the practical lesson will also end." After the old man finished speaking, he turned around, placed a fan by his ear, and soon began to snore heavily, falling into a deep sleep. Lu Chen clasped his fists and ascended to the 6th floor. Upon entering the room, in the next moment, thunder and fire erupted from the walls and floor cracks, quickly forming 2 thunderfire dragons that spewed thunder and fire from their mouths, glaring fiercely at Lu Chen. Thunder fire double dragon formation? Starting off with something this intense? Just as Lu Chen thought the old man held him in high regard, he realized that these thunderfire dragons seemed to be slightly smaller than the double dragons used in his previous body tempering. Modified? Just as Lu Chen was about to examine them closely, the thunderfire dragons charged straight at him. The surrounding thunder and fire surged like heavy seawater, crashing towards Lu Chen. before the thunder and fire even got close. Lu Chen felt a tingling and burning sensation on his skin and internal organs. He had a premonition that if he were hit by these thunder and fire, not only would he fail the practical lesson but he might also sustain serious injuries. Lu Chen quickly released his chi, forming a barrier around himself, which managed to block the thunder and fire. However, while the thunder and fire were blocked, the double dragons directly burned through the barrier and charged straight at Lu Chen. As the thunder and fire passed, the space began to ripple, waves spreading outwards, each ripple containing a powerful aura of slaughter. The thunder and fire were too domineering. Lu Chen did not dare to withstand them with his physical body. He grasped his palm, the azure dragon halberd materializing in his hand, and then swung it forcefully, the spear tip flashing as it stabbed towards the thunder dragon. The blade of gung metal. A blue light appeared in his left hand, transforming into a sword light about a yard long, stabbing towards the fire dragon. With the azure dragon halberd in his right hand and the blue sword light in his left, Lu Chen released his power to the utmost, barely managing to block the two attacks. At that moment, he finally had time to examine the entire formation. Although it was the Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation, its offensive power was extremely strong, clearly an improved version of the true Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation, with its might significantly reduced. If it were the real Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation, he would likely be consumed by the thunder and fire in just a moment, perishing on the spot. Lu Chen wanted to observe where the formation's eye was, but the next second, the blue sword light shattered, and the fire dragon charged at him. Just as he was about to react, a sharp pain shot through his right hand, and the azure dragon halberd was flung away by a force of gravity, with the thunder dragon following closely behind. The Thunderfire Twin Dragons gathered once more. The terrifying killing intent poured down, causing Lu Chen's entire body to sting, his bones creaking as if a giant was trying to crush him with a single slap, while the blood within his body boiled, as if it were about to ignite. This was a killing formation. It gave no respite to the Chi Master, especially when facing a killing formation of equal strength. Even the chance to catch a breath was a luxury. The old man could clearly see Lu Chen's strength at a glance, which was why he set up a killing formation of the same level. Perhaps using boiling blood could quickly break through the killing formation, find the formation's eye, and then escape. But that would defeat the purpose of the practice and would be a disservice to the old man's good intentions. The twin dragons closed in, and Lu Chen was just a hair's breadth away from death. The chi within him poured out like the sea, flowing into his palms, merging with heaven and earth. Battle technique. Great. Stupa palm. He pressed down with his palm, and a terrifying ancient palm print emerged above his head, descending with immense pressure. The twin dragons halted, their bodies twisting wildly as if an invisible hand had grasped their necks, rendering them immobile. Lu Chen's gaze was grave, his 5 fingers tightly clenched, struggling to push down. The twin dragons struggled even more fiercely. Just when Lu Chen thought it was all over, the palm print above his head suddenly froze. The next second, half of the palm print ignited spontaneously, while the other half was directly shattered by a bolt of lightning. The flickering runes merely held back the power of the thunder and fire for a moment before being obliterated. The great stupa palm was broken. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen an SSS-level battle technique actually being shattered. The killing formation before him was even more powerful than an SSS-level battle technique. Roar! The 2 dragon roars sounded simultaneously as the freed twin dragons charged towards Lu Chen. Battle technique. Wandering dragon shattering stars. Lu Chen formed seals with both hands, his figure splitting into 5, with 5 shadows flying in 5 different directions. Lu Chen's true body hid among them, planning to find the formation's eye while the thunder dragon pursued the other avatars. However, just as Lu Chen moved to the left, the Thunderfire twin dragons all charged towards the left side. Can it recognize the true body? Lu Chen frowned. Was this killing formation a bit too outrageous? Or could all killing formations recognize the true body? Shattering stars. After using Wandering Dragon, Lu Chen directly unleashed Shattering Stars, 5 streams of chi converging towards the twin dragons, compressing space, trying to trap them in place. As the confinement circle formed and the twin dragons were about to be bound, a shocking dragon roar suddenly echoed, and the next second, the 2 dragons merged into one, crashing through the confinement circle, sending ripples spreading outward, forcing Lu Chen to stagger back. Seeing that Wandering Dragon Shattering Stars could not contain the twin dragons, and with the twin dragons merging, their power doubled, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. I can't trap these twin dragons with brute force, but if I can't contain the offensive power of this killing formation, what other way is there for me to find the formation's eye? Lu Chen had no time to search for the formation's eye, but if he didn't, this killing formation would grind him to death. Compared to the killing formation before him, those so-called stupa worlds and protective sect formations were utterly insignificant. The killing formation could disrupt the senses of those trapped within, preventing them from focusing on finding a way to break the formation.
Liu Chen, now within it, truly understood just how terrifying this formation was. The Thunderfire dragons charged forward with overwhelming momentum. Without using boiling blood, it was difficult for Liu Chen to withstand them. As the Thunderfire dragons drew closer, Liu Chen's mind raced. Finally, he thought of a method. The Thunderfire dragon was close at hand. Liu Chen unleashed the split sky in Godspeed, instantly teleporting to another location and releasing his chi to form a barrier. Dark Envoy summoned. 6 streams of light split from the shadow beneath Liu Chen's feet, swiftly darting towards various points of the formation. Since he was strictly restricted by the Thunderfire dragon, he would let the Dark Envoy search for the formation's core. The cultivation level of the Dark Envoy had already reached the 6th tier, so finding a core was not difficult. To prevent the Thunderfire dragon from noticing anything amiss, Liu Chen gripped the Azure Dragon Spear once more, which was scalding hot after being tempered by the thunder and fire. Unfazed by the burning heat, Liu Chen charged towards the Thunderfire dragon with the Azure Dragon Spear in hand, buying time for the Dark Envoy. The Azure Dragon Spear was swung out, causing the air to tremble, and a strong wave of energy spread outwards. Liu Chen raised the spear with one hand, and at the moment he thrust it forward, a resounding whoosh mixed with surging chi transformed into a sharp beam aimed at the Thunderfire dragon. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed as the Thunderfire dragon swung its tail, striking heavily against the Azure Dragon Spear. Clang! The weight of the Azure Dragon Spear, combined with its sharpness, could easily pierce through the defenses of any 7th-tier beast, yet when it collided with the Thunderfire dragon's body, it produced a resounding metallic sound. So hard! Liu Chen retreated, tightening his grip on the Azure Dragon Spear. At this moment, his palm throbbed with pain, faint cracks visible. Even his formidable physique struggled to pierce the Thunderfire dragon, showcasing the terror of this killing formation. Seeing the Thunderfire closing in, he immediately released a large amount of chi. If enveloped by chi, he wouldn't even need the Thunderfire dragon to strike. The terrifying Thunderfire could severely injure him. The Thunderfire dragon hovered in the sky, its eyes as perceptive as a human's, fixated on Liu Chen. It did not attack further, seemingly searching for Liu Chen's weakness. Noticing this, Liu Chen raised the Azure Dragon Spear, its tip aimed directly at the Thunderfire dragon. With a stomp of his foot, he leaped into the air, thrusting straight towards the Thunderfire dragon. Golden body transformation. His muscles bulged, the spear's sharpness intensified, and in an instant he was already thrusting before the Thunderfire dragon. Liu Chen poured out his chi without reservation. Even if he couldn't slay the Thunderfire dragon, he at least aimed to heavily injure it. Just as the Azure Dragon Spear was about to touch the Thunderfire dragon, the dragon suddenly disintegrated before him, and the spear sliced straight through them. Seeing this scene, Liu Chen felt a sense of foreboding. But as he attempted to turn the spear, the Thunderfire twin dragons suddenly lunged at him from both sides. Boom! A violent explosion rang in Liu Chen's ears, and the next second, the tidal wave of Thunderfire instantly engulfed him, dragging him down towards the ground. The floor shattered, and as the Thunderfire entered his body, Liu Chen felt as if his organs were being tightly squeezed by a giant hand, as if they would explode at any moment. Put! Just as Liu Chen landed and hadn't steadied himself, a mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. He looked up at the 2 dragons hovering in the sky, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. Without using the secret technique to boil his blood, encountering a killing formation of the same level left him with no ability to resist. The twin dragons circled around Liu Chen, delaying their attack as if toying with their soon-to-be-caught prey. Liu Chen's gaze gradually returned to calm as he gripped the Azure Dragon Spear once more and then suddenly hurled it upwards. The attack was too obvious, and the twin dragons twisted their bodies to evade the Azure Dragon Spear. Seeing that Liu Chen had no weapon in hand, the twin dragons dove down. Liu Chen made no move, simply watching the twin dragons quietly. The Thunderfire twin dragons merged again, the overwhelming killing intent from their dive enough to instill fear. Just as they were about to engulf Liu Chen, their movements suddenly halted, and they turned sharply to chase after the retreating Azure Dragon Spear. Their speed reached the speed of sound, but no matter how fast they were, they could not catch up to the swiftly departing Azure Dragon Spear. Crack! The Azure Dragon Spear landed at the edge of the formation, not being repelled but piercing directly in, leaving only half of the spear visible outside. The Thunderfire dragon charged in, attempting to retrieve the Azure Dragon Spear, when suddenly 6 dark shadows sprang out, blocking the path of the Thunderfire dragon. The Thunderfire dragon was delayed by the Dark Envoys, helplessly watching as the cracks in the formation multiplied until they formed a dense web-like pattern. The breath of Thunderfire slowly faded away, and the uncontrollable Thunderfire dragon transformed into a pair of Thunderfire dragons. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and the entire formation collapsed at a visible speed. The Thunderfire vanished, and the twin dragons disappeared. The formation was broken. The Azure Dragon halberd fell, and Liu Chen reached out to grab it, the Azure Dragon halberd flying back into his hand and quickly being stowed away. at his waist. The 6 dark envoys also put away their weapons. After doing all this, Lu Chen felt no attachment to the place and walked downstairs. At this moment, the old man sensed the formation had been broken and looked up towards the staircase. After a while, Lu Chen appeared on the stairs. The old man nodded at Lu Chen and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, you passed the practical lesson. With the experience of facing and breaking a killing formation on your own, you now have an extra means of survival when encountering a formation master in the future." Hearing this, Lu Chen slightly cupped his fists and thanked the old man. The killing formation is the most difficult of the 4 types of formations to handle, and the old man chose it for his practical lesson precisely to help him understand formations as quickly as possible. Although breaking this killing formation was challenging, having the experience of the first time would allow him to react more swiftly in similar situations in the future. Are you heading to the youth training camp next? I've been at the 36th fortress for quite a long time, so I can give you some advice. When looking for the youth training camp, you don't necessarily have to find its exact location, you can look for anything related to it. The old man hadn't heard Lu Chen's conversation with that middle-aged man. This was his insight from many years of experience here. Every 2 years, geniuses from all over the country would come to the 36th fortress, and since it was their first time, they often didn't know where the youth training camp was, wandering around like headless flies asking questions. The old man hadn't planned to tell Lu Chen this, but considering he was somewhat of a student, he decided to share his insights. I understand, thank you, senior. Lu Chen cupped his fists and bid farewell to the old man. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. The lords of the fortress are quite busy, but when they're not, they're particularly idle, and anyone can see them. Lu Chen turned around and found that the old man wasn't speaking to him but was lying back in a recliner with his eyes closed, as if in a dream. He cupped his hands again and then completely left the inn. Within the territory of the 7th Army, there are 36 fortresses. The 30th fortress, which Lu Chen was heading to, is located at the northern end of the 36 fortresses, separated by 3 or 4 fortresses in between. Therefore, to arrive at the 30th fortress as soon as possible, Lu Chen directly used the techniques of rift and speed to travel. With the combination of rift and speed, Lu Chen traveled at an astonishing speed and soon reached the 32nd fortress. The fortresses of the 7th Army are arranged in a curved shape consisting of 3 layers with 12 fortresses connected on each layer. The first 12 fortresses are at the northernmost end of the 7th Army, used to fend off external enemies. The last 12 fortresses are at the southernmost end, used to resist alien beasts and potential beast tides. The 30th fortress is located in the 3rd arc, and Lu Chen arrived at the 32nd fortress with only one more fortress to go to reach the 30th fortress. Lu Chen stayed overnight at the 32nd fortress. The next day, he left early. Just as he exited the fortress, the ground shook violently. Looking into the distance, he saw yellow sand swirling, and amidst the gravel, it seemed that some giant object was slowly rising, as if something massive was drilling up from the ground. Just as Lu Chen was considering whether to take a detour, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy surge in the sky. Looking up, he saw several streams of light flying towards the area where the giant object was emerging from all directions. When all the streams of light converged, several energies intertwined, circulating, and gathering together, before spilling out in all directions, quickly forming a barrier that enclosed the giant object. Immediately after, a grand voice like a booming ancient bell echoed. The ruins have emerged, opening in half a day. All Chi masters of the Dragon Kingdom may enter. Ruins? Lu Chen looked at the giant object soaring into the clouds. This was the first time he had seen ruins from the aura of those flowing lights. They all seemed to be at the peak of the 7th rank or even 8th rank Chi masters. As soon as they appeared, they enveloped the ruins with a barrier, and it was unclear whether it was out of caution or something else. The ruins will open in half a day. Lu Chen stared at the massive object, pondering for a moment. The ruins here were different from those in Ruins Village. Most of the ruins in Ruins Village had already been excavated, so there were not many treasures left inside. But the massive object before him was a newly unearthed ruin, and the treasures inside were brand new and had never been excavated, likely containing ancient battle techniques. And it was even possible that there were SSS-level battle techniques. Of course, the most important point was that the ruins would attract many powerful Chi masters, which also meant there would be many points of violence. Go ahead, after all, the training camp isn't in a hurry. Lu Chen made up his mind and then flew towards the ruins. As he approached the barrier, he suddenly saw a sharp sword light piercing straight towards him from a distance. The sword light was several dozen zhang long, like a sword that could slice through the heavens, and the explosive force was equivalent to an 8th rank cultivation. Wherever it passed, even the space left behind dark sword marks, which took a long time to slowly repair. Buzz! The sound of the sword echoed, and Lu Chen felt an astonishing sharpness, even more terrifying than his own sword momentum. Sword Intent. An advanced version of sword momentum, sword intent.
The terrifying sword intent wrapped around the sword light like seawater. Although it was clearly suspended in mid-air, the heavens and earth were affected by this sword light. The ground shattered, and the sky rolled. Lu Chen stood directly beneath the sword light, and the intense sharpness poured down like countless small swords stabbing at him, and these small swords were extremely sharp, with nothing to block them. Lu Chen frowned tightly. Just as he was about to be severely injured by this aura, a gentle force suddenly descended from above his head, enveloping him. Bang! The sharp aura collided with this force, producing a thunderous roar. Seeing that it could not break through this power, it directly ignored it and continued to ruthlessly charge towards the massive object. His vision was obscured by the sword light, and the heavens and earth were covered by sword intent. Just as the sword light was about to strike the barrier, a cold voice rang out, booming like thunder. Looking for death. As the voice fell, a large hand directly slapped down on the sword light. Boom! The sword light collided with the large hand, and the battle fluctuations surged like a tsunami, engulfing everything around, with yellow sand filling the sky, turning even the sky into a grayish yellow. Clang! Another sword finger fell from the sky, striking the sword light, producing a resonant sound that swept for dozens of miles. Before it stopped. After 2 clashes, the sword light finally dissipated. You foreigners really aren't afraid of death, daring to run rampant in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. With a wave of his sleeve, the yellow sand in the sky sank into the desert at a visible speed, and the grayish sky became clear again. He glanced back at Lu Chen, saw that Lu Chen was unharmed, and took a step forward, shrinking the distance to directly flash 1,000 meters away. 1,000 meters away was the end of the sword light. The middle-aged man in white had piercing eyes, his hand forming a sword finger, and a flash of blue light flickered at his fingertip. Then a large sword appeared above his head, its blade shimmering with orange-yellow light, a ray of brilliance falling, shaking the heavens and earth. He stepped forward, and the airwaves around him swept for hundreds of meters. Although he stood in mid-air, the ground trembled with his step. If you don't come out now, I'll greet you with my sword. The large sword pointed forward. Although it had not yet struck, the terrifying sharp aura had already torn through the heavens and earth. Seeing no one stepping out, the middle-aged man in white was about to point out a sword, and the sharpness on the large sword had already blossomed. Just as the large sword was about to shoot out, a laugh came from not far away. Why is our friend from the Dragon Kingdom so angry? The reason I struck that sword was to help you clear out some alien beasts. As soon as the words fell, 3 figures slowly walked over, stepping through the air, one of whom was holding a dead alien beast the size of a car. He casually tossed it aside, smiling broadly at the middle-aged man in white. But that smile looked particularly sarcastic. The middle-aged man in white looked down at the exotic beast beneath him, which only had a second-tier cultivation level, and sneered. With a flick of his finger, a great sword shot straight towards the 3. An 8th-tier chi master using all his strength to deal with a second-tier beast. Just one. Do you really think I'm a fool? As the great sword slashed out, the sky shattered, and the sword intent roamed between heaven and earth, killing towards the 3 along with the great sword. The leader of the group saw this and chuckled. People from the Dragon Kingdom are really uncouth. Clearly, we helped you first, yet you still want to strike us down. TSK TSK. He clicked his tongue a few times, and sword intent surged from his body. He formed seals with both hands and unleashed another sword light. The great sword clashed with the sword light, shaking the area within 1,000 meters to the ground, making it impossible for any living being within that range to escape this killing intent. Fortunately, this was not a fortress, and there were no chi masters around, so even with the fierce clash, there were temporarily no casualties. Just as the aftermath of the battle was about to expand further, a figure appeared at the center of the two's fight, extending a palm forward, and instantly, the 2 attacks vanished without a trace. Old Mo, what are you doing? The middle-aged man in white looked at the intervening person, his tone filled with confusion. In response, Mo Yuanshan shook his head and then turned to the 3 who came from outside the Dragon Kingdom. Although he did not deliberately release his aura in every aspect, this person was stronger than the 3 combined. And indeed, that was the case. When Mo Yuanshan looked at them, the 3 immediately bowed and clasped their fists. Commander Mo, we were wondering if the deal you made with our Duke earlier has come to fruition? Although the 3 were 8th-tier chi masters, they were only at the early stage of the 8th tier. Faced with the strong presence of the Dragon Kingdom, especially the 3 commanders of the 7th Army, they didn't even have the qualifications to be arrogant. If it weren't for the prior agreement between the 7th Army commander and their duke, even with 10 times their courage, they wouldn't dare to casually enter the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps relying on this agreement, the 3 acted aggressively as soon as they entered the Dragon Kingdom. But upon encountering Mo Yuanshan, their arrogance quickly diminished. Mo Yuanshan looked at the 3 with indifference, remaining silent. His silence made the 3 sweat profusely, regretting the sword light they had unleashed earlier. This was on the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. If Mo Yuanshan were to tear up the agreement and kill them, the Duke might say something, but he would definitely
not seek revenge for them.
With this alone, they were like fish on the chopping block. As Mo Yuanshan continued to remain silent, the three grew increasingly anxious to the point where their collars were soaked
with cold sweat. Commander Mo.
They were about to admit their mistake. Mo Yuanshan's lips moved slightly, and he said calmly, according to the agreement, you may send people into the ruins, but be honest. The last sentence was not part of the agreement, it was merely a suggestion from Mo Yuanshan to the three. If they incurred the wrath of the masses, the agreement would not protect them.
Thank you, Commander Mo. Hearing Mo Yuanshan relent, the three sighed in relief and repeatedly bowed to him.
Mo Yuanshan ignored them, turned around, and looked at the middle-aged man in white and the other lords nearby, transmitting, follow
me, I have something to discuss.
With that, his figure vanished from the spot.
The lords present quickly followed suit.
After the lords left, there were no strong figures near the ruins, but the three foreign chi
masters merely observed from a distance, not daring to step towards the ruins.
Clearly, Mo Yuanshan's intimidation exceeded their expectations. Even though he was no longer present and had allowed them to enter the
ruins, they still instinctively felt fear.
Simply put, they had become more subdued. Notify the people in the territory to send over 37th tier chi masters.
After Mo Yuanshan left, the foreign chi masters began to gather their people. According to the agreement, whether it was the Dragon Kingdom or their own country, as long as there were ruins emerging, they could send 30 chi masters to participate in the competition.
For the ruins, even if it was not on their own territory, and nowadays, the rise of has become widespread, while the appearance of relics has slowed down.
Most of the existing relics are trivial items, lacking appeal.
For chi masters above the 6th rank, the emergence of new relics is too slow, so in order to cultivate talents more quickly, an agreement for shared relics between both parties was established. The purpose of this approach is also cultivation, but not in terms of quantity, rather in quality. The treasures within the relics are claimed by those capable, and this survival of the fittest principle is more likely to nurture prodigies who can stand against 100 foes. Although the two nations are usually at odds, they have reached a consensus on this matter.
The battle ceased, and the 8th rank chi masters vanished without a trace.
Lu Chen observed the scene. Although he was unclear about the specifics, he could roughly guess what had happened. The foreigners were drawn to the relics and were not driven away, indicating that these relics
were definitely meant to be shared with them.
With the relics being shared, the foreigners will surely send a bunch of strong ones over.
Lu Chen felt no fear, only excitement. As long as they weren't 8th rank chi masters, he was confident he could negotiate. While the relics haven't opened yet, I should find a place to break through. Lu Chen searched around and found a hill, punching it to create a cave. After stabilizing
the yellow sand with chi to prevent it from collapsing, Lu Chen entered and sat cross-legged to cultivate. He opened the system, looked at his points for violent acts, and decided to go all in.
Ding! Successfully
deducted 1,570,000 violent points. Obtained 157 draws.
Ding!
Lottery begins. The lottery pool appeared, and the pointer spun. One after another, Dark Knight beasts fell into the system backpack.
Ding! Obtained Dark Knight Beast * 157. Not a single epic Dark Knight Beast. Lu Chen was already used to this.
He activated the Devour skill and directly consumed all over 100 Dark Knight beasts. The chi surged, and the
shackles of his internal realm began to break. Boom!
The sound of chains being unlocked echoed around Lu Chen, and rainbow light flickered around him. His aura began to rise continuously, and his realm was rapidly
improving.
6th rank 2nd layer, 6th rank 3rd layer, 6th rank 5th layer. His realm stopped at the 6th rank 5th layer. Looking at the fact that it took over 1,000,000 violent points to raise just 4
small realms, Lu Chen sighed.
The further he went, the more like a bottomless pit the violent points for realm advancement became.
It seems the 7th army really didn't come here by mistake.
If I had stayed at the Firehua Academy, who knows when I would have broken through to the 7th rank or even the 8th rank.
Lu Chen felt fortunate. He then opened the system panel. Realm 6th rank 5th layer skills golden.
Body transformation, unity of heaven and man, blade of metal, enchantment, space rending, divine speed, darkspawn summoning, racial talent, whale swallowing, weapon mastery, combat techniques, demon suppression and prison law, perfect, dragon roar to the sky, perfect, heavenly travel to void, perfect, wandering dragon shattering stars, perfect, great pagoda palm, perfect, 9 profound overbearing fire, perfect, secret techniques, chi concealment technique, bloodthirsty killing intent, boiling blood, blood pool reappearance, sky control, divine powers, heart sword, understanding of heavenly Tao, force momentum, sword momentum, breathing technique, 9 profound breathing technique, comprehensive evaluation. The player can now protect themselves in a survival of the fittest world.
Violent points 4,200. Lu Chen glanced at the panel, about to close it, when he noticed an inexplicably new entry in the information bar. Breathing technique. Why is this breathing technique listed separately? Could it be similar to combat techniques, allowing for the learning of multiple types? Lu Chen touched his abdomen, feeling the strand of spiritual energy that had helped him break through to the 6th rank still present. This spiritual energy had been hidden in his body. Aside from its display of power during his 6th rank breakthrough, he hadn't seen it do anything else. If this breathing technique could indeed be learned in multiple forms and be useful, then this spiritual energy might still prove valuable later on. It might not be needed for breaking through to the 8th rank, but it would definitely be useful for the 9th rank. It seems that besides collecting combat techniques in secret techniques, I now need to gather breathing techniques as well. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling a bit frustrated. This breathing technique only exists in hidden sects, and hidden sects place great importance on breathing techniques, making it impossible to share with outsiders. If I had known that breathing techniques could be studied in various forms, I should have extracted the techniques from within the sect when we destroyed the Fu Xiangqi. I wonder if the 7th Army has any. Lu Chen thought that a massive entity like the 7th Army should have its own breathing techniques. Even if they didn't, with so many geniuses from hidden sects in the youth training camp, it shouldn't be a problem to extort 1 or 2 techniques from them. With this thought, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly, already looking forward to life in the youth training camp. Just then, a sudden rumble came from outside, a wave of chi energy rippling out like ripples, shaking the air, and even the sand dunes began to tremble. Seeing this, Lu Chen walked out of the cave. As the chi energy was retracted back into his body, the entire cave collapsed. Lu Chen looked up at the ruins and found that dusk was approaching. The middle-aged man in white who had left earlier had returned, his gaze fixed like a torch on 3 foreign chi masters in the distance. Near the ruins, chi masters had already gathered, the weakest being at the 1st level of the 6th rank, and among them, one could even see a 7th rank master at great perfection. Competing for the treasures of the ruins with a 7th rank master at great perfection, Lu Chen suddenly realized that this trip to the ruins would definitely be interesting. At that moment, several helicopters suddenly appeared in the distance, hovering at a height of 100 meters. From the helicopters, figures emerged one after another, then jumped down directly. Bang! These individuals had strong physiques, and one stomped down, creating a large pit in the desert. Lu Chen roughly counted, and there were a total of 30 people. All 30 were foreigners, with cultivation levels above the 7th rank, but none were at the 7th rank of great perfection. Although there were no 7th rank masters at great perfection, all 30 were young, the oldest not even 30. Clearly, this was a group of prodigies. While they seemed to lack 7th rank masters at great perfection, their true strength was undoubtedly infinitely close to that level, or even surpassed it. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt no fear of these prodigies, only longing. The points of their violent acts must add up to several million. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and the ruins were about to open. Numerous chi masters gathered before the colossal structure that resembled a pillar of heaven. Above them, 3 8th rank lords stood in the air, calmly watching the foreign masters in the distance. With Mo Yuanshan's words, although these 3 still had opinions about the foreigners, it wouldn't lead to a full-blown conflict. Meanwhile, the foreigners observed the ruins continuously releasing power, and as the power grew more formidable, they nodded to the 30 individuals behind them. Once we enter the ruins, don't worry about anything else, just head straight for the SSS level combat techniques and top secret arts. Also, be cautious once inside, try not to make deadly enemies if possible. After all, while the Dragon Kingdom people enjoy infighting, they share a common trait: when there is an external threat, they unite against it. The leader's gaze swept over the 30 individuals, all were geniuses from their country. Although not all were top tier, a few could match the prodigies from the Dragon Kingdom's youth training camp. This time, to secure the SSS level combat techniques and top secret arts. In the ruins, they had specially dispatched several top prodigies. The SSS level combat techniques were important, but these prodigies were also crucial. Although there was a prior agreement, the ruins were a lawless place, and life and death battles were to be expected. However, he was very confident in his own prodigies. As long as they weren't outnumbered, there would be no risk of falling. Yes, the 30 responded in unison, but it was clear that a few were quite distracted. They prided themselves on being prodigies, never admiring others, and certainly not fearing them. How could they take others' reminders to heart? Alright, let's go in. The 3 8th rank foreigners led the way, intending to personally escort them into the ruins. With a step, the 3 transported the 30 individuals to the open space beneath the ruins in an instant. Their appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even the 3 lords in the sky turned their gazes toward them. Seeing this, the leader among the foreigners slightly cupped his hands, but his tone was quite cold. Sir, I believe Commander Mo has already explained the background to you, so I won't elaborate further. His words clearly indicated to the lords and others that their presence here was entirely reasonable, just like the people of Long Country, and they should not harbor any ill thoughts towards them.
The other two lords stared coldly at the man, and only the middle-aged man in white slowly spoke, his tone neither warm nor cold. That is natural, but I also advise Sir Fong Nua to keep his sword well, lest there be any repeat of previous incidents, and then do not blame me for being impolite. Ha! Fong Nua gave a cold smile. In the entire 7th Army, he feared only the 3 commanders, he held no regard for anyone else. He could act submissively in front of Mo Yuan Shan, but you are only at the mid-stage of the 8th rank. Why should I fear you?
Though he thought this, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Fong Nua said nothing more and calmly looked up at the ruins, waiting.
A quarter of an hour later, the giant object suddenly trembled, and then a vast and magnificent stream of chi surged forth from it, washing away the mist surrounding the giant and revealing the most authentic scene. A stone tablet. A massive stone tablet resembling a heavenly pillar, covered in strange runes, all from the ancient characters of Long Country. Why do these characters feel unfamiliar? The middle-aged man in white scanned the stone tablet, his face filled with surprise. Nowadays, there are quite a few excavated ruins, and a full dictionary has been compiled regarding ancient characters. Lords like them have studied ancient writing, so they can usually understand most ruins at a glance. However, the characters on the stone tablet before them were all difficult to comprehend, as if they were unfamiliar characters they had never seen before. Could it be that this ruin is older than all existing ruins? After this speculation, the middle-aged man in white frowned and looked at the two beside him. First, close the ruins, I need to ask the commander. Saying this, he took out his waist token and sent a message.
To Mo Yuan Shan. Old Mo, this ruin is older than all our ruins, should we really let them in? The agreement stipulates to let them in.
Seeing the message from the waist token, the middle-aged man in white
helplessly waved his hand at the other two. Open it. Does Commander Mo really have to fulfill the agreement?
Although the two were puzzled, military orders are absolute, and they released the seal of the ruins. Once the seal was broken, an endless stream of chi poured in from the heavens like a tidal wave, instantly submerging all the chi masters below the ruins. Everyone bathed in the chi felt a sense of comfort, as if a power was coursing through their limbs and bones. Lu Chen found himself among them. His physical body had been tempered by fire chi and thunder fire chi, so not only was his physical strength quite high, but his speed of absorbing chi and other energies was far beyond that of ordinary chi masters of the same rank. While others absorbed only a ladle's worth of chi, he absorbed a whole vat. After this chi entered his body, it did not leave immediately but instead fused with the chi already present within him. However, during the fusion process, the incoming chi seemed different from the chi already in his body, leading to a divergence that caused them to clash. Lu Chen frowned, preparing to expel the chi, but he found that this chi suddenly changed direction and quickly flew towards the place where the spiritual energy was stored. In the blink of an eye, before Lu Chen could react, this chi fused with the spiritual energy. Incompatible with my own chi, yet particularly fond of spiritual energy? Lu Chen sensed the changes in his body. After the fusion with the spiritual energy, he did not experience any substantial change. The spiritual energy remained as it was before, unable to be mobilized, and the fused chi also could not be utilized, as if it were merely parasitic within him, not for his use. The source of spiritual energy is a breathing technique unique to hidden sects, and nearly all hidden sects have existed for over 1,000 years. Could it be that this chi also comes from 1,000 years ago? Looking at the enormous stone tablet before him, Lu Chen felt that this guess should be correct. Moreover, it was evident that the current chi mechanism was significantly different from that of ancient times. Although one could cultivate spiritual energy through breathing techniques now, the chi mechanism would not merge with the spiritual energy, thus failing to unleash its power. Lu Chen paid no further attention to the spiritual energy within him or the incoming chi mechanism. At that moment, the voice of a middle-aged man in white echoed. The ruins are opening, and will close in 3 minutes. Everyone, enter immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a vortex slowly appeared at the top of the stone tablet, marking the entrance to the ruins. This vortex was unstable, with chaotic chi, indicating that someone had forcibly opened it. Seeing this, the chi masters rushed towards the vortex and disappeared into it in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen was at the very end. He waited until all 30 people beside Fong Nua had entered before following suit. 3 minutes later, the ruins closed. I wonder who will obtain the SSS level battle skills and top-tier secret techniques this time. It should be us. After all, several 7th-tier perfectionists have appeared, and I haven't seen a single one from Fong Nua's side. Listening to the conversation of the two beside him, the middle-aged man in white fixed his gaze on Fong Nua, who seemed to sense it and turned to meet his eyes, filled with confidence and arrogance. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in white slowly shook his head inside. The gap between geniuses and ordinary people is not just talent, but also foundation. The people from the youth training camp didn't come. It's hard to judge the outcome of the SSS level battle skills this time. Alright, go to your respective positions and stand firm to avoid the ruins collapsing. Inside the giant stone tablet, there was an extremely vast space.
After experiencing the bizarre sights within the vortex, Lu Chen landed smoothly. His landing point was the peak of a mountain. At this moment, he stood at the summit, gazing into the distance. The entire ruins seemed endless, as if there were no bounds. Is this the ruins? Lu Chen looked at the boundless area, finding it hard to imagine that such a space was hidden within a stone tablet. This was clearly the creation of a new world. Based on Lu Chen's current understanding of realms, an 8th tier Qi master should not possess such abilities. To open up a space like this, one would at least need to be a 9th tier Qi master, a strength only possessed by grandmasters. Incredible, Lu Chen marveled. This ability to create space was no different from forming a world of its own. No wonder 9th tier Qi masters were so rare. Lu Chen had yet to see one. I'll explore the nearby area first, then look for battle skills and secret techniques. Although Lu Chen's purpose for entering the ruins was to gain violent points, battle skills and secret techniques were also within his hunting range. Swift as lightning, the skill activated and Lu Chen's figure flickered, vanishing from his spot. Half a day later, after exploring the surroundings, Lu Chen discovered that the ruins contained not only treasures but also many exotic beasts. However, these exotic beasts were quite rare, seemingly belonging to extinct species. Only in such ancient ruins could one see them. The area around the mountain was filled with exotic beasts, but not a single treasure, so Lu Chen moved on to other places. The Qi mechanism here is very thin. If I follow the Qi mechanism, I might find a place where treasures are stored. Walking through the forest, Lu Chen appeared to be strolling, but in reality, he was moving at incredible speed, each step covering 100 meters. He followed the fluctuations of the Qi mechanism, quickly rushing towards the distance. On the east side of the ruins, a powerful wave of battle energy spread out, ripples radiating in all directions. Flames shot up into the sky. When the fire subsided, 3 figures emerged, the leader playing with a fruit in his hand, looking mockingly at the few people covered in wounds and with charred skin amidst the flames. You ungrateful things, we didn't want to fight you, but you forced our hand. You foreigners, do you understand the rules of coming first and arriving later? There are so many treasures in these ruins, why must you rob us? Although the 3 were defeated, they still wore defiant expressions. It was just an exotic fruit. In the ruins, exotic fruits were considered the lowest tier of treasures. They had never intended to seize treasures when they entered the ruins, they only wanted to take back some low-level items to enhance their strength or sell. Who would have thought that even these would be snatched away, and by a group of 7th tier Qi masters, no less? Upon hearing this, the 3 foreigners exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. The leader laughed even louder. Don't you know the law of the jungle here? Even if I look down on it, I won't allow you bunch of local pigs to take it. After all, we don't have a habit of feeding dogs. As soon as he finished speaking, the man exerted a bit of force with his palm, and the exotic fruit shattered, its juice spilling everywhere. The few people lying on the ground were furious. This was clearly picking a fight, but faced with absolute power, they could not make any effective counterattack and could only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. Ha ha! Seeing the expressions of these people, who dared to be angry but couldn't speak, the 3 foreigners laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased with themselves. Alright, Saya, there's nothing fun to be had with this bunch of trash, let's go find someone else. Sure, let's go. Saya nodded, shaking off the juice from his hands, and turned to look for other targets. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly spotted a figure approaching from a distance. Here he comes. Saya's lips curled into a cold smile. The few people from the Dragon Country watched this scene. Perhaps due to the bullying they had just endured, they felt a twinge of desolation. It's over, another compatriot is going to suffer. Should we warn him? What good would that do? Can he run away? I don't want to get beaten up again. Although they didn't want to see anyone else bullied by this group of foreigners, there was nothing they could do at this point. They could only watch helplessly. As the figure in the distance drew closer, Saya saw the person approaching and shouted loudly, "If you don't want to die, stand still." His voice was loud, shaking the forest, leaves rustling, the sound carrying far and wide. At that moment, Lu Chen was running quickly. Perhaps due to his incredible speed, a fierce wind surrounded him, making it impossible for him to hear any sounds. He casually glanced over and saw 3 people waving at him from a distance, seemingly wanting to talk to him. A normal person might have stopped, but Lu Chen was never one to be kind. He chose to ignore them outright. Saya, it seems this guy doesn't plan to pay you any mind. His companion's words pierced Saya's heart like a sharp needle. His authority had been provoked. He looked at the figure ahead that showed no signs of stopping, his gaze turning cold as he said, "If you don't want to stop voluntarily, don't blame me for being rude." With that, he stepped forward, directly blocking Lu Chen's path, his chi radiating, killing intent fully revealed. "Stop. If you don't stop, I'll kill you." His voice was loud, but no matter how loud, it couldn't surpass the sound of the wind. Lu Chen only felt a cacophony in his ears. Seeing the figure suddenly appear in his path, he frowned. Is this guy trying to pick a fight? It was the first time in many years that someone dared to confront him. Golden body transformation. Lu Chen's muscles bulged, his blood energy rapidly rising like a blood dragon awakening from within. Seeing that the person ahead was unwilling to move aside, Lu Chen charged forward. Incredible speed. He moved like lightning, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. What? Seiya clenched his fists, ready to teach this person a lesson. But in the blink of an eye, the other party had crossed 100 meters and was right in front of him. He was startled and swung a punch. She surged violently, killing intent thick, heading straight for Lu Chen. Bang! The expected scene of knocking the person back did not occur. Instead, a dull sound like hitting an iron plate echoed. Seiya felt a wave of numbness spreading from his palm to his arm, followed by a series of cracking sounds and excruciating pain, as if his arm were being gnawed by ants, making him wish for death. Seiya's arm began to twist and break at a visible speed, and finally, it was brutally torn off from his shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! A piercing scream escaped Seiya's mouth. Everything that had just happened occurred in the blink of an eye, and only when everyone heard Seiya's scream did they suddenly realize that his arm was gone, blood gushing from the severed stump, quickly pooling into a small puddle beneath him. Seiya, seeing their companion injured, the two immediately furrowed their brows, their expressions grave. It seems you are all in cahoots. At that moment, a cold voice rang out behind them. Lu Chen appeared like a ghost, suddenly materializing, holding Seiya's severed arm, his gaze sweeping over the two, his eyes icy. Perfect, you can die together. Lu Chen casually tossed the severed arm towards them, a murderous aura gradually manifesting around him. Before encountering Seiya, Lu Chen had thought they were merely trying to pull a fast one, intending to teach them a lesson and leave it at that. But the moment he approached Seiya and sensed the killing intent radiating from him, Lu Chen had already sentenced them to death in his heart. The two caught the severed arm, staring at the obvious tearing marks at the stump, and their hearts sank. Seiya was a third-tier, 7th-stage cultivator, and his physical strength was many times greater than that of a chi master of the same realm. Yet now, his arm had been torn off by brute force. Was this person a monster? The two stared intently at Lu Chen, their eyes filled with shock and terror. My hand! I will kill you! Seiya, enduring the excruciating pain, finally managed to get up from the ground. He slapped his palm against the severed stump, using sheer force to staunch the gushing blood, his eyes turning crimson as he fixed his gaze on Lu Chen. In the next second, he charged at Lu Chen, his figure flickering, turning into an afterimage as he rapidly closed the distance. A futile effort. Lu Chen spoke indifferently, raising his arm slightly, his fingertips glowing with a green light as several streaks of green radiance swiftly slashed out. The blade of gung metal. The chi surged, the sharpness tearing through the air. Feeling an intense sense of sharpness, Seiya's expression changed, and he hurriedly released his chi to form a barrier in front of his chest. Whoosh! The blade of gung metal tore through the air, a faint sound of wind breaking echoed in Seiya's ears. In the next moment, a gap suddenly appeared in the barrier. When Seiya realized this, he felt a warmth at his neck. Touching it, he found hot blood gushing from the wound. His vision quickly rose, then plummeted as he watched his own corpse take a step forward before falling down. Blood blossomed in the air. The green light swept past, a head and a headless body parting ways. The other two, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down their spines, nearly retching. Dead? They looked in horror at the corpse on the ground, then glanced at Lu Chen. When they saw the indifference in his eyes, they trembled uncontrollably. Seiya, a third-tier, 7th-stage cultivator, stronger than them by a small realm, had now been killed in an instant by another. Was this guy's cultivation even higher than Seiya's? They stared fixedly at Lu Chen but found they could not see through his cultivation at all. All they could perceive was the chilling killing intent and terrifying chi. With Seiya dead, even if the two were arrogant, they knew that Lu Chen was not someone they could provoke. Seizing the moment before Lu Chen descended, they quickly clasped their fists in salute. Friend, we only knew Seiya casually, we are not familiar with him. You killing him, we have no objections. Yes, we have no objections, do as you please. With that, the two prepared to flee. But as they took a step, the green light slashed down from the sky, 5 streaks of green radiance piercing the ground, blocking their path. Did I allow you to leave? Lu Chen, holding the Tsung-Long halberd, slowly descended from the sky. As his toes touched the ground, a powerful chi swept out, creating ripples that shook the ground violently. His surrounding killing intent seemed to solidify, and the temperature began to plummet, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Seeing this situation, the two men's expressions changed, and they hurriedly said, "We all entered the ruins through a treaty. You can't kill us. If we die, it won't be easy for your higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom to explain to the forces behind us. We have no enmity with you, why not let us go?" Although the two were afraid of Lu Chen, they were not without the power to fight back. If Lu Chen pressed them hard, they wouldn't mind a mutual destruction. It was with this confidence that they dared to speak to Lu Chen like this. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression remained calm as he said lightly, "Oh? Then tell me, which force do you come from?" The two thought Lu Chen was afraid and replied smugly, "I come from the Roger family, and this gentleman beside me is a descendant of the Duke of Red Moon. Our influence is top-notch in the Star Moon Empire. If you are willing to let us go, we can befriend you in the future if the opportunity arises." Lu Chen nodded slightly. Have you finished your last words?" As soon as this was said, the two men's faces changed drastically. One of them said coldly, "Sir, we have repeatedly asked you not because we fear you, but because we don't want to end up in mutual destruction. If you continue to be aggressive, then we have no qualms about going down together. Stop wasting words with him, attack." The two realized that Lu Chen had no intention of letting them go, so they no longer held back, unleashing their energy and quickly charging at Lu Chen. An ant shaking a tree. Lu Chen swung the Azure Dragon Halberd, which merely brushed against the air, and immediately a powerful storm erupted, accompanied by a dragon's roar, as terrifying killing intent merged into the storm, sweeping outwards. Boom! The sky erupted with a loud bang, and the energy emitted by the Azure Dragon Halberd directly pierced through one man's defenses, pinning him down from the sky, his body embedded in the ground. The other man, witnessing this scene, was filled with fear and abandoned the idea of mutual destruction, quickly fleeing into the distance. "Are you going to tear up the treaty between the Dragon Kingdom and the Star Moon Empire?" he shouted, while running, using the treaty to threaten Lu Chen. Lu Chen replied indifferently, "What does the treaty have to do with me? Since you are all in cahoots, you can only die together. After all, letting any one of them go would be a disaster for him." As he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a blue light shot towards that man. The speed of the gunmetal blade far exceeded the speed of sound, piercing through the man's chest in the blink of an eye, leaving a large gaping hole, with blood flowing out only after a while. The body fell from the sky, and the gunmetal blade quickly sliced through the corpse, soon turning it into minced meat. After doing all this, the blue light flew back into Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen put away the Azure Dragon Halberd and checked the other two corpses, surprisingly discovering that they all had similar life-saving jade pendants like Tang Ming, but none had activated. Could it be that the ruins have isolated everything from the outside world so their backers can't sense them? Thinking of this, Lu Chen suddenly felt that this limitation was quite good. If it were like the outside world, where killing a genius would require a fight with their backers, it would be a real hassle to kill them. Ding! Successfully killed a 7th tier 2nd level Chi Master, violent points plus 220000. The delayed system notification sounded, and Lu Chen looked at the extra over 600,000 violent points, a smile creeping onto his lips. Killing high-tier Chi Masters gives more violent points. Lu Chen turned to glance at the onlookers nearby. Before they could say anything, his figure vanished from the spot. These guys were not prodigies, defeating them wouldn't yield violent points, only killing them would. But since they were also from the Dragon Kingdom and had not provoked him, how could Lu Chen kill them? As for Seiya and the others, they brought it upon themselves. The moment Lu Chen disappeared, his figure reappeared in an open space hundreds of meters away. Just as he hesitated, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar. The ground trembled as if the very foundation was shaking, causing the sky to sway as well. The shaking continued for several minutes before it finally stopped. At that moment, the surrounding energy suddenly surged towards one direction. Lu Chen looked up and discovered that a great mountain had appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a line of characters on the mountain, shimmering with golden light, while the surrounding chi energy all surged towards that mountain. Although he couldn't read the characters, the sight of all the chi energy flying towards one place often indicated treasures had emerged. With this thought, Lu Chen moved swiftly, racing towards the mountain. At the same time, all those above the 7th rank in the ruins also began to converge towards the suddenly appeared mountain. The towering mountain stood tall, with several golden characters shining brilliantly under the sky. As the crowd approached, a torrent of chi energy cascaded down from the mountain like a sea, followed by a terrifying pressure descending upon them. Everyone felt as if two great mountains had suddenly appeared on their shoulders, making each step incredibly heavy and difficult to move. But there were exceptions. "You all can walk slowly at the foot of the mountain, I'll go ahead." A young man in black walked at the front of the crowd, his robe rustling under the pressure, yet he stood tall and quickly ran towards the mountain's peak. His speed far surpassed that of the others, especially with his thick chi energy rolling like the sea, surging forward, seemingly unaffected by the pressure, instead pushing back against the weight descending from the mountain. The crowd found this situation quite strange. How does this person seem to treat the pressure? As if it were nothing? Who is he? I've never seen him before. It looks like he's one of those foreigners. I remember there weren't any 7th rank perfects among them. How can he be this strong?
The crowd watched as the young man in black strolled up the mountain, left speechless. In the face of absolute strength, this so-called pressure seemed useless. The young man in black was far ahead, leaving the others behind by a full 100 meters. To still be so far ahead under such intense pressure showed just how strong he was.
Are we just going to watch? If you're capable, then go ahead. I can barely move a few steps.
The people from the Dragon Kingdom exchanged glances. Although they were unwilling to accept being overshadowed by a foreigner, his strength
was evident, and even if they were dissatisfied, they could only stare in disbelief. You all can't do it, so make way for me? At that moment, a gentle
voice sounded from behind the crowd.
They turned to see a handsome man smiling at them. I think I can give it a try.
The man smiled gently, appearing very
humble.
Seeing this, those blocking his path moved aside, creating a passage. Not to mention anything else, just because this person was so polite, they
had to let him through. Thank you.
The man clasped his hands in gratitude. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into arcs of lightning. Charging forward, the arcs swept past, leaving behind flickering strands of lightning that dazzled the eyes.
In the blink of an eye, the man had crossed
100 meters, catching up to the young man in black.
Wow, who is this guy?
I thought he looked easy to bully, but he's so fierce.
He's the teacher from the Qingxin Academy, the Lightning Law King Yang Chandong, a 7th rank perfect, definitely a tough character. Wow, why would a teacher be called the Lightning Law King?
Very simple, if anyone sleeps in or gets distracted during his class, he'll zap them, and over time he earned the title of Lightning
Law King. With Yang Chandong's entrance, the Star Moon Empire and the Dragon Kingdom were temporarily at a standstill.
But before the Chi Masters from the Dragon Kingdom could celebrate for a moment, a cold laugh came from not far away.
Isn't he just a 7th rank perfect?
What's there to be happy
about?
The newcomer wore white, holding a folding fan, accompanied by two others. One was a bald monk holding prayer beads, and the other was a black-robed
nun holding a cross. Watch closely, this is what a genius looks like.
As soon as he finished speaking, the man in white took the lead, charging forward against the pressure, directly breaking through and teleporting 100 meters, catching up to the front where Yang Chandong was. The monk and the nun beside him did not rush in like he did. One chanted Amitba, while the other murmured, "May the Lord be above," stepping into the oppressive atmosphere. They radiated golden light, one with a phantom Buddha appearing behind them, the other with a pair of holy wings.
Both the Buddha and the wings emitted
golden light, shielding them from the overwhelming pressure. The clash between the golden light and the oppressive force was concealed in the shadows, yet,
as they passed by others, those nearby sensed the intense killing intent bursting forth from the golden light.
If one got too close, they might be severely
injured.
Nevertheless, even after walking 50 meters, the two soon found themselves drenched in sweat. This demonstrated just how formidable the three ahead were, able to create such distance even from these powerful figures. As the time since the mountain's emergence lengthened, more and more 7th tier Chi Masters arrived at the scene. Most of the Chi Masters lingered near the foot of the mountain, struggling to move forward step by step, only able to gaze
longingly at those ahead.
These once lofty figures, capable of becoming the leaders of hidden sects, could now only watch helplessly as those stronger than
themselves ventured deeper.
In the Dragon Kingdom, 7th tier great perfectionists had entered the ruins, alongside local forces and members of the
7th Army.
Their entry was partly to compete for resources, but primarily to seize combat skills and secret techniques before the people of the Star Moon
Empire could.
At the forefront, besides them, were 8 prodigies from the Star Moon Empire, all of whom had not yet reached 7th tier great perfection. Being in the mid to late stages of the 7th tier, yet they could keep pace with the great perfectionists. The further one goes in cultivation, the
gap in strength between each minor realm often requires 4 to 5 people to bridge.
Yet these individuals could leap across several minor realms, standing
on equal footing with the 7th tier great perfectionists.
Just this alone showcased their extraordinary talent.
And there were still 8 of them.
Besides these 8, the Star Moon Empire had 13 more following them about 50 meters behind. The group trekked for a full half hour, getting closer
to the mountain's peak.
Those at the foot of the mountain, witnessing this scene, chose to give up, sitting down to wait for the outcome.
What a joke, eh?
Bunch of geniuses, facing an opportunity that relies entirely on strength. We have no way to compete.
Who says otherwise? Opportunity, isn't it? Just luck? This hardly counts as an opportunity at all. 2 people were complaining, and many others echoed their sentiments.
Just then, a figure suddenly
appeared beside them.
Without raising their heads, the 2 waved their hands lazily. "You're late, they're almost at the mountain.
If you go now, you probably won't make it.
You might as well sit down, we need one more for a game of cards."
Hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at the 2 with indifference before stepping forward. Whoosh!
A flicker of afterimages, and a figure swiftly soared through the sky towards the mountain peak.
The crowd, witnessing this scene,
suddenly looked up, staring in shock at the receding figure, their eyes nearly popping out.
What the hell? Did I just see that right? What is that guy doing? He's flying. He's actually flying.
The crowd stared in astonishment at the distant flickering figure, their jaws dropping in disbelief.
Everyone else was walking. Why was he flying? Is that even reasonable?
On the other side, Lu Chen utilized the sky splitter technique, rapidly moving towards
the mountain peak.
He initially planned to use both Sky Splitter and Godspeed together, but once he entered the mountain's range, the speed of Godspeed diminished to the point where it felt the same whether he used it or not, so he simply stopped using it.
After a few quick Sky Splitter teleports, Lu Chen
ascended 200 to 300 meters, leaving only half the distance to the peak.
But just then, the oppressive force suddenly intensified, as if an entire
ocean had been slammed down upon him. Lu Chen staggered, nearly falling. Although he stabilized his stance, the pressure caused his bones to creak and his flesh began to twist.
Is this the test of the physical body?
Noticing that the pressure targeted only his body, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. He couldn't claim to be the strongest, but when it came to physical strength, no one in the entire ruins could surpass him.
Golden body transformation. Skill activated.
In the next second, Lu Chen's internal energy surged, his muscles bulged, the creaking bones fell silent, and his body gradually returned
to normal. He unleashed the void split again, swiftly flying towards the mountain peak. The road to the top of this mountain is truly long. Yang Changgong
and the young man in black walked side by side at the front, less than a meter apart. Many believed that the competition for who would reach the summit first
could only arise between these two.
Even Yang Changgong and the young man thought the same. They exchanged glances, and as Yang Changgong sighed, the young
man in black smiled faintly.
"Senior, you are already over 40. This young man's fighting and killing is naturally not suitable for you.
If I may suggest,
it would be better for you to stay here and avoid being defeated by me after climbing the mountain, as that would be quite embarrassing."
Yang Changgong chuckled lightly, unwilling to back down.
It's good for a young brother to be confident, but overconfidence leads to arrogance.
As the saying goes, traveling thousands of miles and reading countless books is all about finding a way where there seems to be none.
As he spoke, the sound of reading echoed around.
Yang Changgong, accompanied by a resonant bell-like humming, a gentle aura enveloping him.
He stepped forward, directly surpassing the young man in black,
taking the lead.
He glanced back at the young man, smiling slightly, but the smile seemed laced with sarcasm.
Interesting.
The young man in black did not
rush to retort.
He watched as Yang Changgong pulled ahead, flicking his sleeves. A natural aura surged from within him, merging with the world around him.
Even the pressure in the area gradually weakened under this powerful aura.
After doing all this, the young man in black quickened his pace, swiftly moving forward under the pressure equivalent to nearly 2 mountains, soon catching up to Yang Changgong.
The onlookers behind them couldn't help but exclaim monstrous talent.
In terms of cultivation, those who could closely follow Yang Changgong and the others were at least at the 7th level of perfection.
Among
them, there were indeed Chi masters at the 7th level of perfection. Yet even so, they still couldn't match the speed of Yang Changgong and the young man. Although their pace was like that of ordinary people walking, the mountain exerted pressure, making it difficult for regular folks to take a step. These two, however, moved as if strolling in a garden, defying the odds. As they neared the summit, Yang Changgong and the young man in black unconsciously quickened their pace, their auras surging forth like a flood. Waves of energy rolled around them, grass and trees bent, clouds churned, and the ground shook. They bore immense pressure, expending nearly half of their internal energy, and finally reached the mountain peak. Upon arriving at the summit, Yang Changgong and the young man in black did not rest immediately but instead stared at each other. Both were panting heavily, yet their movements did not cease, their energy surging in their palms, ready to unleash their combat skills at any moment. Just as they prepared to engage, a sudden sound of a great bell echoed overhead, the sound waves rippling like ocean waves, spreading throughout the entire mountain.
Dawn! Dawn! Dawn!
The bell rang 3 times before falling silent.
And then the entire mountain trembled, stone pillars rising from the ground, standing at the edge of the cliff.
Each of these pillars was 100 meters tall, inscribed with mysterious and profound characters, resembling runes.
There were a total of 36 pillars, each radiating remarkable power, standing quietly like a stone forest.
At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from above. By the grace of heaven, I, in my remaining years, have created 12 top-tier combat skills, of which this is one, named Beast God 7 Kills. The 36 stone pillars conceal the core of Beast God 7 Kills. You must comprehend the mysteries within the pillars to learn Beast God 7 Kills. Those who ascend the mountain first may comprehend first.
Upon hearing
this, both Yang Changgong and the young man in black were stunned.
12 top-tier combat techniques? Both were taken aback, struggling to imagine what kind of powerful being could create 12 top-tier combat techniques. Top-tier combat techniques are classified as SSS level. For an 8th tier Chi Master, creating even one in a lifetime is no easy feat. 12 is a staggering number. Even a 9th tier Grandmaster would find it incredibly challenging to achieve. Forget it, let's go comprehend it first. Yang Changong thought no more and was about to head towards the stone pillar. In times like this, whoever comprehends the mysteries of the stone pillar first will be able to learn the Beast God 7 kills first. Given the nature of the ruins, once someone learns the Beast God 7 kills, the chances for others to learn it would likely vanish. Just as Yang Changong was about to step forward, he suddenly felt a wave of heat behind him. He sidestepped, and a fireball brushed past him, crashing onto the ground ahead and creating a large pit. Lava even flowed within the pit. Yang Changong slowly got up, faced the young man in black and smiled. What do you mean, little brother? Are you trying to fight me to a standstill, and then wait for the others to come up and pick up the pieces? The young man in black, holding flames, shook his head. Seeing this, Yang Changong continued, since you don't want them to pick up the pieces, why strike out? The young man in black kept shaking his head, his lips curling slightly. You misunderstood my meaning. I meant you aren't worthy of making me get hurt. Then let's give it a try. Although Yang Changong was a teacher, he wasn't always gentle. Moreover, with the reputation of the Thunder King, his strength was not to be underestimated. As he spoke, Yang Changong rubbed his hands together, conjuring lightning, and forcefully threw it. The arc of lightning transformed into a spear, piercing through the air, directly aimed at the young man in black. The young man in black sneered, and the fireball in his hand grew larger and larger until it obscured half his body. Then he smashed it directly towards the lightning spear. Boom! The flames and electric light engulfed most of the mountaintop, and the terrifying battle waves devastated the area, quickly creating a large pit around them. Only at the stone forest did 36 stone pillars emit a glow. The terrifying aftermath of the battle was immediately erased by the light as it approached, leaving a calm scene. Where the two fought, the ground turned to scorched earth and a sea of thunder, with powerful chi energy constantly swirling around, a force strong enough to obliterate any chi master below the 7th tier. Not bad, but from my personal experience, what you just said is likely a lie, Yang Changong said with a smile, countless bolts of lightning appearing behind him, taking the form of lightning, as they swiftly charged towards the young man in black. I merely haven't used my full strength. If I did, would you even have the chance to boast? The young man in black retracted his smile, replacing it with a grim expression, his eyes cold. He threw the flames into the air, transforming them into 5 fiery beings. Within the flames, creatures took shape: wolves, tigers, leopards, and serpents. The beings formed and quickly charged towards Yang Changong. The two battled for over 10 minutes, during which others who had followed them gradually reached the mountaintop. More and more people arrived, yet the battle still had not determined a victor. The young man in black's expression darkened, feeling shame and anger for the boastful words he had just spoken. Especially upon seeing the amusement in Yang Changong's eyes, he felt as if he had been slapped, his face burning with embarrassment. Shall we continue? Yang Changong yawned and smiled slightly. The young man in black's gaze turned fierce. He wanted to defeat Yang Changong, but with more and more people arriving, continuing the fight would be a significant loss for him. If others comprehended the Beast God 7 kills before he even started, it would be disastrous. Realizing this, the young man in black decisively retracted his chi energy, and the 5 fiery beings vanished. Seeing this, Yang Changong waved his sleeve, and the lightning faded. The two called a truce, preparing to approach the stone forest to comprehend the Beast God 7 kills. However, just as they neared the stone forest, a strong killing intent suddenly surged from within, sweeping across the area and causing tremors. Immediately after, the voice of the previous elder echoed once more. The Beast God 7 kills already has a successor. The inheritance is closed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at Yang Changong and the young man in black, who exchanged glances filled with confusion. In the next second, they suddenly realized this stone forest already had someone in it. This meant that their earlier fight was just a show for someone else. Both Yang Changong and the young man in black had extremely ugly expressions, staring intently into the depths of the stone forest, waiting for the Chi Master who had comprehended the Beast God 7 kills to emerge. Half an hour earlier, Lu Chen used the Void Splitter to reach the mountain peak at the fastest speed. He was the first person to reach the summit, but at this moment the mountaintop was empty. It wasn't until Yang Changong and the young man in black appeared that the bell rang 3 times, the stone forest materialized, and the inheritance began. Lu Chen looked at the two figures in the distance, thinking they would come over, but instead, the two started fighting. Seeing this, Lu Chen used the concealment technique and entered the stone forest alone to begin his inheritance. The stone forest had 36 stone pillars, each inscribed with mysterious characters. Each character contained a certain power, but because these characters were from an era long past, Lu Chen found them incomprehensible. I can't understand any of this. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling helpless in front of these pillars.
At that moment he thought of the system.
System, can you translate these? This is a battle skill inheritance. If the host needs translation, it will require 600,000 violent points. 600,000 violent points, equivalent to twice the amount needed to fully master an SSS level battle skill. However, as long as one puts in some effort, they can learn and cultivate an SSS level battle skill to perfection, but obtaining an SSS level battle skill is much more difficult than perfecting one.
Looking at it this way, the price seemed quite reasonable.
Fortunately, I killed 3 7th tier chi
masters earlier, or I wouldn't have any violent points to use now.
Lu Chen flicked his fingers and unhesitatingly offered the 600,000 violent points to the system. Ding!
Successfully consumes 600,000 violent points. Beginning translation.
Translating, the Beast God 7 kills is an SSS level battle skill. The most lethal among SSS level battle skills. As the system translated, the characters on the pillars were all deciphered, and the core in cultivation
methods of the Beast God 7 kills gradually infused into Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen closed his eyes, feeling the profundity of the Beast God 7 kills. The so-called most lethal among SSS level skills conjured images in his mind that were quite brutal, with a claw strike from afar directly tearing dozens of people into pieces, rendering any defense useless. While the outside world was embroiled in battle, Lu Chen was focused on comprehending the Beast God 7 kills. The cultivation method was clear, but the most important aspect of the Beast God 7 kills was still the intent, the decisive intent of killing. As his understanding deepened, Lu Chen formed a rough outline of the Beast God 7 kills in his mind.
After more than 10 minutes, Lu Chen finally comprehended
the Beast God 7 kills and directly learned it without the system's help. Just as Lu Chen was about to rise, a voice suddenly echoed in the sky. The Beast God 7 kills already has a successor, the inheritance is over. As soon as these words were spoken, the fighting Yang Changgong and the young man immediately stopped and quickly rushed towards the stone forest. Yang Changgong and the young man in black were watching each other closely outside the stone forest. Currently, there were 2 national forces in the ruins, and their purpose for entering this place was nothing more than to obtain the SSS level battle skill. The reason they hadn't attacked directly was that they were waiting for the person inside to come out and see which country he belonged to. At this moment, after Lu Chen learned the Beast God 7 kills, he felt the stone forest's rejection and then moved forward. His figure passed through the stone pillars and gradually became visible. When he stepped out of the stone forest, all 36 stone pillars shattered. It seemed that the Beast God 7 kills could only have one successor. Lu Chen stepped out of the stone forest, glanced at the 2 people in front of him, and was about to choose to ignore them when someone called out to him. "Kid, are you the one who stole my inheritance?" The speaker was the young man in black. At this moment, his gaze was fierce, flames swirling in his hand. In order to smoothly obtain the SSS level battle skill, he thought about defeating Yang Changgong first, but unexpectedly, before he could defeat Yang Changgong, the Beast God 7 kills was snatched away by someone else. This feeling of having his peach plucked made him very unhappy, especially with Lu Chen's attitude, which made him even angrier. Lu Chen glanced at him indifferently, completely ignoring him, and then walked down the mountain. Seeing that Lu Chen was ignoring him, the young man in black felt a surge of killing intent in his eyes, looking for death. As he spoke, 5 fiery beings coalesced into a fireball in his hand and charged towards Lu Chen. His flames moved quickly, and by the time Yang Changgong reacted, the flames were already upon Lu Chen. Noisy. The flames were only 10 centimeters away from Lu Chen, but as Lu Chen's icy voice rang out, the flames actually froze in midair. A 9-colored flame appeared in Lu Chen's palm, transforming into a dragon that directly swallowed the flames before him. 9 Xian Overlord Fire. The 9-colored fire floated around Lu Chen. He looked at the young man in black with indifference, his aura rolling, killing intent fully revealed. In such a hurry to seek death? Lu Chen originally didn't intend to waste words with this group. His goal was to find the battle skill first, yet this guy insisted on coming up to seek death. "Kid, with just you, do you think you can make me die?" The young man in black sneered, stepping forward, releasing the aura of the 6th stage, 8th level. He looked coldly at Lu Chen and said coldly, "Hand over the Beast God 7 kills, or you won't be able to leave today." As soon as he finished speaking, flames once again appeared around him, the fiery beings taking on a lifelike, terrifying form. The heat wave surged towards Lu Chen, turning the ground into scorched earth and reducing the vegetation to ashes. "I want to see if your bravado matches your strength." The young man in black took the initiative, his figure disappearing in place, turning into an afterimage as he charged at Lu Chen. 5 fiery beings mixed with terrifying flames rushed towards Lu Chen, tongues of fire flickering, flames soaring into the sky. Seeing this, Lu Chen's expression remained calm as he slowly clenched his fist. Secret technique. Boiling blood. The essence blood within him rapidly ignited, and Lu Chen's momentum instantly surged. He grasped the air, that Sanglong halberd in hand, an ancient and wild aura pouring out. Boom! Lu Chen swung that Sanglong halberd, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar followed by a dragon's roar. With a thrust, the ancient azure light at the tip of the spear flashed and seemed to leap with a dragon's shadow, colliding with the 5 fiery beings. Bang! The Sanglong collided with the fiery beings, creating a wave of energy that rippled through the space, sending ripples spreading outward. The mountain, which had lost its inherited power, quickly showed cracks under the fluctuations of these two forces. At that moment, the young man in black closed in on Lu Chen, his 5 fingers clenched, and he threw a punch. Bang! The space seemed to be punched out, a booming sound erupted, and the air surged like a storm. His punch directly struck towards Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen calmly raised his arm and threw a punch in return. Golden body transformation. Lu Chen's muscles began to shimmer with a holy glow, as if a blood dragon was awakening within him, surging forth with a torrent of blood energy that unsettled the hearts and minds of those around. Bang! The two fists collided, the terrifying energy pressing against each other, causing the remaining air to explode with a bang. The two forces clashed continuously. The young man in black looked at Lu Chen, who was unwilling to back down despite being at a disadvantage, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. In terms of physical body, he was hard to rival within the same realm. This guy's cultivation was clearly lower than his. Why did he possess such strong physical power? Just as the young man in black was shocked, Lu Chen's indifferent voice rang out again. If this is all the strength you have, then die. As he spoke, a powerful energy surged from the sky. A massive palm print slowly emerged, with runes flickering in the palm, pressing down towards the young man in black. Great floating pagoda. Palm. As the SSS level battle skill was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color. Especially as Lu Chen's strength grew stronger, the SSS level battle skill gradually revealed its overwhelming might. Beneath the ancient runes, a powerful surge of energy emerged, and the descending palm print resembled a statue from thousands of years ago, each part bearing the marks of time's corrosion. Yet the power it could unleash was unimaginably heavy, as if it were bearing the weight of mountains and rivers. As the palm print was summoned, before it even landed, the ground began to crack, and countless forces surged forth, all pouring towards the young man in black. SSS level battle technique? On the mountain, many 7th tier Chi masters immediately recognized the grade of the Great Buddha Palm. With such earth-shattering power, what else could it be but an SSS level battle technique? Many of the 7th tier late stage and even perfected Chi masters present had never practiced an SSS level battle technique. Such techniques could only be found in top tier hidden sects, or at Tenya Academy and Longjing Academy. The top 10 armies of the Dragon Kingdom would also have them, but they required military merit to exchange for, and military merit was notoriously hard to obtain, especially the vast amount needed for an SSS level battle technique, which was a mountain for an average 7th tier Chi master. The reason SSS level battle techniques were so precious was that there were too few in existence, and they were difficult to create. Only a highly perceptive 8th tier Chi master might be able to create one, but such masters were rare among the 8th tier. More often than not, one would spend their entire life without creating an SSS level battle technique. Therefore, for any country, each additional SSS level battle technique could significantly enhance its foundation. So, when they saw Lu Chen summon an SSS level battle technique, envy and jealousy filled the eyes of those present. SSS level battle technique? The young man in black looked up at the suddenly appearing palm print and the pressure comparable to mountains and rivers, his expression shifting but soon turning to excitement. I thought you only had one SSS level battle technique, but it seems you have two. With 2 SSS level battle techniques, if he brought them back to the Empire, the Emperor would surely be pleased, and he could become a count or even a duke. The young man in black grew more excited, the flames in his hand flickering faster. The flames in his hand spread outwards, and in the blink of an eye, they expanded 100 meters, turning the ground into a sea of fire, forming a fiery plain. Standing in the midst of the fiery plain, the energy leaked out, and the flames beneath his feet quickly gathered behind him, gradually coalescing into a figure. 3 light rings appeared behind the figure's head, arranged in large, medium, and small sizes, looking both sacred and grand. Battle technique. Flame deity. The figure exuded a solemn aura, merely standing there and radiating flames, instilling an inexplicable fear in others. The flame deity stood several zhang tall, the flames burning on him like clothing, moving without wind, showcasing divinity. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted loudly, "Damn, it's on fire!" On fire? You're too easily excited. What's so great about that? When I say it's on fire, I mean it's literally burning. At this, everyone turned around to find someone in the crowd rolling on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they could see flames beneath his skin, burning through flesh and blood. This scene stunned everyone.
Just then, several others also burst into flames, writhing in pain on the ground. "Don't look at that statue, there's something wrong." Someone quickly noticed the issue and shouted a warning. Subsequently, the companions of those on fire immediately helped them up, using their energy to extinguish the flames, calming the crowd's unrest. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was also paying attention to this scene. He withdrew his gaze and quickly scanned the flame deity, indeed discovering that his body had become scorching hot. However, since he had only looked for a short time, the flames did not ignite within him. It's probably also an SSS-level battle technique, Lu Chen thought as he looked at the young man in black. The latter, seeing the great Buddha palm about to descend, pointed a finger, and the flame deity behind him also extended its palm towards the palm print in the air. The flames burned fiercely in his hand, quickly forming a sea of fire in the air that completely engulfed the palm print. The palm print did not dissipate, instead, it continuously collided with the flames, terrifying waves of energy cascading down from the sky, striking the ground and causing the entire mountain to shake violently. The ground cracked incessantly, and soon the mountaintop was shattered into pieces. The mountain swayed left and right, making it impossible to stand firm. Not good. This place is going to collapse, hurry and leave. Do these two want to kill all of us? Run. Some of the weaker individuals, sensing the danger, directly fled down the mountain. Meanwhile, those at the foot of the mountain had already run several hundred meters away, seeing the boulders rolling down from above. With most people having fled, the remaining few also decided not to continue watching the spectacle and began to head down the mountain. In no time, only Lu Chen, the young man in black, and Yang Changgong remained at the summit. The confrontation continued, but the mountain's collapse accelerated, and if it continued, all three would be buried beneath it. I say, gentlemen, the mountain is about to collapse. Since you can't determine a winner right now, why not save it for another time? Yang Changgong stood in the middle, acting as a mediator. He glanced at Lu Chen's great Buddha palm and then at the young man's fire god technique. Both were SSS level combat skills, with a wide range and immense power. Although he was also at the peak of the 7th stage, he dared not act recklessly in the face of two SSS level techniques, so he had been observing. With the mountain on the verge of collapse, he stayed to persuade them, mainly to prevent the young man in black from chattering endlessly, which could lead to Lu Chen being buried as well. Lu Chen was clearly from the Dragon Kingdom, with the beast god 7 kills on him, and Yang Changgong had no objections. The reason he didn't intervene was that he had come here not to protect but to seek opportunities to break through to the 8th stage. To step in as a mediator for Lu Chen at such a moment was already a great act of kindness. Boom! Just as Yang Changgong finished persuading, the tremors of the mountain intensified, affecting even Lu Chen and the young man in black, causing them to sway and their energy to become unstable, leading to issues with the manifestation of their combat skills. Seeing this, the young man in black unwillingly glanced at Lu Chen, then withdrew his energy, dissipating the fire god technique. Consider yourself lucky. Next time we meet, it will be your death. With that, the young man in black turned and walked down the mountain. Lu Chen wanted to stop him, but the shaking mountain made it impossible for him to stand firm, and even his energy was somewhat disordered. The entire mountain was a manifestation of energy, and now that it was about to disappear, instability was to be expected. Young friend, let's head down together, Yang Changgong said, seeing the young man in black leave, and nodded at Lu Chen before also rushing down the mountain. The shaking of the mountain grew more violent, with half of it beginning to collapse. Seeing this, Lu Chen turned and bowed to the mountaintop, then used the void split technique, vanishing in an instant. Just after Lu Chen left, the massive mountain collapsed completely, turning into rubble and being buried once more in the earth. The mountain, which had been condensed from energy, crumbled, and the tidal wave of this dissipating energy affected an area of several thousand meters, causing it to rise and fall for a moment before settling down. After returning to the foot of the mountain, Lu Chen scanned the area, trying to find the figure of the young man in black, but found no one there. He ran away? Lu Chen frowned. Just then, Yang Changgong suddenly approached and called out to Lu Chen, "Young brother, please wait." Yang Changgong came closer, knowing that Lu Chen had obtained an SSS level combat skill. Apart from envy, he had no other thoughts and certainly wouldn't try to seize it. Young brother has just acquired an SSS level combat skill. I think it's better to be cautious, find a place to cultivate first, and wait until the exit opens after some time before going out, to avoid being targeted by others. Yang Changgong's words came from the heart. Setting aside Lu Chen's strength, just the fact that he possessed 2 SSS level combat skills would, once it reached the ears of those from the Star Moon Empire, prompt them to spare no effort in trying to seize it from Lu Chen, using any means necessary. The SSS level combat skills are of great importance. If they fall into the hands of other countries, it will only increase their strength. Although there is a treaty between the Star Moon Empire and the Dragon Kingdom, seemingly an alliance, the two countries are neighbors.
And such peace cannot last long. The young man in black disappeared as soon as he left the mountain, likely to find others and join forces against Lu Chen. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded lightly. Don't worry, I have my own plans, no need to be concerned. After saying that, Lu Chen turned and left. Yang Changong wanted to follow Lu Chen, but in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen vanished from sight, even his shadow was untraceable. So fast? Yang Changong was taken aback, astonishment flashing in his eyes. He was already at the 7th level, just a step away from the 8th, but in terms of speed, he was definitely not as fast as Lu Chen. With such speed, that group of people probably won't be able to catch him even if they want to, Yang Changong muttered to himself as he walked slowly in another direction. There were many treasures in the ruins, although it was a pity not to obtain the Beast God 7 kills, acquiring the other combat skills made the trip worthwhile. Yang Changong quickly left, and the crowd at the foot of the mountain dispersed immediately. On the other side, Lu Chen found a dense forest, planning to stay there for a while. He remembered what Yang Changong had said earlier. With 2 SSS-level combat skills, the Star Moon Empire would surely take action against him. The Star Moon Empire consists of 7th-level Chi Masters. If they were to eliminate all the remaining ones here, it would be a good thing for him. There are indeed a few geniuses who can rival the 7th level perfection, but it's not impossible to annihilate them all. Confidence flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. He possessed the Great Buddha Palm and the Beast God 7 kills, both SSS-level combat skills plus the top-tier secret technique, Boiling Blood. His true strength was nearly at the 7th level perfection. Coupled with the Heart Sword, killing the young man in black one-on-one would be no problem. But what Lu Chen needed to do was not just as simple as killing one person. The young man in black had disappeared after descending the mountain, likely to seek help from his companions. In Lu Chen's view, it was a good thing for the young man in black to find allies. The more people that came, the faster he could gain a massive amount of violent points. First, I need to perfect the Beast God 7 kills, then I can start hunting. Lu Chen gazed at the dense forest, and in the next moment his figure vanished from the spot. Soon, roars of strange beasts echoed through the forest, but as soon as the roar sounded, it disappeared, leaving no further noise. In another direction of the forest, suddenly another roar erupted, shaking the ground and mountains. After the young man in black descended the mountain, he did not wait for Lu Chen at the spot. Although he also had SSS-level combat skills, his level of mastery was far from Lu Chen's ferocity. That palm imprint would have been hard to withstand if he hadn't been at a higher cultivation level than Lu Chen. Moreover, Lu Chen had a 7th level perfection companion, Yang Changong, by his side. To ensure his own safety and avoid any mishaps, the young man in black began to search for his companions. Before entering the ruins, they had all installed a special device on themselves that allowed them to locate each other by sensing their auras. The young man in black quickly found 2 other companions. Liu, it hasn't been long since we last met. How did you end up in such a sorry state? As the young man in black approached, the laughter of his 2 companions rang out. One of them, a blonde man, scoffed at the sight of the young man in black covered in dirt. Aren't you claiming to be invincible among the 7th level? How come you look like you've just been beaten up? The other was a woman, with an excellent figure, possessing the allure of a mature woman despite being in her 20s, her red lips like flames, and her beautiful face flickering with a hint of confusion as she spoke, her pearly teeth slightly parted. Liu, what happened? She was the core of the entire team, the so-called captain. In addition, she was one of the many prodigies cultivated by the Star Moon Empire. Such a figure would make even Liu bow down in respect. Liu shook his head and sighed. I encountered a freakish guy, likely from the Dragon Kingdom's youth training camp. Are you sure? The beautiful woman frowned slightly, puzzled. If I remember correctly, the people from the Dragon Kingdom's training camp are currently in closed training and won't be coming out anytime soon. Are you really sure it's them? She had sparred with the geniuses from the Dragon Kingdom's training camp, each one as monstrous as him, clearly at the mid-7th stage, yet able to unleash the power of the peak 7th stage. In their last encounter, she and that person had fought to a standstill. Although her cultivation was only at the 6th level of the 7th stage, she was stronger than the average peak 7th stage. That person, with only the 4th level of the 7th stage, was able to match her, showcasing his talent in foundation. Liu, I think you might have seen it wrong. Ruya said that the training camp people are all in secret training, so they definitely wouldn't enter this ruin. The blonde man jumped down from the tree, his expression no longer playful but somewhat serious. He was well aware of Liu's strength. Someone who could make him feel at a disadvantage was undoubtedly formidable. Liu shook his head again. I'm not sure if he's from the training camp, but I feel that anyone who can master an SSS level combat skill, even if he isn't from the training camp, will eventually enter it. An SSS level combat skill made you like this? The blonde man, Ping Qiu, was even more shocked. Liu also mastered an SSS level combat skill, the Divine Fire God, which was quite powerful. Even if the opponent also had an SSS-level combat skill, Liu could still maintain an undefeated position with the Divine Fire God.
It's different, his SSS-level combat skill seems to be much stronger than mine.
Liu still remembered that palm strike, the sky cracking, a palm imprint covering nearly 1,000 meters, the entire mountaintop enveloped by that imprint.
Although he had remained calm, he was still astonished inside.
The power of an SSS-level combat skill could reach such a level, clearly indicating it had reached perfection. Just as Ruya and Ping Xiu were about to speak, Liu's voice suddenly deepened.
Moreover, this guy has also obtained a new SSS-level combat skill.
What? Ruya and Ping Xiu swallowed their words, looking at Liu in shock. Their brows furrowed deeply. If they had previously regarded Lu Chen as a relatively talented prodigy, now they had to take him seriously. Possessing 2 SSS-level combat skills at the 7th stage, if he were to grow, he would pose a potential threat to the Star Moon Empire. He might even become a military leader, and at that time, the Star Moon Empire would face a formidable enemy. Ruya bit her red lip, her beautiful eyes looking at Liu with complexity, her lips slightly parted. Liu, tell us the details. Liu nodded and recounted everything that had happened on the mountain, including Lu Chen obtaining the Beast God's 7 kills inheritance and unleashing what seemed to be a perfect SSS-level combat skill.
That person has already cultivated an SSS-level combat skill to perfection?
Ping Xiu frowned, looking bewildered.
The 3 of them all possessed SSS-level combat skills and had cultivated for several years, yet after all,
this time, they had only managed to reach great success, and even that was just recently. Ruya was slightly faster than them, having reached great success over a year ago. But compared to Lu Chen, their hard work seemed
insignificant.
Great success and perfection appeared to differ by just one realm, but the time required often spanned years, even decades.
Ruya continued to inquire, how old is that guy? Much younger than us. Has his SSS-level combat skill really reached perfection?
I'm not too sure, but that terrifying destructive power should indicate perfection.
Even if it's not perfection, it's probably half a step away from it.
Ruya's beautiful brows furrowed, her jade-like hand brushing over her luscious red lips, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of conflict. Before we came in, the senior told us to avoid causing trouble and definitely not to hunt the prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom, but this person is clearly different from the others.
He will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom in the future.
If we let him grow, it won't be good for us. So, are we killing him or
not?
Ping Xiu and Liu stared intently at Ruya.
As the captain of this small team, Ruya's strength and status were both higher than
theirs. No matter how arrogant they were outside, they had to be obedient in front of her and follow her orders.
Ruya didn't speak.
Immediately, she was pondering, hesitating, weighing the pros and cons killing a prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom within its borders. If the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom found out, it would be uncertain whether they could leave the Dragon Kingdom at all. This matter carried certain risks. Unless it was done flawlessly, making outsiders believe that the person's death was purely accidental.
This person should not have joined the youth training camp yet.
Ruya seemed to have found a breakthrough, her beautiful eyes brightening as she continued, we can hunt him. As long as we kill him when no one is around, even if we go out, the people of the Dragon Kingdom won't know that such a prodigy is missing.
Alright, then let's hunt him. Liu and Ping Xiu nodded.
They had often hunted prodigies before, including
those from the Dragon Kingdom.
The reason they hadn't done such things in the ruins was that they were afraid of the repercussions, and being hunted down by the strong of the Dragon Kingdom afterward.
But if it was just one person, and it was done without anyone
noticing, it was hard to say whether the strong of the Dragon Kingdom would find out.
After all, the ruins contained great opportunities,
but also dangers. It was entirely reasonable for a 7th-tier beast to appear and kill someone.
Call everyone back.
With Ruya's command, Liu and Ping Xiu immediately sprang into action. The 30 people who entered the ruins all had positioning devices, so finding them was simple. If necessary, they could even use special means to call for them. In no time, the two gathered all the members of the
Star Moon Empire.
Ruya, we only found 24 people, 3 are missing.
When I went to look, I found only blood on the ground,
Ping Xiu said darkly as he handed the collected blood soil to Ruya. The person who killed those 3 acted decisively, erasing the bodies
completely, including destroying the positioning devices.
If it weren't for the last signal source after the devices were damaged, it would have been very difficult to find where they died.
Ruya looked at the blood soil and nodded slightly. She never expected to bring all 30 people back. Having casualties was normal.
Moreover, the 3 who died were not particularly strong, so it wasn't a heavy
loss.
Ruya signaled for Ping Xiu to step back, then looked at the 24 members of the Star Moon Empire and said, I called everyone
here because there is something that requires your cooperation. A prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom has emerged in this ruin, a chi master with a terrifying talent.
He wears blue clothes and is about 20 years old. Many of you should have seen him on that mountain.
He is the one who fought with Li Yu. Find him and report back to me. When we return, I will have my father reward you. Ruya's father was a duke, an 8th tier powerhouse. The rewards she mentioned were definitely more enticing to this group of 7th tier chi masters than most treasures in the ruins. Yes, everyone responded in unison, clasping their fists before scattering to search for Lu Chen's figure. Although the ruins were vast, they were only about the size of a county, so finding someone was still quite simple, though it would take some time. As the crowd dispersed, Ruya and the others did not idle either, splitting into 3 groups to search for Lu Chen. The 27 members of the Star Moon Empire searched for 3 days and nights, combing through most of the areas of the ruins without finding any trace of Lu Chen. In the end, Ruya locked onto the last area. It was a dense forest filled with towering trees, lush and green, resembling a primeval forest. And exceptionally quiet. Previously, no one had ventured here because this dense forest was filled with 5th and 6th tier exotic beasts, as well as 7th tier perfected ones. They decided that normal people could not possibly come here. But now, every other place had been thoroughly searched, leaving only this last area. Lu Chen had no choice but to be here. He couldn't go anywhere else. The forest was vast, so in order to find Lu Chen as quickly as possible, Ruya decided to have Li Yu and Ping Qiu each lead a team deep into the forest. Once you find him, don't linger, just notify us directly. After giving her instructions, Ruya led 8 people into the forest. Follow me. Li Yu and Ping Qiu each took 8 people and flew off in different directions. Inside the cave, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, with chi energy continuously surging around him. His pores had opened up, absorbing the surrounding chi. His aura was significantly stronger than before. During his time in the forest, Lu Chen had slain numerous exotic beasts, even killing 5 7th tier beasts, successfully raising his cultivation to the 6th tier perfected level. Additionally, he had perfected the beast god 7 kills, spending over 2 million points of violence in just a few days. Yet, despite this, the epic night demon beast had not appeared even once. However, Lu Chen had grown accustomed to it. Previously, it took 1,000 draws from the ordinary lottery pool to encounter a rare dark beast, so it was normal not to have drawn one yet. Just as Lu Chen was preparing to go out and take care of business, he suddenly sensed several powerful chi energies nearby. Shortly after, someone landed outside the cave, and a voice came through. You guys check over there, I feel he should be right here. Inside the cave, Lu Chen listened to the familiar voice, his gaze sharpening, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They were here. Ruya had searched around, even killing 2 or 3 7th tier beasts, yet still hadn't found Lu Chen. Inquiring about Ping Qiu, the situation was similar there. The number of exotic beasts made it nearly impossible to move. That guy must be hiding here. Ruya's gaze was resolute. With so many exotic beasts in this area, it was practically a natural barrier, as long as they didn't provoke the beasts. This place was absolutely safe. What about Li Yu? Ruya asked. I don't know, that guy hasn't reported back yet. He must have run into some beasts. At such a short distance, the waste token could already be used for communication. But after a long while, Li Yu still hadn't checked in at the agreed time. The two felt uneasy. Just as they were about to head in Li Yu's direction, a sudden explosion echoed from that side, shaking the forest with the continuous roar of beasts. The entire forest was trembling. A powerful chi energy spread outward, far exceeding the 6th tier perfected level. Li Yu is in trouble. Ruya's beautiful eyes narrowed, and in the next moment, she rushed toward that direction, with Ping Qiu closely following. The remaining chi masters also followed suit. Inside the cave, a figure flew out from within. His features were twisted, his face contorted, with a massive dent in his chest, even showing signs of being struck by a fist. He crashed several dozen meters away, just hitting the ground when a strange figure appeared above him, delivering another punch. Li Yu, ignoring the intense pain radiating from his body, quickly dodged. Bang! The punch landed, creating a depression over a meter deep where he had just been lying. Seeing the scene, Li Yu shivered involuntarily, filled with fear. Just moments ago, he had entered the cave and was struck by a fist. The speed of that punch was too fast. He barely had time to react before it hit him hard in the chest, causing his heart to race and nearly explode. After flying out, he almost had his head smashed in by another punch. Every strike was lethal. Li Yu stared intently at the person before him, who was none other than Lu Chen, the one he had been searching for all along. But the Lu Chen before him felt completely different from before. The previous Lu Chen had felt powerful yet unassuming. Now, however, Lu Chen exuded a thick killing intent, as if he had crawled out from a pile of corpses, radiating a chilling aura that pierced to the bone. Is it just you who came to die? Lu Chen's playful gaze scrutinized Li Yu. He had previously escaped a disaster on the mountain, and now it seemed he had come to deliver himself. It was just as well. It saved him the trouble of making an appearance. What can one person do? Killing you is enough. Although frightened, Li Yu's words remained defiant. Flames ignited around him, roaring fiercely, yet they did not advance towards Lu Qin. He was waiting for support from Ruya and the others. Facing Lu Qin alone had already been a struggle. Now this guy's strength had clearly increased, and he was definitely not a match for him. He could only wait for backup. Lu Qin looked at him indifferently, fully aware that Li Yu was waiting for reinforcements. If he wanted to wait, then let him wait. First, he would kill the others to practice his skills. Lu Qin's gaze shifted to a short distance away, where several figures were rapidly approaching. These were the 8 people Li Yu had brought, all of them 7th tier Chi masters. Upon seeing them, Li Yu pointed at Lu Qin. "He is the one we are looking for, attack together and kill him." As soon as he said this, they quickly unleashed their combat techniques and charged at Lu Qin. Multicolored spiritual light shimmered in the air, a terrifying momentum spreading outwards, the killing intent hanging like threads, all converging towards Lu Qin. Li Yu pointed with one hand, and a flame coalesced into a long knife, slicing towards Lu Qin. The rest of the attacks followed closely, the sky flashing with spiritual light, the air rippling continuously, each strike capable of easily shattering mountains. Seeing this, Lu Qin remained calm, his palm grasping empty air as he took hold of the Tsanglong halberd, the sound of a dragon's roar echoing through the clouds. Boom! Holding the spear with one hand, Lu Qin slammed the shaft heavily against the ground, a powerful wave radiating from beneath him, colliding with the incoming combat techniques. These techniques could not break through this layer of waves and could only continue to clash against it. Lu Qin's robes billowed without wind, the airwaves rolling like tides. Li Yu and the others were astonished to see that their techniques could not break through the wave. "Have you had enough of the commotion?" Lu Qin raised his eyes to scan the crowd, his calm gaze exuding a chilling sharpness. Li Yu and the others were taken aback, realizing that even with 9 people working together, they were no match for Lu Qin. They felt a sense of foreboding and were about to retreat. Lu Qin had been monitoring the situation, giving them ample time to strike, but as for retreating, that was absolutely impossible. Lu Qin swung the Tsanglong halberd, the heavy weapon in his hand moving like a stick, lightly swaying, the spear tip nearly tearing through space. He thrust out a spear, like a startled dragon, releasing it, transforming into its Tsanglong, opening its massive mouth, directly piercing through all the Chi masters who were trying to escape into the sky. The Tsanglong's jaws bit down, and all their bodies were severed in two, some even exploding, blood splattering across the sky, a gruesome sight. In the blink of an eye, the 8 were slain by Lu Qin's spear, not even a scream escaping their lips. How could this be? Li Yu's lips trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the falling flesh and blood from above. One strike and he had killed 8 7th-tier masters. Was this weapon really that powerful? Then why hadn't it put much pressure on him when they fought before? Or perhaps the reason that Tsanglong halberd hadn't intimidated him earlier was that Lu Qin's strength had not yet reached that level. The Tsanglong halberd's power increased alongside its master's strength. The stronger Lu Qin became, the more powerful the halberd's eruption. This was a consensus among many good weapons. A truly good weapon does not lag behind in combat intensity after its wielder's cultivation improves. After slaying the 8 with a single spear, Lu Qin turned his gaze to Li Yu. His clear eyes were filled with coldness, sending a shiver down Li Yu's spine. Li Yu's body jolted. In his eyes, Lu Qin's gaze was like that of Yama, the king of hell, demanding his life. The flames around him burned even more fiercely, the blazing light spilling out, rocks crumbling under the heat, and a large area of the forest was set ablaze, leaving scorched earth everywhere. Combat technique. Divine Fire God. Li Yu was terrified, fearing that Lu Qin would suddenly kill him, and he directly unleashed his trump card. A deity stood behind him, 3 halos overlapping, showcasing divinity. But due to Li Yu's fear, the deity's majesty did not manifest, making the entire figure seem somewhat ridiculous. Seeing Lu Qin remain motionless, Li Yu's fear intensified. He had no idea what Lu Qin would do next. The gunshot from earlier had left him traumatized, terrified that Lu Qin might strike suddenly, leaving him unaware of how he would die. In order to survive, Li Yu ultimately chose to strike first. Flames surged, and the deity extended its palm, slapping down towards Lu Qin, the fierce fire accompanied by a pressure like a tsunami crashing towards him. Lu Qin's gaze was indifferent. He had never regarded this SSS-level combat skill, which hadn't even reached perfection, as a threat. "I originally wanted to let you live a little longer, but since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige." Lu Qin raised his hand, the great pagoda palm descending to suppress. As the palm print emerged, the earth shook, plants were crushed, thorns exploded, rocks shattered, and clouds rolled. A powerful aura surged wildly between heaven and earth, as if the sky was being torn apart by a giant hand, a palm print descending from above, a pale yellow light cascading down, each strand containing terrifying, killing intent. The raging fire seemed to want to block the palm print. However, at this moment, Lu Qin had already reached the 6th stage of perfection, his strength vastly greater than before. The formidable pressure of the palm print descended directly, the flames were suppressed before they could rise. The ancient runes on his palm flickered with a strange light, a light so terrifying it seemed capable of piercing through flesh. The fire deity managed to block this strange light, but his body instantly became riddled with wounds, his breath weakening, his form swaying as if about to collapse. Suppress! Lu Chen pressed down with one hand, a surge of energy erupting from within, his robes billowing without wind. He had pushed his power to the maximum. Bang! With a loud explosion, the body of the fire deity burst apart, scattering into pieces on the ground, the flames transforming into countless stars, dissipating like stardust. How could this? Liu stared in terror at the palm print above him, his body trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't understand. Just a few days ago, Lu Chen's strength was insufficient to crush him, yet in just a few days, he found himself unable to even fight back against him. It was simply inhuman, more like a monster. The palm print descended from the sky, its explosive might obliterating everything. Liu watched in horror as the surrounding plants were crushed, the flames extinguished, and the earth shattered, his face growing increasingly pale with fear. He wanted to resist, but the pressure of the great pagoda palm had already formed, rendering Liu's resistance meaningless in the face of such force. The great pagoda palm was descending, but Liu could no longer withstand the pressure, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, bloodlines appearing on his body, countless beads of blood surfacing, separated from death by only a thin line. Liu! At that moment, a shout came from outside. Lu Chen suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back and quickly turned around, only to see two beams of light slicing towards him. Realizing this, he raised his hand to block, energy coalescing into a barrier in front of him. With a bang, the beams collided with the barrier, the powerful impact causing Lu Chen to stagger back a few steps, the barrier shattering. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he looked at the two who had charged in first, a man and a woman, with the man already flying towards Liu while the woman came at him. Ruya's jade-like hand glimmered, a silver light flashing at her fingertips, cascading like a silver waterfall. The light rained swiftly approaching Lu Chen. The beam sliced through the air, nearly tearing the space apart, leaving a dark trace, but it quickly restored the blade of gung metal. Lu Chen's fingertips also glimmered with a green light as clear as jade, sparkling. He flicked his fingers, and the green light shot out, its sharpness fully revealed. Clang! The green light collided with the silver light, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache, shaking the surroundings with a thunderous roar. Lu Chen raised his hand again, pointing, and the green light reappeared, multiplying in number, dozens of green beams rushing towards Ruya. Ruya's delicate face showed surprise, her brows furrowing, her hands crossing as the silver light fell in front of her chest, forming a barrier. Meanwhile, Lu Chen glanced towards Liu's side. Ping Qiu had already reached Liu, trying to help him escape the encirclement of the great pagoda palm. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand to suppress. The palm print rapidly descended, and Ping Qiu's expression changed drastically. As she grabbed Liu and quickly ran outward, his movement was strange, gliding effortlessly to reach the speed of sound as he and Liu transformed into streaks of light, escaping the core area of the great Buddha palm. As the palm print descended, mountains crumbled and forests were flattened. Although Ping Qiu was fast, the range of the great Buddha palm was too vast. A powerful shockwave surged from behind, striking his spine and sending both of them flying. Ping Qiu and Liu crashed to the ground, rolling several times, and as they stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. How could this be? Ruya looked at the miserable state of Liu and Ping Qiu, her delicate face filled with astonishment, her red lips tightly pressed together, realizing the gravity of the situation. Still watching? You should take care of yourself first. As Lu Chen's voice rang out, his figure appeared right in front of Ruya. He executed the sky split, moving with astonishing speed. By the time the sound reached her, it was already too late for Ruya to defend herself. Lu Chen raised his fist and slammed it down with incredible force, the punch generating a shockwave that created a sonic boom. Bang! Ruya's delicate hands were raised in front of her, a layer of silver light flowing over her skin, protecting her body. However, when Lu Chen's fist struck her, that layer of silver light shattered instantly. Ruya's arms were broken, her bones cracking, and her chest caved in, sending her flying back several dozen meters. Struggling to regain her footing, she sensed a sharp aura approaching, a streak of green light rushing towards her, 3 yards long. The green light was extremely sharp, scattering its lethal aura and shredding countless plants below, even shattering rocks. She couldn't even bear to think about what would happen if it hit her. Silver moon suspended. Ruya formed seals with her hands, raising them above her head, a fiery silver light igniting at her crown, while a silver full moon appeared above her. SSS level battle skill. Silver moon suspended. The moment the silver moon manifested, silver moonlight illuminated the area as if silver raindrops were falling from the sky. When the plants touched the raindrops, they turned to dust, and when mountains met the raindrops, they exploded into pieces. The silver brilliance surged towards Lu Chen, shimmering and dazzling, yet containing a strong killing intent. Secret technique. Sky control. Battle skill. Dragon shattering stars. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his energy surging from within, his body splitting into five figures vanishing in the blink of an eye, appearing at 5 different points around Rueya. The powerful energy descended, surrounding Rue. The energy surging like a tide, pushing the silver raindrops back and gradually compressing their range until it was confined to within 100 meters. Shatter stars. Lu Chen gently clenched his palm, the space fracturing, and the raindrops shattered along with it. Rueya's surroundings resembled a cracked painting, and she was the figure within it. Once the painting was damaged, she would either die or be injured. Silver moon. Rueya poured her energy unreservedly into the silver full moon, its radiance intensifying, resembling a true full moon hanging high, with a silver ocean spreading across the sky, extraordinarily enchanting. Bang! A series of shattering sounds erupted as the confinement circle formed by dragon shattering stars began to break apart, the cracks in space overlapping with those of the confinement circle. With the final shattering sound, the confinement circle exploded completely. The silver light poured down like a torrential rain, quickly enveloping the area within several hundred meters. The 4 figures of Lu Chen were torn apart the moment they came into contact with the silver rain, leaving only Lu Chen himself to retreat. Looking at the silver moon above Rueya, Lu Chen's gaze shifted slightly. The power of this SSS-level battle skill was not weaker than the Great Buddha Pong. Even though it hadn't reached perfection, it already possessed such terrifying might. At that moment, Ping Qiu and Li Yu had quietly returned to Rueya's side, and the 16 people they had left behind were also rushing back. Looking at the surrounding ruins, the 16 were deeply shocked. Rueya was equally astonished. Lu Chen's strength far exceeded Yu's description, and she felt slightly inferior in comparison. She glanced at the group of people rushing over, her previous allure replaced by seriousness, and shouted, "Form the formation, we must kill him today." Form the formation. With a command from Rueya, everyone immediately sprang into action, surrounding Lu Chen completely. They then formed hand seals, connecting their chi energies together. In the blink of an eye, the formation was established, and an endless killing intent surged from all corners of the array. Rueya, Li Yu, and Ping Qiu stood at the forefront, presiding over the formation and injecting a large amount of their internal chi into it. Rueya's delicate face was cold, her beautiful eyes flashing with a chilling light, her lovely figure no longer exuding charm but rather an overwhelming intent to kill. She was filled with murderous energy, vowing to slay Lu Chen here. During their previous encounter, she sensed that Lu Chen's cultivation had definitely not reached the 7th level, yet he could unleash power equal to her own, even overpowering. Horror! If she hadn't activated her SSS level combat skill immediately, she would likely have been killed by Lu Chen. Such a person, if left alive, would undoubtedly become a great enemy of the Star Moon Empire in the future. Taking advantage of the fact that Lu Chen was currently in the ruins and had not yet joined the training camp, she aimed to make him disappear from the world without a trace. Rueya formed a hand seal, and the silver moon above her head fell into the formation, instantly magnifying dozens of times, resembling a true full moon hanging overhead, with every drop of silver light containing a terrifying aura. Just a single drop could obliterate someone into blood mist. Silver moon suspended array. The formation was complete. Without hesitation, Rueya issued a kill order to Lu Chen. Enter the formation. With her command, everyone unleashed their power without reservation, causing the round moon within the formation to emit an even more dazzling light, like the moon from a myth. A killing array, is it? Lu Chen calmly gazed at the silver moon above, which was rife with killing intent, clearly a killing formation. This was also the most difficult formation to deal with. I didn't expect you to recognize this as a killing array. Since you know, you should understand that your chances of surviving within a killing array are very slim. Rueya spoke, her voice alluring and magnetic, making it quite enjoyable to listen to. She slightly parted her red lips, smiling gently. I can give you a chance. If you are willing to join my Star Moon Empire, I can ensure your survival and provide you with what the Dragon Kingdom cannot offer. If you are truly uneasy, I can also marry you, allowing you to enter the Duke's family. Once you break through to the 8th level, I will have my father report to the Emperor and grant you the title of Duke. How does that sound? Rueya was exceptionally beautiful, with a figure that was simply stunning, her skin like fine jade, smooth and delicate, her thighs straight and snow white. Every part of her was extremely tempting to men, especially to a duke. The dukes of the Star Moon Empire were second only to the Emperor, wielding more power than the military leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, and they would have their own fiefdoms, where the duke was akin to an emperor, enjoying treatment similar to that of the emperor. Generally, a duke could only be appointed after reaching the late 8th level or even the peak of the 8th level. However, Ruya offered Lu Chen the condition of becoming a duke upon reaching the 8th level.
Such an enticing offer
made not only others envious but even Li Yu and Ping Xiu beside Ruya looked at Lu Chen with jealousy.
Ruya wore a confident expression, her gaze haughty, and a charming smile on her face as if she had already secured Lu Chen's agreement. With her unparalleled beauty and a status above all others, she firmly believed no man could resist such temptation. Lu Chen's talent was astonishing. If such a person could be turned from enemy to friend, it would be a good thing for the Star Moon Empire and her family. Moreover, she was confident that such conditions were enough to win over anyone.
Ruya felt certain that Lu Chen would agree.
Sorry, I have a cleanliness obsession and don't like sharing, Lu Chen replied to Ruya with a faint smile.
You! Ruya was so furious she nearly smoked. Sharing? As the daughter of a duke, although she was alluring, she had never engaged in such acts with any man.
Lu Chen's words were nothing short of an insult to her. Liu Chen saw how angry she was and realized he had said something wrong, so he changed his tone and said, I thought you were just a loose woman since you keep letting people marry you, but even if you're not, I have no interest in being your so-called duke. Besides, you're too ugly, and I won't be a traitor. With every mention of loose woman and too ugly, Ruya was so furious that smoke seemed to rise from her 7 orifices.
You're asking for death.
Ruya, filled with murderous intent, vowed never to negotiate again. Even if Lu Chen begged for mercy, she would never
forgive him. Kill him, Ruya commanded, and everyone immediately activated the formation.
The killing array operated, and the silver moon became even more dazzling, continuously showering silver moonlight towards Lu Chen. Raindrops fell, rocks exploded, and plants were crushed. Everything that the silver light touched ceased to exist. The trees and exotic beasts within 1,000 meters vanished in the silver light. The killing array before him was even more terrifying than the Thunderfire Twin Dragons array he had encountered in the inn.
However, in terms of cleverness, the Silver Moon suspended array was no match for the Thunderfire Twin Dragons array.
Lu Chen had already broken the Thunderfire Twin Dragons array, so the Silver Moon suspended array posed no difficulty for him. The silver light surged towards him. Although there was a barrier to resist it, it wouldn't hold for long.
Secret technique. Boiling blood. Secret technique. The blood pool reappeared.
As the secret technique activated, Lu Chen's eyes turned blood red, a red mist enveloped him, and his vital blood burned rapidly, consumed in the blink of an eye, but soon new blood replenished it. Lu Chen's energy rapidly drained, yet his aura grew stronger, surging like a tsunami, each wave accompanied by a rumbling sound.
As the moonlight fell, the barrier around Lu Chen quickly could not withstand it, shattering
into dust in an instant, leaving him completely exposed to the moonlight. The silver moonlight soaked into Lu Chen's clothes, quickly tearing them to shreds. Just as it was about to further crush his body, a pure light suddenly surged around Lu Chen, blocking all the silver moonlight from entering.
Seeing
this, Ruya hastened her actions and ordered the others to inject 90% of their energy into the killing array.
Boom! With countless energies
pouring in, the killing array roared, the full moon expanded once more, hanging high in the sky, and the moonlight that fell had astonishing lethality,
grinding the ground down by half a meter.
Lu Chen was still enveloped in a pure white light. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing within himself, waiting for the power of boiling blood to surge in.
Countless warm currents surged in his chest, gradually becoming scorching. Lu Chen knew the moment had come. Come!
Lu Chen called softly, his brow opening wide, a milky white holy light flickering, illuminating the ages. A flying sword, only the size of a palm, emerged from his brow, soaring through the air, trailing a vast expanse of white light, dazzling and brilliant. Compared to the silver moon, it was like a firefly
next to a bright moon.
The momentum of the sword unleashed, its sharp breath made the entire world tremble, sand and stones flying, stars shifting. Lu Chen's aura peaked, and the sword that flew out manifested in the air, transforming into a sword light dozens of feet long, blocking out the sun.
Under the sword light, everything became insignificant. Divine ability. Heart sword.
With a thought, Lu Chen directed the heart sword swiftly towards the core of
the killing array.
The sword light blotted out the sky, aiming to tear apart the firmament. Beneath the sword light, the silver moonlight was completely swept away by the pure white light, leaving not a trace. Before the sword light, the so-called silver moon appeared extremely feeble. As the sword light fell, white light surged forth, its sharp breath washing over everything. He found the core of the array.
Ruya's face changed dramatically when she saw that.
The sword light was not aimed at them but rather at a certain direction within the killing array. The core of the array had always been the most important
and central part.
The core of the silver moon suspended array was hidden very deep, and it was generally impossible for an energy master to discover it.
Moreover, the core of this killing array was bound to the silver moon that appeared within it. Attacking the core meant attacking the entire killing array, and even if an energy master discovered the core, they could not break it alone. However, for some reason, this white sword light gave Ruya the feeling that
It could cleave both the core and the killing array apart.
Protect the formation eye. Although they didn't know how Lu Chen had discovered the formation
eye, the urgent task was to protect it. If Lu Chen really broke through the killing formation, it would be like a god of death descending upon the world.
No one combined would be a match for him.
Li Yu and Ping Qiu, upon hearing this, immediately withdrew to the location of the formation eye, each unleashing
their SSS-level combat skills, intending to weaken Lu Chen's offensive. Although they prided themselves on being geniuses, they dared not hope to block this move in front of a monster like Lu Chen.
This guy could even ignore the killing formation, directly locating the formation eye and then unleashing
such a lethal move.
This attack was even more terrifying than the great Buddha palm that Lu Chen had used. Even if everyone combined their strength, it was
likely not enough to withstand this sword strike. A figure engulfed in flames floated into the air.
A spear wrapped in talismans swiftly lunged toward
the sword light.
The two attacks varied in size but both contained immense power. The mere residual heat was enough to kill or injure any chi master below
the 7th level of perfection. But they were facing Lu Chen, a prodigy with countless depths.
As soon as the two attacks collided with the sword light, they were instantly obliterated into nothingness. The sword light descended with a breath, and the two were instantly gravely injured, their internal organs cracking, their throats burning. After being sent flying, they immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, weak and dispirited. Ruya's pretty face turned pale as she exerted all her strength to try to block Lu Chen, but it was already too late. The sword light struck the formation eye, which did not crack immediately, but the silver moon high in the sky was already covered in cracks. The full moon was no longer as sacred as before, its surface riddled with fissures, and the speed of repair for the chi mechanism was far slower than the rate of its damage. Ruya exerted all her strength, unleashing secret techniques and combat skills, but she couldn't even shake the sharpness of the sword light, only able to watch helplessly as the full moon shattered.
Bang!
The silver moon exploded, silver light scattering everywhere, but this silver light no longer posed a threat.
Following that was the formation
eye. The area struck by the sword light caved in completely, then shattered like glass.
The entire formation immediately became unstable, and before cracks could even appear, it exploded. Wow!
With the killing formation broken, everyone connected to it suffered a backlash.
A dozen people spat blood and
fell from the sky, but they quickly stabilized themselves and fled into the distance.
Lu Chen's power was too terrifying. Even after breaking the killing
formation, his aura remained robust. If they didn't escape now, they wouldn't be able to later. Ruya, Ping Qiu, and Li Yu were also fleeing frantically.
Lu
Chen watched the fleeing figures, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes.
Don't worry, not a single one will escape.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen's figure vanished from the spot.
His form turned into mist, rapidly pursuing the crowd, while a
murderous aura surged around him.
Combat skill. Beast God 7 kills. Lu Chen's pupils turned dark gold, and the intent to kill surged forth like the sea.
Whoosh! His figure flickered in place, and the next second, he appeared hundreds of meters away. The last person fleeing had no idea what was happening. They only felt a wave of numbness in their body, and the next moment, their body was torn apart with a bang, leaving only a mist of blood in the air.
In the
distance, the few people who were escaping were dumbfounded, filled with horror. They couldn't believe what they were seeing was real. A shadow flashed by,
and that person exploded instantly. They didn't even have time to react.
Just as they felt a sense of dread, suddenly a light flashed before them.
They had
just felt despair and hadn't reacted yet when their bodies turned into blood mist and exploded.
Lu Chen continued to chase after the others. Beast God 7
kills. Unlike the Great Buddha Palm, it integrated an understanding of space, making it an ultimate assassination combat skill.
Coupled with the secret
technique of manipulating the air, Lu Chen could silently kill everyone.
Anyone weaker than him wouldn't even have time to react.
It was basically unsolvable. Lu Chen unleashed Beast God 7 kills, pursuing relentlessly. As long as they were within 500 meters of him, they would be killed in less
than a second.
In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had killed 10 7th-level beings, including nuns and monks, these 7th-tier individuals. Which one of
them is not a remarkable talent from the Star Moon Empire? Yet in Lu Chen's hands, they couldn't even last a single round. They were nothing but ants. Ruya, Ping Qiu, and Li Yu were running at the front.
Although Ping Qiu and Li Yu were heavily injured, their speed in fleeing was astonishing. They looked back at their companions turning into blood mist filled with horror.
Is he really human? Can we still escape?
Li Yu and Ping Qiu's voices trembled, nearly scared to the point of losing control. If they had known this person was so terrifying, they shouldn't have provoked him in the first place.
Ruya
said nothing, her delicate face grave, her brows tightly furrowed, and her speed continued to increase.
They passed through the dense forest and entered a crowded plain. At this moment, the Chi Masters of the Dragon Kingdom noticed 3 figures racing through the sky. Is that the aura of a 7th tier perfection? Where are they going? Wait, why does it feel like they are being chased? Which ruthless person has forced them to flee in such a disheveled state? Look over there, there are a few more 7th tier. How is that possible? They just exploded? The Chi Masters of the Dragon Kingdom looked up, pointing at the few newly discovered 7th tier Chi Masters. Just as they caught a glimpse, those Chi Masters turned into blood mist. A shadow darted through the blood mist, as if it had torn apart the fabric of space, leaving traces behind. The shadow quickly pursued Ruia and the others. The people on the ground were stunned, unable to speak for a moment. 3 Chi Masters who had reached 7th tier perfection were actually being chased in a panic by a single person. Who on earth was this ruthless individual, so ferocious? Is that someone from the Star Moon Empire? Yang Changong was exploring the plane, and upon sensing a powerful aura, he looked up at the sky, quickly recognizing the 3 figures. As for the shadow, its speed was too fast, and it was teleporting, making it impossible to see clearly. The shadow felt even more threatening to him than the combined presence of Ruia and the others. Which faction has the power to chase down the people of the Star Moon Empire? Yang Changong murmured, suspecting the shadow came from the training camp. Only the geniuses from the training camp would likely possess such strength. The shadow and the people from the Star Moon Empire soon left the area. Let's follow and see. Filled with curiosity, Yang Changong trailed behind. The 3 top talents from the Star Moon Empire usually look down on all Chi Masters of the same realm, not even giving them a glance. But now, all 3 wore panicked expressions, their chi surging wildly as they sprinted away like lightning, terrified that taking even one more step would lead to their demise. Behind them, a shadow was weaving through the air, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, directly surpassing the speed of sound, with sonic booms echoing in the air. At this rate, none of us will escape. Pingqiu turned back, realizing that Lu Chen's speed was only increasing and he was pursuing them at an astonishing pace. It was known that Lu Chen had chased so many people before, yet he still had the energy to pursue them now, and his speed was even faster than that of an average 7th tier perfection master, practically exceeding the speed of sound. Such a monstrous existence, if not witnessed and experienced firsthand, would be utterly unbelievable. Ruia and the others' faces turned grim. They were using every means possible to escape, but against Lu Chen, their so-called speed was utterly insignificant, and they would be caught. Sooner or later, and very soon. We can't get away, that guy is coming to kill us. Just as the 3 struggled, a terrifying aura of slaughter surged behind them, like an ancient beast awakening from slumber, rapidly closing in on them. Their bodies turned cold, as if they were being targeted by some horrific creature. The space behind them was torn apart by the shadow, and although it restored in an instant, the terrifying momentum still made the 3 tremble as if facing death. They were getting closer and closer to their demise. As Lu Chen was about to close in, Pingqiu and Liu fell silent for a moment, their expressions gradually growing serious as they fixed their gaze on the shadow behind them. Gritting their teeth, it seemed they had made a decision. Ruia, you go first, we'll hold them off. Pingqiu and Liu almost simultaneously halted, turning sharply to look at the distant shadow. They appeared to have prepared themselves for sacrifice. You too. Ruia turned back, staring at the 2 in shock, biting her red lips as if she had something to say. Pingqiu tousled his golden hair, which shimmered brilliantly under the enhancement of qi, his aura surging, yet his body grew increasingly frail. The ruins have severed all connections with the outside world. Many of our life-saving methods are rendered useless. If we want to escape, the most likely outcome is that we will all perish here together. The only way is for one person to escape and inform the Duke, then seek revenge for us. No one is unafraid of death, but in this situation, with the tide turned against them, they had only one path left: death. The nearly 20 people gathered in the silver moon floating array had failed to kill Lu Chen and had even allowed him to escape, relentlessly pursuing them. They had no means left to counter this person. The only option was to let Ruia leave alone, trading her escape for their chance at revenge. Liu nodded calmly, his black clothing tattered, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "We are already at the end of our strength. Death is not to be regretted. I only hope that, after you get out, you can occasionally visit my home and take care of my sister." The only thing he was worried about was his sister. If possible, don't tell her how I died. She wouldn't stand a chance against someone like him. I just hope she can live a safe and peaceful life. What blood feuds there were no longer mattered to him after his death. He only wished for his sister to grow up under the Duke's protection, living a life of wealth and honor. As the Duke's daughter, Ruia would ensure that his sister lived comfortably, even if only out of gratitude for their sacrifice. Liu was confident that Ruia would not be so heartless. Ruia's expression shifted from one of reluctance to calmness. She placed a hand on her chest, slightly bowed her head, and saluted the 2. "Please." With that, Ruia transformed into a stream of light and swiftly fled the scene. Her speed was as fast as ever, had it not been
For the need to care for Ping Qiu and Li Yu, she would have already broken through the air. Even if Lu Chen were to pursue her, it would take considerable effort on his part. After all, as the daughter of a Grand Duke, she certainly possessed some means of escape.
Ping Qiu and Li Yu watched Rueya disappear
into the distance, letting out a sigh of relief, smiling as they exchanged glances. They turned to face the shadow that had already closed in, calmly
confronting death.
Countless streams of qi surged within them, their bodies quickly becoming as thin as kindling. Forcing themselves to use forbidden techniques
would only accelerate the loss of their essence, a loss that was irreversible.
By the time they resolved to unleash the forbidden techniques, they were
already as good as dead.
At this moment, they merely wished to do a little more for their companions. As Lu Chen drew nearer, the two poured all their qi into their final strike, two streams of spiritual light flickering in the air, transforming into two phantoms before rapidly solidifying.
Flame God, Ghost, Cry Spear.
A phantom, three radiant halos hovering behind its head, gradually emerged, engulfed in flames, standing 3 zhang tall. With a forward clap of its palm, endless flames surged like a sea of fire toward Lu Chen. At the same time, a long spear adorned with talismans gradually appeared, the spear,
black and exuding a chilling aura.
Each breath it released caused frost to form on the ground, showcasing its terrifying nature.
They no longer held back, channeling their power into this final blow, roaring as they charged toward the incoming Lu Chen. The heavens trembled, the earth shattered, thorns exploded, rocks split, and cracks appeared on the ground.
Even though the combat technique was executed in the air, it affected the ground, demonstrating the
terrifying power of their last strike. An ant trying to shake a tree.
A cold voice slowly echoed as shadows flickered.
The intense aura of slaughter spread
across the heavens and the earth, and a crack appeared in space. In the next moment, the SSS-level battle techniques unleashed by Li Yu and Ping Qiu with all their might crumbled before him, shattering in the blink of an eye.
Even at their peak, the two were no match for Lu Chen. Now, relying solely on forbidden
techniques to confront him was nothing but a delusion. The shadows flashed past the two, and in the next second, their bodies were torn in half, accompanied by the sweeping aura of slaughter, their forms turning to dust, no longer existing in this world. After doing all this, Lu Chen accelerated again, charging towards the fleeing Ruya.
Ruya's speed was indeed fast, but it couldn't match Lu Chen's. With the enhancement of the secret technique to manipulate
the air, combined with the ability to tear through space in divine speed, along with the spatial slaying provided by the Beast God 7 kills, Lu Chen's speed had reached an astonishing level. Even a newly ascended 8th tier Qi master might not be as fast as Lu Chen. Ruya's attempt to escape at such speed
was pure folly.
Lu Chen's killing intent had risen. Today, everyone present who had surrounded him had been slain, leaving only Ruya alive.
He absolutely could not let her go. Lu Chen once again became a shadow, pursuing Ruya.
Along the way, Ruya continuously used qi techniques to conceal her presence, trying to use this tactic to make Lu Chen retreat, hoping he would stop chasing her or go in the wrong direction. But she underestimated Lu Chen, and even more so, the Beast God 7 kills.
The reason Lu Chen regarded the Beast God 7 kills as an SSS-level battle technique specifically for assassins was that, once activated, it would lock onto the target, and no matter how well they concealed their aura, they could not escape the keen pursuit of the Beast God 7 kills. Not even a concealment technique would work.
Lu Chen sped along like lightning, his figure flashing through the air like a streak of light, leaving no time for anyone to react.
After a few minutes of pursuit, Lu Chen finally spotted Ruya.
She was fleeing frantically, and due to her excessive speed, blood began to pour from her already injured body, seemingly because her flesh could not withstand the velocity, causing her wounds to tear.
Lu Chen closed in.
If it weren't for Li Yu and Ping Qiu sacrificing themselves to disrupt Lu Chen's speed for Ruya, he would have caught up to her even faster. The deaths of those two were not in vain. Every time the Beast God 7 kills was used, there would be a brief period of vulnerability, although those two were directly slain by Lu Chen. Breaking through their SSS-level battle techniques still delayed him for a while. It was during this time that Ruya managed
to escape, forcing Lu Chen to accelerate again.
But now, there was no one left by Ruya's side to sacrifice themselves for her. She was doomed.
You were so spirited when you set up the killing formation earlier. Why are you fleeing now? Show me the courage you had before. Lu Chen caught up to Ruya, his voice echoing closer and farther.
Ruya, terrified, turned back abruptly, only to find Lu Chen still several hundred meters away, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. But the terrifying aura of slaughter was faster than Lu Chen, a force that seemed eternal, formed from countless killing intents, a single strand, comparable to divine weapons. If touched, it would surely lead to death. The SSS-level battle technique Lu Chen unleashed was not only ferocious but also unsolvable. This kind of irrepressible aura of slaughter could only be unleashed at perfection. Lu Chen had only recently acquired the Beast God 7 kills, yet he had already cultivated it to perfection. How terrifying was his talent!
Ruya did not respond to Lu Chen.
All she wanted now was to escape. Any notion of dignity had long been cast aside.
If she couldn't even survive, what was there to talk about dignity? However, no matter how hard Ruya tried, she could not widen the distance between herself and Lu Chen. As Lu Chen drew closer, she gritted her teeth and turned back, launching a silver moon towards him. The silver moon condensed into a blade of light in the air, a silver waterfall cascading down, the blade's edge bursting with white light, its sharpness surging. Lu Chen directly punched forward, scattering the blade light across the ground. A strike from a heavily injured opponent, in Lu Chen's view, did not require any battle techniques to counter. He caught up with Ruya, and the Beast God 7 kills struck at her, the murderous aura sweeping over Ruya's head and then strangling her. Ruya's delicate face turned ugly, her alluring body gradually covered in blood under the pressure of the murderous aura. Lu Chen showed no mercy, his strikes were ruthless, aimed solely at killing Ruya as quickly as possible. Ruya sensed Lu Chen's chilling killing intent,
and dared not be careless. She exerted all her strength to evade the murderous aura, but still got hit, her fair skin quickly tearing apart, leaving behind
shocking blood-stained wounds that made one gasp in horror. She unleashed her final move, an SSS-level battle skill, with a silver moon hanging high above her head, silver raindrops attacking Lu Chen. Lu Chen's palm swept through the air, countless green lights slashing out, the gung-metal blade blocking all the raindrops, with the remainder all directed at Ruya. Whoosh, 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 the sound of breaking wind surged. Ruya's body was enveloped by the
green lights, and in the next second, the silver moon above her shattered, while she herself fell directly to the ground, covered in blood.
Do you really want to wipe me out completely?
On the ground, Ruya lay half-crouched, her pretty face stained with blood, her lips a vivid red, whether from blood or
lipstick, strikingly bright, her clothes torn and pitiful.
She stared at Lu Chen and said in a deep voice, I know I harbored murderous intent towards you before, but if you are willing to give me a chance, I am willing to compensate you. My family is one of the largest territories in the Star Moon Empire.
Whatever you want, I can compensate you. I want your life.
Lu Chen wasted no words, his fingertip pointed, and the murderous aura slashed out.
Ruya looked
at the overwhelming murderous aura, and in her severely injured state, she couldn't block even a single strand, let alone the terrifying quantity. She closed her eyes, quietly awaiting death. As the daughter of a Grand Duke, she naturally had many means to save her life, including her father's avatar. But the ruins severed all connections with the outside world, including communication. The so-called avatar lost contact with her father after entering the ruins, merely a stream of energy she could not control. With her only powerful means of survival gone, she understood that the remaining treasures could not
withstand Lu Chen, so it was better to accept her fate.
Seeing Ruya close her eyes, Lu Chen still did not let up, directing countless strands of murderous aura towards her.
Ruya's figure was soon engulfed by the murderous aura.
At the brink of death, Ruya suddenly felt a warmth on her forehead, a red light
appearing, pushing away all the surrounding murderous aura. What is this? Ruya stared at the red light, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed to be her father's.
She thought no more and immediately got up, taking the waste token in her hand, then crushing it and throwing it towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen saw the murderous aura being pushed away and, knowing it wasn't that simple, had already prepared his second attack, the Azure Dragon Halberd, gathering energy, smashing towards Ruya. The Azure Dragon Halberd transformed into an Azure Dragon, roaring as it charged out. The waste token shattered, and countless treasures flew out from it, forming barriers to shield Ruya. The Azure Dragon tore through barrier after barrier. These defensive measures were useless
before Lu Chen, only delaying him for a few seconds. But that was all Ruya needed. Seeing the barriers blocking Lu Chen, Ruya reached out to touch the red
light, using its power to begin her escape. Her figure flickered in place, and in the next second, she vanished. Lu Chen's Beast God 7 kills, losing its
target in an instant. Bang!
The Azure Dragon Halberd struck the ground, creating a deep pit several meters wide, empty inside. Lu Chen stared at the pit. Using the Beast God 7 kills again, but within 1,000 meters, he could no longer sense Ruya's presence. She had vanished without a trace, leaving even the Beast God 7 kills helpless. Lu Chen recalled the red light that had blocked the murderous aura earlier, feeling that Ruya's escape was definitely
related to that red light.
The ruins were isolated from the outside world, yet that red light was not, highlighting its extraordinary nature. However, since Ruya possessed the red light and did not counterattack him but fled instead, it indicated that the red light did not have the ability to engage him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's gaze darkened as he said lightly, the ruins are isolated from the outside world.
I don't believe you can escape the ruins just by relying on the red light.
Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Chen threw out his dark envoy and unleashed the dragon shattering star, sending all 11 of his clones out to search for people.
No matter the upheaval, he must find this woman. In the following days, Lu Chen stopped searching for exotic beasts and secret techniques, instead utilizing the advantage of his 11 clones to turn the entire ruins upside down in search of Ruya. The beast god. 7 kills could lock onto anyone within a kilometer, which was a good method for Lu Chen to find someone. Unfortunately, the Dark Envoy could not possess the same combat skills as the main body. After several days of searching day and night, most people in the ruins became anxious as they would see a figure filled with murderous intent streaking overhead at any moment, instilling fear. Fortunately, this figure had not actually attacked them, only occasionally slaying a few obstructing exotic beasts. Gradually, many began to feel curious about this figure, but its speed was too fast and its killing intent too strong. Getting too close could easily result in being accidentally harmed. Until the exit of the ruins was about to open, no one had approached this person. The second opening of the ruins was imminent. With his clones, Lu Chen had a total of 11 people out, yet he still could not find Ruya. No one knew where she had hidden. The red light flashed and vanished, taking her away as if by teleportation. To be able to teleport 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye was even more terrifying than some 8th tier chi masters. It's impossible to escape, but I've searched every nook and cranny of the ruins and still can't find her. Lu Chen pondered. The exit of the ruins was about to open, and if he couldn't find Ruya by then, once she got out, it would not be so easy to kill her again. But after searching for so long without finding her, he truly didn't know where else to look. No matter how powerful she is, she can't completely evade the beast god's 7 kills lock unless she hasn't been hiding in the ruins. After this thought, Lu Chen stopped. He recalled his clones and Dark Envoy, then quickly headed towards the place where the red light had appeared before. The connection between the ruins and the outside world was becoming increasingly close, indicating that the exit was forming. Once the exit was established, the outside world would be able to connect with the ruins. At that time, trying to kill Ruya would not just be facing a 7th tier great perfection anymore. She must be killed. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he moved like lightning to the area where the red light had appeared earlier. There was still a several meter deep pit here, and the surroundings were unchanged from when Lu Chen had left. Holding the Azure Dragon Halberd, Lu Chen aimed below and threw out another shot. However, this shot did not land directly but exploded in mid-air, sending powerful air currents sweeping through everything around and continuously condensing until it finally transformed into a fiery red flame. Boom! The heavens and earth roared, ripples appeared in the air, and even cracks formed. Seeing no figure emerge, Lu Chen gripped the Azure Dragon Halberd again and smashed down towards that area once more. Bang bang bang! The explosions continued one after another, shaking the mountains. Nearby chi masters heard the commotion and curiously rushed over. When they saw someone continuously smashing the mountain, they all thought this person was crazy, not exploring the ruins properly but instead smashing the mountain alone. Could this guy be the one who was flying around everywhere before? No way. Do you know him? I don't know, but I feel like only that guy from a few days ago would do something so inexplicable. The crowd gathered to discuss, and as more people lingered, the number around them grew. With the ruins about to open, continuing to explore would be of little significance. Once the exit appeared, they would have to show up, making this the most leisurely time for them. They watched as Lu Chen used the Tsanglong halberd to strike the mountain, but each time the halberd never fell. Instead, it exploded in midair, releasing an unmatched aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. Just watching made everyone feel overwhelmed. Although they did not understand what Lu Chen was doing, no one dared to mock or criticize him. Lu Chen's strength was terrifyingly evident just from the range of the Tsanglong halberd's explosions. Each time it detonated in midair, it tore a rift that could affect the surrounding space. Although the rift repaired itself quickly, the scene was still shocking. Moreover, the area beneath where Lu Chen threw the Tsanglong halberd had already become a basin, a pit over 10 meters deep. All of this made it clear to everyone that Lu Chen was incredibly powerful. Time passed second by second. More and more people gathered here until nearly everyone from the ruins had arrived to watch Lu Chen. From initial skepticism to speculation, and finally to a sudden realization, they all believed that Lu Chen had obtained some kind of inheritance. They thought he was striking the mountain to continuously demonstrate the inheritance to improve himself further. Although this method seemed far-fetched, who could argue with someone so strong? Even the most absurd reasoning could be accepted at this moment. At this time, Lu Chen had already struck hundreds, if not thousands, of times with the Tsanglong halberd. He once again used the beast god's 7 kills to sense the surroundings and detected a faint aura from Ruya among the countless people. He focused on the space ahead, his gaze sharpening. This woman had indeed not escaped. She had been here all along. The red light seemed to have taken her away, but in reality it had hidden her somewhere in the space, or perhaps that red light itself was a concealed treasure. Now that Ruya's aura had leaked out, it indicated that the treasure had encountered problems under his repeated strikes. Continue. Lu Chen accelerated the speed of throwing the Tsanglong halberd, and his strength increased as well. Each explosion created a tidal wave that caused the surrounding chi masters to stagger backward. But To them, this sudden surge of aura was the result of Lu Chen's countless demonstrations of inheritance. Everyone felt that Lu Chen had improved. In just half a day, Lu Chen had refined his inheritance, and even those who were skeptical gradually began to believe. Those who already believed were even more eager to replicate his methods, using the last moments to strike the mountains and forests like Lu Chen. The mountains trembled, the earth shook, leaves fell in a flurry and then exploded. They imitated Lu Chen's movements, unleashing their battle techniques without reservation. Lu Chen ignored them. Under the continuous strikes of the Cunlong halberd, a slight crack appeared in the space ahead. Although it was repaired in an instant, Lu Chen still sensed Ruya's aura. Battle technique. Beast God 7 kills. Lu Chen unleashed the Beast God 7 kills. A torrent of killing intent surged around him, slashing towards that space. Bang! The space seemed to shatter, and a red light enveloped a figure that appeared there. Oh my, a living transformation, the crowd exclaimed, their eyes fixed on the person. It was Ruya. After several days of recuperation, Ruya had regained some color, but her strength had not recovered. Facing Lu Chen's Beast God 7 kills again, her delicate face turned extremely pale. The killing intent continued to descend, and even a wisp of it was enough to shred her to pieces. Her hiding place had been discovered by Lu Chen. Hiding again would only lead to being caught like a turtle in a jar. But not hiding meant death was imminent. Ruya found herself in a dilemma, secretly lamenting, would she ultimately be unable to escape death? At that moment, Ruya suddenly felt something in her heart, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in her dim eyes. She walked forward to meet the killing intent. As the killing intent approached, it was about to strike her down. In the next second, a phantom emerged from Ruya's brow. It was a middle-aged man, exuding a terrifying aura even more fearsome than Tangjin from Houtnin sect. He opened his eyes, glanced at Ruya, then fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. You hurt my daughter, you must die. The middle-aged man had a full head of silver hair emanating a faint silver glow, as if a transparent substance enveloped his body, radiating a powerful aura. This aura was strikingly similar to the silver moon levitation technique that Ruya had displayed. The person before him was the creator of the SSS-level battle skill Silver Moon Levitation, and also Ruya's father, the Grand Duke of the Star Moon Empire, Gano. Gano looked at Lu Chen with indifference. Although it was merely a clone, the aura it encompassed was exceptionally strong, with a rich vitality within, like a red sun bursting forth with brilliant light, suffocating everyone present. What is this? Such a powerful clone, how strong must his true self be? Is that his daughter? That young man was just pounding the ground. Could it be that he was attacking his daughter? This person's clone has at least 8th tier strength. If that person harmed his daughter, he probably won't let it go easily. Everyone watched this scene from a distance. Not unwilling to help, but facing an 8th tier being, few dared to challenge. Even if it was just a clone, possessing 8th tier strength was enough to instill fear in them. The middle-aged man stood in the air, ripples emanating from beneath his feet, his silver hair flowing, his aura profound, and a murderous intent hidden in his eyes as he coldly stared at Lu Chen. He extended a finger, silver light flickering at his fingertip, causing cracks to appear in space, and a fierce wind began to swirl around. Die! Gano unleashed a burst of dark light from his hand, like a sharp blade tearing through space, swiftly charging towards Lu Chen. Great floating pagoda palm. Lu Chen raised his hand, a surge of energy erupting forth, an ancient palm imprint appearing. In the sky, clouds swirling and the sky brightening. The palm imprint quickly smashed towards the dark light, and with a loud bang, the two forces clashed violently, sending terrifying shockwaves sweeping outward, shattering the earth and stone within 1,000 meters, uprooting trees, nearly leveling everything. Lu Chen only took half a step back but steadied himself. Gano, seeing this, was somewhat surprised and coldly said, I didn't expect you to have some strength able to withstand a blow from my clone. You are indeed a rare talent, but unfortunately, you are from the Dragon Kingdom and nearly killed my daughter. You cannot be spared, so die. He raised his hand, and the area his arm passed over rippled continuously, a powerful aura like a storm sweeping around, fully revealed. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with disdain as he said, your true self is here, only then do you have the right to speak to me. Right now, you are merely a clone, forcibly awakening the memories of the clone with the power of the ruins, barely reaching 8th tier strength. With your current state, you are not worthy to speak to me. Arrogant. Gano was furious. As an 8th tier master, what kind of person did he not require to bow before him? This young man, even if a genius, still needed time to rise. He would ensure Lu Chen could never rise again. Gano extended his palm. Ripples began to spread from the area facing downward, these ripples shimmering with silver light, swiftly descending like a silver waterfall towards Lu Chen. Before these silver ripples even approached, Lu Chen felt a chilling murderous intent aimed specifically at him. His surroundings were locked down, and these silver ripples first circled around Lu Chen before heading towards his body.
Wherever the silver ripples passed, mountains and stones crumbled into dust, and if his flesh came into contact with these ripples, it would instantly turn into blood mist.
Secret technique. Boiling blood.
Lu Chen's gaze gradually became fervent. The essence blood within him began to burn uncontrollably, his aura rising once more, his hair standing on end, and his body bathed in an unusual bloodlight.
Resembling an ancient fierce god descending, he wielded the azure dragon spear, and a faint dragon roar echoed behind him.
With a slight swing of the azure dragon spear, a dragon shadow roared towards the silver ripples, while the azure dragon spear also rapidly struck outwards. A green light flashed through the air, and Lu Chen's powerful physical strength wielded the azure dragon spear, resembling a falling meteor that smashed into the ground, creating a rolling dust wave that spread across hundreds of meters, countering the silver ripples. As the dust settled, a pit several meters deep and hundreds of meters wide was formed, with Lu Chen standing in the center, his sharp gaze sweeping over Gano and Ruya.
My god, this guy actually neutralized the attack of an 8th tier chi master? So young, could he be a genius from the training camp? But I don't remember any geniuses coming from the training camp. Forget about whether he's a genius or not, this person is simply a monster.
He has crossed nearly a whole realm and can still clash head-on with his opponents.
Might. I can't think of anything else but that he's a monster.
The people present stared in shock at the scene. After all, that was an 8th tier chi master.
And even a 7th tier great perfection would struggle to withstand a casual strike. Yet Lu Chen directly met him in battle and even stood there unafraid. In the end,
at that moment, Lu Chen moved, his body transforming into a mist as he swiftly charged towards Ruya.
You think you can kill someone right under my nose? You're asking for death. Gano's expression hardened as he saw Lu Chen rushing towards his daughter again. He raised his hand and pointed,
unleashing an even more ferocious shadowy light aimed at Lu Chen, the silver light blazing like a silver moon erupting.
Lu Chen was undaunted. Today, he
intended to kill his daughter right in front of the 8th tier chi master.
The shadowy light swept past, rapidly attacking Lu Chen. Lu Chen blocked with the
azure dragon spear, and with a clang, his palm was torn, blood gushing forth. He paid no heed and continued his charge towards Ruya.
Ruya's delicate face
turned pale, her vibrant red lips drained of color, and her long, snow-white legs moved swiftly as she fled backward. Her speed was fast, but no matter how
fast, she couldn't outpace Lu Chen.
Lu Chen had mastered the secret technique of flying, combined with the skills of incredible speed and the characteristics granted by the Beast God's 7 kills combat technique.
Even 7th tier great perfection chi masters couldn't match his speed. You're asking for death.
Lu Chen's speed was so fast that he was unafraid of the threat posed by the shadowy light, determined to kill his daughter. This scene truly provoked Gano.
As a Grand Duke of the Star Moon Empire, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Lu Chen completely disregarded him. Silver light surged around
him, resembling a full moon appearing above him, which was the silver moon suspended in the air.
As the SSS-level combat technique was unleashed, even the sky
seemed to still, silver moonlight cascading down like raindrops, looking so magnificent and splendid, yet filled with murderous intent.
Upon contact, death was certain.
The raindrops struck the mountains, causing cracks to appear, falling into the forest, where the grass and trees began to disintegrate, thorns
shattered, and boulders weighing thousands of pounds exploded. Terrifying killing intent surged in waves towards Lu Chen. With you, you're not worthy to block me.
Lu Chen, blinded by rage, was determined to kill Ruya. He wanted to kill his daughter right in front of the 8th tier chi master, to let him
know that even if he was an 8th tier, he couldn't stop him. You're asking for death. Gano's gaze grew colder, his figure moving as he raised his palm, intending to slap Lu Chen to death. He charged towards Lu Chen alongside the moonlight. Lu Chen remained fearless.
His gaze sharpened, and a brilliant halo radiated from his hand, followed by his aura growing stronger, gradually transforming. He had stepped into the 7th tier. As Lu Chen charged forward, he had been drawing lots, first over 1 million, then 3 million, but everything seemed to sink into the sea, with not a single response.
Crossing
from 6th tier great perfection to 7th tier was a shackle, although it didn't require preconditions like breaking from 5th to 6th for Lu Chen, who had just broken through 6th tier great perfection. It still felt like an abyss, greedily devouring the night beast, all to complete his advancement. This time, Lu Chen hunted the prodigies of the Star Moon Empire, successfully obtaining over 6 million points of violence. This astronomical figure ultimately produced a sound, and fortunately, that sound allowed Lu Chen to break through to the 7th tier.
Ding! Obtained Epic Night Demon Beast. Ancient Ruins Dragon.
Lu Chen had no time to look, directly choosing to devour.
Skill Devour activated. The Ancient Ruin Dragon has been devoured, gaining its divine ability, Reversal. Lu Chen quickly read through the divine ability and discovered that it could instantly reverse everything, including
cultivation, comprehension of the heavenly Tao, and combat skills, among others. Although the duration of the reversal would vary depending on the opponent's
strength. Battles between experts always unfolded in the blink of an eye. If used properly, it could completely catch the enemy off guard at a crucial moment and slay them.
Lu Chen silently noted the effects of reversal. His cultivation had reached the 7th level, as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. His understanding of the force of power and the force of the sword had advanced further, his aura growing increasingly robust, his chi reaching perfection, especially his essence blood, which seemed to have recovered. Previously, Lu Chen had no excess chi to perform the secret technique blood pool reappearance, so that portion of essence blood was his last resort. But now, with the essence blood returning, he could unleash boiling blood for a second explosion. Secret technique, boiling blood, secret technique, blood pool reappearance. In front of Gano, Lu Chen ignited his essence blood once more. His hair shimmered with an unusual bloodlight, his pores opened, and the fuzz appeared red, as if a thin layer of blood membrane enveloped him, making him both
powerful and eerie. How is this possible? How can this guy's aura have increased so much in such a short time? No, this guy is strange. Gano suddenly felt a chill. He wasn't afraid, but he feared that if this continued, Lu Chen could really kill his daughter. He exerted all his strength, striking with his palm and silver light towards Lu Chen, wanting to quickly eliminate him. I told you, you can't stop me. Get lost. Lu Chen scoffed, a surge of murderous intent erupting around him. Combat skill. Beast God 7 kills. Lu Chen transformed into a beam of light, swiftly charging towards Ruya. The murderous intent surged like the sea crashing against the sky, clashing with the silver moonlight. Gano slapped down on the murderous intent, causing ripples in space and tearing it apart. Yet the murderous intent did not dissipate. Part of it protected Lu Chen while the other part surged towards Ruya. Gano panicked. Lu Chen's strength was rising too quickly, and his speed was also fast. As long as he avoided Gano, there was nothing Gano could do. Although his main body was rushing towards the Dragon Kingdom, it would take too long to arrive. If this continued, his daughter would only have a dead end. Father! Ruya shouted anxiously at Gano as Lu Chen drew closer, the terrifying killing intent sending chills down her spine, her scalp tingling, the threat of death rapidly approaching. Ruya, don't be afraid, father will save you. Gano's eyes were nearly bloodshot. He quickly chased after Lu Chen, the dark light blooming in his hand, a fierce silver light coalescing into a silver spear aimed at Lu Chen, shouting, if you kill her, after she dies, you will also die. Gano's silver spear was aimed at Lu Chen. If Lu Chen stopped, it would be his death. At the same time, Gano was also rushing towards Ruya, trying to find a way to guide her. He had been too careless. Had he known Lu Chen would target his daughter, he shouldn't have left her so far behind. You can certainly try. Lu Chen scoffed, disregarding him as he continued to accelerate, quickly catching up to Ruya. Ruya's beautiful face was as pale as paper. Upon seeing Lu Chen approach, her pupils contracted, reaching out to Gano, her eyes filled with the hope of survival. Void intent. Gano did not want his daughter to die. He unleashed the void intent, changing the heavens and the earth, directly swapping Ruya's position with his. At the same time, Gano himself, who was rushing towards the Dragon Kingdom, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning pale, his aura rapidly declining. Changing the heavens and the earth was a taboo of the void intent. If the clone used it, the main body would suffer backlash, and the backlash was extremely difficult to erase. If it weren't for Ruya, Gano would never have done this. Inside the ruins, Gano's clone appeared before Lu Chen, holding a silver spear, stabbing towards Lu Chen. The blinding dark light flared up, and the terrifying killing intent seemed capable of piercing Lu Chen directly. Combat skill. 9 Xian overbearing fire. The 9-colored fire appeared in Lu Chen's hand, flames burning and forming a silhouette that stood in front of him. Lu Chen continuously retreated, but the silhouette did not hold back for long before being torn to shreds, the 9-colored fire dissipating. Die for me. Gano's eyes were blood red. As a Grand Duke, he had never been so embarrassed. Now, he was being forced into a backlash by a young man. If he didn't kill him, how could he stand in the future? If you want to kill me, you're not worthy, Lu Chen said calmly, swinging the azure dragon spear towards the silver spear. With a clang, a storm erupted in the air, 2 different forces swirling around the two of them. Gano was unafraid, pressing Lu Chen back, watching the cracks appear on his opponent's body, knowing he was doomed. Reverse. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly shouted. In the next instant, Gano felt his power suddenly vanish. He quickly distanced himself from Lu Chen and headed towards Ruya. 1 second. Just 1 second. Lu Chen felt the surging power within him, an unparalleled strength that rivaled the heavens. Although it was only 1 second, it was enough to kill Ruya. Gripping the azure dragon spear, Lu Chen pulled his arm back and hurled the spear towards Ruya. Gano stood in front of Ruya, watching the azure dragon spear approach, feeling his power gradually returning, his gaze icy and filled with a sinister glow.
Just as he was about to raise his hand to block the Azure Dragon Spear, he suddenly realized its power was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. 8th rank. Although the speed of the spear had decreased, given Gano's current level of power recovery, he absolutely could not block it. Seeing this, Gano stepped forward, intending to use his clone to block the Azure Dragon Spear. He raised his fist and struck out. Bang! The Azure Dragon Spear only made a crisp sound, while Gano's fist turned into a mist of blood, and then his entire body was pierced by the Azure Dragon Spear, quickly moving towards the back. Splurt! Gano turned back sharply, seeing a spray of blood, a gaping hole in his chest, clear from front to back. Ria's beautiful face quickly lost its color, her eyes gradually dimming. She stared intently at Gano, her eyes filled with unwillingness, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something. But in the next second, the Azure Dragon Spear trembled and Ria's body exploded, turning into a mist of blood, splattering across the sky. Ria! With Ria's fall, Gano let out a frantic scream. He stared at the spot where Ria had turned into blood rain, his heart aching unbearably. Not far away, a group of onlookers were stunned, their mouths agape at the scene. No way, did this guy really kill his daughter in front of an 8th rank Chi Master? What a ruthless person, a madman, a monster. This guy is simply a true demon. 7th rank unafraid of 8th rank, killing others in front of him, and heavily injuring an 8th rank Chi Master. This guy's combat power is simply outrageous. The crowd's gaze shifted to Lu Chen, filled with awe for this young man. They had lived for so long and had never seen such a powerful young fighter, crossing a major realm and killing someone's daughter on the spot, leaving no body behind. Although his daughter is dead, the clone is still there. It probably won't end well. At this moment, Gano's hair gradually shone, each strand silver white, as if coated in silver, exuding a sharp metallic feel. He stood up, suddenly turning his head, his eyes blood red, staring fiercely at Lu Chen, his killing intent growing stronger, but his body was gradually fading away. Gano was burning his clone, intending to use this last bit of power to annihilate Lu Chen here and avenge his daughter. The silver moon hung in the air. A brilliant, bright silver full moon appeared above Gano's head, suspended in the sky, silver moonlight cascading down, countless raindrops falling like a light rain from the sky. The rain contained a murderous intent. As soon as Lu Chen's chi touched these silver raindrops, it was directly erased. Above the heavens, the full moon hung high, silver waterfalls pouring down, the swirling silver light points resembling starlight, causing the entire world to change color. The mountains and forests shattered, the river stood still, clouds rolled and unraveled, and the heavens trembled. Gano's body was slowly burning at a visible speed, transforming into the power of the silver moon suspended in the air. The area within 1,000 meters was enveloped in moonlight, changing the very color of the world. Nearby, the Chi Masters witnessed this apocalyptic scene, quickly retreating, fearing that a careless move would lead to their annihilation. It's simply the end of the world. Can this young man really withstand it? An 8th tier Chi Master unleashing their power, burning their own strength for a single strike, besides an 8th tier Chi Master. I can't think of anyone else who could block it. Hurry and run. This moonlight is strange, we can't afford to be touched by it. The crowd distanced themselves from the core of the battle, retreating to over 1,000 meters away. Each ray of moonlight was terrifying. If they were touched, their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lu Chen stood beneath the moonlight, his body fully exposed to the silver glow, the light rain pouring down, engulfing him. He released his chi, forming a barrier to resist wave after wave of light rain, while the ground beneath him was battered and pockmarked, collapsing, leaving only the patch directly under his feet intact. He sheathed the Azure Dragon halberd, his gaze sharp, and executed the Great Pagoda palm. Ancient runes flickered within the palm print, and a powerful force surged forth, blocking some of the moonlight. However, the quantity of moonlight was endless. Each ray could easily annihilate a 7th tier perfectionist. The Great Pagoda palm was soon worn down to mere specks of light, dissipating into the void. Crack! The barrier developed cracks, and soon a section shattered, exposing Lu Chen to the light rain. Silver moonlight streamed through the gap, cascading onto Lu Chen, his arm struck as if by a heavy blow, turning red in an instant, flesh rotting, veins bulging out. But quickly, Lu Chen repaired the barrier, glancing at his blood-soaked arm, his brow slightly furrowed. He had few defensive means. If he merely defended, he would likely be dissolved by the moonlight before Gano's avatar was extinguished. The only way to escape was perhaps to take the initiative and strike first. Lu Chen sighed. If he could perform a reversal one more time, he might be able to slay Gano. At this moment, Gano's lower body had completely vanished, and his upper body was gradually melting away, a large hole in his chest transparent from front to back. His breath grew increasingly feeble, yet the silver full moon loomed larger, the moonlight pouring down more fiercely, like a mythical moon. Gano was unafraid. He was merely an avatar, and if he died, so be it. But Lu Chen was a living person. If he died, he could never come back.
Gano's eyes turned bloodshot, staring fiercely at Lu Chen, mourning the loss of his daughter. He had thought that with his daughter's rare strength among 7th-tier practitioners, entering a relic would not pose a life-and-death risk, yet she had still died, unable to protect even her own protective treasure. At this moment, even if he were to flay Lu Chen alive, it would not ease the hatred in his heart. Soon, his physical form was nearly gone, leaving only his head. With a fierce glare at Lu Chen, he completely vanished, all his power merging into the silver full moon. At this moment, the silver moon had grown several times larger than before, as big as a house, hanging high in the sky, casting silver moonlight, extraordinarily enchanting, yet containing boundless killing intent. The barrier surrounding Lu Chen was already covered in cracks, yet it remained unrepaired. The crowd believed Lu Chen was at the end of his rope, lamenting that a generation's prodigy was about to fall. If this young man were allowed to grow, perhaps the Dragon Kingdom could give birth to another 9th-tier Grandmaster, but alas, he dies just like this. Those present were somewhat moved. Lu Chen's talent was high, and his strength even greater. At such a young age, he fought against an 8th-tier Chi Master's avatar and even killed his daughter in front of him, ruthless, decisive, brave, and resourceful. It was a pity that in the face of absolute power, all of this was in vain. Such a person should not have died. The 7th Army should have intervened to protect him. However, the ruins had just established a slight connection with the outside world, and all the 8th-tier powerhouses of the 7th Army were outside, unable to rush in time. Amidst the sounds of lamentation, the barrier surrounding Lu Chen quickly shattered, leaving him completely exposed to the moonlight. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's flesh disintegrated, blood gushing uncontrollably, covering his entire body and turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Blood also flowed from the center of his brow, and at that moment, a white light flickered there, shining through the blood and refracting a strange white-red glow. A palm-sized flying sword emerged from the strange light, aiming at the full moon in the sky, and shot out fiercely. Divine ability. Heart Sword. Sword's momentum. Lu Chen pinned all his hopes on this one sword. If it succeeded, the crisis would be averted. The heart sword burst forth from his body, transforming into a white rainbow with white light cascading around him, pure and brilliant, like a divine lamp of an angel, illuminating the ages and turning the hazy silver of the world into radiant white. The heart sword pierced through the silver moon, and white light erupted, blindingly bright. The heart sword passed through the moon and quickly dissipated into the heavens and the earth. Upon witnessing this, the crowd sighed continuously. Bang! At that moment, cracks appeared in the silver moon, and dazzling white light poured out from within, bursting the silver moon with a loud bang. The silver moon shattered, the moonlight dissipated, and Lu Chen spat out blood, sitting cross-legged on the spot to recuperate. Outside, 3 lords sensed that the ruins were showing signs of activation, so they joined forces to open the exit of the ruins. A light tunnel appeared above the giant structure, and soon several figures emerged. After stepping out of the ruins, they immediately rushed away, fearing being trapped here. The treasures inside the undeveloped ruins were abundant, although they did not have any major opportunities. They were very satisfied with what they had and naturally did not want others to rob them. Of course, no one would inexplicably attempt to rob a 6th-tier Chi Master, especially when they did not have any significant treasure fluctuations on them. Meanwhile, on a hill 100 meters away from the ruins, 5 young people were gazing intently at the exit of the ruins, and one of them suddenly spoke up. Isn't what we're doing here a bit like being robbers? The man, with thick black hair and bushy eyebrows, looked quite rugged, but at this moment he hesitated as he looked at the others. Among the 5 present, who was not a future leader of the Dragon Kingdom? Logically, they should not need to engage in such activities, yet the military leader personally issued the order for them to act as robbers here. A woman slowly stepped forward, dressed in a long skirt, with fair skin and beauty, her slender white legs exposed, moving gracefully, her red lips curling into a gentle smile that dimmed the brilliance of 1,000 flowers. It's fine, the military leader has my back. Besides, this time we only need to rob the SSS-level battle techniques and top-secret arts from the Star Moon Empire's Chi Masters. We don't need to deal with the others, we can just let them go. The task is very simple. Only the military leader could think of something like this, but I feel he is making a mountain out of a molehill. Clearly, I could handle it alone, yet he insists on bringing you all along. A slightly arrogant-looking man glanced at the other 4, although there was no disdain in his eyes, they were filled with pride. He wore ancient clothing, and his extraordinary appearance indicated he was a disciple from a top-hidden sect. Upon hearing his words, the other 4 merely smiled and did not argue. Or rather, they also felt this was a bit of an overreaction. The prodigies of the training camp could rival the top prodigies of any nation, and although the Chi Masters from the Star Moon Empire entering the ruins were all talented, there was still a considerable gap between them and the training camp's elite. Mu Qing had the confidence to stand against all the prodigies of the Star Moon Empire alone.
Just then, more and more people emerged from the light tunnel, and the five stopped
talking, quietly watching one after another step out from the ruins.
Their target was only the Chi Masters of the Star Moon Empire. No matter how great the opportunities of the Dragon Kingdom's Chi Masters were, they would not intervene, although it was stipulated that both sides had the right to participate in
the ruins. This was the Dragon Kingdom, their territory.
How could they just stand by and watch the Star Moon Empire leave safely after obtaining an SSS level
combat technique?
Even if they went to the Star Moon Empire, their people would do the same.
After all, an SSS level combat technique held significant
meaning for any country, possessing extraordinary strategic importance.
Time passed second by second. Dozens of people emerged from the ruins, but they were all from the Dragon Kingdom. Not a single Chi Master from the Star Moon Empire was seen.
On the other side, 3 8th-tier Chi Masters from the Star Moon Empire frowned at this scene.
Could something have gone wrong? One of them whispered, unable to help but speculate. Another interrupted, how could that be?
These people are all geniuses from the Star Moon Empire, and Ruya is one of the top talents of the Star Moon Empire.
If the trainees don't come out, who could possibly be their opponent? They must have found some top secret technique and are trying to bring it out. They nodded, thinking that this might be the case. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed.
Fewer and fewer people emerged from the ruins, and soon it was several minutes
between each person.
The three of them looked grave, seeing that Ruya and the others had not yet come out, and not even a single Chi Master from the Star
Moon Empire in sight. They felt something was amiss.
One of them quickly dashed to the side of the middle-aged man in white.
What are you doing here?
The middle-aged man in white was extremely indifferent to the three, as they should have been killed by him earlier due to previous events.
However, the military leader intervened, allowing them to survive until today. Who would have thought these guys would dare to approach him aggressively, seeking death?
Although the leader was angry, Ruya was still inside, and she was the daughter of a Grand Duke. For her safety, he had no choice but to lower his head. He cupped his hands in salute and said solemnly, "Sir, not a single Chi Master from our Star Moon Empire has come out. I suspect something has happened inside.
Please allow me to enter and search."
Let you in? The middle-aged man in white still had a cold gaze.
Did you think I was foolish enough to let an 8th-tier Chi Master from the Star Moon Empire enter the ruins for a buffet?
The leader seemed to sense the hesitation of the middle-aged man and spoke again.
If you don't believe me, could you please go in personally and bring back all the Chi Masters from our Star Moon Empire? I will certainly reward you handsomely.
He lowered his head even further, his attitude humble, a stark contrast to before.
With Ruya inside, if he didn't show humility, someone would erect
a monument for him when he returned. The middle-aged man in white initially wanted to refuse, but after some thought he decided to go in and take a look. Just as he was about to enter the ruins, a tall figure suddenly walked out from the ruins, stepping through the air, silently glancing at the people from the Star Moon Empire, preparing to leave.
At that moment, the exit of the ruins closed. This indicated that there was no one left inside. Boom! The giant stone tablet trembled, slowly sinking into the ground, seemingly preparing to hide away like before.
Seeing this, the three from the Star Moon Empire
panicked immediately.
They had people still inside. 30 geniuses. Stop it, we can't let it return to the ground. The 3 Chi Masters from the Star Moon Empire acted together. A terrifying tide of energy surged in the sky, shaking the surrounding earth and rocks, raising clouds of dust and forming a dust storm. They struck the giant stone tablet with a powerful punch, trying to force it to stop, but as soon as their bodies made contact with the tablet, a wave of murderous energy surged out, nearly severing their fingers and causing blood to flow. Then, the 3 were hit by a wave of light, flying out like ragdolls. They hadn't expected this to happen, but quickly realized that this giant stone tablet was likely created by a 9th-tier Chi Master. Despite the
passage of time, its power remained astonishing.
Especially that wave of murderous energy. Just one strike nearly severely injured them.
The giant stone
tablet above ground became smaller and smaller, and the 3 were as anxious as ants on a hot pan.
The Grand Duke's daughter was still inside. If Ruya really
existed like a giant stone tablet, eternally buried underground, then they would return severely injured, if not dead. At that moment, they thought of Lu Chen, who had left earlier. After he came out, the ruins closed, and he was the last one to exit, so he must know the inside story. With this in mind, the 3 immediately stood up and chased after Lu Chen.
Kid, where are the Chi Masters from our Star Moon Empire? They didn't come out. Is it related to you? They reached out their hands, trying to grab Lu Chen as he landed.
Seeing this, Lu Chen raised his head, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Just then, a middle-aged man in white made his move, slashing with his sword, blocking the 3 Chi Masters from the Star Moon Empire.
He flickered and instantly appeared in front of Lu Chen, his gaze icy as he looked at the 3 above him, his voice extremely cold. You dare to attack a Chi Master of the Dragon Kingdom within our territory? Are you tired of living?
The middle-aged man in white was not just protecting his own, it was a natural response, akin
to defending the borders of the Dragon Kingdom.
As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Chen would not allow Chi masters from other nations to attack him. Within the Dragon Kingdom, especially not with the advantage of numbers. In the yellow sand desert, the red earth stretched for miles, dust and chi swirling. In the sky, a sword light stood between the few, radiating brilliance like clouds and mist. Not far away was the giant stone tablet, slowly descending, and, in no time, only half of its body remained above ground. The three Chi masters from the Star Moon Empire initially intended to directly seize Lu Chen and inquire about what had happened inside the ruins. However, the obstruction from the middle-aged man in white made them anxious, yet they had no choice but to comply. Your Excellency, we just want to know the whereabouts of the 30 Chi masters from our Star Moon Empire.
We acted out of urgency. This person was the last to come out of the ruins, and I believe he knows the details, so we would like to ask him. Please, Your Excellency, grant us this favor.
The middle-aged man in white looked at the three with indifference, pointing behind him with his sword, and said lightly, "You can ask over there." The three landed and inquired about the whereabouts of the 30 Chi masters from the Star Moon Empire, especially Ruya, whom they focused on.
Lu Chen raised his head and glanced at them indifferently. Am I obligated to tell you?
As soon as he said this, the three were taken aback. How dare a mere 7th tier
Chi master speak to them like this? Kid, don't be ungrateful. The person inside is the daughter of a Grand Duke. If she dies and you fail to report it, be careful, you won't be able to leave the Dragon Kingdom in the future. The three openly threatened Lu Chen in front of the middle-aged man in white, provoking a gaze filled with killing intent from the latter, who was ready to strike. Lu Chen continued, "Three old geezers, this is the Dragon Kingdom. No one is
obligated to tell you where they went, but you can bow to me a few times, and maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you their whereabouts."
Arrogant.
The three were furious. No matter how you looked at it, they were 8th tier Chi masters, with status and rank far above Lu Chen, yet they were being humiliated like this. Their auras surged, the chi around them roiling like the sea, rising and falling like waves, soon transforming into a tsunami, crashing towards
Lu Chen. Do you really think I'm air?
The middle-aged man in white was displeased, gripping his long sword, slashing out a beam of sword light, the sword
energy soaring towards the three.
Go! This kid definitely knows Ruya's whereabouts. Capture him and force it out.
The giant stone tablet was about
to be completely buried underground, and they had to resolve this quickly. The three disregarded whether this was the territory of the Dragon Kingdom and
directly attacked Lu Chen.
The middle-aged man in white faced three opponents, his sword energy soaring into the clouds, like rolling thunder, striking down
on them all.
The sharp sword light tore through everything, unstoppable in its might. Even against three opponents he did not fall behind.
At that moment,
the other two lords also rushed over, and without a word, they attacked the three. The 8th tier Chi masters ignited a chaotic battle.
The six fought
fiercely, while Lu Chen stood quietly aside, showing no intention of leaving. Holding the Azure Dragon halberd, he planned to see if he could take the
opportunity to kill an 8th tier during this melee.
Unfortunately, the strength of the six was roughly equal, and a clear victor could not be determined in
the short term.
Kid, tell me where they went and I won't target you.
In fact, I'll even reward you handsomely.
The Chi master of the Star Moon Empire
didn't forget to ask Lu Chen during the battle. Lu Chen, being very kind-hearted, directly informed them of the news about Ruya's death.
What? Killed? As soon as these words were spoken, the three from the Star Moon Empire were shocked, their pupils turning crimson as they stared fiercely at Lu Chen. Who killed
her? I did.
Lu Chen replied calmly, directly admitting it. Holding the Tsanglong spear, with chi surging within him, he looked at the three who wished to kill him and said indifferently, "Not only did I kill the person you asked about, but all the Chi masters of the Star Moon Empire have been killed by
me. You are seeking death."
The three were so furious that smoke was rising from their bodies, even their noses began to emit white smoke. That was a genius, a true genius, not just some cabbage. A full 30 of them had been killed by Lu Chen alone. This news was like a bombshell to them. Especially Ruya, she was the daughter of a Grand Duke taken out by them, only to die in the ruins. When they returned, the Grand Duke would not only skin them alive but would also ruin them.
You must die today.
The three glared at Lu Chen with malice, planning to redeem their merits by capturing Lu Chen and handing him over to the Grand Duke for punishment. They all unleashed forbidden techniques, burning their blood essence, their hair standing on end, shaking off the three lords as they charged towards Lu Chen.
Run, don't let them catch you.
At that moment, the middle-aged man in white, after being shaken back,
immediately chased after Lu Chen, loudly reminding him to leave.
He was truly embarrassed. How could this kid think that after killing so many geniuses,
he could still boldly admit it? Didn't he fear being hunted by the Star Moon Empire?
Kid, go die. The first to rush in front of Lu Chen was an old man. Over 50, his muscles bulging, veins like coiling dragons, and as he exerted his strength they all popped out. His palm reached out, and a sound like breaking wind echoed. Reversal. Liu Chen silently activated his divine ability, and at the moment the power surged into his body, he swiftly swung that Sanlong spear, smashing it directly onto the old man. Boom! The air exploded, a sonic boom rang out, and the old man was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. What a pity! At this moment, Liu Chen sighed inwardly. The old man's strength was formidable, even stronger than Gano's clone. The reversal only had a momentary effect on him. If it had been half a second longer, that strike might have killed him or severely injured him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in white, who was rushing over, was horrified. What kind of monster is this kid? A 7th tier sending an 8th tier flying. So far? He stared at Liu Chen, who was very young and strong. The only forces in the Dragon Kingdom that could produce such a defiant existence were the top hidden sects or the training camps. However, if it were geniuses from these two forces, he would have some impression of them. But he had no impression of Liu Chen at all. After Liu Chen executed the reversal, a large portion of the chi within him dissipated. Over 100 meters away, the old man stood up. Again, his hair standing on end, waving in the wind, looking like a madman, his eyes red as if he were a demon staring at Liu Chen. Seeing this, Liu Chen waved his hand towards the middle-aged man in white, pointing at the old man, and said softly, "Senior, this person is up to you, I can't handle him." The middle-aged man in white thought to himself, you just sent him flying with one strike, and you still can't handle him? However, the powerful aura Liu Chen had released earlier only lasted for a moment. It was that moment that sent the old man flying. Now Liu Chen's aura had returned to the 7th tier, and it seemed he truly had no strength left. Leave it to me. The middle-aged man in white nodded lightly. On the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, as a lord, he would not allow foreign chi masters to act recklessly. Holding a white sword, the sword light soared into the sky, the sword energy slashed through the void, and hundreds of thousands of sword energies all flew towards the old man, the white light bursting forth like a silver waterfall, exceptionally brilliant, yet containing boundless killing intent. The old man's expression changed drastically. Having been struck by that Sanlong spear earlier, several of his ribs were broken, and his internal organs were torn, leaving him severely injured. The sword energy surged towards the sky, and he couldn't react in time. The sword energy swept over him, tearing his body apart, and he was sent flying once again. The old man was washed by the sword energy, every part of his body marked with deep sword wounds that exposed bone, blood gushing from them, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. The other two were also forced close to the old man by two lords. The middle-aged man in white raised his head, his white sword continuously shedding glimmers, sword energy flying horizontally, sword intent rippling. You came here according to the agreement, sending people into the ruins. For the sake of the agreement, I don't want to kill you. As for how your people died, the ruins are a lawless place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Anyone who dies inside does not violate the agreement. I'll give you 3 breaths, get lost. The middle-aged man in white initially wanted to prevent these people from hunting Liu Chen, but then he thought it seemed unlikely. Liu Chen would inevitably endure the endless pursuit and hunting of the Star Moon Empire. 30 geniuses were not a small number. No country could withstand such a blow. The old man wiped the blood from his face, and despite being covered in wounds, he still refused to back down, staring at the middle-aged man in white. Sir, if 30 geniuses from your country died in the ruins of my Star Moon Empire, would you still speak such righteous words as you do today? No. The middle-aged man in white admitted generously, saying calmly, but this is the Dragon Kingdom. He is a chi master of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter how many chi masters he kills from your Star Moon Empire, my Dragon Kingdom will protect him. Good, good, good. Very good. The old man gritted his teeth, swallowing the blood that was about to spew out. Let's go, back. With the support of the two, the old man quickly headed towards the Star Moon Empire. Liu Chen watched the 3 retreating figures, chi energy surging around him, pondering whether he could kill the old man here. But soon, he gave up. Although the old man was injured, the foundation of an 8th tier chi master was still there, and without the Lord's help he couldn't kill the old man by himself. He watched helplessly as the old man left. Just as Liu Chen was about to leave, he was suddenly called by the middle-aged man in white. My name is Chen Lin. You're so young, yet so strong. Which force do you come from? Are you interested in joining the training camp? The middle-aged man in white, Chen Lin, appeared in front of Liu Chen, enthusiastically extending an olive branch. Liu Chen had a slight fondness for this man, as he had saved him several times, and immediately clasped his fists, saying, Senior, I must confess, I came here to look for the training camp, but unfortunately, I haven't found it. So you came to report. Chen Lin suddenly realized, no wonder he was so talented. He explained, looking for the training camp is also a necessary step to join it, but your strength is very strong, so you can be exempted from this step. Just follow me, and we'll go directly to
The training camp. Oh, by the way, there are 5 others over there who also come from the training camp. You can greet them first. Shenlin pointed to a nearby hill where 5 people were watching. Earlier, when Lu Chen sent the old man flying with a single strike, it shocked not only the 3 lords but also the 5 from the training camp. An 8th tier being sent flying by a 7th tier was unprecedented. You all come over here. Shenlin communicated with the 5, and they quickly approached Lu Chen. Shenlin pointed at Lu Chen and introduced, this one will also be joining the training camp, so you can get to know him. The 5 examined Lu Chen, noticing that his cultivation was only at the early 7th tier. Although his age and strength met the recruitment criteria for the training camp, his cultivation was far below theirs. Uncle Chen, isn't this just a newbie? What's there to introduce? A rugged man scrutinized Lu Chen, finding nothing special about him. As an old hand in the training camp, he had no interest in such newcomers. You don't understand, this little guy is quite impressive. Shenlin smiled, not explaining further, just letting them guess for themselves. The 5 continued to scrutinize. Lu Chen was not used to being examined and looked at Shenlin, saying lightly, I don't have time to waste talking with these people. Senior, can you take me directly to the training camp? How do you speak, kid? The rugged man glared, feeling that Lu Chen was insulting them. As a senior, Lu Chen should at least show some basic respect, yet he spoke like this. Alright, Uncle Chen said he's impressive, so he must have his merits. If he doesn't want us to watch, let's not make him unhappy, the beautiful woman said softly, her tone calm and pleasant to hear. She glanced at Lu Chen with her almond-shaped eyes before looking away, not wanting to provoke him. The rugged man snorted, obeying the woman's words and not looking again. The other 2 also glanced and then withdrew their gazes. Only the arrogant man continued to stare at Lu Chen, sizing him up. After a long while, he clicked his tongue. Daring to be so arrogant with a cultivation level of the first stage of the 7th rank, the new students these days are getting more and more arrogant. The man approached Lu Chen and said indifferently, were those 3 from the Star Moon Empire targeting you because you obtained some treasure in the ruins? What kind of treasure is it? An SSS-level battle skill or a top-tier secret technique? His tone was like that of an interrogator, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. Lu Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already restless. He glanced at Shenlin, who seemed cheerful, as if ready to watch a good show. The proud man noticed that Lu Chen didn't answer in front of so many people, making him lose face, and his tone turned cold. I'm asking you a question. Do you want to make it hard for yourself when you enter the training camp later? I don't argue with idiots, Lu Chen replied flatly, directly, causing the man's face to turn red. The other 4 laughed, as it was the first time they had seen Lu Xian suffer a setback, especially from a junior who hadn't even entered the training camp yet. You're asking for trouble, Lu Xian said coldly. The training camp is not like your home, this place is survival of the fittest. As long as you don't kill someone, you can beat them to a pulp. If you really want to be stubborn, I don't mind crippling you before you even get in. The people in the training camp were all geniuses, and they were all 1 in a million. If they were to stop their fights, it would cause this group of prodigies to lose their unique talents. Thus, the 3 military leaders agreed to allow them to fight, but without causing fatalities. Similar to the 6 top academies. Lu Xian was openly threatening Lu Chen, and now, in front of Shenlin, he couldn't cripple him, but he would still do so once inside. Lu Chen sneered, looking at Lu Xian as if he were an idiot. All you talk about is crippling people. I suppose you're from some hidden sect that trains dogs? Is your hidden sect training dogs? The dogs you let out bite so well? I suggest you wear a muzzle next time you go out, lest you get rabies from a bite. Lu Xian found the first half of the sentence somewhat normal, but the second half made his face turn uglier than if he had eaten a fly. The other 4 desperately covered their mouths and noses, but they still couldn't help but laugh. Lu Chen's talent for insults was outstanding, leaving Lu Xian's face purple and blue. Finally, Lu Xian exploded in anger, his energy leaking out as he punched towards Lu Chen. You're looking for death. The one looking for death is you. Lu Chen's gaze was cold, his fingers clenched tightly, blood dragon rolling within him. He punched out, the sound waves surging, a roar echoing. The 2 fists collided, a thunderous sound resonating in the air, blood energy rolling, causing the other 4 to retreat. They exchanged surprised glances, and just as they steadied themselves, they saw the 2 had officially clashed. Lu Xian had previously worn a confident expression, but as their fists collided, his face changed instantly. Bang! The terrifying force slammed into his arm, as if he had crashed into a mountain. His arm first broke, then shattered, and finally hung limply at his side, blood gushing out. His body kept retreating, like a kite with a broken string, until he fell heavily to the ground. Lu Xian's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to stand up, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him, kicking
him and sending him flying dozens of meters, crashing into a massive stone weighing hundreds of pounds, shattering it, dust swirling everywhere not far away. The other four watched this scene, all shocked with their mouths agape. Lu Xian is a 7th tier 8th level, yet he was so brutally beaten by a 7th tier 1st level? No wonder Uncle Chen looked like he was enjoying the show. He must have known Lu Xian would embarrass himself. This guy is really strange. Luckily it wasn't me who made a move earlier, or I'd be in the same situation as Lu Xian now. At this moment, after being kicked away by Lu Chen, Lu Xian was also filled with horror. He urged all the chi within him, his figure flashing quickly as he retreated backward. For some reason, he felt a sense of murderous intent spreading around him. If he retreated too slowly, he would definitely be enveloped by this killing aura.
Weren't you quite capable just now? Why are you running now?
At that moment, a light, airy voice sounded behind Lu Xian. He turned around sharply and saw Lu Chen standing
less than a meter away.
Lu Chen clenched his fist and delivered a punch directly to Lu Xian's face, sending him flying 100 meters again.
Immediately after, he used the technique Lie Kong to teleport beside Lu Xian, delivering a whip kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Then, he used again.
The other four watched Lu Xian being tossed around like a sandbag, his face swollen like a pig's, and they all felt a chill run down their spines. Lu Chen restrained his strength, otherwise, with this crushing style of fighting, he could probably smash Lu Xian's body into a bloody pulp with just a few punches. Although Lu Xian wasn't among the strongest in the training camp after so many years, his strength was still considerable, especially with the
top-tier hidden sex SSS level combat skills backing him, giving him a very deep foundation.
Yet now, he was being beaten to this state by someone who
hadn't even entered the training camp.
The four felt a sense of sorrow for the rabbit and the fox. After all, their strength was similar to Lu Xian's. If they were the ones facing Lu Chen, their fate would surely be the same as Lu Xian's.
After a few minutes of being used as a punching bag by Lu Chen, Lu Xian was finally exhausted.
Lu Chen punched him into the ground, creating a massive pit with Lu Xian embedded within it.
Lu Xian lay in the
pit, blood oozing from his body, his breath weak.
He glared fiercely at Lu Chen, seeing him raise his fist again, and he quickly said, "If you have the ability to let me use my SSS level combat skill, if you can block it, I will follow your orders in the future." Lu Xian was desperate. Rather than being passively beaten, he might as well unleash his strongest strike. Even if he could injure Lu Chen, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. He was confident that his SSS level combat skill could definitely hurt Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Xian and nodded lightly. All right.
He also wanted to see how different these
top-tier hidden sex SSS level combat skills were from the techniques he had learned.
Good. You've got guts, Lu Xian said with a face full of joy. Struggling to stand up, unleashing all the chi within him like a raging sea, crashing like waves against the shore. Immediately, this chi began to manifest, and a ghostly figure appeared behind Lu Xian, appearing for a moment before quickly retreating. Lu Chen watched closely. In that brief moment, he clearly felt a strong killing intent locking onto him. But now, that killing intent had vanished. Lu Chen stared at Lu Xian, his expression calm, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, as if something was about to pierce through him.
The ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Chen, wielding a scythe, charging at him. Lu Chen instantly moved, his figure silently disappearing, then reappearing behind that figure.
He ignited 9 colored flames in his palm, condensing them into a fire spear, with his blood surging into it.
The 9 colored flames blazed brightly, dazzling like divine light, descending from the heavens.
The spear thrust out, colorful light bursting forth, the intense firelight contrasting with the 9 colors, creating a spectacular display. The fire spear pierced through the ghostly figure, and with a tremor of the spear, the ghostly figure vanished into thin air.
What? Seeing
Lu Chen resolve his SSS level combat skill with a single spear, Lu Xian was astonished, staring wide-eyed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen waved his sleeve, and the
9 colored fire gun dissipated.
He said lightly, "Your family's combat technique is quite good for ambushes, but unfortunately, you haven't mastered it well enough. You're barely at the major achievement level, not even at perfection.
With just one of my SS level combat techniques, I can break through it."
Upon hearing this, Lu Xian and the others were astonished.
Is it reasonable for an SS level technique to break through an SSS level technique? They felt that Lu Chen was lying, but the aura just now indeed didn't seem like that of an SSS level technique, as it was relatively weak and not as invincible as an SSS level technique should be. Lu Xian was shocked, shook his head, and questioned, "The combat technique you just used is clearly an SSS level technique. Such might could never be possessed by an ordinary SS level technique."
At first, when the fire gun appeared, he indeed felt it was just an SS level
technique and thought victory was assured.
However, he didn't know what Lu Chen had done. The power of the fire gun had surged dramatically, vaguely reaching the level of an SSS level technique. Lu Chen's strength was already formidable, and combined with his essence blood, the fire gun indeed felt similar to
an SSS level technique. Lu Chen shook his head and extended a finger. Let me show you what an SSS level technique really is. As he spoke, a terrifying aura
surged upward, an ancient light refracted from the heavens, and a gigantic hand descended from the sky, enveloping hundreds of feet, casting a terrifying
might over everyone present. Except for Qianlin, the other 5 felt an overwhelming killing intent, an indescribable power, as if an ancient ferocious beast had suddenly appeared, ready to suppress everyone.
Lu Xian was terrified and trembling. He was in the core area of the great Buddha palm, and all
the pressure poured down on him. Unable to bear it,
he fell to his knees with a thud. The great Buddha palm had reached perfection, possessing true
city-destroying power, unmatched even by other SSS level techniques. Major achievement and perfection seemed to differ by just one realm, but major achievement
was merely a small success, while perfection was the ultimate transformation or technique approached the Tao. The two were entirely different realms. Under the palm print, all beings were equal. Lu Xian and the other 4 trembled, and apart from Lu Xian, who had already knelt, the others were also on the verge of collapse.
At that moment, Qianlin looked at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with a plea.
In consideration of Qianlin having saved him, Lu Chen
decisively dispersed the great Buddha palm, and the overwhelming pressure vanished.
Before Lu Chen could say anything, Lu Xian stood up and suddenly rushed
towards Lu Chen, kneeling on the ground with a thud.
Please, senior, teach me how to cultivate combat techniques. Lu Xian was very principled in his actions.
What he said was what he meant.
He had been too proud, but when that pride was suppressed by someone else's strength, it transformed into admiration for that person.
Lu Chen had crushed him with strength and demonstrated what a true SSS level technique was.
Lu Xian had already decided in his heart that
he wanted to follow Lu Chen and learn how to cultivate SSS level techniques from him.
It had taken him over a decade to cultivate his sect's SSS level technique to major achievement, while Lu Chen's SSS level technique, if he wasn't mistaken, had absolutely reached the level of perfection.
Achieving perfection in an SSS level technique at such a young age, this person was undoubtedly a genius, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Following someone like this,
Lu Xian felt no shame. On the contrary, he thought it might elevate his own strength to a new level.
The other 4, seeing Lu Xian's demeanor, were momentarily speechless.
Some looked down on him, while others admired him. Kneeling like this in public indeed required courage.
You dare to take responsibility for your actions? Lu Chen glanced at Lu Xian,
who had been beaten into a pig's head. Logically, he should have been crushed in spirit, breathing inner demons, but unexpectedly, none of that occurred. Instead, he found a new path. Fortunately, Lu Xian's initial intention was not to kill him, otherwise, he would have been crippled by Lu Chen by now, and there would be no talk of apprenticeship.
Senior, if you don't mind, I am willing to serve you tea and water, just to ask you to teach me how to elevate my combat techniques to perfection.
Lu Xian has gone all out. What's the harm in being a servant to become
stronger?
I don't need a servant, Lu Chen replied indifferently, causing Lu Xian's eyes to dim, filled with disappointment. Qianlin stood by, seeing that the battle had been decided, clapped his hands and called everyone over. All right, Lu Xian, you 5 have just come out of the training camp. Now that the mission is over, you must return and take Lu Chen back with you. I will go report to the military leader about what happened here.
With that,
Qianlin vanished in a flash.
Lu Chen sensed the aura and found no trace to follow. Qianlin had disappeared without a trace.
This was true instantaneous
movement. Lu Chen's was merely a copy of instantaneous movement. Brother Lu, I am Wang Gang.
About what happened earlier, I was blind to the situation, and
I hope Brother Lu won't hold it against me.
A rugged man stepped forward, introducing himself with a broad smile, his attitude much more respectful than
before. I am Mu Qingqing.
Brother Lu is young yet exceptionally talented. You will surely become a master in the future. I congratulate you in advance. A woman in a long dress walked over slowly, in her early 20s, radiating youthfulness, with skin like cream, a face like a peach blossom, and a curvaceous figure, exuding a hint of classical charm, a true beauty. The others also came forward to congratulate Lu Chen, their demeanor completely transformed from before. In the training camp, strength was paramount, so-called qualifications were merely a reasonable suppression against those of lower strength. Lu Chen's ability to defeat Lu Xian, almost in a crushing manner without even using his SSS-level combat skills, was enough to prove his strength. In the entire training camp, there were probably fewer than 20 people who could be compared to Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at them, nodding in acknowledgement. After all, he would need them to lead the way later, and since there were no grudges, he didn't want to hold too much against them. Brother Lu has just arrived.
We will lead the way for you, please.
Mu Qingqing moved gracefully, her figure flying several dozen meters. At the 7th stage, one could already fly, but it consumed a lot of energy, so generally they would rush close to the ground, which was not much different from flying. Just as Lu Chen was about To catch up, a sudden sharp pain pierced his heart, as if something was about to penetrate him. He turned around sharply, only to meet a pair of enormous eyes floating in the sky, staring intently at him. The eyes flickered with strange light, and a sharp beam shot towards Lu Chen, tearing through the sky and
creating a black crack. 8th stage, great perfection.
Lu Chen's expression changed, and he suddenly retreated violently, the threat of death closing
in. Without a doubt, this was Gano, the father of Ruya, the Grand Duke of the Star Moon Empire.
Clearly, Gano had not truly arrived, it was merely a
long-distance attack.
If he were here in person, he could probably annihilate any being below the 8th stage in an instant.
Lu Chen's figure kept retreating,
his speed incredibly fast, flattening several hills behind him, but that beam seemed to have locked onto him, cleaving through the hills, tearing apart space, and continuously closing in on Lu Chen.
What's going on?
Lu Xian and the others turned back upon hearing the commotion, witnessing Lu Chen being
pursued by the beam.
Even from hundreds of meters away, the beam felt like a thorn in their backs, causing their eyes to sting, and a few even shed blood.
Tears. 8th stage, great perfection? Mu Qingqing was shaken, staring at Lu Chen in shock.
What on earth had Lu Chen done to provoke a powerful being
at the 8th stage of great perfection to take action personally? This was a top-tier powerhouse just a step away from becoming a grandmaster, and there were hardly any in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Those eyes remained fixed on Lu Chen. Gano, hundreds of miles away, used secret techniques to lock onto Lu
Chen, attempting to kill him from afar.
The power of the beam was comparable to a full-force strike from an 8th stage late Qi master, and Lu Chen was
powerless to resist, only able to retreat frantically.
But the speed of the beam was too fast, the red light flickering, and the rain of light falling like blood spilling across the sky. Lu Chen unleashed all means to accelerate, his body pressed against the ground, the surface shattering continuously. Yet even so, he could not shake off the piercing light.
To be able to attack me from such a distance, is this the 8th level of perfection? Lu Chen was taken aback.
He raised his palm, and the Great Buddha palm was unleashed to suppress.
The Great Buddha palm at the level of perfection could intimidate
geniuses like Lu Xian in the training camp, but facing this almost imperceptible piercing light, in just an instant, the runes on the palm of the Great
Buddha were pierced, and the entire palm turned to dust in an instant. Mu Qingqing and the others were shocked at this scene. That was an SSS-level combat skill at the level of perfection. Even from afar, they could feel the oppressive force, yet it was shattered upon contact with the piercing light. This was just an ordinary attack. If that powerful being was nearby, could they not easily crush everyone? The 8th level of perfection was terrifying. Lu Chen's thoughts raced. The piercing light was only 100 meters away from him, a distance that could be crossed in 10 breaths. He had already unleashed boiling blood, but after using it too many times in one day, as soon as Lu Chen activated it this time, a mouthful of blood spurted out. He had already increased his speed to the maximum, yet the piercing light relentlessly pursued him, the red light blooming, forcefully cleaving through all obstacles in front of him, stabbing towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen was on the brink of death.
At that moment, a cold snort echoed from the horizon. A sword, an ancient sword, broke through the clouds from the sky, and before it even landed, the surging sword energy directly tore apart the piercing light.
Immediately after, a
figure appeared in the sky, cradling the ancient sword, clad in black armor, exuding a chilling aura.
He gazed into the distance, pointed a finger, and the
ancient sword in the sky changed direction, stabbing towards those enormous eyes. Coming into my dragon kingdom to kill, do you really think there's no one?
In my dragon kingdom?
The ancient sword crossed the sky, piercing towards those enormous eyes. The surging energy roamed between heaven and earth, causing cracks to appear in space. Even Mu Qingqing and the others below were shaken by this powerful wave, struggling to breathe. The ancient sword's might was astonishing, its light ancient yet powerful, containing a primal aura. With one strike, those enormous eyeballs were torn apart, beginning to shatter. On the ground, Lu Chen felt that gaze slowly fading away. He raised his hand, giving the enormous eyes in the sky the middle finger, and spoke coldly. Old dog, don't think that just because I killed your daughter, this matter will be over. One day, I will personally invade the Star Moon Empire and chop off your
dog head, exterminating everyone in your family.
Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but it resonated through the clouds.
Boom! The heavens trembled, powerful
energy surged, and far away, Gano was so furious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, willing to harm himself just to kill Lu Chen.
The shattered
eyes gradually turned silver, like the moon in mythology, sacred yet containing boundless killing intent. Silver moonlight burst forth, rain of light
fell, rushing towards Lu Chen.
A single ray of moonlight could shatter mountains.
This was enough to annihilate any 8th level Qi master. Mu Qingqing and
the others were horrified by this scene, their skin crawling, their scalps nearly exploding. Lu Chen remained calm, his face showing undisguised disdain. He sat cross-legged in place, waiting for the moonlight to arrive. At this moment, the young man in black armor swept his gaze indifferently, his eyes exploding with intensity. He swung the ancient sword with one hand, the sword light rippling, smoothing out the moonlight between heaven and earth, then
looked into the distance, speaking indifferently.
Gano, I will remember today's events, and when I have the time, I will pay a visit to your Star Moon Empire.
A threat, a blatant threat.
The young man was merely at the late stage of the 8th level, yet he directly threatened the 8th level of perfection.
Such demeanor was truly rare. I'm waiting for you.
Gano gritted his teeth, his voice carrying over from hundreds of miles away.
He swallowed back the
blood he was about to spit out, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a flash of his figure, retreated towards the Star Moon Empire. From hundreds of miles away, he could not unleash all his power.
But entering the Dragon Kingdom, he did not have the guts to do so. Although he was at the 8th level of perfection, there were definitely 9th level Grandmasters in the Dragon Kingdom. He stood at the border between the Dragon Kingdom and the Star Moon Empire, casting spells, knowing that the 9th level Grandmasters would not act against him for fear of provoking a direct war between the two nations. However, once he stepped into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, the 9th level Grandmasters would undoubtedly take action. At that time, even
if the Grandmasters of the Star Moon Empire wanted to intervene, it would be too late.
Kid, I will kill you.
On the way back, Gano was extremely depressed. He had exerted all his strength, even destroying a clone, yet he still failed to save his daughter, and he couldn't even kill Lu Chen.
Just thinking about
it made him feel terrible, and in the end, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning pale.
Ah! Gano's furious scream echoed through the
entire forest below, causing many exotic beasts to drop dead on the spot.
Near the ruins, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, recuperating. He had consumed too
much of his essence blood. Even with the blood pool reappearing to replenish it, he couldn't withstand such continuous consumption for a day.
Just as Lu
Chen had recovered some of his energy, he immediately used the blood pool to replenish a bit of his essence blood, and his vitality slightly improved.
At
this moment, a young man in black armor was watching him from the sky.
Lu Chen recognized him and stood up to clasp his hands in greeting. Thank you, Commander Lin, for saving my life.
This person was Lin Yi, who had previously stopped Tang Jin at the Fire Hua Academy and invited him to the 7th Army's
training camp. After several days, Lu Chen recognized him at a glance.
Lin Yi looked at Lu Chen, somewhat dazed.
How long had it been? Half a year? Lu Chen's cultivation had actually risen from the 5th level of perfection to the 7th level.
Such a talent for advancement had never been seen before.
Seeing Lu Chen greet him, he nodded.
It's been a while. Your cultivation has risen so quickly. It seems that following the Grand Mentor's advice to find you was the right choice.
I've been a bit busy lately, so I won't personally take you to the training camp.
You can go with them for now, Lin Yi said, before disappearing from the spot. He had come in a hurry, sensing that a powerful energy master from another country was making a move within the Dragon Kingdom, so he rushed over directly. Now that the matter was settled, there was no time for pleasantries, and he had to hurry back.
Lu Chen watched Lin Yi leave, then sat down again to rest and recuperate.
During this time, Mu Qingqing and the others ran over to protect him.
Half an hour later, Lu Chen slowly
opened his eyes, glanced at the 5 people beside him, and nodded.
Brother Lu, you were recommended by Commander Lin?
At that moment, Wang Gang suddenly leaned forward, cautiously asking.
Lu Chen nodded, puzzled. Aren't you?
He thought that only figures at the commander level could choose students for the
7th Army's training camp.
Mu Qingqing shook her head, looking at Lu Chen with a tone of envy.
We were all recommended to the training camp by various
lords. The commanders are usually very busy, so they rarely have the time to observe which talents the Dragon Kingdom has, which is why very few are recommended
by the commanders. Hearing this, Lu Chen understood.
Not only was he recommended by Lin Yi to enter the training camp, but Lin Yi had also personally come to the Fire Hua Academy to invite him. He still had the military token given by Lin Yi on him.
However, he did not mention this, as it was unnecessary.
No wonder Brother Lu's strength is so much greater than ours. It turns out he was personally recommended by Commander Lin.
That makes it less surprising.
The 5 of them smiled and then continued on their way with Lu Chen. Lu Chen no longer needed to find the training camp himself, as Chen Lin had exempted him from this tedious process. Under the guidance of Mu Qingqing and the others, they arrived at the 36th fortress.
Seeing that they had returned from the 36th fortress, Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. Was the training camp located at the 36th fortress? He had searched the 36th fortress before and found no news of any training camp. Lu Chen voiced his confusion. Mu Qingqing gently explained, the entrance to the training camp is at the 36th fortress. It is close to the Dragon Kingdom, so there's no need to worry about being discovered and hunted down by spies from other countries. As for the exits, there are many, almost every fortress has one. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Chen understood. It seemed that the training camp had an independent space. After a while, Mu Qingqing and the others brought Lu Chen to the outskirts of the 36th fortress, in a desolate area. Holding a token, Mu Qingqing pointed it at the space in front of them, and in the next second, a staircase appeared, leading to the unknown. Brother Lu, follow me, Mu Qingqing said, walking ahead, tucking her hair behind her ear and smiling at Lu Chen. Throughout the journey, she was radiating goodwill while also showcasing her charm. As a figure adored by many, almost like a goddess, she rarely acted this way. But facing Lu Chen, it seemed entirely worthwhile. Lu Chen nodded and stepped onto the staircase with Mu Qingqing, while Lu Xian and the others followed closely behind. As they walked across the moss-covered steps, a bright light appeared ahead. Mu Qingqing walked side by side with Lu Chen, her smile radiant, introducing the origins of the training camp as they went. The training camp was established by the top 10 military forces of the Dragon Kingdom, specifically to cultivate the talents of the nation. It housed dozens of SSS-level combat techniques, numerous top-tier secret arts, and some elite breathing methods. Some of these elite breathing methods were derived from relics, while others had been passed down since ancient times in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting a depth that surpassed that of certain hidden sects that had existed for millennia. Because of this, many hidden sects were willing to send their geniuses here, hoping to help them go further. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, for some top hidden sects having even one SSS-level combat technique was already impressive, and even the most powerful ones had only 2 or 3. Yet the training camp had over a dozen, and these were combat techniques, with another dozen combat techniques and elite breathing methods. Just from this perspective, the foundation was indeed profound. The reason SSS-level combat techniques were so revered was not only due to their unparalleled power but also because practicing multiple SSS-level techniques would increase the concentration of Qi, making one stronger. This was something Lu Chen only realized after practicing the Beast God 7 kills. His current Qi contained a killing aura, which was granted by the Beast God 7 kills combat technique. It was hard to imagine how powerful someone would be if they mastered a dozen SSS-level combat techniques. The training camp's foundation is indeed solid, but unfortunately, even one SSS-level combat technique requires a massive amount of military merit. Wang Gang, I, and others have been in the training camp for 2 years, yet we still haven't earned enough military merit, Mu Qingqing sighed lightly, informing Lu Chen that one SSS-level combat technique required 10 million military merits. The training camp had its own independent calculation method for military merit. A 7th-tier exotic beast was worth 100 military merits, meaning 10 million military merits required the slaughter of 100,000 7th-tier exotic beasts, equivalent to a super-large beast tide. A super-large beast tide could crush even 8th-tier Qi masters with sheer numbers, let alone their group of 7th-tier Qi masters. Indeed, it is a gathering of geniuses. Even 7th-tier exotic beasts are only worth 100 military merits. Lu Chen nodded silently, realizing he had come to the right place. The geniuses here were all stronger than those outside, and being close to the border and the secret realms meant there were many exotic beasts, with beast tides occasionally appearing. Mu Qingqing continued to explain that the students of the training camp needed to carry out 3 missions each month, which included clearing beast tides. Here we are. After passing through the staircase and reaching the bright end, Mu Qingqing stopped and turned to look at Lu Chen beside her. This is the training camp. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Wang Gang and the others also cupped their hands in greeting. Lu Chen's strength was undoubtedly the strongest among the 6, and once he entered the training camp he would surely rise to prominence. Now was the best time to cling to a powerful ally. Lu Chen stepped into the light, reaching the end of the staircase, and gazed out at a vast space. The first thing that caught his eye was a stone archway. Looking inside, there were many steps leading to different floating mountains, all shrouded in mist, with clouds swirling and colors shimmering, making them appear even more sacred. Through the mist, one could see houses perched atop the mountains, arranged in a staggered manner, all featuring a more ancient architectural style. Directly ahead, there was a broader staircase leading up to the clouds, stopping at a height of 100 meters. Here, a platform was present, with 20 iron chains hanging from its edge, each chain connected to a floating mountain, and on each mountain stood a quaint villa, surrounded by flowers and plants, with silver waterfalls cascading down, resembling a fairyland. Lu Chen gazed at this fantastical scene, somewhat entranced. The arrangement of this space seemed a bit too extravagant, didn't it? Mu Qingqing noticed Lu Chen staring at the 20 towering mountains above, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she smiled and explained, "This is the residence of the top 20 on the Qing training camp's dragon and tiger list. Each person enjoys an entire mountain and a whole villa, plus there are gathering formations for Qi, making cultivation much more effective." Lu Chen nodded lightly and then asked, "How many people are there in the Qing training camp?" "A total of 236, coming from hidden sects, 6 top academies, and 10 military factions, along with some young Qi masters without affiliations entering the camp." "Where do they live?" "Over there," Mu Qingqing pointed to the nearby mountains, where houses were clustered together.
Under normal circumstances, most chi masters can only live together, each having a room, with over 20 people sharing a
mountain, and there are no gathering formations. If they want to use a gathering formation for cultivation, they have to specifically go to the training mountain. Lu Chen glanced at that mountain. Although the scenery was nice, compared to these independent 20 mountains, it felt somewhat desolate. After all, not only was the environment inferior to the solitary mountains, but even the height was overshadowed by them. Clearly, this was intentional by the camp's administrators, aiming to create a disparity in status among the chi masters here, motivating them to strive harder. Brother Lu, since you're new here, let me take you to register, Mu Qingqing said, glancing at Wang Gang and the others, who immediately understood and clasped their fists in farewell to Lu Chen. Then, with a beaming smile, Mu Qingqing looked at Lu Chen facing the sunlight, her skin snow-white, even the fine hairs on her face tinged with a golden hue, stunningly beautiful. She intended to showcase her appearance to Lu Chen. In terms of talent, few in the Qing training camp could rival Lu Chen. In terms of strength, Lu Chen was certainly among the top 20. Such a prodigy, Mu Qingqing naturally wanted to strike up a conversation. Lu Chen did not stop her, allowing Mu Qingqing to lead the way as they walked side by side into the Qing training camp, then headed to a small wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain to register. Is Uncle Mu here? I have a friend who just entered the Qing training camp and needs to register, Mu Qingqing called out as they arrived at the cabin. After a while, an elderly man about 1.5 meters tall slowly walked over, glanced at Lu Chen, and nodded. Sure, what's your name? Do you have a token from a lord? The old man took out a notebook and a pen, then looked up at Lu Chen. My name is Lu Chen. Lu Chen brushed his fingers over his waist token, and a dark black metal token appeared in his hand, which he handed to the old man. The old man was taken aback when he saw the dark token, took it, and upon inspection, realized it was indeed the token of Lin Yi, the military lord, looking up at Lu Chen in surprise. You were recommended by Lord Lin? To be precise, he personally came to Fire Hua Academy to invite me. Now that he had entered the Qing training camp, Lu Chen no longer held back. The more he showcased his uniqueness, the more attention he could attract from the strong. Indeed, as soon as he said this, the old man's expression changed, utterly shocked. Even Mu Qingqing beside him covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, shimmering with a strange light. At that moment, the old man looked at the token in his hand, then back at Lu Chen. This token was definitely Lin Yi's, that much was certain. But would Lin Yi really go to Fire Hua Academy to recruit a student? More than 200 trainees in the training camp were mostly recommended by the lords, while some came on their own. Very few were introduced by the military leader, and those personally invited by the military leader could be counted on one hand. Is this kid really that extraordinary, to the point where even Lin Yi has to personally invite him? Although it's unclear whether what Lu Chen said is true, holding Lin Yi's token already proves his strength, so he wouldn't lie about this matter. When did the Fire Hua Academy produce a genius capable of competing with the Dragon Crystal Academy and the Tenya Academy? The old man thought to himself, glancing at the red token at Lu Chen's waist, which indeed belonged to a direct disciple of the Fire Hua Academy. This person before him truly came from the Fire Hua Academy. The old man regained his composure, noted down his name, and then used the token to make an imprint on a piece of paper before returning the token to Lu Chen. This is your housing certificate. You can go to the mountain at the end and find an empty room to live in directly. The old man handed a wooden plaque to Lu Chen, but Lu Chen did not take it. He didn't like living with others. Since entering the Fire Hua Academy, he had always lived alone. Now, being asked to squeeze into a villa with a group of people made him uncomfortable. Senior, what do I need to do to live in one of the 20 separate courtyards? Lu Chen pointed to the 20 independent mountains above, each symbolizing status. The old man shook his head, feeling that Lu Chen was a bit too impatient, and said, These 20 independent mountains are not under my jurisdiction. If you want to live there, you must challenge the owner of one of the independent mountains, defeat him, and you can naturally move in. I see, thank you. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude and prepared to head up the mountain. The old man stopped him, a wooden plaque hovering in front of his chest. You should take this housing certificate first, so you don't have to make another trip later. No need. If I can't even take this down, what's the point of coming here? Lu Chen's tone was calm, but his words were quite arrogant. The old man shook his head, took back the wooden plaque, and said no more. Lu Chen walked up the mountain, with Mu Qingqing closely following behind. Mu Qingqing looked worried and reminded him, Brother Lu, although your strength is comparable to the top 20, those in the top 20 are generally veterans with over 5 years in the training camp, and they have mastered at least 2 SSS level combat skills. You might not gain an advantage in a fight with them. It would be better to wait a few months until your strength improves before battling. That way, your chances of winning would be much greater. 1 SSS level combat skill can drastically increase a Chi Master's combat power, let alone two. Each person present was a rare talent among millions, and challenging above one's level was commonplace. Lu Chen was only at the first level of the 7th stage. No matter how strong he was, he might not be able to match someone who had reached the peak of the 7th stage. After all, the latter had truly fought against 8th stage Chi Masters and were no pushovers, some even having the upper hand. No need, it's just 2 SSS level combat skills, they don't pose a threat to me. Lu Chen didn't elaborate much. He was determined to take one of these 20 independent mountains as his dormitory. However, he also knew that the training camp was filled with geniuses among millions, so he didn't rush to challenge the top but chose the 19th instead. The reason for not choosing the 20th was that even if he won, if someone else wanted to challenge afterward, they would immediately look for the 20th, and Lu Chen didn't want to get entangled with those people too much, so he decisively chose the 19th. Mu Qingqing had been following Lu Chen closely, and seeing that she couldn't persuade him, she stopped trying and instead told Lu Chen some information about the 19th. The 19th on the training camp's dragon and tiger list is named Shangguan Rui, one of the 3 heirs of the top hidden sect, the Tianlian Divine Sect. He is the only son of the Shangguan family, with astonishing talent, having reached the peak of the 7th stage by the age of 25. Half a year ago, someone saw him fighting against an 8th stage lord, and the two were evenly matched. According to rumors, Shangguan Rui has already stepped half a foot into the 8th tier, and besides practicing the SSS level combat skill of the Tianlian Divine Sect, he has also mastered an SSS level combat skill from the training camp called Dragon Battle in the Wild, which is extremely powerful, unmatched among peers. The Tianlian Divine Sect is a hidden sect. The world knows they possess SSS level combat skills but is unaware of their names or their formidable nature. The SSS level combat skills from the training camp are mostly well known among its members, so Mu Qingqing only knows about Dragon Battle in the Wild and not the other skill. Thank you, Lu Chen nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude to Mu Qingqing. He stepped onto the 100-meter-high platform in the center, glanced at the 19th solitary mountain, and with a movement quickly approached that mountain using the iron chains. Mu Qingqing wanted to follow, but, considering her insufficient strength, she decided that forcing herself to keep up might lead to her being caught in the battle, so she decisively chose a lower floating mountain to watch Lu Chen from above. Lu Chen moved like a dragon, swift as lightning, and soon reached the 19th solitary mountain, Shangguan Rui's residence, using the iron chains. He floated in the air, stepping on the void, his gaze fixed on the courtyard at the mountain's peak, feeling a thick aura spreading outwards from the summit. Lu Chen gathered his energy in his dantian and shouted, "I want this 19th solitary mountain. If you are unconvinced, come out and fight." The sound rolled like thunder, traveling far and wide, causing the mountains below to tremble, and many Chi Masters soared into the air, all looking towards the 19th solitary mountain. What? Someone is challenging Shangguan Rui? It can't be Zhang Yuan, the 20th, right? I've heard he and Shangguan Rui are evenly matched. The crowd from the training camp turned their attention to the 20th solitary mountain, only to find Zhang Yuan standing at the peak, gazing at the 19th solitary mountain, not moving at all, clearly not him. Not Zhang Yuan? Then, could it be some rising star? But why not challenge Zhang Yuan first and instead go for Shangguan Rui? The crowd was puzzled, they were eager to know who was challenging Shangguan Rui, but from such a distance they could only see the person's silhouette, unable to make out who it was. Whoever it is, daring to challenge Shangguan Rui is a sign of courage. It is said that Shangguan Rui has already mastered Dragon Battle in the Wild and has reached great perfection, wielding 2 fully mastered SSS level combat skills. Among peers, only the top 20 on the Dragon and Tiger ranking can rival him. Since it's not Zhang Yuan, this person is likely to be in trouble. Who cares? At least there's a good show to watch. On the lower mountain, people were bustling about. Unable to see clearly, many stood in mid-air, even at the cost of consuming chi, just to secure a good viewing spot. On the 19th solitary mountain, Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his green attire fluttering without wind, making a rustling sound. He looked like a celestial being descended to earth, exuding a powerful aura filled with the essence of slaughter, capable of cutting through grass and trees with a mere wisp. Seeing no one respond, he extended his finger and lightly pointed forward. A green light flickered and swiftly shot towards the courtyard at the mountain's peak, tearing through the air, its sharpness fully revealed. "I didn't want to bother with you, but since you seek your own death, don't blame me." An angry voice echoed from the courtyard, and the next moment, a figure dressed in snow white appeared, shattering a blade of pure metal and rushing towards Lu Chen with a surging aura. Dressed in white, with long hair flowing, resembling ancient attire, Shangguan Rui held a sword in one hand, looking at Lu Chen not far away, filled with both anger and confusion. Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? Lu Chen had just joined the training camp. It would be strange for Shangguan Rui to recognize him. Although he didn't know him, Shangguan Rui was confident he could defeat him within 10 breaths. holding the sword in one hand. The blade was engraved with lotus flowers, and after infusing it with chi, the white lotuses bloomed brilliantly, each petal crystal clear yet containing a strong aura of sharpness. Shangguan Rui was skilled with the sword, he had mastered the momentum of the sword, and now that momentum was transforming into the essence of the sword, its power boundless, even greater than before. I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of my sight, or don't blame me for being rude. Shangguan Rui looked at Lu Chen with indifference, his arms hanging down, the sword light bursting forth with white stars, a blazing radiance, erupting, forming a rain of light that tore through the grass and trees, shattering the rocks. Seeing this, Lu Chen calmly said, "Let's fight somewhere else. Don't destroy my place." As soon as these words were spoken, Shangguan Rui's expression darkened. Even the onlookers around were left speechless. Your place? Shangguan Rui was still standing here perfectly fine. When did the 19th solitary mountain become yours? The crowd muttered to themselves, this guy is so reckless with his words before even starting the fight. He really doesn't regard Shangguan Rui as a person. Shangguan Rui sneered, he hadn't seen someone so fearless in a long time. His figure floated gracefully to the boundary between the 19th and 20th solitary mountains, and he said coolly, "Come here to die." The white lotus in his hand blossomed more fiercely, each petal shimmering like an elixir, intoxicating to behold. The petals fell, each as thin as a cicada's wing, crystal clear and bright, containing sword energy floating around Shangguan Rui like white feathers, protecting him. Lu Chen suddenly appeared in front of Shangguan Rui, who pointed a finger, sending the petals flying towards Lu Chen, countless sword energies coalescing into a beam of sword light, white light bursting forth like a heavenly omen, yet filled with murderous intent. Lu Chen spread his fingers, the azure light flickering at his fingertips, detaching from himself and slashing forward. The sword light collided with the azure light, the powerful energy waves shaking the space, creating ripples. Fortunately, the two were not fighting on the 19th solitary mountain, otherwise the vegetation would have surely withered by now. You actually mastered the sword's momentum, interesting, but unfortunately, your sword's momentum does not transform in the same direction as mine. You are ultimately not my match. Shangguan Rui charged forward with his sword, his figure like white light tearing through the sky, quickly reaching Lu Chen, and with a single sword strike, the sword light shot up into the sky, sword energy swirling around him, attempting to shred Lu Chen. Lu Chen held the azure dragon halberd lightly in his hand, giving it a gentle wave, the wind sweeping away the clouds, striking fiercely against Shangguan Rui's long sword. With a clang, everyone felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, making them uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, the two had clashed dozens of times, the waves generated by their collisions spreading far and wide, rocks rolling down the edges of the 2 solitary mountains, only to vanish before hitting the ground. The crowd was astonished, unable to imagine that someone could fight Shangguan Rui to a standstill, especially someone ranked outside the top 20 on the dragon and tiger list. Who is this fierce person? Do you know him? Some began to inquire among the other chi masters on the low mountains. After all, there were only a little over 200 people in the training camp, so it should be easy to find out about someone. However, when someone asked, the others shook their heads, indicating they were unaware. No one knows him? That can't be, there are so few of us here. If none of you recognize him, he can't be a newcomer, right? As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked, finding it hard to believe. Just then, Lu Xian, who had been with Lu Chen, jumped out to explain to the crowd. Brother Lu indeed just entered the training camp today. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in disbelief. To dare challenge Shangguan Rui right after joining the training camp was commendable courage, especially since he was holding his own against Shangguan Rui, showcasing incredible strength. At that moment, Shangguan Rui and Lu Chen had clashed over 100 times. Shangguan Rui had grasped part of the intent but still couldn't break through Lu Chen's defense. The azure dragon halberd in Lu Chen's hand was a heavy weapon, giving him the upper hand in their collisions. I can't delay any longer. Shangguan Rui had already heard the discussions of others. He felt that continuing the fight would only tarnish his identity. How would others view him if a chi master who had just joined the training camp could fight him for so long? He swung his long sword, pouring all the energy within him into it, merging with the drifting sword energy. Thunder rumbled, the heavens trembled, and a white dragon appeared, measuring dozens of feet long, massive and majestic, coiling in the sky, looking down at everyone, its might instilling terror. SSS level battle skill. Dragon. Battle in the wild. The white dragon coiled high above, a single thread of murderous intent pouring down, causing many to feel immense pressure, their faces turning pale. Dragon battle in the wild. The most lethal SSS level battle skill. This person is going to lose. The crowd shook their heads, sighing deeply. The might of the white dragon was soul-stirring, vivid and lifelike, as if it were a true dragon. The power of the dragon battle in the wild lay in the white dragon refined from the chi mechanism, undoubtedly akin to a real dragon, equivalent to fighting a true dragon. The white dragon's size was like
A small mountain, several times larger than an ordinary beast, and the visual impact alone was enough to instill fear.
Go! With the thought, Shangguan Rui's
long sword merged with the white dragon, its scales bursting forth, white light blazing, sword energy soaring into the sky.
The white dragon roared,
like the spirit of a divine weapon, mixed with sharpness, charging towards Lu Chen. A long worm dares to call itself a dragon.
Lu Chen scoffed with disdain.
The white dragon before him was barely 100 meters long. Compared to a real dragon, it was nothing more than a long worm.
Shangguan Rui, upon hearing
this, was not angry but instead sneered coldly.
If you think it's a long worm, do you dare to take this strike? He was forcing Lu Chen to withstand this move.
The inherent power of the dragon battle in the wild combined with his sword, charged forward like a razor-sharp great sword descending, and if Lu Chen dared to take it, it would be akin to seeking his own death.
What is there to fear?
Lu Chen replied calmly, then pressed down with his palm.
Boom!
The heavens trembled, and everyone looked up, only to see the sky seemingly torn apart by a giant hand, the clouds dispersing, revealing a massive palm print glowing with ancient light, hundreds of feet wide, covering several hundred meters.
A terrifying pressure descended, causing the 19th and
20th solitary mountains to have their vegetation crushed and earth shattered. Zhang Yuan, watching the spectacle from the 20th solitary mountain, frowned, feeling that they should not affect him. He opened his mouth, but looking at the palm print in the sky, even the 100-meter-long white dragon beneath it looked like a loach, and he obediently shut his mouth.
Great Buddha palm. Lu Chen pressed down with one hand, the ancient palm print descending
upon the white dragon, the runes in the palm emitting blinding light as if to transcend the white dragon.
The white dragon curled and roared, trying to
struggle, but despite its utmost effort, it could not move. Under the suppression of the great Buddha palm, its body began to show black cracks, gradually
falling apart. This scene shocked everyone present. What? Shangguan Rui was the most shocked, unable to believe that the dragon battle in the wild was about
to be smashed to pieces by someone with a single slap. At this moment, the palm print pressed down on the white dragon coming towards him, the terrifying pressure making his hands and feet tremble. His brows twitched violently, his pupils constricting, and he hurriedly injected the chi mechanism within him into the white dragon, hoping it would withstand the palm print for him.
Futile.
Lu Chen's light voice came, calm and confident.
With a thought, the white dragon let out a wail and was completely shattered. This scene was witnessed by all, shaking the mountains. The white dragon transformed into white starlight, dissipating beneath the palm print, yet the magnificent palm print did not vanish, continuing to press down towards Shangguan Rui. The crowd stared in shock at the palm print in the sky. The ancient and primordial aura could not be concealed, sweeping across hundreds of meters. Even the two solitary mountains were nearly affected, with rocks continuously rolling down.
Zhang Yuan felt frustrated, wondering who he had offended. These two were fighting, yet it still involved him. But after witnessing Lu Chen shatter the white dragon with a single palm, Zhang Yuan was left speechless, afraid to utter a word
of rebuttal, fearing he might catch Lu Chen's attention.
He realized that whether it was Lu Chen or Shangguan Rui, he could not provoke either. Both were formidable figures. Meanwhile, the great Buddha palm continued to press down towards Shangguan Rui, the air swirling, clouds rolling, instilling fear.
Shangguan Rui's expression changed slightly,
quickly reaching out to retrieve his long sword from afar, his figure retreating sharply, trying to escape the
coverage of the great Buddha palm. He moved extremely fast, as if bearing wings, attempting to retreat back to the 19th solitary mountain, but for some
reason, his body was continuously drawn by the palm print, unable to escape the core area. The overwhelming pressure felt like a mountain crashing down on his head. Shangguan Rui found it hard to move, his face turning a deep shade of red.
What a terrifying SSS-level battle technique. Could it be that this guy has perfected it? Shangguan Rui's heart trembled. The person before him was even younger than he was. Could it be true that someone had fully mastered an SSS-level battle technique?
There's no way to retreat. I can only endure it.
Shangguan Rui frowned, raising his long sword, the blade pressed against his forehead.
Suddenly, a pure white lotus appeared at his brow, projected through the sword's body. The lotus bloomed, its petals glistening like crystals,
floating at Shangguan Rui's brow, radiating white ripples that spread outwards, dazzling to the extreme. Heavenly Lotus divine technique. Shangguan Rui
spoke, his voice cold and filled with killing intent. He pushed with his palm, sending the lotus flying towards Lu Chen. It was small and slow, but the closer it got, the thicker the killing intent became.
The seemingly brilliant white lotus could easily annihilate a 7th-tier perfectionist. The radiant white lotus surged towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression remained calm as he pressed down with his palm, the palm print colliding with the white lotus. Bang!
The space trembled as the white lotus and the palm print clashed, waves of battle energy sweeping through, affecting both the solitary mountain and the low hills. Many people could not withstand this pressure and raised barriers to resist the waves.
Crack! Another crisp sound echoed as cracks
appeared in the palm print, the runes in his palm growing dimmer. The earlier clash with the white dragon had already consumed a lot of energy from the great floating pagoda palm, and now, facing another SSS level battle technique, even the perfected great floating pagoda palm could not continuously withstand 2 SSS level techniques. The crowd watched this scene, sighing in dismay. In the end, is he going to lose? No wonder Shangguan Rui possesses 2 SSS level techniques. This SSS level technique from the White Lotus sect has been cultivated since he became a Chi master, its power far surpassing that of Dragon Battle in the Wild. This newcomer is impressive, but he still can't compete with 2 SSS level techniques. Some felt it was a pity, while others thought it was overreaching and deserved to lose. Shangguan Rui was affected by their words, and before he had even won, the corners of his mouth lifted. You are indeed strong, but unfortunately, my Heavenly Lotus divine technique is nearing perfection. Perhaps you have perfected your SSS level technique, but you only have 1, while I have mastered 2. SSS level techniques grow stronger with higher realms, their transformations becoming increasingly terrifying. Shangguan Rui's Heavenly Lotus divine technique was stuck just before perfection, having cultivated Dragon Battle in the Wild, but that did not mean his Heavenly Lotus divine technique was weak. On the contrary, it was just a hair's breadth away from perfection, much like his own realm. You lost. Shangguan Rui looked at the White Lotus approaching Lu Chen, speaking lightly, his gaze condescending. Is that so? Lu Chen's lips parted slightly, standing calmly in place, his clothes billowing despite the absence of chi energy, whistling through the air. He gazed at the approaching White Lotus and said, when did I ever say I only had 1 battle technique? Ha! Shangguan Rui's pupils constricted as he looked at Lu Chen, only to find he could not see clearly. Lu Chen moved, his figure turned into mist, vanishing from sight, then transformed into a streak of light, sweeping past the White Lotus. The White Lotus shattered, its crystalline petals fracturing and scattering through the air, creating a black crack in space that, though fleeting, still sent chills down people's spines. Beast God 7 kills. The battle technique was unleashed, a surge of killing intent emerging. Lu Chen was originally 300 to 400 meters away from Shangguan Rui, but in an instant, Shangguan Rui felt a chill at his neck. Lowering his head, he saw a dark blue spear horizontally positioned across his chest, its tip aimed at his throat. Lu Chen held the spear in one hand, glanced at the silent Shangguan Rui, and said coolly, you lost. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Rui's heart sank violently. At that moment, the crowd below the solitary mountain watched as Lu Chen held the azure dragon spear against Shangguan Rui's chest, each one of them gaping in shock. He won? What the hell? How did he win? I couldn't see at all how he approached Shangguan Rui just now. Was it spatial teleportation? Could it be that he has already become an 8th tier master? The crowd was filled with terror. They couldn't see through Lu Chen's methods at all. But it was undeniable that Lu Chen had won, defeating Shangguan Rui, who was ranked 19th on the Dragon and Tiger list, a half-step master. Lu Chen's strength exceeded everyone's expectations, making those who had previously mocked him for being overconfident feel their faces flush with embarrassment. He won. This should still be a newcomer, yet he managed to break into the Dragon and Tiger list. The younger generation is indeed formidable. The crowd was buzzing, even more excited than if they had personally defeated the 19th-ranked Shangguan Rui. In the sky, Shangguan Rui looked like a deflated balloon, his entire being radiating defeat. He glanced at Lu Chen, who appeared indifferent beside him, his voice choked. You also mastered 2 SSS-level combat techniques? Lu Chen nodded lightly. Seeing this, Shangguan Rui chose not to say more. He had thought that mastering 2 SSS-level combat techniques by the age of 25 was already impressive, but who would have thought there would be someone younger than him who had also mastered 2 SSS-level combat techniques, one of which was perfected, and the other was not far behind. At the very least, he couldn't see how Lu Chen had approached him. If it had been a real battle, he would have been dead by now. You won, the 19th solitary mountain is yours. Shangguan Rui accepted defeat gracefully, cupping his hands in salute to Lu Chen before flying towards the 20th solitary mountain. He lost, but that didn't mean he had to squeeze in with others on the low mountain. On the 20th solitary mountain, Zhang Yuan watched as Shangguan Rui approached, his expression indifferent, clearly here to challenge. Although Shangguan Rui's aura was not as strong as before, as long as he recovered, his strength would still surpass Zhang Yuan's. Zhang Yuan sighed, silently conceding the 20th solitary mountain to Shangguan Rui and turning to leave. He secretly vowed to learn a new SSS-level combat technique as soon as possible and reclaim the 20th solitary mountain. Zhang Yuan's departure was unexpected for everyone. They had thought Zhang Yuan would fight Shangguan Rui again and were ready to watch, but instead, Zhang Yuan left without a word, avoiding a direct confrontation with Shangguan Rui. No one called Zhang Yuan cowardly. After all, Shangguan Rui came from the Tianlian Divine Sect, a top hidden sect, and was a prominent figure in this gathering of talents at the training camp. Zhang Yuan's ability to break into the top 20 of the former Dragon and Tiger list proved his strength. At the very least, no one dared to openly criticize Zhang Yuan, fearing he might unleash his pent-up frustration on them.
The 20th place is indeed a troublesome time, Lu Chen remarked, glancing at the departing Zhang Yuan before retracting his gaze. Zhang Yuan was quite perceptive, knowing he was no match for Shangguan Rui and decisively retreating.
Being able to bend and stretch, if this person does not fall, he will achieve
great things in the future.
Of course, Lu Chen did not take this small episode to heart.
After dealing with Shangguan Rui, Lu Chen had no time to care about what others were saying and directly returned to the 19th solitary mountain, entering the villa at the mountain's peak. There were still things left by Shangguan Rui here, and just as Lu Chen was contemplating how to handle them, Shangguan Rui arrived, asking Lu Chen to return his belongings. Lu Chen had no interest in his things and simply tossed them back to him. After Shangguan Rui left, Lu Chen tidied up the villa, leaving no trace of Shangguan Rui behind. At the foot of the mountain, in a wooden house, the old man watched the entire battle, muttering "freak, oddball" to himself, then returned to his room with a puzzled expression. Lu Chen officially took residence in the 19th solitary mountain. From this battle today, Lu Chen's reputation soared. From the mouths of Wang Gang, Lu Xian, and others, everyone learned that this person was named Lu Chen, who had just joined the training camp on the first day. Defeating Shangguan Rui on his first day in the training camp and seemingly displaying 2 SSS-level combat techniques made many curious about
Lu Chen's background, suspecting he came from a significant hidden sect, perhaps as a young master or heir of the sect.
Otherwise, no one could explain
how he had mastered 2 SSS-level combat techniques before even entering the sect. Lu Chen naturally heard the doubts from the outside world, but he was
indifferent to them, letting them speculate as they wished. On the second day after Lu Chen had rested and entered the training camp, Mu Qingqing visited. Again, she, along with Wang Gang and 3 others, climbed the mountain to congratulate Lu Chen on defeating Shangguan Rui and claiming the 19th solitary mountain.
Brother Lu, your battle yesterday was astonishing. Now the entire training camp is buzzing about you, even surpassing the top 3 geniuses
on the Dragon and Tiger rankings. The moment I saw Brother Lu, I knew you were extraordinary. You shone brightly as soon as you entered the training camp, truly transforming like a dragon upon encountering the wind. Brother Lu, could you teach me a few moves? Apart from Mu Qingqing, the other 4 were all fawning over Lu Chen.
He was not particularly interested in their flattery and only exchanged a few casual words. Soon after, the 4 did not linger, leaving their gifts behind as they departed the courtyard. Only Lu Chen and Mu Qingqing remained on the mountain. At this moment, Mu Qingqing had changed out of her long dress and into a traditional Han skirt, which, combined with her inherently classical demeanor, made her appear even more elegant. Her beautiful, flawless face looked even more stunning. Lu Chen's courtyard was filled with clusters of flowers, and standing among them, Mu Qingqing made the flowers seem somewhat dull in comparison. She truly embodied the saying of being so beautiful that she could outshine the moon in flowers. Congratulations, Brother Lu, for claiming a solitary mountain on your first day. From now on, you can live here alone. I wish I could be like Brother Lu. I wouldn't have to squeeze in among the low hills. Mu Qingqing genuinely envied him. Claiming a solitary mountain with a courtyard full of beautiful flowers was quite tempting for a woman. Lu Chen waved his hand casually and spoke. If you like, you can come and stay here. This place is quite spacious, but you'll have to do my laundry and cook for me just as a deposit for living here. Then I'll pass. If I were to live with Brother Lu, the outside world wouldn't know how to view you, which would tarnish your reputation. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen looked at Mu Qingqing in surprise. Other women were afraid of their own reputations being damaged, yet she was worried about his. However, Mu Qingqing's words also hinted at a potential ulterior motive, and Lu Chen decided to withhold judgment for now. By the way, Brother Lu, I noticed that your chi contains spiritual energy, so you must be using some kind of breathing technique. It seems your physique leans towards the ancient Orthodox bloodline, but your spiritual energy isn't very dense. If you rely solely on this level of spiritual energy to break through to the 8th stage, it might be difficult. I have a breathing technique from my sect. If you don't mind, you can take it and practice. Mu Qingqing took out an ancient book, the cover of which looked quite new, suggesting it was a copy. Although it was a copy, a breathing technique, even if replicated, wouldn't differ much from the original. This is the Tianyuan breathing technique, which should be more powerful than the one you're practicing, at least making it easier for you to break through to the 8th stage. Lu Chen took the ancient book that Mu Qingqing handed him, opened it, and found that it was indeed a breathing technique. Mu Qingqing hadn't lied to him. He was aware of his own situation. It was precisely because he lacked a suitable breathing technique that he had destroyed a sect in the 9 Suns Immortal Cave to obtain one. However, he hadn't paid much attention. to the breathing technique at the time, so after destroying the Futian cave, he hadn't raided their sex treasury, leaving him with only one breathing technique to this day. Joining the training camp was partly to earn violence points and partly to obtain a top-tier breathing technique. Mu Qingqing gifting him a breathing technique was truly a heartfelt gesture. Thank you. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude without hesitation, directly putting the breathing technique away. Brother Lu, you don't need to be polite. Since I've given you the breathing technique, I won't stay any longer. Farewell. Mu Qingqing gently cupped her hands and turned to leave. Lu Chen did not see her off, as it was unnecessary. Just the favor of giving him the breathing technique was enough for him to develop a good impression of her. Of course, this was limited to the future, should she encounter trouble and he needed to step in to save her, rather than any romantic feelings. Mu Qingqing was very beautiful, but Lu Chen was not moved. I should study this breathing technique for now. Lu Chen returned to his room, took out an ancient book, and began practicing the breathing technique according to the methods described within. Having practiced the breathing technique once before, he quickly got the hang of it this time, mastering the intricacies of the Tianyuan breathing technique in no time. Although it was more complicated to practice than the Zhoushuan breathing technique, it could temper the physical body and enhance its strength, and with each breath he absorbed much more spiritual energy than with the Zhoushuan method. Mu Qingqing had been conservative in her words. The Tianyuan breathing technique was not just slightly better than the Zhoushuan breathing technique, it was a complete domination. Indeed, a third-rate sect like the Nine Suns Immortal Cave could not produce anything of value. Lu Chen continued to practice, and with each inhalation and exhalation his body grew brighter, even the organs within him sparkled with divine light, resembling those who had achieved sanctification through their physical bodies, radiating brilliance. As night deepened, Lu Chen opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and felt a slight shock in his heart. I've increased my punching power by 20,000 Jin in such a short time? Unfortunately, this is the only time. It will be much harder to improve from here on. Speaking of the physical body, Lu Chen thought of the Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation. Coincidentally, the training camp had exits at every fortress, and the entrance was at the 36th fortress. He planned to visit it tomorrow. The next day, Lu Chen got up early, left Dushan, and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just as he was about to leave, he was called over by an old man in front of a wooden house. Kid, if you want to go out, you need to register first and pick up a token from me, otherwise, you won't be able to get back in. The old man brought Lu Chen over and explained carefully that this was an independent space created by a 9th-tier grandmaster, and only those holding a token could open the entrance. If Lu Chen just ran out like that, he would have to wait a long time to get back in. Thank you. Lu Chen took the token from the old man, thanked him, and stepped through the stone archway, setting off towards the 36th fortress. At the end of the stone archway was a series of descending steps, each marked with the number of the fortress. Lu Chen chose the 36th fortress and dove down. He used the steps to leave the training camp. He returned to the 36th fortress and to the small inn. The old man was lying on a recliner, fanning himself with a palm fan, not even lifting his head. 200,000 a day for lodging, no credit. Lu Chen walked into the inn, looked at the old man with his eyes closed, and smiled. How much for a monthly stay? Hearing the familiar voice, the old man thought he misheard, opened his eyes, and saw Lu Chen smiling at him. What are you doing here, kid? Didn't you go to the training camp? It's been half a month, have you not found the training camp? The old man was somewhat suspicious. This kid had broken through the killing formation he set up, so he shouldn't be that incompetent, right? I found it. Lu Chen revealed 2 tokens from his waist, one from the Huahua Academy and one from the training camp. The training camp doesn't prohibit going out. I had some free time and thought I'd come here to temper my body. Lu Chen's current punching power was 150,000 Jin. With one punch, it was equivalent to a 7th-tier initial stage killing move unleashed with all his strength. He planned to continue refining himself, aiming for a physical strength of 500,000 Jin, which would be comparable to a 7th-tier late stage or even a perfected Chi master. Well, you really are quite free, coming all the way here. The old man waved his hand, and a token floated from the counter into Lu Chen's hand. 3rd floor, 200,000 a day. Whether you want a monthly or yearly stay, it's still 200,000 a day, no discounts, no offers. The old man was clearly a bit rigid. Even if the inn was empty, he was unwilling to lower the price. However, he just lay there every day, occasionally eating a meal, and he didn't even know what to do with all that money. Lu Chen took the token and asked in confusion, why are there still people on the 3rd floor? Is it that same person from before? He had already been gone for half a month and still couldn't get a room on the 3rd floor. It was quite unfortunate. No, it's a girl, quite beautiful. Seems to come from a hidden sect. You kid, with such strong blood energy, have you been single for a long time? Why not go for a chance encounter? After all, this is an inn. What you do after the encounter is up to you. I haven't installed any surveillance in the rooms. You old rascal.
Lu Chen cursed. But he was smiling. For some reason, here, Lu Chen felt an unprecedented ease, as if he regarded the old man as family. Before going upstairs, he told the old man about his experiences in the ruins. If he hadn't attended 3 classes here, he might have been killed in the killing formation. You kid are quite lucky. That killing formation is not even as good as my Thunderfire Twin Dragons formation. If it were a killing formation like my Thunderfire Twin Dragons formation, you definitely wouldn't have made it out. The old man spoke casually. Lu Chen knew he wasn't lying. That killing formation was not as intricate as the Thunderfire Twin Dragons formation, giving Lu Chen plenty of time to think. If it were like the Thunderfire Twin Dragons formation, with thunder and fire pressing in, and the twin dragons roaring, Lu Chen wouldn't have had any extra chance to react, let alone find the formation's eye. After finishing his conversation with the old man, Lu Chen went upstairs. He arrived at the only room on the 3rd floor, used his token to unlock it, and walked in. Once inside, Lu Chen skillfully activated the Thunderfire Twin Dragons formation. Lightning and flames surged from the cracks in the walls and floor, drilling into his body. Lu Chen opened his pores wide, allowing the thunder and fire to penetrate him. The thunder and fire scorched his skin, meridians, blood, and internal organs. Even his chi mechanism was being burned and struck. Lu Chen thought that after going through so much and having his realm raised to the 7th level, he could withstand the Thunderfire Twin Dragons formation. At worst, he could last for 2 hours. But he was mistaken. The might of the thunder and fire was not to be trifled with. His internal organs were quickly burned by the fierce flames and struck by the lightning, soon cracking open, and Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he felt increasingly spirited and radiant. Enduring the fire and lightning, he lasted an hour and a half before ending the Thunderfire body refinement, forcing them out of his body. An hour and a half, 20,000 pounds of fist strength, not bad. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with this result. At this rate, in half a month, he would have nearly 500,000 pounds of fist strength. By then, he couldn't even imagine how terrifying the power of a single punch would be. It's a pity the might of the thunder and fire is too fierce, otherwise, I could have gritted my teeth and continued training. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The damage from the thunder and fire still lingered, with cracks in his internal organs and blood continuously surging out. Although he was injured, Lu Chen's organs displayed a strange color of red and purple, with the power of thunder and fire lingering within. He released his chi mechanism, which flickered with flames and lightning, but it only lasted for a frame before quickly disappearing. Lu Chen rested for a while before getting up and walking downstairs. He planned to take the old man to the tavern across the street for a meal and casually ask if there were any other body refining formations. The Thunderfire Twin Dragons formation was too intense. At most, he could endure it for an hour and a half a day. If he switched to something gentler, he might be able to train for half a day. As Lu Chen left the 3rd floor, he encountered a woman in a purple dress on the 2nd floor. The woman had a pair of beautiful purple eyes that were captivating and had a magnetic charm that made one unable to look away. However, at that moment, a hint of surprise flashed in her purple eyes as she stared blankly at Lu Chen. She couldn't believe she would see Lu Chen here. Long time no see, Nan Gongling said softly, smiling. She was already beautiful, and with that smile, she was even more enchanting, stunning beyond compare. For the one who saved her in the desert, Nan Gongling had a very good impression of him. Although this person had dealt with the Blood Forest in a brutal manner, she thought that was the Blood Forest's own doing. Lu Chen was merely returning the favor. Seeing Lu Chen again, Nan Gongling smiled brightly. Lu Chen nodded slightly. He hadn't expected to find Nan Gongling here. It was rare for a woman, delicate and curvaceous, to also use the Thunderfire Twin Dragons formation to temper her body. The thought of her developing a muscular physique from the forging was something Lu Chen couldn't even dare to imagine. Seeing Lu Chen staring at her with a strange look, Nan Gongling seemed to understand something. Her pretty face slightly flushed as she hesitantly spoke. Our sect has a secret technique. The stronger the physical body, the greater the power will be, and it won't affect appearance. Lu Chen suddenly realized and nodded. After that, he didn't say much more and walked down the stairs side by side with Nan Gongling. When they reached the bottom, the old man was lying in a rocking chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to look, and when he saw the two coming down together, his eyes widened in surprise as he silently gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. Impressive. This kid is even more formidable than I was at his age, so good at charming girls. He's quite a character. You brat said I was lecherous, but you went up for just over an hour and already charmed her. You really are something, the old man said, staring at Lu Chen and communicating with him through thought. This kid's abilities are truly remarkable. He can charm such a beautiful girl in no time. I wasn't even as charming when I was young. Lu Chen felt helpless but didn't bother explaining to the old man. After coming down from upstairs with Nan Gongling, he directly invited the old man to go eat at the tavern. I won't go, I don't like crowds.
Just bring me something back, the old man replied. Seeing him say that, Lu Chen didn't insist and planned to bring him a meal later. At that moment, Nangong Ling, who had been following Lu Chen, suddenly spoke up. If you don't mind, let me treat you to this meal as a way to repay a part of your previous life-saving grace. Lu Chen nodded slightly, not refusing. If it weren't for him, Nangong Ling might have already perished in the belly of a beast. Since she wanted to treat him, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't decline. Of course, the main reason was that Lu Chen felt it didn't matter whether she treated him or not. Seeing this, Nangong Ling smiled gently, nodded goodbye to the old man, and then took Lu Chen to the tavern across the street. Nangong Ling booked a private room and ordered all the signature dishes. After a few rounds of drinks, Nangong Ling suddenly asked, "Have you found the youth training camp?" Just as Lu Chen was about to nod, Nangong Ling continued, "I've been wandering around the 7th Army for nearly half a month and finally found a trace of the youth training camp. A senior knows where it is, and I paid a hefty price to have him take us there. If you haven't found it yet, why not come with me?" As Nangong Ling recalled this matter, she felt both happy and somewhat helpless. When she first arrived at the 7th Army, she was full of ambition, thinking she could quickly enter the youth training camp and showcase her skills. However, after wandering between several fortresses for nearly half a month trying to gather information, she still hadn't found the location of the camp. Just a few days ago, she happened to meet a senior who claimed to know where the youth training camp was and even provided a photo of it. The place was a paradise with mountains floating in the sky, mist swirling, clouds rising and falling, and silver waterfalls cascading down. That was exactly the youth training camp she had been searching for. Seeing the camp so close, Nangong Ling pressed for details and ultimately paid a significant price to have that senior guide them. She had planned to find that senior after training her body at the inn today to give him the promised reward, but coincidentally ran into Lu Chen. Remembering what had happened in the desert, Nangong Ling thought it best to bring him along to the youth training camp. While Lu Chen was eating, he heard Nangong Ling's words and felt little emotional fluctuation. But out of courtesy for their meal together, he took out the token the old man had given him and placed it on the table. Nangong Ling looked at the token, puzzled. "What is this, Brother Lu?" "With this token, head north for 300 meters and there will be an open space. Then take out the token, and a path to the youth training camp will appear." As soon as he said this, Nangong Ling's lips parted slightly, her violet eyes filled with astonishment. Brother Lu has already found the youth training camp? Lu Chen didn't speak, but the outcome was clearly evident. Nangong Ling looked at Lu Chen, thought for a long time, and then felt that everything made perfect sense. Lu Chen's strength was greater than her own, and his thinking was more agile. Among the three, she should have been the first to find the training camp. Nangong Ling had previously been feeling pleased with herself, thinking she was finally a step ahead of Lu Chen, only to realize she was still quite a bit slower. "After you go in and collect the token, return it to me at the inn." Lu Chen woke Nangong Ling from her daze and reminded her again. Nangong Ling nodded lightly, stood up, and bowed to Lu Chen. "Thank you, Brother Lu." She picked up the token from the table, her delicate hand brushing against the jade pendant at her waist, taking out the treasure she had promised to that senior earlier, and was about to hand it to Lu Chen when he directly refused. "I'm helping you just out of gratitude for that meal, no need to think too much about it." After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Chen left the private room, leaving Nangong Ling alone. She held the token in her hand, watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, and smiled slightly. "I can finally enter the training camp. First, I'll go find the Qingniao, then we'll go in together, and afterward, I'll return the token to Brother Lu." Although Lu Chen said it was just a meal's worth of gratitude, in Nangong Ling's eyes, what she owed Lu Chen could not be repaid with just one meal. The debt of gratitude had only increased. After leaving the private room, Lu Chen ordered a few more dishes, packed a meal, paid for it himself, and then walked into the small inn. The old man was still resting in the lounge chair and only got up when he saw Lu Chen approaching. Noticing that Nangong Ling was not by his side, he joked, "What's wrong? Did you have a fight with your new girlfriend and scare her off?" "Senior, what relationship do I have with her? You can see that clearly, so why ask me?" Lu Chen did not elaborate further. Although he was brutal and proud, he held a great deal of respect for the old man who had indirectly saved his life. He placed the food on the table and even specially brought a bottle of wine from the restaurant. The old man didn't feel embarrassed at all and directly sat down to eat, saying, "You treat me so well, but I have to make it clear that no matter how good you are to me, there are no discounts. This inn still costs 200,000 a day." Lu Chen shook his head, thinking the old man was hopelessly greedy. While the old man drank and savored the meat, he suddenly said, "There's one more thing I need to tell you. That girl from earlier, her aura is very special. She must have practiced some unique secret technique that can replenish both yin and yang. If you get the chance, you might want to interact with her. It could raise your limits." The old man's meaning was clear. He was suggesting Lu Chen pursue her. However, Lu Chen had no such intention. and shook his head directly. Taking advantage of the old man's drinking break, Lu Chen inquired if there were any other body tempering formations. The Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation was effective for body tempering, but it placed a huge burden on the body and could not be sustained for long. He wanted to find a gentler body tempering formation, like the Firehua Academy's Firehua Tower. Slow results were fine as long as it could enhance his physique. As the designer of the Firehua Tower's formations, the old man was likely to have some knowledge. Don't think about it. After you use the Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation for body tempering, the other body tempering formations will have minimal effect on you. As for the more powerful ones, your little body can't handle it, and I won't set them up for you. It would waste too many precious materials. The old man told Lu Chen that the Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation was a secondary body tempering formation, significantly stronger than the Firehua Tower's secondary body tempering formation. After practicing the Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation, Lu Chen would not see any improvement in his physique if he went to the Firehua Tower. As for the primary body tempering formations, they could easily crush the internal organs of a Chi Master below the 8th rank. Even though Lu Chen's physique was stronger than that of an ordinary person, he could not withstand that kind of pressure. Hearing this, Lu Chen chatted with the old man for a while, then went upstairs. After a while, he began practicing the Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation again. In the following days, Lu Chen stayed at the small inn, using the Thunderfire Twin Dragon formation for body tempering, and during his free time, he conversed with the old man about formations, learning the intricacies of the formations. Unfortunately, Lu Chen did not have a talent for setting up formations. Even the simple ones the old man wanted to teach him, he could not grasp. On the third day at the small inn, Nangong Ling returned his token to Lu Chen. Like Lu Chen, she was also training her body at the inn, but she left after just one day, saying she needed to complete the monthly task for the youth training camp. Lu Chen had some impression of the monthly tasks, but he wasn't in a hurry. He had been training at the inn for a whole week, and his physical strength was improving rapidly, soon breaking through the 200,000 barrier. Lu Chen could feel that with a single punch now, he could unleash the power of a waking dragon. No one at the same level could withstand his blow. Lu Chen continued to stay at the inn, but on the 10th day, after finishing his training and heading downstairs, a petite figure suddenly lunged at him. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to strike, he suddenly sensed that the other party had no intent to kill, so he relaxed and caught the small figure, lifting her up. "Is it you?" Lu Chen recognized the visitor. It was the girl he had encountered in the 10,000 Great Mountains who had insisted on becoming his disciple. "How did you get here?" was Lu Chen's first reaction. The 7th Army was stationed at the border, adjacent to the Xingyue Empire, and one had to cross a vast desert in between, which was desolate and filled with countless exotic beasts. The girl was only at the 4th stage. No, she was already at the 5th stage? Lu Chen looked at the little girl in front of him, feeling quite shocked. Her cultivation speed was almost catching up to his. Lu Chen could advance rapidly in a short time because he had a system that allowed him to level up by devouring the night beasts. But what about the little girl? The last time they met, she was at the 4th stage, 3rd level, and now she was at the early 5th stage. Although her aura was unstable, looking like she had just broken through, it was still impressive. However, that wasn't the most important thing. The crucial point was how a little girl at the 5th stage managed to come all the way from that area. That region was so dangerous that even a 6th stage Chi Master would face a risk of death when passing through. Lin Siye giggled, her cute, rosy face radiating a unique vitality that added to her youthful charm. Dressed in a blue and white dress, she looked innocent. She was being held up by Lu Chen, her small hands hugging his arm like a sloth, which was adorable. She explained, "I came with a big uncle. I told him I was looking for my master, and after hearing that, he agreed to bring me along." Lu Chen looked at Lin Siye with suspicion, feeling that the little girl was definitely not telling the whole truth, or it wasn't that simple. Otherwise, how would the soldiers in the border city dare to take a little girl across the beast-tide area? Just then, the old man woke up from his nap and walked out from behind the door. He glanced at the girl clinging to Lu Chen's arm and let out a surprised "Oh. So, you don't like the big ones but prefer the small ones? Well, here in the 7th Army, we provide a full service for executing death sentences." This time, Lu Chen was no longer calm, his face darkening. What kind of nonsense was this old man saying? The innkeeper, whose name Lu Chen didn't know, had told him to just call him Old Hay after a few days of interaction. Just as Lu Chen was about to explain to Old Hay, Lin Xia jumped down, her little legs moving quickly as she ran to Old Hay, smiling brightly. "Hello, Grandpa. I'm my master's disciple, not his wife." A disciple? Old Hay looked up in shock at Lu Chen, seemingly not expecting someone like him to take on a disciple. During these days of interaction, Old Hay didn't know Lu Chen deeply, but he had gathered that this guy was solely focused on getting stronger, completely obsessed with martial arts. It seemed that Lu Chen himself was unaware of this. Taking on a disciple would consume one's mental energy unless one reached a stage where their advancement slowed down. Generally, no chi master would be willing to take on a disciple too early. Even if they did, they wouldn't have time to teach. I didn't agree to take her. She ran all the way here from the 10,000 Great Mountains by herself, Lu Chen explained.
Ran all the way from the 10,000 Great Mountains? Old He was taken aback, sizing up Lin Xie.
Just as he was about to exclaim in surprise, his pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had seen something even more astonishing.
Little girl, how old are you? You're already a 5th-tier Chi Master?
The old man, who was a stronger Chi Master
than Lu Chen, was stunned when he finally took a closer look at Lin Xie's cultivation level. She looked to be only about 15 or 16, maybe even
a bit younger, yet she possessed the cultivation of a 5th-tier Chi Master. This was just the beginning of the golden cultivation period. Her level was already so terrifying.
If she reached her 20s, wouldn't her cultivation be off the charts?
The old man's eyes lit up as he stared at Lin Xie, as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Kid, don't say anything else. Hurry up and take this little girl as your disciple.
With such talent, she's bound to become a great master in the future. You might even earn the title of a great master's master.
The old man was so excited it was as if Lin Xie were his own disciple. Lu Chen glanced at Lin Xie, who wore a proud expression, and then at the old man, whose eyes were filled with fervor, but he still didn't
agree. He really wasn't good at teaching disciples.
Although he was a direct disciple of the Fire Hua Academy, he didn't possess the ability to educate others. Seeing Lu Chen's refusal, the old man grew anxious and directly asked him, although there aren't many 9th-tier great masters in the Dragon Kingdom,
there are still quite a few.
But do you know why the 2 great mentors from the Longjing Academy and the Tianya Academy are respected by both the official
and hidden factions? Lu Chen shook his head. He really didn't know. He only knew that the 2 great mentors were at the 8th-tier perfection level and had created their own unique SSS-level combat techniques, making them famous in the Dragon Kingdom. As for the more hidden secrets, he was truly unaware. The old man explained, both of those great mentors have trained 9th-tier great masters. Among the current 9th-tier masters in the Dragon Kingdom, there are their former students. As long as their students don't die, these 2 will forever be respected by all forces in the Dragon Kingdom. The so-called peach and plum trees fill the world. The 2 great mentors not only have students everywhere but also the protection of 9th-tier great masters. In this Dragon Kingdom, unless someone is insane, no one would want to provoke them. If you also cultivate a 9th-tier great master in the future, you will become the 3rd great mentor, admired and respected by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Chen nodded. He finally learned this secret today. He looked at Lin Xie and noticed that the pride on her small face was growing stronger, clearly indicating that she had heard every word of the old man's praise. When Lin Xie saw Lu Chen looking at her, she immediately composed herself, her big eyes blinking, looking at Lu Chen with hope and anticipation. She thought that after what this old man said, her master would realize how precious she was and agree to take her as a disciple. Little did she expect that after listening to the old man's lengthy discourse, Lu Chen still shook his head. I don't even have time to cultivate myself. How could I have time to take care of her? Let's forget it. Lu Chen didn't dislike Lin Xie, he simply didn't want to mislead a young disciple. But to Lin Xie, it sounded like Lu Chen was rejecting her, and the sparkle in her eyes dimmed instantly, becoming misty and on the verge of tears. She had come all alone to this place, without friends or family, just to become Lu Chen's disciple, but now she sensed his full disdain in his words, as if he didn't want to accept her. For a little girl like her, this was a huge blow, making her heart feel as if it were being torn apart, causing immense pain, almost unbearable. Did she have to return in such a dejected manner? I understand your concerns, but this little girl is indeed a talent worth nurturing. From the aura around her, it seems that the forces behind her are not prominent. If such a perfect raw gem were placed in a mediocre sect, she might not achieve great success in the future. It would be better to keep her by your side and cultivate a 9th-tier great master for the Dragon Kingdom. Not only would it be a great merit, but you would also gain considerable fame. The old man was insistent on having Lu Chen take Lin Xie in. Seeing how much he liked Lin Xie, Lu Chen asked him why he didn't take her himself. The old man shook his head and sighed. I have some matters to attend to. This little girl has taken me as her master. Her future might dim a bit, but if she takes you as her master, she will have no worries about her future. If you take her as your disciple and you don't have time to teach her, I will teach her for you. The latter part of his words was conveyed to Lu Chen through sound transmission, as saying it out loud would hurt the little girl's pride, even if Lu Chen eventually accepted her. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen said no more and nodded in agreement. Lin Xie was indeed a genius, more gifted than most in the training camp, but if she stayed in a place like the 10,000 Great Mountains, her talent might not be fully realized. Perhaps she could quickly cultivate to the 6th or even 7th rank due to her astonishing talent, but further advancement would require not just
talent, but also the breathing techniques and insights provided by powerful factions. Keeping her in the 10,000 Great Mountains might truly bury a good seedling. Lu Chen looked at Lin Siye, whose tears were falling like raindrops, and walked over, placing a hand on her head. Lin Siye looked up at him, feeling wronged and pitiful, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. Lu Chen gently patted her and said softly, "From now on, consider me your master. However, since I am in the training camp, you won't be able to join me inside, so for most of the time, you'll have to stay here, helping old Hei watch the shop and letting her teach you how to cultivate." "Really?" Lin Siye suddenly stopped crying. She wiped her tears away, although there were still 2 streaks on her cheeks. Her smile was incredibly bright. "Really?" Lu Chen nodded and then directly transmitted the techniques of the Dragon Shattering Star and 9 profound overbearing fire to Lin Siye. SS level combat skills? Lin Siye was astonished, feeling the 2 combat skills in her mind, her eyes wide open. It took her a while to come back to her senses, and she immediately knelt down to bow to Lu Chen. Disciple Lin Siye pays respects to master. Lin Siye was very quick, knocking her head 3 times on the ground, afraid that Lu Chen would change his mind. At the same time, her forehead hurt a bit, and she stumbled as she got up. "Thank you, Grandpa Hei." Lin Siye was very clever. After paying her respects, she ran to old Hei to greet him, sweetly, calling him Grandpa Hei, which made him beam with joy. He immediately made an exception and passed on an SS level combat skill from Tenya Academy to Lin Siye. In the blink of an eye, Lin Siye had obtained 3 SS level combat skills and was so excited that she was almost jumping up and down. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen felt a bit dazed. It seemed that this little girl had obtained SS level combat skills much more easily than he had. After accepting her as a disciple, Lu Chen took Lin Siye to buy a few changes of clothes because he noticed that she was still wearing the same outfit from their first meeting. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, he brought her to a clothing store, allowing her to pick out a few items, and then took her to the 2nd floor of the inn to take a shower. After Nandong Ling left, the 2nd floor belonged to Lu Chen. After changing clothes and taking a shower, Lin Siye looked like a porcelain doll, both spirited and beautiful. After all this, Lu Chen left her to train with old Hei. On most days, old Hei, who would often lounge in a recliner, could now be seen every day teaching Lin Siye how to release combat skills more quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the 20th day since they arrived at the inn. Since Lin Siye had arrived on the 10th day and became Lu Chen's disciple, she had come to pay her respects every day, fulfilling the master-disciple etiquette perfectly. On this day, Lu Chen stepped out of his room. After 20 days of body tempering, his physical strength had reached 500,000 pounds. He had thought he would reach 500,000 pounds of punching power this month, but as time went on, his physical enhancement slowed down. Yesterday, feeling puzzled, he asked old Hei and learned that having too low a cultivation level would also limit physical enhancement. Now that Lu Chen's physical strength had reached 500,000 pounds, he had already achieved the great perfection of the 7th rank. But to improve further, his cultivation level must also rise. However, without the points from violent acts, it was too difficult to improve through mere cultivation. Almost done, it's time to return to the training camp. Lu Chen had been away from the training camp for 20 days, and only a few days remained until the end of the first month. This meant that in the next 10 days he needed to complete 3 tasks, otherwise, even if he was a prodigy on the Dragon and Tiger rankings, he would be expelled from the training camp. Lu Chen went downstairs and saw Black Old and Lin Siye. After training with Black Old, Lin Siye's speed in releasing combat skills had greatly improved, and she had gained a new sharpness, no longer appearing as naive as before. Lu Chen told them about his departure, and before leaving, he wanted to pay Lin Siye's rent. Black Old refused. "No need, Xiaoye is like my granddaughter now. I plan to leave this inn to her in the future." Black Old was very fond of Lin Siye, treating her like a real granddaughter. After training each day, he would take her out for a stroll, resembling a grandparent and grandchild. Lu Chen did not insist on giving Black Old money, as the latter truly did not lack. He bid farewell to the two, and Lin Siye waved goodbye to Lu Chen, feeling very reluctant. Lu Chen left the inn and headed to the open space. After taking out the token, a staircase appeared before him. Following the stairs, Lu Chen quickly arrived at the stone archway and stepped inside. As he passed by the wooden house, the old man inside saw Lu Chen and exclaimed in surprise, "You brat actually came back. I thought you had fallen outside. You really don't know how to speak." Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. He approached the old man and asked where to take on tasks. "What a coincidence, I also post tasks part-time, and I happen to have a few easier ones here. Just pick 3 at random so you won't get kicked out." The old man knew Lu Chen only had 10 days left and didn't make it difficult for him, pulling out the 3 simplest tasks. Lu Chen glanced at them, found the military merits too low, and decisively discarded them. "Do you have any with higher military merits?" Lu Chen selected 3 tasks with military merits reaching 500,000.
from the dazzling array of tasks. The old man looked at Lu Chen taking these 3 tasks and exclaimed, choosing such difficult tasks, are you planning to leave the training camp? The old man genuinely did not expect that Lu Chen would choose 3 extremely challenging tasks with only 10 days left. At least among the 3 tasks Lu Chen selected, any one of them would take at least 4 to 5 days to complete, even for someone in the top 20 of the Dragon and Tiger rankings. Lu Chen chose 3 identical tasks at once. Although the military merits were indeed high, it was clearly overestimating his abilities. The old man stared at Lu Chen and told him that the priority was to find 3 simple tasks first, otherwise, even if he was personally invited by Linyi to enter the training camp, he would still be expelled if he failed to complete the tasks on time. No need, I believe I can complete them. Lu Chen accepted the 3 tasks and took the task tokens directly. The old man watched Lu Chen's back and shook his head, his expression helpless. The saying, a young calf is not afraid of tigers, must refer to this kid. Lu Chen entered the training camp, wandered around, and then walked out again. The 3 tasks he accepted had military merits reaching 500,000, and one of them had a guaranteed military merit of 500,000, with the remaining military merit determined by the quality of task completion, potentially reaching 1 million. As long as Lu Chen performed exceptionally, he could earn 2 million military merits. Most of the tasks in the training camp are about clearing beast tides. It seems that there are indeed more exotic beasts in this area than in others. Lu Chen looked at the task tokens in his hand. 2 of the 3 tasks were about clearing beast tides, while the other required him to hunt a severely injured early-stage 8th-tier exotic beast, the cracking sky-black tiger. The first 2 tasks posed no difficulty for Lu Chen. Although they were labeled as clearing beast tides, they had already been wiped out by the 7th Army, leaving only the remnants of the beast tide. He only needed to intercept and slay all the exotic beasts to complete the task. The task tokens indicated the locations, and Lu Chen quickly rushed to that area according to the addresses. Outside the fortress, the yellow sand was flying, and dust was swirling. Lu Chen arrived at this place, glanced at the clear hoof prints in the desert beneath his feet, and then looked in the direction the prince had departed. His figure transformed into a beam of light, swiftly giving chase. A few minutes later, the swirling yellow sand ahead increased significantly, and soon he saw groups of exotic beasts fleeing in panic. They were all running in an orderly fashion, traversing the desert and moving deeper without trampling over each other or scattering. Instead, they were united, very organized and disciplined. Lu Chen suddenly understood why the training camp had issued the task to hunt down the remnants of the beast tide. If these surviving exotic beasts were fleeing in disarray, it would indicate that their mainstay had collapsed and they would have long since scattered. But now, these exotic beasts were organized and disciplined, indicating that the leader they had previously slain was not the true leader of this group, but rather someone else, likely hiding deep in the desert. If these remaining exotic beasts were not completely eradicated, they would return and, after a brief rest, become a formidable fighting force once again. Lu Chen followed behind the beast tide, not striking immediately, but observing the number and strength of the exotic beasts. There were over 100 of these remaining beasts, most of which were of the 5th or 6th rank, with only a few at the 7th rank, forming the vanguard and leading the many beasts into the depths of the desert. While they seemed weak, in reality, once so many exotic beasts charged, they would be more terrifying than a perfected 7th rank. Especially now, as they were exhausted from fleeing, anyone who tried to obstruct them would be engaging in a desperate struggle, fighting for their lives. That's enough, let's hunt. Lu Chen confirmed the number of exotic beasts, and first locked onto the few 7th rank beasts, planning to take them down first. He used a secret technique to float in the air, transforming his figure into a mist, slowly approaching without revealing a hint of presence. Once he confirmed the distance was sufficient, a trace of murderous intent surged from him, not leaving his body but firmly under his control. Yet this condensed killing intent did not weaken, but instead grew stronger, capable of frightening an ordinary 7th rank beast just by its aura. Battle technique. Beast God 7 kills. Lu Chen executed the battle technique, silently merging with the world, transforming into a shadow of light, approaching the foremost exotic beasts with an elusive speed. The azure dragon halberd quietly appeared in his hand, and then its sharpness was revealed. Whoosh! The shadow swept across the sky, swiftly beheading one exotic beast, the tip of the azure dragon. Halberd stained with blood, which did not linger, as the tip flashed again like a cold star, stabbing towards another 7th rank beast. Oh whoa! The beast horde instantly became alert, letting out a series of roars, and quickly scanned their surroundings, searching for the sudden attacker. At this moment, Lu Chen had already beheaded the second 7th rank beast and was rapidly moving forward, blocking the path of all the exotic beasts. The beast saw Lu Chen and roared in unison, with a massive earth bear at the forefront, its eyes blood-red, roaring in anger. Human, do you dare to obstruct us here? Are you not afraid that our master will tear you to pieces?
The Earth Bear was furious, roaring, but it did not dare to take a step forward. It glanced at the two fallen brothers beside it, both at the 6th level of the 7th rank, yet they had been silently beheaded by Lu Chen, one of them not even knowing how it had happened. It understood that Lu Chen was very strong. If it rashly attacked, it would only be killed. So, it was trying to intimidate, hoping to scare Lu Chen away with the might of its master. They were already close to the depths of the desert, and the master might be nearby. If this human sensed that, he might retreat. The ideal was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Lu Chen ignored the Earth Bear, the Azure Dragon halberd flashing like a cold star, its entire energy and killing intent swirling, resembling a spiral enveloping the halberd. Die. Lu Chen's expression was emotionless as he uttered the word indifferently, then swung the Azure Dragon halberd, gathering all the powerful energy at the tip and then smashed downwards, forming a light curtain, through which killing intent poured forth. Human, you seek death. The Earth Bear never expected that Lu Chen would actually ignore his warning, and he was instantly enraged. With a roar, he led the remaining beasts into a charge. The beasts let out deafening roars, thick malevolence appearing above their heads, rising and falling like the sea as they surged towards Lu Chen. Their combined strength coalesced, the malevolence transforming into a blade that clashed with Lu Chen's Azure Dragon halberd, producing a thunderous sound. Black light spewed forth as if to drown everything, attempting to cover Lu Chen and his weapon entirely in malevolence. Lu Chen's expression remained calm as he swung his arm. The Azure Dragon halberd flickered with cold light and flew directly from his hand, piercing through the heavens like a meteor falling to the ground, tearing apart the malevolence, shattering the earth, and leaving the ground in ruins, with yellow sand swirling. The beasts near the explosion retreated in panic. Some of those too close had their organs shattered, falling dead on the spot. Beast God 7 kills. Lu Chen unleashed the Beast God 7 kills once more. This time, he fused the gung metal blade with the Beast God 7 kills. As the azure light left his body, it vanished into the horizon. In the next second, a flash of azure light appeared on the foreheads of the beasts. One after another, they fell into pools of blood, each with a finger-sized blood hole in their brows, directly crushing everything inside their heads. The Earth Bear watched as his comrades fell one by one, trembling all over. He never dreamed that this young man could be so fierce, slaying more than a third of their beasts in the blink of an eye. Although they were now just a remnant of the beast tide, numbering over 100 and of medium to above average quality, they were now being suppressed by a young man who looked like he hadn't even grown all his fur, with comrades dying every second. The azure light fell silently like the Grim Reaper's scythe upon the beasts, and the moment it appeared, lives were directly harvested. The Earth Bear was paralyzed with fear, completely unsure how to counterattack, only able to desperately cover his brow with his palm, then roar, using the sound waves to drive back the lurking killing intent around him. I'll choose you. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the Earth Bear. This Earth Bear was at the 7th level, the strongest among the 100 beasts. Lu Chen had initially intended to leave him for last, but his loud roars were truly affecting his mood. So Lu Chen decided to kill him first. The Earth Bear felt himself being targeted, a chill running up his spine to the crown of his head. He suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Lu Chen. Lu Chen was on a killing spree. To the Earth Bear, he was an insurmountable chasm, and under his gaze, the Earth Bear felt his blood run cold. Roar! Human, do not be too arrogant. The Earth Bear roared, threatening Lu Chen, hoping to intimidate him with his imposing presence. However, the more he shouted, the more Lu Chen wanted to kill him first. Battle technique. 9 Profound overbearing fire. Lu Chen's clothes suddenly caught fire, his arms becoming a riot of colors, flames merging with these colors to form a dazzling 9-colored flame. The 9-colored fire slithered like a snake, climbing to Lu Chen's palm, its end coiling around his wrist. Lu Chen held the 9-colored fire in one hand, the flames swirling and burning fiercely, yet there was not a single trace of fire on his body. Fire gun, condense. Lu Chen grasped the air with one hand, and the 9-colored fire condensed into a fire gun, flames dancing at the tip, 9 colors bursting forth in radiant light. But in the eyes of the Earth Bear, the killing intent of this thing was unimaginable. Just looking at it filled him with uncontrollable fear. Lu Chen moved. He threw the Azure Dragon halberd directly at the Earth Bear, then gripped the fire gun with both hands, his figure darting forward like a 9-colored streak of light diving down, crashing towards the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear, furious and terrified, retreated madly, narrowly avoiding the impact of the Azure Dragon halberd hitting the ground. But in the next second, the 9-colored figure was upon him, the blazing firelight sweeping past, nearly singeing all his fur clean. Lu Chen swung his fire gun, forcing the Earth Bear to retreat step by step. The long spear in his hand danced like a howling wind, sometimes as agile as a spirit snake, sometimes as ferocious as a fierce tiger. The bear's fur quickly caught fire, and the wounds were also burning with flesh and blood. I've seen a ghost. The Earth Bear looked in horror at the burning spots on its body, trying to extinguish the flames with its chi, only to find it utterly ineffective. Especially the 9-colored fire. Burning beneath its skin began to spread through its blood. It frantically tried to put out the flames on its body, but to no avail. These flames were like a visible yet untouchable substance, unimpeded by its chi, forcing it to watch helplessly as they entered its organs through the blood, igniting them as well. The earth bear was engulfed in heat, its fur burning, blood igniting, and organs aflame. Even its chi was burning. The so-called hot blood paled in comparison. The earth bear's expression grew increasingly terrified. Realizing the flames could not be extinguished, it suffered a dual blow to its psyche and body. It suddenly looked up at Lu Chen, its tone turning fierce. "Human, if you dare to kill me, be careful. My master will immediately emerge from the desert and raise your human cities to the ground, turning your blood into rivers. Let me go, and I will report back to my master, giving you humans a month to breathe. Otherwise what?" Lu Chen put away his fire gun, looking at the earth bear indifferently, his eyes devoid of fear, instead filled with mockery. "Otherwise, in a few days, my master will emerge and destroy your cities, slaughter your kind, and we will be locked in a never-ending battle." The earth bear roared, its face twisted in pain from the unrelenting flames. Lu Chen looked at it, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, though the smile was somewhat cold. "Haven't you already been locked in a never-ending battle with humans?" The earth bear's pupils constricted, its gaze darkening as it realized its fate was sealed. Staring at Lu Chen, it said in a deep voice, "Give me a quick death." Tortured by the flames, it understood. It was no match for Lu Chen, and with the latter unwilling to let it go, it sought a swift end. But why would Lu Chen care about the words of a beast? "I hate being threatened by others the most. As punishment for your threat, watch yourself burn to death." Lu Chen pointed, a green light with a sharp aura shot directly toward the earth bear's abdomen. The earth bear raised its hands to block, gathering its chi in front, trying to stop Lu Chen from crippling its chi. However, in the eyes of the green light, the barrier was like a piece of paper, easily pierced through. Thud! The earth bear's abdomen was penetrated. A blood hole the size of a fist appeared, clear from front to back, blood gushing out. Lu Chen didn't kill it but crippled its chi, rendering it unable to self-destruct. The earth bear was horrified, raising its palm to prepare to smash itself, only to have Lu Chen sever both its arms with a blade of metal. And even its legs were cut off, leaving it as nothing more than a bear stick. It stared at Lu Chen, its eyes bulging, watching helplessly as its body was consumed by the nine-colored fire, the pain relentless, causing it to scream continuously. Lu Chen ignored it, the green light reappearing at his fingertips, heading toward the remaining beasts. The earth bear watched helplessly as its companions fell one by one, while it itself was powerless, enduring excruciating torment. It screamed continuously, watching as its flesh was slowly burned away until its vitality was completely consumed, and only then did it take its last breath. In the flames, its body turned to ashes, carried away by the wind, mingling with the yellow sand, drifting high into the sky. After dealing with this batch of remaining beasts, Lu Chen sensed something and turned to look deeper into the desert. He could feel a powerful presence lurking. The sensation of being targeted at the back of his head was clear. It was evident that the beast was preparing to strike, but seemed to hesitate and stopped. Lu Chen felt no fear, even thinking it was a pity. If his strength were a bit greater, he could delve deeper into the desert, plow through it, and harvest a large amount of violent points. He collected the beast core from the dead exotic beast and took a photo, considering the task complete. Just as he was about to proceed to the second task, a cloud of dust suddenly rose not far away, as if some exotic beast was rushing in from the desert's edge. The dust swirled, and the yellow sand filled the sky, turning even the heavens into a gray haze. Hundreds of exotic beasts were running through the desert, their speed astonishing, and in no time, they were nearing the depths of the desert, about to enter. At that moment, a few 7th-tier exotic beasts in the herd spotted a figure hovering in midair not far away, clearly a human. A human appearing here? Let's kill him first and consider it part of the interest we collect from humans. One of the 7th-tier 6-fold exotic beasts, a rhinoceros, spoke up. It led the herd charging towards Lu Chen, intending to turn this human into a puddle of blood under their hooves. They were getting closer to Lu Chen, and seeing that he did not dodge, the rhinoceros's eyes turned wild, occasionally letting out laughter. This human isn't even trying to escape, he's simply seeking death. The rhinoceros took the lead, wanting to be the first to reach Lu Chen and knock him down from the sky. Its speed was fast, at least much quicker than the other exotic beasts, with its horn flashing a strange red light, making it appear even more translucent and sharper. "Human, die for me!" The rhinoceros charged near Lu Chen, accelerating to leap and impale him. Just then, its peripheral vision caught sight of the ground below Lu Chen. It was just a casual glance, but that one looked terrified to the core. Everywhere were the corpses of its comrades, lying in pools of blood, their backs punctured with large holes, the beast cores inside completely empty. Not far away, there were a few bodies even larger than these, now lying on the ground, their heads nowhere to be found. It was horrified finding it. Unbelievable that these were all 7th tier exotic beasts, some even stronger than it, yet they had all died here.
Here, apart from the human in front
of it, there was no one else, which meant that these comrades had all been. The rhinoceros dared not think further. It had been ready to leap, but upon seeing this, its legs went weak and it stumbled forward, its head, as large as a house, crashing to the ground.
Bang! Dust filled the air. Lu Chen was
collecting the beast cores when he sensed the approaching exotic beasts and turned his head just in time to see the rhinoceros's face freeze.
He stared at the rhinoceros, and the rhinoceros stared back at him.
The rhinoceros did not dare to act rashly. It knew the human before it was strong, and one misstep
could provoke the other to strike and kill it right there.
So, to save its life, the rhinoceros's expression suddenly softened, and the red light from its
horn dimmed. It stood up and smiled. "Hello, human friend. I come from the 7th Army and am a mount of a lord." To survive, the rhinoceros was willing to forgo its pride.
It knew it was no match for Lu Chen, so it had to hold out until the herd behind it arrived, at which point they could form a phalanx and
charge at Lu Chen.
Lu Chen looked at it, his gaze shifting slightly, feeling a bit familiar, and took out the task token to examine it.
Seeing Lu Chen's
reaction, the rhinoceros thought it had a chance and continued to deceive him.
"I came here on my master's orders to assist you." Seeing Lu Chen bow his head
in silence, it felt its deception skills were truly exceptional.
It seemed that it might be able to trick the fortress's gatekeeper into opening the door.
Once that happened, it could arrange for some exotic beasts outside, and as soon as the gate opened, they would rush into the fortress and wreak havoc. Once the Lord learned of this, he would definitely reward it handsomely. Thinking of this, the rhinoceros could hardly contain a grin, bursting into laughter. However, it knew that it was not yet out of danger, so it held back its laughter. Just as it was preparing to continue its deception, it suddenly heard
a human exclaim from above.
The rhino was taken aback. Could it be that a certain lord of the 7th Army actually had a mount, and it had truly managed
to deceive itself?
It quietly turned to glance at the beast horde and found that they were already very close, instantly letting out a sigh of relief. Just as it was about to attract Lu Chen's attention and let the beast horde charge at him, Lu Chen suddenly spoke up.
"I didn't expect to complete 2 tasks at once here."
Lu Chen confirmed several times with the task board that the rhino in front of him was a 7th tier exotic beast from the residual beast
tide he was preparing to deal with.
At first, when Lu Chen saw it, he thought he was mistaken. After all, most exotic beasts of the same species looked
alike.
He verified through the task board and found that this rhino was identical in appearance and strength to the one in the task.
Lu Chen had thought he
would have to intercept it elsewhere, but he didn't expect to encounter it here. It seemed that this rhino was different from other 7th tier exotic
beasts. Even the 7th Army could not accurately predict its route.
Exotic beasts have intelligence from the 3rd tier onward, but generally, their intelligence does not increase much. However, a rhino like this, which could change its route to avoid being tracked, was so clever that even some 8th or
9th tier exotic beasts might not possess such intelligence. If it were allowed to grow, it would definitely become a great enemy to humanity. It had to be eliminated as soon as possible.
Just as Lu Chen was about to make his move, the rhino suddenly let out a roar, trying to stun Lu Chen with its sound waves. "Brothers, charge with me and kill this human," the rhino shouted, as its comrades had already arrived. The sight of over 100 exotic beasts charging was truly terrifying. Even the ground trembled and buzzed. Although Lu Chen stood in the air, the malevolent energy gathered by the beast horde could still surge towards the sky. This malevolent energy was quite terrifying. It could not only obliterate flesh and blood but could even wear down hills. The hooves of the exotic beasts thundered on the ground, creating a noise akin to an earthquake, with yellow dust rising and the sky turning gray.
The rhino led
the charge, its horns flashing red light as it sprinted forward, then leaped towards Lu Chen.
"Human, die." The rhino was no longer as gentle as before.
Its face was fierce, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent. It looked like a small mountain, seemingly heavy, but it could leap 100 meters
high, crashing towards Lu Chen. "Fool!" Lu Chen casually cursed, then raised the azure dragon spear and struck it directly on the rhino's head. Bang! Lu Chen struck down purely with physical strength, but the rhino's skull cracked open immediately. In the next second, the crack healed, and a head the size of a house exploded, red and white matter splattering everywhere. The rhino never expected that it could not withstand a single strike from the human before.
The other exotic beasts were momentarily stunned upon seeing the rhino's tragic death, even halting their charge.
Die!
Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and the blade of metal sliced through the air, merging the momentum of the sword with the aura of slaughter. The blade of metal was more ferocious than ever, and in the blink of an eye, it sliced through over 100 exotic beasts into pieces. The exotic beasts fell in droves, like harvested wheat. This scene was truly astonishing. If there were other Chi Masters present, they would undoubtedly be dumbfounded. This was completely beyond the strength a 7th tier Chi Master should possess. After Lu Chen dealt with the newly arrived beast horde and harvested the beast cores, he vanished from the spot in a flash. In just one day, Lu Chen had completed 2 months' worth of tasks. He felt that the last one should also be completed quickly, but after searching for 3 days at the task location, he could not find it seemed to have vanished, and no matter how Lu Chen sensed, he could not find its trace. To this end, Lu Chen specifically captured some already intelligent exotic beasts to inquire, but these beasts refused to speak, seemingly wanting to protect their 8th tier beast king. These exotic beasts, I didn't expect them to be quite loyal. After questioning the suppressed beast beneath his feet, Lu Chen saw that it refused to speak even at the cost of its life, so he directly killed it. He then looked into the distance and sighed inwardly. Since entering this area, Lu Chen had been searching for the cracking sky black tiger. He thought it would be relatively easy to find an injured 8th tier exotic beast, but 3 days had passed with no news of the cracking sky black tiger, not even a trace. Although the cracking sky black tiger was heavily injured, it was still an 8th tier beast king. If it continued to recover, it might be comparable to a true 8th tier chi master, making it difficult for Lu Chen to complete this task later on. Perhaps that cracking sky black tiger isn't in this area. It might have guessed that humans would hunt it down, so it secretly moved to a place where humans wouldn't notice. Lu Chen pondered. With the previous experience of the rhinoceros, he felt that such a thing was not impossible. However, the life aura of an 8th tier beast king was incredibly strong. For the cracking sky black tiger to evade the life detector's search was indeed terrifying in terms of hiding its presence. Lu Chen was certain he had searched the entire area in front of him. He stepped back and decided to explore the nearby fortress, hoping to gather some information. The original escape route of the cracking sky black tiger was near the 19th fortress, and Lu Chen took only half a day to reach the fortress from outside the city. He did not linger and went straight to the nearby Hunters Guild, where a group of chi masters specialized in hunting exotic beasts, extracting usable items from them, and selling them for money. This profession had quite a number of people. Basically, all chi masters would have such an identity. Even Lu Chen could be considered half a hunter. After all, he would collect beast cores every time he killed an exotic beast and sometimes run to the Hunters Guild to sell them for cash. Welcome, senior. The receptionist at the entrance had a very sweet appearance and a curvy figure. Upon seeing Lu Chen, she immediately smiled and bowed respectfully. She noticed Lu Chen's extraordinary demeanor, smiled brightly, and asked, "May I assist you with something, senior? Take me to your manager." Lu Chen did not waste words and directly took out a blood-red small knife from his waist badge, which was the symbol of his identity at the Hunters Guild. Seeing the crimson knife, the receptionist was momentarily stunned. This was the highest level hunter medal of the Hunters Guild, and she didn't expect this young and handsome man to possess it. She quickly adjusted her demeanor, nodded to Lu Chen, and personally led him to find the manager of the guild. The Hunters Guild was interconnected, reportedly established by several major auction houses and the government, aimed at collecting beast cores and other treasures from exotic beasts to create various beneficial items for chi masters and the country. Lu Chen followed the receptionist inside, where the decor was antique, with pavilions and terraces, wisteria and flowers flourishing, and an artificial river winding through the rockeries, creating a spring-like atmosphere that felt like two different worlds compared to the outside. The receptionist led Lu Chen into the garden, smiling sweetly all the way, attending to his mood. "Senior, please wait here for a moment while I go fetch the manager." The receptionist brought Lu Chen to a pavilion and asked him to wait there before walking deeper inside. "Manager, there is a senior who wants to see you," the receptionist said softly as she arrived in front of a room. However, an impatient voice came from inside. "Let him wait outside for a while, I have important guests to attend to." "But he is a top hunter," the receptionist tried to explain. "Can't you understand what I'm saying?" The manager's voice became serious, even carrying a hint of coldness, causing the receptionist outside to shrink her neck and fall silent. At this moment, the manager had no time to pay attention to the so-called senior and top hunter outside. He was currently entertaining a significant figure from a hidden sect. Although the Hunters Guild was jointly established by several major auction houses and countries, as the manager of one of the guilds, he held a certain status. However, compared to the prominent figures of the reclusive top sects, he still fell slightly short. While top hunters received great respect in every guild, they were nothing in front of such a figure. Faced with this kind of person, the manager believed he had to perform exceptionally well, so without a second thought, he directly rejected the receptionist's suggestion, asking her to wait outside with Lu Chen. Hearing this, the receptionist hesitated but returned to Lu Chen's side. At that moment, Lu Chen was sitting in the pavilion, glancing at the receptionist approaching him. Noticing that she was alone, he was about to speak when the receptionist quickly said, "Senior, the manager is currently occupied with important matters, so please wait a moment." She walked over to brew tea for Lu Chen, chatting with him while pouring, trying to soothe his emotions.
She knew that top hunters like Lu Chen often had their own little moods, and if he became unhappy, he could easily turn this guild upside down. Therefore, to ensure Lu Chen could wait peacefully, she provided exceptional emotional support, attending to every detail personally. Seeing this, Lu Chen, out of respect for the receptionist, did not pursue the matter further. He looked at the clear mountains and waters, at the vibrant spring scenery, sipping tea while waiting. Half an hour passed and the manager still did not come out. The receptionist maintained a smile, carefully observing Lu Chen's expression, fearing that if he got angry, he might just smash the place. It was her first time seeing a top hunter left unattended for a full half hour. Usually, those top hunters were received within 10 minutes. No matter what the manager was doing, as long as he knew the visitor was a top hunter, he would immediately drop everything and rush over. Yet, today, for some unknown reason, he was unwilling to show up for a full half hour without even offering an explanation. The receptionist had tried to urge him, but each time she was sent away by the manager, who told her to let Lu Chen wait a bit longer or to come back tomorrow if it was too much. Such a cold attitude was truly baffling, but the receptionist dared not convey this to Lu Chen and returned to wait with him. Lu Chen continued to sip tea, and upon seeing the receptionist's expression, he began to speculate about certain matters, though he was too lazy to say much. He had already waited half an hour, and if it weren't for the receptionist's attentive demeanor, he would have smashed the place by now. Out of respect for her, he could wait a little longer. However, this wait would not be prolonged. Time ticked by, and after a few more minutes, finally, two figures appeared in the distance, slowly approaching. Brother Lin, you are quick with matters, so I will leave this to you. As long as you find that person, my blood demon sect will surely reward you handsomely. Ha, Brother Shui, you flatter me. But I will remember what you said, and I will issue a bounty soon so that the guild members can familiarize themselves with that person. If there's any news, I will inform you right away. Two middle-aged men walked out of the room, chatting as they approached Lu Chen. However, they did not pay attention to Lu Chen and continued walking forward, smiling as if they were about to break the day apart with their conversation. The receptionist noticed this, smiled at Lu Chen, and then hurriedly ran up to whisper in Lin Shanhai's ear, "Manager, that top hunter senior has been waiting for you for 40 minutes. You should go and greet him." At that moment, Lin Shanhai was chatting with Shui Mo, and seeing the receptionist interrupt, he frowned and scolded. "Did you not see that I was talking with Brother Shui? Besides, didn't I tell you to ask him to come back tomorrow? Why are you making him wait here?" On ordinary days, Lin Shanhai would never treat a top hunter this way. He would definitely receive them as honored guests, even if he was busy. But today, he encountered an elder from the Blood Demon sect, a top-tier Qi master at the 7th level of perfection. Among all the Qi masters coming and going in the Hunters Guild, there were very few such powerful figures. Even the so-called top hunters did not possess such strength. Therefore, upon learning of the elder's arrival, Lin Shanhai had no desire to entertain anyone else. He only wanted to host Shui Mo, allowing him to feel his enthusiasm, thereby establishing a connection with the Blood Demon sect and fostering a good relationship with them. But the receptionist was about to speak for Lu Chen when Lin Shanhai interrupted him, impatiently saying, "I don't have time right now. I still have some matters to attend to. Just let him wait. If he doesn't want to wait, he can go back first. Tomorrow, I will personally apologize." He waved his hand, dismissing the receptionist, and continued chatting with Shui Mo, not even glancing at Lu Chen by the pavilion. "Brother Shui, rest assured, under the banner of the Hunters Guild, there are countless hunters. As long as the person you're looking for is still in the 7th Army, you will definitely find them. I believe it won't be long before the person you seek appears." "Ah, Brother Lin, you truly deserve to be the manager of the Hunters Guild. You handle things so decisively. With your abilities, being a manager is a waste of talent. One day when I have time, I'll visit your headquarters and suggest they change the president. Then I thank you, Brother Shui." Lin Shanhai was excited at this moment. His approach was indeed correct. Just a brief conversation with the elder from the Blood Demon sect had elevated his status from manager to president, which was much faster than simply waiting for a promotion through seniority. He believed that as long as he found that person named Lu Chen for Shui Mo, the latter would definitely make a trip to the headquarters to speak well of him. A Qi master at the 7th level of perfection would be given special attention even at the headquarters. After all, this was a powerful hunter capable of hunting most 7th level exotic beasts. If they wished, they could have as many so-called top hunters as they wanted. Moreover, this individual came from a hidden sect, which was said to be very trustworthy. Since they had spoken to him, they would definitely not go back on their word. "Alright, Brother Lin, let's go issue a bounty first. I'll describe the person's appearance to you. It's a pity there's no portrait, otherwise it would be easier to find." Shui Mo urged Lin Shanhai. He was working for the elder of the Blood Demon sect, having heard that his disciple was killed in a desert outside the 7th Army. When he went
There recently he found a token belonging to the elder and some remains. After identification, it was confirmed that the remains indeed belonged to the elder's disciple, Shui Lin, meaning that Shui Lin had indeed been killed. Upon learning of this, the elder immediately instructed him to find the murderer, incapacitate them, and then bring them back to the blood demon sect to be tortured in the dungeon. For this matter, Shui Mo would have to stay in the 7th Army for a long time until he found that person and brought them back. Although there was no portrait of the person, Shui Lin had informed the elder of the murderer's details before dying. The person's name was unknown, but like Shui Lin, they were also a chi master heading to the youth training camp with strength ranging from the early to mid-7th level, much younger than the average students in the camp.
Shui Mo knew what the youth training camp was. It was a
powerful training center specifically designed to cultivate the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom, possessing many SSS-level combat techniques and top-secret
skills that even hidden sects could not offer.
If Lu Chen entered the youth training camp, it would be difficult for him to kill him afterward.
Therefore, he had to eliminate that person before they entered the camp.
He had investigated before coming. Generally, students arriving at the 7th Army would not directly enter the youth training camp but had to find it themselves.
Only after finding it could they be considered properly enrolled. Typically, those who were not very lucky would take at least 2 months to locate the camp.
Now, with more than half a month left until Shui Lin's death, that person had likely not yet entered the youth training camp, making it an excellent opportunity for an ambush. The hunting guild gathered all the hunters and chi masters
from across the land. The 7th Army only had a few hunting guilds, and today was his first day here. He visited the hunting guild at Fortress 19,
and afterward, he planned to visit the other hunting guilds one by one, asking them to post the bounty for Lu Chen.
Brother Shui, don't worry, I'm on it,
Lin Shanhai said with a smile, his attitude extremely humble.
Shui Mo seemed to converse with him as an equal, but Lin Shanhai understood that as an elder
of a hidden sect and a peak 7th tier master, it was impossible for him to regard a 1st tier chi master like Lin Shanhai as a peer.
However, this did
not prevent Lin Shanhai from feeling pleased with himself. After all, being able to call a peak 7th tier master brother was far better than being a manager at other hunting guilds.
Brother Shui, I've booked a private room at the Star Picking Tower. If you're not busy later, would you honor me with your presence?
Lin Shanhai knew this was a great opportunity to curry favor with the elder of the Blood Demon sect and did not want to miss it.
Shui Mo nodded,
not refusing. After his long journey, it was indeed time for a good rest. Behind them, the receptionist watched their conversation, her expression changing slightly, looking rather displeased. She felt the manager's behavior was excessive, not to mention the elder nearby.
Clearly, top hunters were waiting to be
received, yet the manager ignored them and planned to accompany Shui Mo to the star-picking tower for a meal, which was not part of the manager's duties. Moreover, Lin Shanhai's words were not concealed at all. The elder could hear everything clearly. Lin Shanhai and Shui Mo chatted and laughed as they slowly walked towards the courtyard, completely ignoring Lu Chen, who was in the pavilion.
Lu Chen heard their conversation. As a 7th tier chi master, he could
hear sounds from hundreds of meters away, let alone the fact that these two were less than 100 meters from him.
Especially when they mentioned that
one of them was from the Blood Demon sect and was looking for someone. Lu Chen knew they were coming for him.
He took a sip of tea and then set the cup down. Bang! The moment the teacup fell, the marble-cut tabletop shattered, yet the teacup remained intact, resting on the cracked surface. What a hunting guild!
Lu Chen's voice rang out, not loud, but it reverberated through the air, causing a series of booms. He stood up, a torrent of chi bursting forth from his body, pressing towards Lin Shanhai and the other man. His gaze was indifferent, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, looking at the two
with detachment. Anyone familiar with Lu Chen would know what this demeanor meant. Lu Chen was about to kill.
The chi surged forth like a tide, instantly
turning the vibrant garden into ruins.
Pavilions collapsed, stones flew, wisteria shattered, and plants disintegrated, even the mountains turned to dust.
At this moment,
the overwhelming chi causing ripples in the space around them.
An unmatched pressure descended, like a mountain crashing down, a weight
so heavy that even plants struggled to bear it, let alone people. The receptionist's face turned pale, unable to withstand such pressure. Her chest surged with blood, and she felt a sweetness in her throat, on the verge of spitting blood. But just then, a gentle force brushed past her, and the pressure vanished.
Instantly,
the receptionist looked at Lu Chen, knowing that this elder had spared her. However, Lin Shanhai was not so fortunate. As a 1st tier chi master, he could hardly endure such intense pressure, especially since it was directed at him. It felt as if he had been struck by a mountain, leaving him
breathless.
Just as he was about to spit out blood, Shui Mo beside him suddenly snorted coldly, his robes rustling, and a similar surge of chi erupted from
him, directed at Lu Chen. Who is this little brat daring to act against me? Shui Mo blared at Lu Chen with a cold gaze. If Lu Chen had only released
pressure towards Lin Shanhai, he would have ignored it, but the fact that the other party was also targeting him was a complete provocation to his authority. Since that was the case, Shuemo naturally would not hold back. Kid, I am an elder of the Blood Demon sect. If you don't want to die, then collect your chi, and come kneel before me to beg for mercy. Shuemo's robe fluttered, and the aura of a 7th-tier peak chi master was unabashedly released, his eyes icy as they fixed on Lu Chen, filled with disdain. Blood Demon sect? What kind of insignificant sect dares to speak to me like that? Lu Chen replied indifferently, his contemptuous gaze directed at Shuemo as if he were looking at a dying man. You're seeking death. Shuemo was furious. He never expected someone would dare to insult the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect was at least a first-rate force among hidden sects and in the outside world, who did not show gratitude towards the Blood Demon sect? Yet this young brat treated it as an insignificant sect. It was simply enough to make one want to spit blood. Lu Chen didn't care about Shuemo's thoughts. He raised his arm and threw a punch directly at Shuemo, the fist light like a rainbow, shattering everything in its path. Shuemo's expression changed drastically as he saw the chi he had released being completely shattered by the fist light, and at the same time, the punch was coming towards him at high speed. He quickly retreated, pouring all his chi into a barrier around him, trying to stop it. Bang! All of Shuemo's efforts were in vain. The moment the fist light made contact with his barrier, it shattered instantly, and the fist light struck solidly. Shuemo raised his hands to block in front of him, but his arms instantly broke, bones cracking, and then he was sent flying, crashing into the artificial mountain. Behind him, waste. Lu Chen stood up from his seat in the pavilion and walked towards Shuemo's direction. He flashed and appeared beside Lin Shanhai in an instant, 100 meters away. Lin Shanhai's expression was one of terror as overwhelming pressure descended upon him. He could hardly bear it, and his knees buckled, dropping him to the ground. I'll deal with you later. Lu Chen had waited at the Hunters Guild for more than half an hour, which was unprecedented. But that was nothing. Lin Shanhai colluded with the Blood Demon sect to put a bounty on him, and in Lu Chen's mind, he was already a dead man. Lin Shanhai trembled all over. Lu Chen's aura was incredibly strong, far beyond his own. If Lu Chen truly wanted to deal with him, even as the manager of the Hunters Guild, he would find it hard to escape punishment. He pinned all his hopes on Shuemo, hoping that Shuemo could kill or incapacitate this person. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Kid, who exactly are you? At that moment, Shuemo emerged from the rubble of the artificial mountain. During that time, he had managed to reset his broken hands. Fortunately, this person's moves were fierce but did not contain much chi, otherwise, that punch would have completely ruined his hands. Shuemo stared intently at Lu Chen, his expression extremely grave. Lu Chen looked so young yet possessed such powerful fist strength, more solid than that of some old-timers. He suspected the other party came from a top hidden sect. The 7th Army was a strange place. Anyone younger likely came from the training camp, while those slightly older, in their 30s or 40s and powerful, could be one of the local lords. The even stronger ones might be the 3 military leaders of the 7th Army. In any case, a tiger must lie low and a dragon must coil. Shuemo knew Lu Chen was not to be trifled with and thought his attack was due to Lin Shanhai's negligence. So, after considering this, Shuemo immediately cupped his fists towards Lu Chen and slowed his posture. Sir, I was merely discussing trivial matters with Lin Shanhai. His negligence has nothing to do with me. If you wish to take revenge, just find Lin Shanhai. I won't interfere. Shuemo wanted to reserve some strength to deal with Lu Chen. If they fought to a standstill, it would be bad. Moreover, this person might come from the training camp, and someone so strong from there was definitely not an unknown figure, perhaps even with an impressive background. Shuemo felt that fighting him would bring no benefits, so it was better to seek peace. Meanwhile, Lin Shanhai, hearing this, turned pale. He didn't expect that Shuemo would directly give up on himself. Although he knew that Shuemo didn't take him to heart, it was still disheartening to see someone who had just called him brother now abandon him so decisively. Weren't you two just laughing and joking a moment ago? Now this, truly, the world is unpredictable. Lu Chen looked at Shuemo calmly, a playful expression on his face. However, his killing intent remained undiminished, still shocking. Shuemo frowned, puzzled, and said, Sir, I have already lowered my stance. Do you still intend to make a move against me? This should be our first meeting. Why be so aggressive? He didn't understand why Lu Chen harbored such strong killing intent towards him. Even if Lin Shanhai had neglected him because of Shuemo, shouldn't he first deal with Lin Shanhai before coming after him? What was going on right now? He was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by Lu Chen. Weren't you just saying you wanted to find me? Now that I'm standing right in front of you, you still can't recognize me? Upon hearing this, Shuemo's pupils constricted sharply, his expression one of shock. You killed Shuelin? He never expected that the person he had been searching for was right in front of him. He stared at Lu Chen, a surge of killing intent enveloping him, and coldly said, "I was planning to find the Hunters Guild to issue a bounty on you, but I didn't expect you to come to me instead. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. You killed my sect Shui Lin, and today, I'll take your life to pay for his." As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Mo's aura surged again, his bones trembling and buzzing continuously. Shui Mo moved. However, instead of charging at Lu Chen, he turned and ran. The reason was simple: this kid was definitely not the early stage 7th rank that Shui Lin described. He could knock him away with a single punch. He was at least a perfect 7th rank. A genius like that, only a fool would fight him to the death. Shui Mo fled quickly, showing no signs of a strong person's demeanor. Lu Chen watched him, a light chuckle escaping his lips. His reaction was among the quicker ones in a crowd of fools, but since he had come this far, Lu Chen would not let him escape. Rift in the sky. Swift as lightning. Lu Chen's figure flickered and vanished from his original spot, chasing after the fleeing Shui Mo. Today, he would kill him. The Blood Demon sect, as a top-tier force hidden from the world, had no rival in the entire Dragon Kingdom, yet today, an elder of the Blood Demon sect was frantically fleeing, terrified of being hunted down by the person behind him. Shui Mo's speed was incredibly fast. As a perfect 7th rank, even without specializing in speed, he was much faster than an ordinary 7th rank. Coupled with all his secret techniques, his speed reached an astonishing level. However, in front of Lu Chen, this speed seemed insignificant. When Shui Mo turned his head, he saw that shadow of light. It was Lu Chen, now pursuing him, a chilling killing intent surging around him like a tidal wave, pressing down on Shui Mo. Shui Mo was drenched in cold sweat. He never expected the information on Shui Lin to be so unreliable. This kid was neither early stage nor mid stage 7th rank. He was clearly a monster on par with himself. Just that punch earlier had nearly shattered his physical body. Now that Lu Chen had locked onto him, Shui Mo felt as if he had nowhere to run, as if he were being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast. Lu Chen's speed was too fast. Shui Mo used all his strength to escape for over 10 seconds, but Lu Chen caught up in just a few seconds. "Shui Lin, you really messed me up." Shui Mo's face turned ugly. If he had known Lu Chen's strength was also at perfect 7th rank, he definitely wouldn't have come alone to seek revenge for Shui Lin. Instead, he would have called the other elders from the sect to ensure they could kill Lu Chen. Now, he was being chased by Lu Chen, fleeing like a stray dog. This kind of humiliation was a first for Shui Mo Bloodwheel. Fearing being caught by Lu Chen, Shui Mo suddenly turned back, his energy surging, a crimson blood mist enveloping him, gradually condensing into a sharp wheel, which he hurled at Lu Chen. The blood-red wheel tore through the sky, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, instantly arriving before Lu Chen. The blood wheel's sharpness was evident, its intensity no less than any offensive move, and due to its high-speed rotation, its power was even greater. However, in Lu Chen's eyes, this was ultimately insignificant. Lu Chen's hand was slightly clenched, the Xianglong spear held firmly, and with a gentle swing, the spear tip sparkled like a cold star, smashing directly onto the blood wheel, shattering it into pieces and causing it to collapse on the spot. Seeing this scene, Shui Mo's pupils constricted sharply, and his escape speed increased even more. Swimming dragon. Lu Chen's figure was graceful and agile, like a long dragon wandering in the air, the posture of the swimming dragon causing the air to vibrate. With a flash, he directly traversed to less than 100 meters behind Shui Mo, the intense aura of slaughter closing in on him. Shui Mo's face changed dramatically. This aura of slaughter was too overwhelming. With Lu Chen now within 100 meters of him, it felt as if a large knife was hanging over his head, ready to cleave him in two at any moment. Shui Mo's hands and feet turned cold. As an elder of the Blood Demon sect, he had never been so embarrassed in his life, yet today he was forced into such a situation by a junior. Blood escape. Shui Mo burned his essence blood, his hair quickly turning white, but his aura rapidly increased. However, he did not attack Lu Chen. Instead, he used a combat technique to escape quickly. Still trying to run? Lu Chen was right behind Shui Mo, watching him burn his essence blood to flee, and immediately unleashed shattering star. The chi within him spread to the heavens and earth, merging with them, and then an invisible circle of confinement appeared around Shui Mo, slowly contracting and directly imprisoning him. 1 second Shui Mo was still fleeing, and the next second he inexplicably stopped in place, as if there were an unbreakable wall in front of him, preventing him from moving forward even a step. Not only that, but invisible walls also appeared behind and beside him. He exerted all his strength but could not break through this wall. Shui Mo's expression was grim as he turned to look at Lu Chen, knowing this was Lu Chen's doing. Yet, just a moment ago, he had felt nothing. How had Lu Chen managed to confine him in place? The aura of slaughter carried by Lu Chen gradually approached, and cold sweat dripped from Shui Mo's forehead and back, the intense killing intent filling him with uncontrollable fear. Gritting his teeth, Shui Mo cupped his fists towards Lu Chen, lowering his posture, and said in a deep voice, "Sir, the bloodlin you killed earlier is not my disciple but rather that of an elder
of my sect. I am here on his behalf.
As long as you are willing to spare my life, I will return to the sect and inform that elder that you have killed
him. From now on, the Blood Demon sect will have no further entanglements with you."
Shuamo regretted it. Bloodlin was not his disciple but that of the
Grand Elder.
Although the Grand Elder had been kind to him, it was not worth sacrificing himself for him. As long as he could return, he would not hesitate to help Lu Chen conceal his actions, even if it meant giving up all his treasures. Having cultivated to the 7th stage of perfection, he had spent countless time and effort in his life, and he did not want to die just like that. Lu Chen's strength was undoubtedly greater than his, just from the fact that a single punch from Lu Chen had forced him back. It was clear that fighting would only lead to mutual destruction.
Shui Mo valued his life, even though Lu
Chen was younger than him. He did not wish to perish alongside him. At this moment, Shuamo had lost the demeanor of a blood demon sect elder. His head bowed, his brows lowered, looking at Lu Chen with great humility, his eyes sincere, pleading for Lu Chen to spare his life.
Lu Chen looked at him indifferently and retorted, "Do you think I need you to conceal anything for me? Moreover, as an elder of the blood demon sect, your purpose for coming here is surely not something I need to ask. Do you think you still have a chance to return alive?"
"Sir, I am merely here to do a job. This matter is not my."
"I said, you cannot return alive."
Lu Chen's voice was cold, not wasting another word with Shuamo. When he arrived at the 7th army with this intention, he was already a dead man. No matter how much Shuamo begged for mercy, he was destined to die. Blood Mo was taken aback, not expecting Lu Chen to refuse so decisively. His eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Sir, if I cannot return, that elder will surely know I was killed by you.
By then, what might come
after me could very well be an 8th tier master. Blood demon sect, have a profound foundation.
Although an 8th tier master may not have many tricks up their sleeve, they still have one or two. Are you truly willing to offend my blood demon sect?"
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly,
looking at Blood Mo as if he were a fool. "Didn't I already kill one of your sect?"
Blood Mo's gaze deepened, and in the next moment, his eyes turned icy.
A blood-colored dagger appeared in his hand, seemingly condensed from chi.
He suddenly struck, throwing the blood-colored dagger towards Lu Chen.
"Blood! Heaven divine light!"
Blood Mo shouted softly, pouring his chi into the blood-colored dagger without reservation.
The dagger transformed into a streak of
flowing light, charging towards Lu Chen with unstoppable momentum.
This was an SSS-level combat skill, the trump card of the Blood Demon sect. Blood Mo had
practiced it for most of his life and had perfected it. Though the blood-colored dagger appeared small, it contained boundless power, capable of easily
shattering a great mountain.
At this moment, it was rushing towards Lu Chen at an unimaginable speed, as if it had traversed time, appearing before Lu Chen in
the blink of an eye.
The intense smell of blood assaulted Lu Chen's senses. Calm and unhurried, he was about to raise his hand to block when he suddenly
sensed something was off about the dagger's aura and swiftly retreated.
Blood Mo's face twisted in rage as he roared, "There's no time.
Die for me." The blood-colored dagger was strikingly bright, emitting a red light like thick blood, surging forth like a bloodline. The overwhelming stench of blood was nauseating, and the terrifying killing intent bore down on Lu Chen's brow.
The dagger disintegrated in mid-air, and a subtle, almost imperceptible red light
appeared within it.
Its might, destructive power, and killing intent were among the most formidable combat skills Lu Chen had ever encountered.
Even before
it got close, the sheer sharpness made his skin sting, as if flesh were being sliced open.
Lu Chen retreated rapidly, swinging the Azure Dragon halberd to block in front of him against the red light.
The speed of Blood Heaven Divine Light was astonishing. Just as Lu Chen raised his hand, the Azure Dragon halberd was positioned in front of him, and the red light was already upon him, aiming directly for his brow.
Bang!
The moment the Azure Dragon halberd made contact with Blood Heaven Divine Light, it emitted a dull thud. Lu Chen's grip nearly shattered, and the powerful impact left his palm numb.
If it had
been an ordinary 7th tier master at full circle, they would have been unable to hold on at this moment.
However, Lu Chen's physical strength was not something an average 7th tier chi master could compare to.
He gritted his teeth against the pain in his hand, swinging the Azure Dragon halberd, causing a dragon's roar to resonate, and the blood energy surged, directly sending Blood Heaven Divine Light flying away.
What? Blood Mo had initially appeared
confident, but upon seeing Lu Chen withstand the impact of Blood Heaven Divine Light and even deflect it, his expression changed drastically, looking more
nauseated than if he had swallowed a fly.
This was the perfected Blood Heaven Divine Light, unleashed while Lu Chen was completely unaware and had poured all his chi into it, yet it was easily neutralized by the opponent.
This is a monster.
Blood Mo's pupils trembled. With such a figure emerging among
the younger generation, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, only the top hidden sects could cultivate someone like this.
The person before him, whether in background or strength, was not something he could provoke. Even the blood demon sect might not be able to afford to offend him.
Blood Mo felt 1,000
curses in his heart, more painful than being cursed by fate. Had he known this kid was so abnormal, he would have never dared to challenge him.
Lu Chen held
the spear in one hand, slowly walking towards Blood Mo without saying a word, but his indifferent gaze sent chills down Blood Mo's spine.
He attempted to
resist, but in the next second, a green light severed his arm, which fell to the ground.
The intense pain made Blood Mo scream, but before he could utter more cries, another arm was cut off.
Then, Blood Mo watched helplessly as the green light pierced into his dantian, a wave of agony surged through him, and he was rendered crippled. His entire cultivation vanished into thin air, leaving Blood Mo's pupils dilated, his eyes bloodshot, and his expression one of madness. Liu Chen originally intended to throw Shui Mo into the beast tide, but considering his strength was not weak, if he were to be eaten by the alien beasts, it might allow them to advance, so he simply decided to kill him directly. A green light flew towards Shui Mo, entering his body, and soon his internal
organs transformed into blood mist, his flesh gradually disintegrating.
Shui Mo died in agony, and before his death, aside from cursing Lu Chen, he also insulted the 18 generations of ancestors of the Blood Forest.
What kind of person is this?
A young chi master so powerful actually claims to be only at the early stage of the 7th level. In Shui Mo's view, the lies of the Blood Forest indirectly led to his demise.
The Blood Demon sect will not let you go.
Shui Mo glared at Lu Chen with resentment, and after struggling to finish the sentence, his body turned into blood mist and dissipated.
After dealing with Shui Mo,
Lu Chen did not linger and turned back to the Hunters Guild. At this moment, Lin Shanhai of the Hunters Guild was still kneeling on the ground. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but Lu Chen had placed a chi mechanism on him, and the power of this mechanism made Lin Shanhai feel cold. With fear, even if Lu Chen left, he couldn't budge an inch no matter how hard he tried. As time passed, Lin Shanhai grew increasingly anxious, cold sweat
pouring down.
Having been suppressed for a long time while kneeling, Lin Shanhai's knees were already covered in blood.
The physical pain, combined with the psychological torment, left him in a state of panic.
When that familiar figure appeared in the courtyard, Lin Shanhai was terrified and quickly begged for
mercy.
"Senior, I was blind before, please, for the sake of the major auction houses and the officials, give me a chance to make amends."
Lin Shanhai apologized while bowing his head, completely losing the earlier bravado.
Even an elder of the Blood Demon sect, a figure of such stature, was scared out of his wits by Lu Chen and ran away. As an ordinary manager with only the first level of the 7th stage, forcibly elevated by the auction house, how could
he compare to someone as naturally gifted as Lu Chen?
Lin Shanhai had already lost hope. As long as Lu Chen could spare him, he would be willing to be a servant, even if it meant being a mere manager. However, Lin Shanhai also held a glimmer of hope, thinking that he had merely overlooked Lu Chen for a while, and that he wouldn't be killed. Moreover, with the face of the major auction houses and the officials at stake, Lu Chen would surely not kill him, but would
only punish him lightly.
Even so, Lin Shanhai continued to apologize and bow, giving Lu Chen face while also seeking a chance for himself.
Clearly, Lin
Shanhai was a clever man. Having risen to this level, he knew how to curry favor with the strong while also understanding how to give them a way out. For the powerful forces of the auction houses, Lin Shanhai was quite likable, which is why he held the position of manager at the Hunters Guild.
Lu Chen said
nothing and directly threw the bloodstained jade token of Shui Mo onto the ground, still warm with blood due to his quick return.
Seeing this scene, Lin Shanhai's pupils constricted. He never expected that Lu Chen would kill a 7th level Great Perfection Master in just a few minutes. With Shui Mo's tragic death, Lin Shanhai felt an ominous premonition. "Senior, this is. Just now, Shui Mo wanted you to hunt down someone, and you agreed, right?" Lu
Chen looked at Lin Shanhai indifferently, each word like a death sentence, making Lin Shanhai tremble in fear. Even if Lin Shanhai was foolish, he could
guess some of the implications.
Generally speaking, ordinary chi masters would not go to such extremes against their peers unless it involved life and death.
Shui Mo came to the 7th army to hunt down someone. That person was very young but possessed 7th level cultivation, matching many characteristics of
the person before him. Thinking of this, Lin Shanhai felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembling involuntarily.
Seeing him like this, Lu Chen no longer wasted words.
If Lin Shanhai had merely flattered the powerful and neglected him, Lu Chen would only punish him, not kill him.
But by agreeing to Shui Mo's request, he had effectively aligned himself with Shui Mo.
Such a person had no need to live. Liu Chen's fingertips flickered with a green light, and a beam shot out, directly piercing towards Lin Shanhai's brow. Lin Shanhai's heart shattered, filled with unimaginable horror.
Just at this critical moment, a
powerful aura suddenly descended from the heavens, and a figure appeared above the courtyard, standing with hands clasped behind his back.
He looked at Lu Chen and spoke softly, "I am Ouyang Ming, the head of the 19th fortress. Could you spare this person for my sake? Yang Sr. Lin Shanhai looked at the figure in the sky, shouting excitedly, nearly in tears. In this moment of impending death, a powerful being suddenly descended to save him. This feeling could only be understood by those who had experienced it. Lin Shanhai never expected that he and Yang Ming had only met once, yet the other would come personally to save him. Yang Ming ignored Lin Shanhai. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, yet carried a hint of youthful vigor. Exuding an elegant aura, his expression gentle as he smiled at Lu Chen. My young friend, Lin Shanhai may have been mistaken, but after all, he is the manager of the Hunter's Workshop, and before he agreed to Shuemo, he did not know you were the person Shuemo was looking for. Since Shuemo has already been slain by you, why not let this matter rest? I will have Lin Shanhai compensate you, and in return, you will let him go. How does that sound? Yang Ming's voice was soft, almost scholarly, embodying the demeanor of a scholar, yet the aura he radiated was undeniable, powerful beneath the gentleness. If Lu Chen guessed correctly, Yang Ming before him should be an 8th-tier Qi master, and to hold the position of head of the 19th fortress, he must be a local lord. Faced with a local lord, even a 7th-tier Qi master who had one foot in the 8th tier would have to show respect, for once one stepped into the 8th tier and comprehended the essence, they would be fundamentally different from other Qi masters. However, Lu Chen did not care about any 8th-tier masters or local lords. He only knew that Lin Shanhai must die today. Can you spare Lin Shanhai for my sake? Yang Ming smiled, appearing very gentle, as if he were completely confident. Lu Chen glanced at him and replied coldly, "What are you? Do you think you deserve my consideration?" At this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Many Qi masters who had rushed over were left dumbfounded. Is this kid crazy? This is the territory of the 7th Army, and he dares to speak to a local lord like that? Does he want to get himself killed? Everyone looked at Lu Chen in disbelief, not expecting him to dare say such things in front of an 8th-tier master. Even Yang Ming was taken aback by Lu Chen's words. His gentle smile instantly vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Lu Chen ignored his expression and continued, "When this person conspired with Shuemo to kill me, where were you to stop him? Now that I want to kill Lin Shanhai, you rush to protect him. What, is Lin Shanhai one of your own, which is why you are so eager to shield him?" Yang Ming felt somewhat wronged. As a local lord, he had no time to deal with such trivial matters. It was only because Lu Chen's aura was too strong during his battle with Shuemo that he sensed a 7th-tier peak presence in this fortress and came to check the situation. After understanding the circumstances, he happened to see Lu Chen about to kill Lin Shanhai and spoke up to stop it. Lin Shanhai was neither his relative nor had any dealings with him. He merely wanted to save him out of respect for his position as the manager of the Hunter's Workshop. After all, the Hunter's Workshop was not only one of the major auction houses but also an official entity. As a local lord within the official ranks, Yang Ming naturally did not want to see a manager die for no reason. He could have explained this to Lu Chen, but Lu Chen's earlier words had already ignited his anger. As a local lord, when had he ever been so disrespected? Yang Ming's gaze turned cold, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his aura pressing down slightly, making it difficult for those present to lift their heads, the pressure overwhelming. "My young friend, I treat you with courtesy as a local lord, yet you humiliate me so? Do you truly think my good temper is to be trifled with? If I don't punish you today, how will others see me in the future?" With that, Yang Ming stepped forward, unleashing his pressure towards Lu Chen. A pure white halo appeared around Lu Chen, and in the next moment his clothes were torn to shreds, while the ground beneath him cracked open with black fissures, spreading like a spider web. Although Lu Chen's clothes were destroyed, his body remained unscathed, muscles bulging and veins popping, resembling coiling dragons, fierce and powerful. "Then I shall ask you how you managed to be a lord." Lu Chen, undaunted, raised his hand to grasp the azure dragon spear, flicking the spearhead and charging towards Yang Ming. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Is this kid crazy? I can barely stand, and he dares to rush in? He might not be crazy, look at his intact body, clearly a result of body refinement. Perhaps he really isn't afraid of this pressure. What if he isn't afraid of the pressure? This is an 8th-tier lord, much stronger than the 8th-tier masters of other factions. This kid is definitely going to lose. The discussions around him fell on deaf ears for Lu Chen, who ignored them completely, swinging the azure dragon spear and dashing 100 meters into the air towards Yang Ming. His energy surged without reservation, the golden body transforming into a furnace that perfectly released his power, and with a thrust the air trembled. Yang Ming couldn't help but frown at the sight. As an 8th-tier master, he could instantly tell that Lu Chen was only at the first level of the 7th tier, yet his explosive strength was even greater than that of a perfected 7th tier. Could this guy be from the training camp? Yang Ming raised his hand, gathering energy to form a barrier in front of him. The azure dragon spear struck against it, light flickering as the brilliance retracted.
He frowned, surprised at Lu Chen's strength. If he were merely at the perfected 7th tier, he might have been knocked back by that spear thrust.
Great floating pagoda palm. Aware of the power of the 8th tier, Lu Chen unleashed an SSS level combat skill after his first thrust received no response. When the clouds parted and the palm print appeared in the sky, Yang Ming concluded that this was indeed a prodigy from the training camp. He just didn't expect to encounter a student from the training camp here and one who was going to kill the manager of the hunting factory. An SSS level combat skill. No wonder he dares to challenge Lord Ouyang. The crowd gasped, for the palm Lu Chen struck out was 100 feet wide, enveloping the entire hunting factory, with ancient runes in the palm radiating an indescribable powerful aura. Suppress. Lu Chen pressed down with his palm, the imprint rapidly descending towards Yang Ming.
Yang Ming was still in shock when he saw the palm print coming, and he immediately raised his hand. He hadn't intended to unleash a combat skill, but as the palm print fell, he felt a tingling in his arm and instinctively
activated his skill.
A white holy light emerged from his palm, melting everything. Even the palm print began to dissolve slowly.
The rate of dissolution was slow, which made Yang Ming certain that this was definitely an SSS level combat skill at the perfected realm. To master an SSS level combat skill to
this extent at such a young age was a rare talent in the world. Yang Ming no longer wanted to fight. Such a prodigy must not be harmed in his hands. He was a treasure of the Dragon Kingdom.
Wait.
Just as Yang Ming was about to speak, he saw Lu Chen unleash another combat skill.
A strong aura of slaughter descended, and it was yet another SSS level combat skill. Divine power. Reversal. Taking advantage of Yang Ming's moment of inattention, Lu Chen executed reversal, stealing power and instantly elevating his strength to the 8th tier.
He moved swiftly, unleashing the Beast God 7 kills towards
Yang Ming. How could this kid? Yang Ming clearly felt his power dissipating.
He suddenly looked up to see Lu Chen charging at him with the terrifying might of the 8th tier, the area around him filled with a murderous aura that made him feel a bit intimidated. He exerted all his strength to defend, but due to the stolen energy, although he returned quickly, Lu Chen's speed was even faster, closing in an instant. The Beast God 7 kills was invincible. In slaughter, Yang Ming had just activated his defensive combat skill, which mitigated most of the attack, but his arm was still grazed, blood gushing out. Seeing this scene, everyone below fell silent, speechless for a long time, shocked as they looked at Lu Chen, who was stepping through the air not far away. Is this still a human? This was the thought that emerged in everyone's mind. The one injured by Lu Chen was not someone else, but the local lords, an 8th tier chi master, a generation's grandmaster. Yet now, he had been injured in one move by a young boy. Although the wound was not serious, it still left everyone in shock. The people present all gasped, staring intently at the two figures in the sky. At this moment, the most shocked was Yang Ming. He had extensive combat experience, and having himself advanced from the 7th tier to the 8th tier, he naturally understood the vast difference in strength between these two realms. But just now, the power Lu Chen displayed had astonishingly reached the 8th tier in an instant, and it was not weaker than his own. Although it disappeared very quickly, Yang Ming still caught it. In that moment, he was left speechless with shock. If it weren't for his own power returning at the last moment, he feared he would have had his arms severed by Lu Chen. This boy knew full well that he was a lord of the fortress, yet he struck so decisively, truly ruthless. Yang Ming's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Lu Chen, his aura surging continuously to prevent Lu Chen from launching a sudden attack. Seeing Lu Chen about to make a move again, he blocked him. Are you from the youth training camp? So what if I am? Lu Chen held his gun with one hand, his expression calm, not a trace of fear in his eyes. What of the 8th tier? Anyone who dares to block me will be killed without hesitation. Indeed. After confirming Lu Chen's identity, Yang Ming nodded and continued, considering you are a student of the youth training camp, I do not wish to fight with you, lest it lead to the loss of a talent for Long Country. As for Lin Shanhai, your murderous intent towards him, is it merely because he agreed to Blood Mo's request? Seeing Yang Ming's aura gradually calming down and that he did not want to continue fighting, Lu Chen put away that Sanglong halberd and said lightly, that's one reason. The second is that I am executing a mission for the youth training camp, hunting a severely injured 8th tier beast king, the Lytian Black Tiger. You yourself are at the 8th tier, so you should know how fast recovery is at this level. Every second of delay increases my danger. If this severely injured Lytian Black Tiger recovers, how many people do you think it will kill? Or, if I go to suppress it and it recovers, will I even have my life to return? Lu Chen looked calmly at Yang Ming, his voice steady, his aura continuously enveloping Lin Shanhai to prevent him from escaping. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming fell silent. An 8th tier beast king could wreak havoc in the outside world, easily gathering strange beasts to form a beast tide, posing a significant threat to both cities and fortresses. Even if it was injured, the danger level was still very high, and Lu Chen's willingness to take on such a task showed his confidence in his own strength. At the same time, he understood why Lu Chen had such a strong murderous intent. He must kill Lin Shanhai. First, there was the conspiracy with Blood Mo to hunt him down, and then the delay in Lu Chen's search for the Lytian Black Tiger. The two factors combined made anyone feel as Lu Chen did. May I ask you, if this Lytian Black Tiger recovers and attacks a city or fortress, can you bear the responsibility for that? Lu Chen looked at Ouyang Ming, his gaze as calm as a mirror, reflecting Ouyang Ming's ugly expression. He remained silent for a moment before finally shaking his head, allowing an 8th-tier beast king to recover from a severely injured state and then hunt humans. Even he, as a lord, could not bear that responsibility. Since you cannot bear it, then step aside. This person, I am determined to kill. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, completely disregarding Ouyang Ming's expression as he held the Sunlong halberd and walked towards Lin Shanhai. Seeing that Ouyang Ming did not stop Lu Chen, Lin Shanhai's pupils trembled, and he trembled as he begged Lu Chen for mercy, pleading for his life. Then, he ran to plead with Ouyang Ming, but to his surprise, Ouyang Ming simply turned away, not even glancing in this direction. Lin Shanhai was completely disheartened. With a swoosh, Lu Chen's azure dragon halberd swept across Lin Shanhai's neck, and a round object flew up, before falling to the ground, blood gushing out. The crowd looked at Lin Shanhai's corpse, then at the silent Ouyang Ming, a wave of sighs passing through them. This was a local lord, and no one knew what Lu Chen had said to stun him like this. After Lin Shanhai's death, Ouyang Ming turned around, glanced at Lin Shanhai's body, and felt that he somewhat brought this upon himself. As the manager of the Hunters Guild, he should have known better. Blood Mo, as an elder of the Blood Demon sect, had no hunter identity. If he had directly received Lu Chen, perhaps this incident wouldn't have happened. Ouyang Ming shook his head, preparing to leave when he was suddenly called by Lu Chen. You've delayed me for so long, how can you just walk away? Lu Chen's words startled Ouyang Ming, who turned back in shock, wondering if this kid wanted to kill him. Clearly, he was mistaken. Lu Chen wasn't going to kill him but was asking for his help. Though he said please, the tone was far from polite. As a local lord, you acted without understanding the situation and wasted so much of my time. I don't even know what state the cracking sky black tiger has recovered to, and whether I can still deal with it. Lu Chen kept addressing him as Senior, yet he couldn't even be bothered to bow, calmly stating, Senior, you wasted so much of my time. By the time I find the cracking sky black tiger, that beast will probably have recovered to an incredible state. What do you think, Senior? Ouyang Ming was taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected Lu Chen to threaten him. Just as he was about to get angry, Lu Chen suddenly pulled out a military token with the character Lin on it. If the cracking sky black tiger really has recovered and I can't slay it, I can only seek mercy from Commander Lin E. Ouyang Ming felt embarrassed. This kid actually had Commander Lin's token. Could it be that Commander Lin sent him to the training camp? This was clearly treating Lu Chen as the next generation of military leaders. Realizing this, Ouyang Ming's anger gradually subsided. He forced a smile and nodded. The cracking sky black tiger is quite powerful. If you find its trace and can't slay it alone, you can indeed seek some external help. However, Commander Lin is extremely busy, so he probably won't have time to assist you. If you're willing, you can come to me, and I'll consider it a way to make up for the misunderstanding this time. You're too polite, Senior. Respect is better shown through obedience. Polite my ass. Ouyang Ming wanted to curse. The usually refined man found it hard to maintain his composure in front of someone like Lu Chen. Years of cultivation almost went to waste. Ouyang Ming smiled and quickly vanished from the spot. Just before leaving, Lu Chen suddenly transmitted a message to him, inquiring about the absence of a manager at the Hunters Guild. You choose one yourself. Ouyang Ming didn't want to stay at the Hunters Guild for even a moment. The way those people looked at him was like a slap to his face. Plus, with someone like Lu Chen around, he feared that if he stayed any longer, he would soon be stripped to the bone. In short, if he could escape, he would. Preserving his cultivation was paramount. Ouyang Ming fled in disgrace. Lu Chen temporarily took over the Hunters Guild. With just a glance, the Chi Masters watching the show hurriedly left, afraid of angering this king of hell. Even Ouyang Ming could be injured, and disregarding a local lord's request, he directly killed Lin Shanhai. In the entire 7th Army, no one was as ruthless as Lu Chen. After sending everyone away, Lu Chen called over the woman who had previously received him and directly appointed her as the manager of the Hunters Guild. Ha! I'm the manager now? The woman's slightly round face was filled with surprise. Her sweet appearance, combined with her bewildered expression, was quite adorable. After her surprise, she quickly waved her hands. No, that's not possible. The managers of the Hunters Guild are designated by lords or the president, and without their permission, one cannot take the position. The moment the woman heard that she was the manager of the hunting workshop. Her heart leaped with joy, but she quickly realized that Lu Chen seemed to lack that authority.
Lu Chen said calmly, the status of a lord in a fortress should be above that of the so-called president, right? The lord of your 19th fortress has already granted me this authority so I can appoint whoever I want as the manager. Whether you like it or not, you are now the manager of this hunting workshop, and I have something I need you to do.
The woman's eyes widened, her red lips pressed together. She had never encountered someone so assertive, directly taking this authority from a lord and appointing whoever he wished.
Especially with Lu Chen's domineering aura, she couldn't help but nod. I need you to help me issue a task.
I am looking for an 8th-tier beast king named the Sky-Rending Black Tiger.
Whoever can provide me with its location will receive
a reward of 10 million. Lu Chen had no cash. He placed several 7th-tier perfect beast cores on the table for the woman to take as payment.
A single
7th-tier perfect beast core starts at a value of 1 million, and these few cores were worth far more than 10 million.
The woman was shocked by Lu Chen's generosity, respectfully collecting the beast cores and assuring him, I will issue the task right away. After becoming the manager, the woman felt a bit giddy. She bowed to Lu Chen, picked up the beast cores, and happily ran out the door. Following Lu Chen's instructions, she posted the task to find the Sky-Rending Black Tiger's whereabouts.
This task was published on the unique hunter website of the hunting workshop, which had a vast number of hunters and chi masters from around the world. Many were thrilled to see the 10 million reward, but upon clicking, they discovered it was near the 7th Army.
This left many feeling disappointed. However, the hunters and chi masters in the 7th Army seemed invigorated. Less than half an hour after the task was posted, all the hunting workshops in the 7th Army were empty, and all the hunters and chi masters set out to search for the Sky-Rending Black Tiger. A 10 million reward, and they didn't even need to confront the Sky-Rending Black Tiger directly. This money felt like a pie falling from the sky to them. After the task was posted, Lu Chen stayed in the hunting workshop where the woman arranged a private room for him to stay in. The temptation of the 10
million reward was great, and within half a day, someone contacted Lu Chen, claiming to have found the trace of the Sky-Rending Black Tiger.
Lu Chen immediately left the hunting workshop and went to the most luxurious villa in the city to find Yang Ming, asking him to come along. Yang Ming agreed, and even if he was reluctant, he had no choice but to follow obediently. Outside a certain fortress city, at the entrance of a dense forest, several powerful chi masters were circling in place, waiting for their employer to arrive.
They dared not enter the forest as it might be home to an 8th-tier beast king. If they fell into its trap, they would all become food. After waiting for more than half an hour, 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky, and Lu Chen and Yang Ming landed one after the other, stepping out of the light.
Where is the Sky-Rending Black Tiger? Lu Chen asked directly upon landing, his gaze
scrutinizing the few people in front of him, all of whom were 7th-tier chi masters. This level of strength was considered above average anywhere, and among hunters and chi masters, they were exceptional. Seeing Lu Chen speak, the group immediately understood he was the employer. The middle-aged man at the front stepped forward and pointed to the forest. Senior, we have been tracking the Sky-Rending Black Tiger's trail. It is very likely hiding in this forest.
Oh, where is the trail? Lu Chen searched the surroundings but found no large beast tracks or aura. In his view, these people were likely lying. If that were the case, Lu Chen would not be polite with them. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man explained, one of our team members has cultivated a special secret technique that allows him to detect extremely subtle scents in the air. We determined that a severely injured 8th-tier beast king has entered the forest based on the smell. This beast king is a tiger, definitely that the senior is looking for. Lu Chen twitched his nose, trying to smell as well, but detected nothing. Just then, Yang Ming suddenly spoke up. Indeed, such a secret technique exists. Even if a creature of a higher realm deliberately conceals its scent, it can still be detected. I've seen it before. With Yang Ming saying this, Lu Chen no longer doubted. Although Yang Ming could be a bit foolish, as an 8th tier he had experienced quite a bit, and what he said was likely correct. The reward for the mission is all at the Hunter's Guild. Once the time is up, you can go collect it.